God said, "Let there be light," and thus light came into existence. God said, "Let there be a journey," and so someone traversed time. God said, "I made a mistake," and thus the narrative shifted. God said, "Let's start anew," and slowly the plan commenced. When a person is truly wounded, they often find it hard to confront their injuries, yearning instead to conceal and forget them, shutting the doors of their heart. If one wishes to experience life and mature, the pain must be more profound, and the wounds must run deeper. So, how does one address the insults and stings of the past? Reflecting on bygone days, it was often said that grades and dreams are intertwined. This sentiment echoed not only from teachers, but also from parents. Learning, examinations, assessments, the score in that upper right corner serves as a standard by which individuals are judged. This is the immutable educational system of today. The worth of a person can be absurdly gauged by their scores. This differential treatment and the tendency to evaluate individuals based on grades represent one of society's gravest errors. Just like the adage, the minority must yield to the majority, its very existence is a symbol of failure. What is wrong with being academically challenged? There is no need to fret over rankings, no need to worry about declining grades, nor the incessant murmurs of teachers after a drop in performance. Being a poor student is akin to wearing a badge of honor once donned. One is liberated. After school, one can sing at karaoke with friends, unburdened by the correctness of homework. After school, one can head to the gym to hone athletic skills, free from the anxiety caused by declining grades. After school, one can stride into the arcade, indifferent to the gazes of classmates encountered along the way. A struggling student does not lack the capacity to learn, they simply harbor a disdain for the act of learning. What they have salvaged from the sea of text and exercises is their enduring passion for manga and anime. Whether it be the stories or the relationships among characters, they have ignited fervor within them time and again. Perhaps it is akin to a serendipitous encounter. That intoxicating sensation remains unforgettable even to this day. The surname Zwa is quite rare in ZG. His name is Zwayu, his full name is Zwayu. As for its origin, it stems from his father's surname, Zwa, and his mother's name, which contains the character Yu, thus forming his current name. Can Zwayu maintain balance in life? It appears unlikely. From that moment when he first delved into academia, when he fell in love with otaku culture, his life underwent significant transformation. After 27 years, he has lost sight of his life's dreams. His current profession is mundane and unremarkable, requiring him to endure the discontented faces of balding superiors. Even switching companies yields no respite, as they continue to elevate themselves by belittling others. Standing at crossroads, his mind swirls with myriad thoughts. It is now time to return home. He gazes at the green light, transformed, and steps forward. Even so, only by forging ahead can one hope to glimpse genuine hope. But is that truly the case? Does such hope genuinely exist? For him now, society resembles a tiresome game from childhood. Even upon completion, it offers nothing but emptiness and disappointment. Lost in thought, suddenly, a massive truck skids towards him, towards a man named Zwayu, a man devoid of dreams. The wheels crushed his thigh and left arm, an excruciating pain descending upon him in an instant, leading to the abrupt cessation of Zwayu's consciousness. The world is truly cursed, were his last words, resembling a curse itself. We now announce the winner of this year's Katakawa Light Novel Award. With exceptional writing and innovative plots, a rising star author has emerged. Click. Turning off the television in his modest 1 LDK room, the 17-year-old boy clad in a black t-shirt sat on tatami, indulging in one of the so-called treasures of otaku culture, instant noodles. Instant noodles are undoubtedly one of the most popular miracles to date. In just 3 minutes, one can bypass cooking and achieve the dream of staying in. Halfway through his meal, he scratched his head, set down his chopsticks, and slumped beneath the low table. His name is Zwayu. 12 months ago, after a car accident, he awoke to find himself as an exchange student in Japan. In this far eastern island nation, yearning to return home, he ultimately chose to stay. What advantages does a reincarnated possess? Genius-level memory? No. Exceptional skills? No. The simplest and most straightforward advantage is the legendary golden finger. Zwayu belongs to this category of individuals. Having experienced a glitch reincarnation, he acquires a system with a rather ironic name, the Scholar Support System, abbreviated as the Scholar System. Zwayu was once deemed a struggling student, barely achieving passing marks in exams yet. He was 100% a genius-level underachiever. Those who aspired to surpass him in ranking often found themselves overwhelmingly defeated. His past evaluations included the phrase, "the man who retrieves the wrong answer amidst 1,000." Is it not a talent to miss all 50 multiple-choice questions? Sitting up again, Zhuyu retrieved a workbook from the side. As he was currently an exchange student, he possessed a reasonable command of the Japanese language, allowing him to grasp the essence of the questions posed. The first problem concerned speed and time. For someone branded as an underachiever, this felt akin to a divine punishment. However, upon glancing at the problem, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Judgment, judgment. Host, Zhuyu. Subject, Zhuyu. Current occupation, male underachiever. Current issue solution. Through the existing problem, inquiries, and calculations, the result is 3.62514 meters per second for a distance of 1,000 meters. The answer is A. Please contemplate the process independently. Assistance completed. The answer materialized in an instant, effortlessly. So you would certainly not squander mental energy pondering the process, having the answer sufficed. Such problems could be answered without a detailed process, unlike application questions that necessitate explanations. While application questions could be troublesome without a process, they were far superior to being utterly clueless. After marking it for the answer, he moved on to the next question. Suddenly, an object intruded into his line of sight. A school enrollment notification. Bold letters emblazoned across it read, Underachiever Voice Actor Training College. With a sigh, Zhuyu steeled himself. Indeed, for several years now, he had been enrolled in a voice acting training school that integrated junior and senior high, which was the world he had traversed into. And the commencement date was today at noon. If you think Zhuyu is in the voice acting department, then I must apologize, you are mistaken. At the Underachiever Voice Actor Training College, alongside the voice acting department, there exists a regular academic program, forming a dual-faceted educational institution. This was a strategic improvement to retain student resources and also a school where many foreign exchange students reside. The room Zhuyu rented is a mere 5 to 6 minutes away from the Underachiever Voice Actor Training College, abbreviated as Donggao. Along the way, one can observe newly constructed homes, thriving izakayas, bustling sushi establishments, and mid-sized arcades. After purchasing a box of orange juice from a vending machine and inserting a straw, just as Zhuyu was about to take a sip, slap! A sudden clap from behind caused Zhuyu to choke, leading to a fit of frantic coughing. Good morning, President Zhuyu. I've told you not to slap my back every time I'm drinking. You little rascal. The girl who rushed to Zhuyu's side had long, winered hair tied in a ponytail, swaying like a tail as she walked. Perhaps due to her hasty run, her sailor uniform was slightly wrinkled, but she promptly smoothed it out. Her delicate, rosy face was adorned with a straight and graceful nose, and her gem-like pupils radiated vitality. Her name was Lin Xian, an exchange student from ZG, just like Zhuyu, but unlike him, she belonged to the voice acting department, aspiring to become a voice actress. By the way, Zhuyu, can I assist with the voice acting for the game our club will be producing? Who else but you? Besides, Haichung must join as well. Zhuyu, Lin Xian, and Haichung comprised the trio of the Donggao Game Production Club. Since 5 members were required to establish an official club, they could only exist as a hobby group, and thus received no activity funds. The money for game production came solely from Zhuyu's part-time job earnings. As a member of the Million Reincarnators, Zhuyu was not in a rush for immediate success. Instead, he was steadily accumulating strength, planning to make a remarkable impact in due time. From his investigations so far, he discovered that there were many things absent in this world, prompting Zhuyu to intend to stir a considerable upheaval here. However, before that, he must first complete the game. I heard Haichung has been suspended again. What? Did he get into a fight again? Who knows? His grades are excellent, yet his behavior remains as reckless as ever. Damn it, he is skilled in software programming, while I can merely write scripts. What was she saying? Once more, Lin Xian patted Zhuyu's shoulder, encouraging him. The most crucial aspect of a game is the quality of the script, right? So, have we decided on the name for our game? Yes, it's already decided. Zhuyu tossed the empty juice box into the trash bin and revealed the title. It shall be called Fate's Day Night. An English name? It sounds quite good. After speaking, Lin Xian waved goodbye to Zhuyu as she sprinted ahead. See you in the clubroom after school. I need to go train my voice. Watching her winered ponytail vanish from view, Zhuyu also quickened his pace. The aforementioned Fate's Day Night is also known as Ving Jiet Ninja. In Zhuyu's original world, it was a visual novel released by Typemun on January 30th, 2004, marking their first foray into commercialization. With its intricate storyline and rich setting, along with the varied experiences from different routes, It gained immense popularity upon release. Not only did it succeed as a game, but the animated adaptation also garnered significant acclaim, becoming a beloved work of the year. Regrettably, such a game does not exist in this world, leaving a void that is quite disappointing. Thus, Zayu's aspiration to create a game here was prompted by the scholar system, which provided an outline for him to develop a detailed plot and conclusion. To be honest, Zayu had never seriously played Fate Stay Night, but he had watched its animated version multiple times, giving him a solid grasp of the main storyline. The main route adopted in the Fate Stay Night anime is the Fate route, also known as the Saber route. Compared to the other two routes, Unlimited Blade Works Rin's route and Heaven's Feel Sakura's route, Zayu leaned more towards the former, Saber's path. The motivation behind creating this game was not just passion, it was also due to the upcoming AVG visual novel game collection competition to be held in Japan at the end of July. This competition, organized by Type 1, offered substantial rewards and significant promotional opportunities. In this world, while various renowned game and anime companies exist, none of the famous games or anime from Zayu's previous life were present, and even notable world-famous novels were non-existent. Thus, to secure first place, Zayu had to complete the game by mid-month. Walking to the left from the school gate, he arrived at the entrance of Classroom 12 on the second floor of the teaching building and pushed the door open. Most students were already seated, and the groups formed before the school year gathered together. Several classmates glanced at Zayu, aware that he was the one who had entered high school with the lowest score in the last academic assessment, a student with a deviation value of 30. The excuse of being an exchange student might have some effect, but in this realm where deviation values dictated everything, it held little weight. Zayu had answered all multiple-choice questions correctly, but unfortunately, due to the lack of working steps in the application questions, which only presented results, he was suspected of cheating and lost many points. As he settled into his seat and began to calm down, he was suddenly met with a clamor. Since voice acting students also needed to study regular subjects, they sometimes shared classrooms, and the cause of this commotion was the top-performing voice actress and academic prodigy at Dongyao, Mai Harakumi. "Oh, Mai Harasama, please step on me." It seemed there were some peculiar remarks being made. At that moment, Zayu noticed someone kicking his chair. "Hey, Zayu, how's the game production coming along? How long have you been here?" The one calling Zayu was Haichung, who had been suspended. "Should I not be here? We still have game production after school, but I must meet with the seniors here first. I told you not to get into fights. A mere exchange student is being too arrogant. Lin Xian is working hard on her studies." Facing the two seemingly childhood friends he encountered in this world, Zayu kindly reminded him. However, Haichung merely tilted his chin. "Rather than worrying about me, you should focus on yourself, you academic underachiever." Bastard. Though Haichung was a delinquent, he was indeed among the top 5 in grades, a stark contrast to Zayu, who was at the bottom tier. Thus, there was considerable dissatisfaction with his own label as an underachiever. "It's surprising you still dare stay here. Isn't that the academic prodigy? Don't call me that." Mai Harakumi cast a disdainful glance at Zayu before elegantly departing with a huff. As usual, this academic prodigy held a condescending view of the underachieving youth. Watching Mai Harakumi's retreating figure, Zayu averted his gaze, finding it rather uninteresting. Instead, he needed to dedicate himself fully to the upcoming game production competition. Chapter 3. The Struggles of a Poor Student. Zayu's Misfortune. After school, as Lin Xian was still engaged in vocal training, Zayu resolved to join Haichung in the clubroom they had diligently fought to secure, thereby saving some precious time. The script for Fate Stay Night had been completed, a result of Zayu refining the outline provided by the system along with his own recollections. This particular game would focus solely on the Saber storyline, having abandoned the other two due to a lack of available voice actors. Simultaneously, Zayu simplified certain aspects without compromising the overarching narrative or the gaming experience, as he, Haichung, and Lin Xian were the only 3 responsible for the voice acting. Although Lin Xian had promised to enlist help from her peers in the voice acting department, Zayu was prepared for the worst-case scenario. The success of this game was imperative. It would serve as the prelude to establishing his own reputation. However, while ideals are often grand, reality tends to be harsh. Just as Zayu was about to take action with Haichung, a crisis emerged. "Stop right there, you two punks. I will definitely break your legs today," yelled a high school senior in uniform, brandishing a baseball bat as he pursued them. As he ran, he was followed by 3 or 4 henchmen, all armed and exuding a menacing aura. Zayu had done nothing to provoke this situation. It was Haichung who had stirred the pot. It seemed he had clashed with the leading senior over some personal grievances, resulting in a hostile rivalry. Standing at 177 meters tall, with short black hair that gave him a fresh appearance, Haiching's slightly delinquent demeanor, coupled with his excellent academic performance, set him apart from Zayu. His only flaw was a lack of common sense, which had led him to become an exchange student in Japan due to having too many enemies back home. Yet, the current predicament indicated that Haiching had no intention of reforming, continuing to cause trouble wherever he went. What did you do to him? And why am I caught in this mess too? It's your fault for being the president. But don't worry, I merely advised his girlfriend to leave him sooner. How is that not something to worry about? By the way, Haiching had already exceeded 10 romantic entanglements with girls. As they sprinted down the path near the old school building, the teachers seemed to be gathered in a meeting, leaving no one available to assist them. This is your doing. You solve it. How cold-blooded, President. We've been together for many years. What a hassle. This was precisely why Zayu held a disdain for those younger than him. Yet, from an outsider's perspective, their ages appeared similar and there seemed little difference. However, having lived for 27 years, plus over 30 years in a rebirth, Zayu found their actions rather juvenile. Is there any way to resolve this? As they fled, Zayu sought a means to extricate themselves from this predicament. He did not wish to squander his time on such matters. Judgment host. Target, Zayu. Current occupation, male academic underachiever. Current situation solution, the genius fugitive judgment method. Turn left, leap onto the platform, knock over the nearby water bucket to intercept. Then turn right to evade the pursuing details. Proceed with implementation steps independently. A genius fugitive? While Zayu was somewhat uncertain about how the system interpreted the current situation, he decided to heed its advice for escape. Haiching, go left. Huh, so sudden, but all right, let us go left. Here. After turning left, Zayu spotted a platform about 5 meters high. Ah, so this is what solving it yourself means. The system would only provide assistance, but no additional help. Hence, he needed to rely on his own efforts to leap up. However, Zayu found himself at a loss regarding the height of the platform, whether in the past or present. He had never excelled in physical activities. Jump up. Haiching placed one hand on the platform, exerted force, and effortlessly flipped himself atop it, extending his hand towards Zayu. Grab my hand. Understood. Clutching Haiching's outstretched right hand, Zayu was hoisted up, subsequently kicking over the water bucket in his line of sight. With a loud crash, a torrent of water surged toward the 5 pursuers. Turning right, they evaded the oncoming attackers and successfully reached the clubroom. Oh dear, President, your judgment is remarkable. How'd you know those routes? It was almost like foresight, or perhaps you had it all planned. Whatever the case, did you prepare the items for the clubroom? Yes, I brought my laptop. I've learned about C programming and MFC interface work. We have voice actors, the script is ready, and the programming personnel are in place. But what about the artwork? Should we find an illustrator? No, that won't be necessary. After taking a sip from the water cooler in the clubroom, Zayu continued, I'll handle the game's artwork. Can the president even draw? I learned a bit in the past. In truth, Zayu had previously worked in the art industry. So with the aid of his memories and the system, creating illustrations of Saber and others would pose no issue. With everything prepared, he retrieved the script from his pocket and handed it to Haiching. Now it's your turn. I am not proficient in software programming. It's quite simple. Haiching rubbed his nose, and his injured fingers danced across the keyboard in a flurry of activity. With the competition deadline approaching, they had to complete the game within the next few days. Otherwise, they risked losing this golden opportunity. After all, for a student-created game to gain recognition in society, merely submitting it to larger companies would not suffice. Games created by those without fame would likely be dismissed within mere seconds. Seizing opportunities was the wisest choice. Although Zayu had always been regarded as an academic underachiever, he wished to convey one truth. Even an underachiever could rise to the occasion. The first week will feature an update of 1 chapter daily, with occasional additional updates. I hope all readers will lend their support. Chapter 4. The completion and entry of Fate Stay Night. The creation of a game is neither particularly difficult nor exceptionally simple. It requires a script, artists, software programming, voice acting, post-production revisions, event confirmations, and personal playtesting to identify any bugs or infinite loops. Only once all these elements are meticulously handled can it be deemed complete and presentable. A quality game must not only boast an engaging plot and setting, but also a rich narrative. Otherwise, a game lacking substance will inevitably fall to mediocrity. While contemplating these matters, Zayu continued to type away at the keyboard. The operations were straightforward enough for him, especially since he was merely applying for registration. After filling out his name, age, school, and contact information, he glanced at the two who were making final preparations. After approximately half a week, they had refined Fate Stay Night to a presentable standard, while also adding some settings and events. For the voice acting, Xiaoyu had entrusted the script to Lin Xian and her friends, allowing them to record their lines and then editing them through Haicheng software. According to Lin Xian, in most voice acting scenarios, it is not uncommon for voice actors to work in different studios. After all, the workload assigned to each individual may not be uniformly distributed. Some find themselves exceedingly busy, while others are relatively unoccupied. Consequently, the script is handed over to the voice actors, who will utilize their tools at home to perform the character voices, ultimately allowing staff to integrate the recordings into the narrative. The voice actors are primarily members of the gaming production club, including Xiaoyu and others. As they are participating in a game selection in Japan, they strive to faithfully recreate the original work without incorporating excessive Chinese elements. However, the mere phrase created by Chinese sufficiently underscores their formidable capabilities. Once the application is completed, Xiaoyu hands over the laptop to Haicheng, who will burn the completed game onto a disk, marking a significant milestone. It has been a taxing endeavor. I stayed up until after 2 in the morning to record the voices, but the Night King is simply adorable. Lin Xian, embodying her feminine charm, seems to have developed a fondness for the character Saber, appearing utterly entranced. Beyond the intricately woven plot, the depiction of battle scenes is quite commendable. I never anticipated that Xiaoyu could illustrate such elements. However, I personally feel that the Hero King is excessively powerful. Shouldn't there be some adjustments made? This reflects a misunderstanding on your part, dear sister. Haicheng, operating the laptop, pressed the Enter key and continued, stating that the Hero King's character was originally designed to be the most formidable spirit in the Holy Grail War. Without such a formidable adversary, the battles would lose all significance. Regarding the conclusion where the Night King vanishes from the realm, could it be altered to allow her to remain by the protagonist's side? That would undermine the significance of the prior battles. Sitting nearby, Xiaoyu, who was packaging the disc, responded to Lin Xian's comment. It is precisely because Saber and Shiro Amiya have endured a series of battles and exerted immense effort that they achieved this outcome. For Saber, perhaps the continuation of Dreams Beneath that great tree should be a source of happiness. Altering it would not only negate their prior efforts, but also thwart Saber's desires, failing to reflect her understanding of the essence of the Holy Grail. Her disappearance holds significance, heralding a new beginning while simultaneously marking an end to the present moment. Regardless, the established conclusion remains immutable. After pouring 3 cups of water at the drinking fountain and handing them to Lin Xian and Haicheng, Xiaoyu raised her own cup. Let's celebrate the success of this game production. Here's to success. With no objections, they drank heartily, tidied up the club room, and exited together. Although online registration had been successfully completed, it was necessary to deliver the burned disc to the operational committee on site, where labels with their names and participant numbers would be affixed for identification purposes. Speaking of which, why did Xiaoyu suddenly wish to produce a game? Do you believe the gaming production club merely spends each day sipping tea and chatting? Not at all. The reality is that everyone lacks experience. And this is my first endeavor in voice acting for game characters, so I'm uncertain of the outcome. As one of the top students in the voice acting department, with your Japanese skills surpassing those of native speakers, what is there to worry about? That is merely a superficial accomplishment. Lin Xian, indeed recognized as a top student in the voice acting department, feels that she has not exerted sufficient effort and must strive harder. The profession of voice acting is far from simple. It necessitates extensive vocal practice, an understanding of character traits, psychological states, and more. Currently, new voice actors in Japanese agencies typically begin with countless minor roles. It requires not only effort but also perseverance. Many enter schools with aspirations of becoming voice actors, yet only a select few achieve success, as both opportunity and personal ability are critically important. It should be at Kamizawa Station. Changing the subject, Xiaoyu and the 2 others stood on the platform, discussing the registration location. However, the 2 seemed disinterested. Haicheng was fixated on a nearby middle school girl, while Lin Xian pulled out a mirror to tidy her hair. Honestly, adjusting her backpack, Xiaoyu spotted a car approaching from a distance. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. I will handle the registration alone. Huh? Is that all right? Can you manage it alone, President? What kind of image do you have of me? Boarding the car, Sayu waved goodbye to the two standing on the platform and took her seat. The journey to Kamizawa Station would take approximately 15 minutes. Upon arrival, Sayu was greeted by a long queue. The registration line extended about 10 meters, reaching towards the main road. It seems this gaming competition has attracted numerous enthusiasts. However, with only 3 awards available, the competition is sure to be fierce. Standing at the end of the line, holding a sign that read Final, Sayu waited 30 minutes before submitting her disc and receiving a participant identification card. The results of this game collection will be announced in 1 week. All participants are asked to be patient. 1 week, huh? Gazing at the blazing sun overhead, Sayu knew one thing for certain. This time, she must secure first place. Chapter 5. The Genius Scriptwriter and the Game That Captivated the Nation. The waiting period is always a source of restlessness, much like the words of the great literary master Dazai Osamu, who stated, "The discomfort of waiting for someone is profound, yet being awaited is equally distressing." Regardless of how others feel, Sayu has been anxiously awaiting the evaluation results for the game. Although she possesses considerable confidence in the script's content and completion. During the production of this game, Fate Stay Night, both the event arrangements and software programming have exhibited a certain naivety, compounded by the fact that the voice actors lack substantial experience, likely affecting the audio quality. Moreover, Sayu remains uncertain about the impact of illustrations on the game. Based on her recollection, Sayu believes her work is remarkably flawless, with each character's image faithfully replicated. The organizer, Type Moon, originally a doujin circle, is helmed by Takashi Takuchi and Nasu Kinoko. Their first notable work was Kara no Kyukai, serialized between October 1998 and May 1999 on their personal website Takuchi. Their true breakout success came with the release of Tsukiheim at the Winter Comic Market in 2000. Tsukiheim captivated countless players with Type Moon's unique worldview and contemplations on life and death. At that time, Sayu was deeply enthralled, empathizing with the narrative's poignant moments and lamenting its conclusion. Yet, in contrast to the earlier works, Sayu found herself more enamored with the diverse characters depicted in the Holy Grail War. They felt as if they truly existed, imbued with boundless vitality within that fantastical realm. Therefore, Sayu chose Fate Stay Night as her debut work rather than Type Moon's renowned Tsukiheim, even if she had opted for the latter. A brief investigation would reveal that Tsukiheim already existed in this world. However, the identity of those managing Type Moon in this realm remains a mystery. Will the results be announced today? I recall it was a web-based trial voting system. Yes, the recorded game will be released online as a trial version for a limited time, allowing reactions and votes from players to gauge its popularity. Although Type Moon has not produced the previously mentioned renowned games, several of its works still hold significant influence domestically. It is precisely this that has granted Type Moon such immense appeal. Type Moon employs this competition format to encourage doujin circles to create, using their successes to affirm the viability of this path. Well then, President, I'm about to open the webpage. Even though Sayu had mentally prepared himself, I certainly had not. Unlike Haichung, who referred to Sayu by his surname, Lin Xian always addressed him by his full name. As the three of them sat in a CF, Lin Xian took a sip from her coffee, which was laden with sugar cubes, and patted her chest. Let us begin, Haichung. Honestly, this behavior is utterly meaningless. Our game is bound to achieve victory. The trio leaned closer to Haichung's laptop, which he purposefully scrolled from the bottom. There were 402 entries in total, yet the webpage displayed only the top 50. Very good. Our Fate Stay Night is not even in the last 30. Could it be that we didn't even make it into the top 50? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Sayu felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the original Fate Stay Night PC version lacked voice acting, and only the PS2 version featured sound. To enhance the game's entertainment value, sound had been added to the PC version. Could that have been a misstep? They continued scrolling upward, and still, the next 40 entries bore no sign of their name. As much as I hate to say it, President, I doubt we have a strong chance of making it into the top 10. Many of the entries are from specialized production teams. Stop dilly-dallying, keep scrolling. Yes. When they finally reached the first page, a heavy silence enveloped them. The first to speak was Lin Xian, who had set her coffee down. This is the first place. With approximately 16,000 voters, Fate Stay Night garnered 8,000 votes, half of the total. Zayu was at a loss for words, his hands trembling slightly above the laptop. Zayu, however, merely sighed in relief. A masterpiece as excellent and engaging as Fate Stay Night could not have been pushed aside, and securing first place was well within expectations. Just then, Zayu's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw an unknown number. Could it be a scam? He pressed the answer button, and a voice emerged. Hello, I am Takahiro Nasu, the head of Type Moon. Are you the scriptwriter for Fate Stay Night? Yes, that would be me. That's wonderful. Although Fate Stay Night has some flaws, its overall quality, narrative structure, and world building are quite remarkable. I trust you have seen the voting results? Undoubtedly, you're the victor of this competition. If possible, we would like to invite you to co-develop this game with us. Rest assured, we will provide all the technical resources and assist with the release. Co-development sounds feasible. Zayu would not decline. After all, continuing the game's development with just the three of them was implausible. The prize seemed to come with a monetary reward. But even with that, managing the entire process from development to release would be quite challenging for the trio. Collaborating with them, Zayu believed he could incorporate the remaining alternative storylines into the game. However, he suddenly caught on to a particular phrase. Wait, did you just say release? He silenced the other two and inquired further. Indeed, prior to co-development, we will conduct a release of your original work to gauge the audience's reaction. Is that kind of game permissible? Of course. There is considerable public support for the redevelopment of this game. Thank you. No, thank you. Exceptional works like yours are rare, especially from a young genius like yourself. After hanging up, Zayu gave a thumbs up to the other two. We did it. Not only did we win, but we can also market our game. Really? President? Oh yes, of course. So, I'll treat everyone today. Let us celebrate. The two were uniformly astonished by Zayu's willingness to spend, as he typically refrained from wasting even a penny. They remained in the CAF until closing time, indulging in a feast. Afterward, they continued their culinary adventure at a barbecue and sushi restaurant before returning home. Zayu was awakened by a phone call after a deep slumber. Hello. Good morning. Just waking up, I see. This is Nasu. Yes, we recorded a significant number of copies of the game yesterday afternoon, and we proceeded with online pre-orders. Guess what happened? The pre-orders reached around 180,000. What? It is important to note that while Gal games are not elite, they cater to a niche market. They cannot compare to TV games that often sell in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Generally, a few thousand copies break even, while 10,000 is considered excellent, and tens of thousands is a blockbuster. Over 100,000, that is a true phenomenon. Even though there may be a discrepancy between pre-orders and actual sales, this pre-order quantity surpasses typical Gal game expectations by a wide margin. This indicates that a game, despite not being of high production quality, has sparked a sensation. Chapter 6, The Holy Grail Frenzy and the Production of the King of Knights figurine. The popularity of a game not only benefits the original creator, but also elevates the names of the authors and production team, enhancing their influence. Based on his conversation with Nasu, Zayu felt reassured about the sales prospects of Fate Stay Night, and winning first place would ensure ample funding for future game development. Even if it only sustained them for a while, it was a significant advantage for Zayu, who was working solo and receiving some tuition assistance. With this foundation, Zayu believed the path ahead would be much smoother, as the success of Fate Stay Night would undoubtedly yield various benefits. However, Zayu was not solely motivated by self-interest. His decision to use this game as his debut work stemmed from his admiration and tribute to it, as well as his desire to lay a solid foundation. After wasting so much time in the past, he could not afford to squander his days again, especially with the academic assistance system at his disposal. Walking down the street, Zayu endeavored to calm his exhilaration, directing his gaze toward a nearby CAF, which opened early, as usual, serving breakfast. He headed toward the CAF after having contacted Haicheng and Lin Xian via phone, asking them to meet again in the morning. While Lin Xian was likely to arrive on time, he suspected Haicheng would be prone to laziness. As he walked forward, Zhu suddenly overheard a conversation among his classmates. Hey, did you know? A game called Fate Stay Night is really popular right now. It won the Type Moon Individual Game Production contest with over half of the votes. Of course, the gaming industry is thriving, but since the demo only contains part of the story, I heard that the online pre-orders sold out within 24 hours. Did you guys hear? I ordered 10 copies. Why buy so many? Can you spare me a copy? I heard the second round of pre-orders 1 TB available for at least another 2 weeks. Sure, but it'll be a fifth more than the original price. Huh. That's my economic acumen at work. Having completed the demo version, I must declare that the narrative is nothing short of a masterpiece. Indeed, the unique worldview and insights, coupled with peculiar yet enriching settings that never come across as cumbersome, are truly remarkable. And let's not forget the Night King. As I listened to their conversations, Zayu, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The boys were discussing matters related to the game they had created, indicating that Fate Stay Night had indeed gained considerable fame. The week-long voting had already solidified its popularity, and just as the excitement peaked, the complete version of the game was released, ensnaring players who were still craving more. The production of the game is one aspect, but the marketing of it is a battleground in its own right. Choosing a seat from yesterday's location, I unexpectedly noticed a voting list for a personal game development competition hosted by Type Moon hanging in the center of the CAF, with Fate Stay Night undoubtedly taking the top spot. What would you like to order? That? The manager seems to be a gaming enthusiast, utterly captivated by many games. And recently, it is said that he has become infatuated with Fate Stay Night, with plans to introduce special themed dishes. Yes, I'll have a cappuccino. I couldn't help but chuckle at the explanation from the waitress. I had previously met the CAF manager, a well-dressed gentleman, and was surprised to find he was a gaming aficionado at heart. While waiting for my cappuccino to be served, I unexpectedly spotted two figures entering simultaneously. I had thought I would have to wait a while longer, but to my surprise, Haichun walked in with Lin Xian. Oh, President, what a surprise to see you here so early. After all, someone was calling me this morning. Calling you? Yes. Didn't you list your name and contact as the producer on our game? A group of self-proclaimed gaming enthusiasts has been clamoring for me to assist them with post-production software programming. It's been quite bothersome. Haichun scratched his head and took a seat in front of me, while Lin Xian, looking weary, settled beside me, likely wanting to avoid sitting next to Haichun. Lin Xian was tidying her hair, which had been tousled by the wind, and she, like Haichun, ordered a cup of pure coffee to boost her energy. After a brief pause, Lin Xian inquired, "So, Zaya, what brings us together here so early?" The matter is as follows. I began recounting the events from this morning, specifically the call from Nasu Takashi, the previous person in charge. Since the online pre-orders began, the pre-order count for the debut title, Fate Stay Night, had already surpassed 200,000, prompting plans for bundled merchandise sales. From Nasu's tone, it was evident they held this work in high regard and intended to invest considerable effort into its development. This was not merely to promote their company, but also to reignite the waning wave of doujin creativity through a game, encouraging more creators and young game developers. Of course, they had already decided to sign a contract with me, granting them the rights to beautify and perfect the game, in addition to a share of the sales. With a prominent Japanese game company as a launching pad, they aimed to elevate Fate Stay Night to new heights. This enthusiasm, coupled with the game's popularity, would also enable them to profit from the merchandise sales. Ultimately, aside from passion and the desire to create games, the importance of generating revenue cannot be understated. With a serious expression, I placed my hand on my chin and declared I plan to create a figure of the Daimao King. Huh? The figure of the Night King? Lin Xian responded, somewhat astonished, as she was only responsible for voice acting and had little knowledge of figure creation. No, Lin Xian has indeed encountered otaku culture, but she hasn't delved deeply into it, hence her lack of understanding in this area. I see. So that's the reason. President, is it possible to make the Daimao King's figure with removable clothing? Of course, that's doable, Haichun. It would be impossible otherwise. Lin Xian vehemently opposed. Clearly, the only truth behind Lin Xian's objection was singular. Haichun imitated a perennial elementary school student. You wouldn't dare to remove it, would you? This guy, though handsome, is undoubtedly a fool. I cast a disappointed glance at Haichun, pondering the methods of figure creation. Selling it alongside the Fate Stay Night game could undoubtedly boost both sales and popularity. This moment marks the beginning of my resurgence. Chapter 7. Academic Underachiever versus Academic Overachiever. Who will emerge victorious? Stepping out of the CAF and heading to school, Zayu felt quite helpless, having to dedicate a significant portion of a day to studying. Education is essential. It is a student's duty and responsibility. Yet this obligation seems to apply only to those who excel academically. If only this time could be devoted to game development, it would indeed be a boon. However, life is akin to a multifaceted story, devoid of unerring fortune or perpetual misfortune. To love something, be it anime or literature, one must possess a genuine heart filled with passion. In this realm, where students' worth is judged by deviation scores, the disparity in academic performance is glaring. Unlike Haicheng, who consistently ranks in the top 5, or Lin Xian, who maintains a position within the top 15, Ziyu, languish at the bottom of the class rankings. Perhaps the only gratitude I receive is from the student who ranks just above me. If ever I falter, the balance of the class would likely be disrupted, causing a collective decline in scores, thus illustrating the significance of my status as the underperforming student. All right. It's time to announce the results of the first entrance examination during the school year. This time, everyone has performed quite well. Upon entering, the female homeroom teacher, Jukiyama Sakiko, held the recently graded test papers. Sakiko, a young teacher who had recently taken up her position, hailed from Osaka, though her accent bore no hint of it, instead carrying a touch of Kyoto flavor. Having spent considerable time in this world and encountered many individuals, I was somewhat sensitive to such nuances. Dressed in professional attire, Sakiko sported a white shirt with a tie, and black lace-trimmed stockings extended from beneath her skirt, accentuating her beautiful legs. With a high-nose bridge, a mature figure, a slightly youthful voice, and a friendly demeanor, she was well-liked by students, not just in our class, but throughout the school. Such a delightful teacher seemed to have no negative rumors circulating about her, and it was said she currently had no boyfriend. Wouldn't it be splendid if she shared a passion for gaming like teacher Korwa Nanako, allowing us to play through the night? Adjusting her glasses, her gem-like eyes scanned the classroom, and when her gaze fell upon me, she let out a sigh. Oh dear, in that fleeting moment, I couldn't help but wonder if she were a member of the Italian mafia, with my true identity as the 10th generation head, which would explain my dismal academic performance. Shaking off such absurd thoughts, I resolved to explore the previously mentioned Lucky Star and Kateki Hitman Reborn when I had the chance. As Tsukiko called out names, students approached to collect their test papers. Naturally, the top scorer was the current academic prodigy, Kawaii Kiyomi, as it appeared the papers were distributed from highest to lowest scores. By the time my name was called, everyone else had already received their papers and had seen their scores. In Japanese high schools, when distributing exam papers, teachers do not announce scores. Instead, they hand out the papers in order of grades, either from highest to lowest or vice versa. This approach alleviates the anxiety of students who might feel disheartened by revealing low scores. However, Ziyu, who considers himself a mediocre student, believes that such matters are inconsequential. What truly matters is one's mental resilience. Reflecting on his past of failing every subject, he finds it rather dismal. Fortunately, his top student system proves to be of some utility. As long as the exam consists entirely of fill-in-the-blank questions, he can instantaneously provide the most accurate answers with remarkable speed. Just as he contemplates this, his teacher, Ms. Suki, calls him over as he attempts to leave. She whispers in his ear, having encountered Principal Uemura earlier that day, who requested that Ziyu and his club members visit his office during the lunch break. Us? I thought it was just me? He inquires. No, it's you and your club members. I remember you are the president of the game club, she replies, her attentiveness evident. Ziyu takes his seat in the last row of the classroom, not in the prime position by the window, as depicted in anime, which is occupied by Haicheng, leaving Ziyu sandwiched between him and Lin Xian. During math class, students from both the general and voice acting courses are together, thereby bringing the three of them together. Ziyu conveys Ms. Suki's message to his companions via note. Though puzzled, they consent to accompany him to see the principal after lunch. As he gazes out at the azure sky, he notices Haicheng making a silly face at him. Despite his handsome appearance, he remains somewhat of a fool. Nevertheless, Ziyu values Haicheng's computer skills, as he excels in CG design. Ziyu also intends to reach out to Nasu Takashi to discuss the production of the subsequent storyline for Fate Stay Night, likely providing the original artwork for their modifications. Naturally, Ziyu will not relinquish all rights, ensuring Haicheng remains involved, given his experience with the initial stages of storyline and CG production, which will undoubtedly enhance the subsequent narratives. Additionally, the creation of peripheral merchandise must commence without delay. All right, let us proceed with 2 practice problems, Ms. Suki announces with a smile. Today is the 6th, so I would like numbers 6 and 36 to come forward. Hearing his number called, Ziyu is taken aback as he stands up, and simultaneously, the brilliant student, Maihara Kumi, who sits in the front row wearing glasses, also rises. Realizing her mistake in calling both a mediocre student and a top student to the board, Ms. Suki quickly adds, Zayu-kun seems to be unwell today, so let us have someone else come up instead. Zayu understands the teacher is providing him an out. However, Kumi casts a disdainful glance at him, exuding an air of superiority. Well then, allow me. No, let me do it, Zayu interjects, rejecting the teacher's kindness as he strides to the front, prompting Haichung to cough loudly beside him. President, are you foolish? No, Zayu is simply a fool, he retorts. You too, stop this banter, Miss Suki admonishes, indicating her little brothers do not trust him. Facing the problem on the board, which pertains to the application of functions, Zayu finds it akin to deciphering hieroglyphics. However, for his system, it is not. As he approaches the board, he is met with a slew of comments from his classmates, which he disregards as he picks up a piece of chalk. Self-inflicted suffering? Who knows? He muses. With a smile at Kumi, he strikes the chalk against the board lightly. Ignoring Zayu's peculiar demeanor, Kumi begins to ponder the problem. This complex calculation poses a challenge even for her, though it is not impossible. Just then she asks Ms. Suki, may I pose a question? What is it? Writing down the process is too tedious. Can I just provide the answer directly? That seems implausible. Even I require time to process it, Ms. Suki responds. Is it permissible if I can manage it? She questions. The teacher nods, albeit skeptically, recognizing that arriving at the solution for a function problem instantaneously is a feat reserved for geniuses. Kumi, who does not typically mock others, finds herself irritated by Zayu's unwarranted confidence. As a mediocre student, you should abandon this casual demeanor and study earnestly, she thinks while diligently writing the first step of her solution. Observing Zayu's lack of movement only bolsters her resolve. Suddenly, a voice resonates in Zayu's mind. Judgment host, subject Zayu, current occupation, male mediocre student, current problem-solving strategy, function problem analysis, commencing step calculations, optimal result achieved. Answer transmitted to host's mind. Detailed process to be inferred through approximations and results. In his mind, Zayu acquires the correct answer, y3x2 9x5. Without hesitation, he writes the answer on the board. As the white chalk dust settles, the correct solution is revealed to his classmates. Before Ms. Suki can declare its validity, the classroom erupts in chatter. Some mock, others express confusion, while many are astonished. Upon reviewing the answer, Ms. Suki glances at her exclusive textbook in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is correct. How can this be?" Kumi, astonished, cannot fathom how a student who had previously struggled could solve a problem she had yet to complete. It must be cheating. Yet, this question was posed directly from the teacher's materials, making it impossible for students to possess the answer. Did he truly arrive at this conclusion independently? The class falls into 3 seconds of stunned silence before erupting in an incredulous, The battle of the mediocre student versus the top student concludes with an unexpected victory for Zayu. Turning to Kumi, he tilts his head and yawns, infuriating her further. Ms. Suki, may I return to my seat? Of course, she replies. Under the resentful gaze of the top student, Zayu revels in the sensation, finding it unexpectedly gratifying. Chapter 8. The Crisis of the Club and the President versus the Principal and a Promise. Following the tumultuous math problem episode, Zayu suddenly finds himself the focal point of conversation among his classmates. Although he was often discussed in the past, the nature of the discourse has shifted from negative to positive. In a remarkable turn of events, the mediocre student has outperformed the highest achiever in solving a complex problem without the traditional written process, instead computing the answer directly in his mind. Many classmates now regard Zayu with expressions of astonishment, their gazes infused with a myriad of emotions and perspectives. However, Zayu is well aware of his true intentions. The reason he resorted to the academic overachiever system was undoubtedly to temper the arrogance of the top student, as Zayu is unwilling to persist in suffering losses and facing disdain. Ignoring the piercing gazes from his classmates, Zayu shot a glare at Lin Xian and Hai Cheng, who were observing him with expressions akin to that of discovering a rare beast. As the bell rang to signal the end of the lunch break, Zayu stood up from his seat and strode towards the exit, followed closely by the 2 companions he had previously arranged to meet. Hey, President, what exactly did you do during math class? You're supposed to be a fool, yet you managed to solve that problem, which even I found challenging. Who asked the fool? You should take a good look in the mirror. You've got more wounds on your face, and if you get punished again, it won't be my concern. You should withdraw from the game development project. Absolutely not. This is a golden opportunity. I want to seize it and make a name for myself, so that girls will willingly shed their clothes for me. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Have you been watching too many harem anime? Even if the Crystal Palace is the ultimate romantic paradise for men, expressing it out loud is utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, with a serious expression, tugged at Zuyu's uniform sleeve and posed the same question as Haicheng. So how did you manage that? I refuse to believe that Zuyu suddenly became intelligent. You cannot deceive someone who has watched you grow up. Well, I suppose I share the same sentiment, considering I've seen you both grow up as well. Plus, I am considerably older than you. At this point, Zuyu's current age, combined with his past life, had rendered him akin to a middle-aged man, almost deserving of being called an elder. Forget about that trivial matter. I possess the vigor of youth now. There is no need to dwell on my previous life, but rather to look towards the future. Yet, regardless of the world, I remain a low-achieving student. Speaking of which, have you thought about the figurines yet? Upon hearing Haicheng's inquiry, Zuyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The raw material for the figurines could be PVC or high-grade resin. Since he had yet to secure proper funding, PVC would serve as the primary material for now. Additionally, he would need tools such as cutters, knives, cutting mats, and of course, putty. I'm aware of that. I checked online last night. For instance, mixing 502 glue with talcum powder in a 1:1 ratio results in a hardness comparable to resin, suitable for shaping and sanding. Indeed, and there is also sandpaper, electric sanders, and various sanding heads. In summary, it is quite a tedious process. Creating anime figurines is not a simple endeavor. Crafting a perfect handmade figurine requires a considerable amount of energy and time. So you propose producing these merchandise not only to boost the sales of Fate Stay Night, but also to propagate the illustrious name of the King of Knights. Without Saber, there is no anime. He resolutely embraced this philosophy. Moreover, so you plan to create the first original figurine and then hand over the finished product to Type Moon for mass production, aiming to provide better service for the players who ordered Fate Stay Night. This meant that for the time being, his involvement would be minimal. Lin Xian pointed to herself, gazing at the two engaged in conversation. Zuyu shook his head and placed his hand on Lin Xian's head, tousling her flowing hair. Up close, she truly resembled a beautiful maiden, with cherry blossom-like lips, a bosom akin to a blossoming bud, and a fair, lovely face adorned with bright, large eyes. Her delicate features resembled those of a sculpted doll, and if she remained silent, she could easily be mistaken for a lady from ancient times. How could that be? You are one of us. Even if you seem useless, you must remain by my side. Are you joking? With a sharp clap, Lin Xian swatted Zuyu's hand away and walked ahead. Hey. Haicheng chuckled lewdly and hurried to catch up, with Zuyu following suit until they reached the door-marked principal's office. As the president, Zuyu knocked on the door, and upon hearing a faint response, he pushed it open. The principal, Uemura Masamune, who was seated on a sofa, spoke first. Well, you certainly are a casual bunch. I called you here for only one matter. Zuyu, the school has decided to disband your game club after a meeting. What? The trio exclaimed in surprise. But Principal Uemura calmly sipped his tea. After setting the cup down, he spoke in a serious tone, articulating the shortcomings of Zuyu's club from an adult's perspective. The school's stance was quite straightforward. They believed that Zuyu's club could potentially lower the academic performance of top students like Haicheng and Lin Xian, negatively impacting their future studies and daily lives, especially in the company of someone like Zuyu. Furthermore, the club lacked the formal structure of a legitimate organization, offering no substantial contributions or unique features, thus failing to garner the school's support. In response to this, Zuyu defended himself, asserting, Haicheng and Lin Xian would not easily abandon the club, which means, I refuse. You lack the authority to refuse. The principal tapped his desk. This is the school's decision. Even your refusal as president holds no weight. We will not alter the outcome of a meeting based on one individual's preferences. Wait, principal. Haicheng, please be quiet. Your newfound penchant for brawling and chaos is likely influenced by the club. Then, principal, let me. This matter does not significantly concern Lin Xian. You should indeed strive to separate yourself from that club and focus on your studies in voice acting. Uemura gazed at Zuyu with a smug expression. This voice acting school not only held a prominent position domestically, but also boasted a high general admission rate. thus maintaining strict regulations against underperformers. However, if you truly wish to sustain it, you must find two individuals to form a proper club. Or what? So you repeated, awaiting Uemura's response. This weekend, the school will host an external exchange event where each club will showcase some achievements, and the school will provide ratings. If you can secure first place at the event, I will permit the continuation of your game club and even allocate club funds. Really? Of course, this is a condition and a pact, and there are two witnesses present. So you glanced at the others, sighed, and nodded. No problem. As long as I achieve first place, Principal Uemura will have nothing further to say. Oh, such confidence? Just be sure not to embarrass yourself by coming in last. That is not something to worry about. Zuyu turned and walked towards the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 9. The eve of the counterattack. Are you a fool? You are bound to lose in this competition. President, you better think this through. We might not even be useful at that time. Zuyu, do you not realize that there are numerous outstanding clubs on campus? The classical music club led by the student council president, the dance club helmed by a young lady from family of dancers, and the computer research club, which has developed software beneficial to the school. Our club has nothing to present for the competition. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. My charm, at best, can only attract a few admirers. Beyond that, I possess no substantial means to offer assistance. Most importantly, we are merely the game enthusiast club, not a society of specialized skills. After all, it is implausible to compete with games. We would surely be disregarded by the judges. The exchange of words between the two of them swirled in my mind as I donned the light blue uniform and apron of my part-time job at the convenience store. After bowing to customers with a polite thank you for your patronage, I momentarily set aside their opinions. As I mentioned, the Game Enthusiast Club cannot perform a group dance like the dance club, nor can we host a concert like the music club. Additionally, our physical prowess is not formidable enough to engage in a demonstration match like the Kendo Club. Thus, in terms of preparation, we are indeed at a disadvantage. As the president of the Game Enthusiast Club, I am acutely aware of these shortcomings. However, I never contemplated utilizing games to resolve our challenges. The exchange event is a festival designed to invite notable figures from outside the school to visit and understand the current educational environment. Unlike the school festival, every club participates earnestly in this event, as being noticed by a particular individual or enterprise could lead to support and encouragement, thereby strengthening the club. The competitive nature of this event is considerably greater than that of the entertainment-focused school festival. Standing behind the counter, I accepted a ready-to-eat bento from a customer, heated it in the microwave, and handed it back, thus completing a task. My part-time job consists of half-night shifts, typically from 8 in the evening until midnight. The store's owner, a middle-aged man, often spends this time at an izakaya with friends, leaving the store in my care. The convenience store is modest, about 20 tsubo in size, with floor-to-ceiling glass windows at the entrance, allowing a view of the street and the nearby sea. I forgot to mention that this location is near Okinawa, thus affording an unobstructed view of the vast ocean and the refreshing salty breeze. The store's layout was organized by me, with most books arranged by the windows to attract customers through their covers and intriguing content. Adjacent to the book and magazine section, I stacked numerous snacks and ready-to-eat meals, cleverly enticing readers' appetites. This business strategy proved effective, significantly increasing the store's revenue. Behind the books were food items, followed by various small tools and miscellaneous goods. Within this small convenience store, one could find an array of items. Although the store manager initially suggested selling fishing rods due to our proximity to the sea, I persuaded him to abandon that notion, as competing with nearby fishing tackle shops would be futile. Instead of engaging in fruitless endeavors, we opted to enhance our revenue and improve the store's ambience. Bored, I gazed at the television above me. After bidding farewell to the last customer, I found myself alone. Earning 500 yen per hour is quite satisfactory for me. Even if I later receive funding for game development and signing bonuses, I might still choose to retain this job. Propping my head on my hands, I began to ponder. This weekend marks the competitions for various clubs, necessitating a compelling and impactful program. The most advantageous weapon for the Game Enthusiast Club is, naturally, games. However, as previously mentioned, they may not be of use in this context. At that moment, the automatic door swung open once more, prompting me to rise and greet the newcomers with a welcome. A few youths approached the book and magazine section, sifting through the stacks in search of hidden treasures. Indeed, among the seemingly ordinary reading materials, there existed discrete or 18 publications, which would remain unnoticed without careful scrutiny. Occasionally, these books would employ clever titles, such as What It Means to Love, which would swiftly vanish from the shelves once recognized by discerning patrons. In summary, a group of unsatisfied youths had arrived for their shopping. Give me that one. Even though they pretended to be mature adults, I recognized them as high school students. However, denying them the sale would result in a loss for the convenience store. After processing their purchases of the Queen of S and the Me of M, the Invisible Man, and Tales of the Gay, I placed the items in a black bag, watching as they hurriedly departed. Let the last title slide by unnoticed. With work concluded, I returned to my contemplation, staring at the television in this solitary convenience store, seeking strategies for success. Oh, you're not alone, are you? The automatic door opened, admitting two familiar figures. A gust of wind swept in, refreshing the air and dispelling some of the store's dullness. How's the part-time job going, President? They inquired. What brings you here? We're out jogging and ran into Lin Xian, so we decided to check on you. The upcoming competition is quite challenging, isn't it? Indeed, it is. I nodded in agreement, switching off the television, as the trivial news had rendered me drowsy. Perking up, I offered a businesslike smile. What can I assist you with today? Don't joke around. Quickly bring out today's gentlemen's publications. They've all sold out. What? A look of disbelief crossed Hai Chang's face as he dashed toward the bookshelves. Lin Xian, dressed in a short-sleeved top and hot pants, her hair tied in a ponytail, approached the counter, seemingly wanting to say something. What is it, Lin Xian? Do you have a chance of winning? How should I put it? Not at the moment. I had rashly agreed to the principal's request, but there remains much to consider before arriving at a firm conclusion. I see. If you need any assistance, feel free to let me know. From behind, Hai Chang chimed in cheerfully. The president is not alone. The two customers departed empty-handed, yet I gained something valuable. They were my supporters, and I realized I must exert effort in return. I'm no longer fighting alone. Unlike my solitary existence in the past, I now have friends and allies here. I'm not alone. Gazing out at the sky, I contemplated my decisions. Judgment, host, Zwiyu. Subject, Zwiyu. Current occupation, male, academic underachiever. Current problem-solving solution, music analysis concluded, lyrics extracted, melody and content assimilated into consciousness. Song You Are Not Alone output completed. Incomplete melody remains insufficient. In my memory, the world-renowned song You Are Not Alone, performed by the legendary Michael Jackson, surfaced. A portion remains incomplete, specifically the second cycle of the chorus, suggesting that a single rendition might suffice to mask the deficiency. The academic excellence system is not merely focused on anime-related matters, but rather on solutions faced during adversity. The existence of these incomplete elements signifies the need for personal creativity and modification. Though it may be somewhat disrespectful to the original work, it ultimately reflects a form of reverence. Regardless of whether through cover versions or other modifications, the essence of a song is to be shared and acknowledged by others. Just like in anime, many individuals fail to recognize its inherent charm, dismissing it as mere children's entertainment, when in reality it is filled with profound meaning and intrigue. Thus, let's begin. Chapter 10. Competing in the tournament, the ultimate victor. As the sun rises, its first rays cascade down from the peak of the mountain behind the school, warming the ground as they pierce through the leaves and spatial barriers, illuminating the playground of East High. There, a cacophony of voices fills the air, with students and visitors bustling from the entrance all the way to the field. Today marks the day of the exchange event. To save time, the opening ceremony is rather straightforward, officially commencing after a brief announcement from the school's administration. Throughout the campus, various booths are set up, predominantly organized by clubs aiming to attract attention, while others are unable to afford such extravagant promotional activities due to financial constraints. In a shadowy corner of the corridor, hidden around a bend, Sayo sits on a bench, observing the students and seniors passing by, eagerly anticipating their participation. Though school has been in session for some time now, there remains a possibility that some students without a club may choose to join, a possibility not entirely out of reach. Regardless, the current endeavor is aimed at laying the groundwork for future club activities. A club can be formed with just 3 members, but recognition requires a minimum of 5 participants. Otherwise, it remains at a disadvantage within the school. Moreover, This exchange event not only seeks to recruit members, but also demands that we secure the top position in the overall club rankings, adding another layer of pressure. Hey, get it together. Are you really not worried about the club being dissolved? The urgency is palpable, yet the club performances are scheduled to take place in the gymnasium, and applications for these performances must be submitted in advance. My assigned performance time is at 6 o'clock, and there are still several hours to go. What's the rush? I can't help but feel that the organizing committee is being deliberately provocative. After all, a performance at 6 o'clock will only bore the already fatigued judges and entrepreneurs. While this is a valid concern, as long as the performance is captivating, such matters can be overlooked. Good things will inevitably attract attention. Like gold, they will shine. Even if no one witnesses that brilliance, it still holds significance. I fan Lin Xian, who sits beside me, while Hai Chung heads to the vending machine to buy orange juice and coffee after losing a game. Lin Xian, I recall that besides frequently practicing voice acting, you also learned other skills, correct? Other skills? She muses. I've certainly heard you spout plenty of otaku knowledge recently. Things like tsundere and dark-hearted characters. No, I meant you piano playing. Perhaps, with the aid of my academic prowess, I too could master the piano, but singing proves to be a challenge. So I hope for assistance. Hai Chung is only interested in girls, computers, and everyone else. He is not a reliable ally in this regard. Piano? I began learning it at a young age, but since entering high school, I've neglected it due to my voice acting commitments. However, I should still remember it well enough. This is my original piano score. Do you think you could memorize it in a few hours? Huh? Lin Xian gazes at the score in astonishment, her face etched with confusion. It's not just that she solved a complex math problem last time. Now, she is confronted with an original piano composition. This is decidedly unusual. Suppressing her surprise, she studies the score for a moment, noting the minor flaws, such as misplaced flat notes and incorrect semitone markings in D major. Yet, these are trivial errors that can be easily corrected with a quick review. But what do you intend to do? And how long have you been studying music? Naturally, I reply, resting my hand on my forehead. After a moment of contemplation, I respond, I plan to deliver a performance that will astonish the judges. What do you mean? Is this score intended for accompaniment? Are you planning to sing? Something along those lines. I rehearsed extensively last night, and while my vocal timbre varies, my grasp of the melody and sense of pitch are remarkably sharp, allowing me to fully master the lyrics. The only drawback is the lack of accompaniment. I could manage a solo, but with piano support, the effect would be exponentially enhanced. Music, after all, is the harmonious blend of voice and instruments that creates perfection. This revelation undoubtedly places immense pressure on Lin Xian. Placing my hands on her shoulders, I earnestly implore, I kindly ask that you accompany me during the competition. But, can I really do it? Stop fretting. Of course, I'll join you in this chaotic endeavor. Indeed, I appreciate your willingness. That is only natural, she retorts. However, now that we are teammates, your request brings me great joy. Is that so? I feel a wave of relief wash over me, while Lin Xian and I choose to disregard Hai Chung, who may be delayed by his flirtations. After several hours of practicing the piano accompaniment, Lin Xian stands beside me, visibly anxious. Noticing her unease, I take her left hand in mine, offering a reassuring smile. Just give it your all. I'll handle the rest. I'm not doing this for you. She wrenches her hand free, her cheeks flushed. Nice. This is the epitome of a perfect tsundere character. Now, please welcome Misai Game Enthusiast Club to the stage for a performance featuring piano accompaniment titled An English Song Called You Are Not Alone. An English song? Isn't that a bit overreaching? This is absurd. Everyone, judges, entrepreneurs, and even students, seem skeptical about our final performance. As we take the stage, scattered applause erupts. But I pay little heed. I grasp the microphone, exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Xian, and we nod in agreement. Then, her fingers dance gracefully over the black and white keys, unleashing a beautiful melody that begins to soar. Another day has gone. My voice resonates, clear yet profound. I'm still all alone. How could this be? You're not here with me. You never said goodbye. The sincere piano melody intertwines with my voice, akin to a crystal-clear stream cascading down a mountainside, splashing against the surface and creating ripples as the stirring music flows smoothly, revealing tender emotions. The song reverberates throughout the gymnasium, stirring heartbeats and vibrating eardrums, gently caressing pulses. Our hands sway in rhythm with the melody, filling the space with an enchanting juxtaposition of silence and noise. Then, the most exhilarating chorus arrives, as if sunlight merges with memories of family, past warmth enveloping us. But you are not alone, for I am here with you. Though we're far apart, you're always in my heart, but you are not alone. You will not be alone. You will not be alone. The melodious notes continue to linger, and in the next moment, the once quiet audience erupts into thunderous applause. Everyone rising to their feet. The girls blush, while the boys enthusiastically clap, their excitement palpable. A piano, a singer, and a simple yet melodious tune filled the air with warmth and sincerity, undoubtedly captivating everyone present. The first place, perhaps, had already been decided at this moment. Chapter 11. The Underdog's Voice. It was an exhilarating time as I served as the host for the Donggao Exchange Club competition. Now, I shall announce the comprehensive scoring rankings of the Donggao Exchange Clubs. Standing on stage, dressed in the attire of a master of ceremonies, a man held his script and cue cards, swiftly scanning the content before him. The comprehensive scores were determined by the contributions, roles, and numbers of the clubs, combined with the evaluation of their performances, indicating that clubs like the left and right had little chance of success. The reasoning behind this was not solely due to their smaller membership compared to larger, more established clubs. Even the existence of such hobby clubs was marginalized by the school, leaving them unlikely to achieve exemplary results. Whispers filled the audience, as two individuals on the far left of the contestants' line stood out, President S and member Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was slightly flushed from her recent piano performance, yet she radiated excitement. S, was that English song you sang your own creation? It was incredible. Both the lyrics and melody were flawless, but perhaps it lacked a second refrain? Indeed, S replied, I merely wish to win and ensure the club continuity. After all, it was something the three of us built together. He aspired to protect the club while also hoping to leverage it to break into the Japanese anime industry and create a sensation. If he were to be easily defeated here, his journey would come to a standstill. Utilizing this renowned song for the competition was merely a tactic. S did not intend for it to become his main focus, as he had plans for merchandise production and new storylines for Fate Stay Night, leaving no room for wasted time. Despite the commotion, the host's voice remained loud and clear, and S felt the gaze of many male and female classmates upon him. The attention from the males, in particular, evoked a sense of unease. The results are in, and I believe all of you have a general idea of who will emerge victorious and who will finish at the bottom, the host remarked, glancing once more at his script, the rankings firmly etched in his mind. He first raised the microphone with his right hand, gesturing towards the team beside S. The penultimate performance before them, the Donggao Dance Club. The young women, adorned in short skirts and colored ribbons, showcased their developing figures with grace. The third place was awarded to the Donggao Dance Club. Their exquisite performance captivated both the audience and judges alike, their elegant movements deserving of full marks, marking them as future stars of the stage. Applause erupted as the members saluted in unison. Now, let Principal Kamamura from Donggao present the certificate to them. As a symbol of the club's honor, such accolades were indispensable. The principal walked onto the stage, handed the certificate to the dance club's leader, and waved at the other students with a beaming smile. Next came the second-place winner, the Classical Music Club. Their resonant music and deeply moving melodies spoke volumes about their prowess. Led by the president of the Donggao Student Council, the Classical Music Club also received a certificate of recognition. S recalled their performance of Beethoven's E-flat Major Symphony No. 3, the Eroica, which showcased a remarkable synergy among the ensemble, with the trumpets and violins blending seamlessly, revealing a touch of joy amidst their steadiness. But who would claim the first place? With the second and third positions announced, the anticipation for the top spot lingered. S, not one to boast, believed it belonged to his club, the Game Enthusiast Club. The host paused for effect before declaring, and the first place in the comprehensive scoring of the Donggao Exchange Clubs goes to a team that isn't even an official club, merely a hobby group, the Game Enthusiast Club, who triumphed through their musical prowess. Cheers and whistles erupted, transforming the audience into a fervent sea of enthusiasm, turning the stage into a singular platform for the Game Enthusiast Club. S and Lin Xian were pulled to the forefront, accepting the certificate from the principal, who bore a slightly sinister grin. You did it, S. Thank you, Principal, S replied, their hands clasped together, exchanging triumphant smiles. Now, If the champions would kindly release hands and share a few words, the host interjected, handing the microphone to S. Looking at Lin Xian, she turned her face away, conveying a sense of disinterest in the spotlight. Our success was merely a stroke of luck, but the Game Enthusiast Club will continue to strive forward. And let's sing again. Yes, let's do it again and hear that song. You are not alone, the divine song of my heart. I will protect S's back. Encore, encore, encore. It seemed a crisis of decorum had just been hinted at. S raised the volume, but before he could speak, the principal interjected. Do you think this is a concert? Students, please do not disturb the spectators as they continue to watch the competition and performances. This evaluation has concluded, and the Game Enthusiast Club certainly delivered an exceptional performance. Thus, under the principal's firm insistence, the farce came to an end. Yet, the impact of S's song did not cease. Many students, even after a single listen, began to hum along. As S and Lin Xian made their way back to the club with their certificates, they were intercepted by several young men dressed in suits. Lin Xian, puzzled, slightly moved behind S to observe them. There's no need to worry. I am Kurizawa, an external manager from Sony Music Entertainment. I would like to discuss something with you. Discuss? S had already surmised the man's intent. He presented his business card with a beaming smile. Regarding the song you performed earlier, You're Not Alone, our company wishes to negotiate a contract for acquisition, offering 2 million yen. What do you think? 2 million? Lin Xian gasped, only to be gently scolded by S. Stepping forward, he accepted the man's card with a smile. This was both an opportunity and a complication. Let me think it over, but the likelihood is low. Subsequently, S grasped Lin Xian's hand, pushing past the other music company representatives as they departed swiftly. Chapter 12. The creation of figurines and a forum with 300,000 members. Not being an anime viewer, one remains oblivious to the excitement and fervor that accompanies the transformation of a loser into a hero. Not being an anime viewer, one remains unaware of the significance behind the wishes of childhood sweethearts and spirits. Not being an anime viewer, one cannot fathom the strength of a seemingly useless, sweet-toothed Uncle Soul. Not being an anime viewer, one misses out on the heartfelt cheers that resonate when a basketball swishes through the net. In neglecting anime, one loses much, sacrificing numerous emotions in a world rife with competition and pressure. What, then, can truly achieve such heights? Many live amidst a restless society, and prior to witnessing the peculiar, the remarkable, and the exhilarating, they shall not find solace. In essence, works, be they articles, films, or novels, filled with various points of exhilaration are the favorites of contemporary individuals. If that is the case, they might seek excitement within the mundanity of life, yearning to discover a different world. Thus, this game provides a platform for such individuals, allowing them to immerse themselves in a realm of fantasy. A world conveyed through words and illustrations that can resonate with every person who encounters it. Frankly, for SU, Fate Stay Night is not merely a game targeted at a male audience. Even women can engage with it and delve deeply into its narrative. What Fate Stay Night expresses transcends mere combat and fantasy. It embodies the subversive essence of Fate Night. The choices made by players will alter the trajectory of the storyline, leading various characters to divergent futures and multiple endings. Consequently, these narratives and experiences feel as though they are intimately personal. Fate is not dictated by others, but rather lies firmly within one's own grasp. The brilliance of victory and the majestic stance of the King of Heroes unfurl the age-old tales and battles within Fuyuki City, where thrilling plots and richly developed characters serve as the primary allure for players. Today marks the official sale of Fate Stay Night, commencing the actual shipment following the online pre-orders. The dispatch is scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving approximately 4 hours until that time. And once more, the 3 members of the Game Enthusiast Club have gathered. As the president, SU is diligently filling in the gaps of the saber figurine. They are collaboratively crafting, smoothing out every minute crevice. Not long ago, Nasu Takashi called to inform him that Fate Stay Night would soon be available for sale, promising to report back on the actual shipping volume and profits. A testament to their mutual trust. By the way, has SU received any calls from that individual named Hayami Kiri since that day? He has received several, all urging him to sign a contract with their music company, primarily focused on that song You Are Not Alone. Their intentions are quite clear to him. Taking out sandpaper, he gently polished the surface of the figurine, adjusting saber's orientation, meticulously working between the figure's legs. Meanwhile, Haicheng, engrossed in his computer, recounted the events of that day. And although he had never personally heard SU sing, the attention from Sony Music Entertainment suggested considerable talent. Therefore, Haicheng was perplexed as to why SU had not acquiesced to their offer. President, don't you wish to secure funding for club activities post-signing? Don't jest. I have no desire to become an artist. Without that commitment, signing a contract of servitude would be sheer folly. Besides, isn't the money we need about to come in? Both understood that SU was referring to the profits from the sale of Fate Stay Night, which indeed represented a substantial influx of funds for their club. Furthermore, following their victory at the last exchange meeting, Principal Uemura had no face left to trouble them, easing their burdens considerably. Placing the figurine before him, SU nodded in satisfaction at the fully formed King of Knights. SU was responsible for the model sculpting, while Haicheng, through his computer, provided proportional corrections before informing SU of the adjustments, with Lin Xian responsible for painting the model. The final step was painting, and as SU entrusted the figurine to Lin Xian, she nervously swallowed, a hint of anxiety evident. It's all right, Lin Xian. If it doesn't turn out well, we can always use the special solvent to wipe it off. There's no need to worry. I know, but just thinking that this figurine will be the only prize for the lottery makes me a bit excited. This was due to Nasu Takashi's announcement of SU's intention to craft the figurine, which he had subsequently shared online. The post's title read, "The main creator of Fate Stay Night personally crafts the first King of Knights figurine. Purchasers may have the chance to win." Consequently, it seemed the subscription numbers surged to new heights. The main creator? SU chuckled at the thought, just as he heard Haicheng's voice calling out. He gestured to the two, pointing at his laptop. "Come quick, you won't believe what I found." Why does that sound like an NPC from an RPG? SU and Lin Xian approached, peering at the screen displaying a forum page created by a user, aptly named Fate Night. The posts within the forum were centered around Fate Stay Night, with numerous registered members sharing their insights and experiences regarding the game, as well as their favorite characters. Naturally, the most popular threads revolved around support for Saber and the King of Heroes, both characters evidently boasting immense popularity among players. The King of Knights and Gilgamesh certainly seem to garner fame wherever they go. Haicheng, furiously typing, discovered that the forum was established on the very day the game was released. The forum administrator, under the username Horizon, had seen membership numbers soar beyond 300,000 within less than a week. Given this momentum, further growth appeared inevitable. As the forum moderator, Horizon had published numerous posts, with the pinned post detailing his understanding of Fate Night and praising the characters' tumultuous destinies and their rebellion against fate. SU glanced at Haicheng's open post, which contained several intriguing insights. It was remarkable how a text-based adventure game had achieved such popularity. Perhaps it was to be expected. Facing a forum with over 300,000 members, future sequels and developments should proceed smoothly. Aside from the moderator's posts, others speculated about the game development team, with some believing a gaming mogul was masquerading as a novice, while others suspected a seasoned otaku group was behind it, and still others theorized it might be Type Moon's own marketing ploy. Additionally, many players seemed eager to win the first figurine of the King of Knights. One post detailed a player who had purchased 100 sets solely to increase his chances of winning, suggesting a few affluent individuals were among the participants. Who would have thought we would have our moment of fame? Lin Xian exclaimed, diving back in her work, while Haicheng closed the webpage to focus on programming other software, giving SU a pat on the shoulder. "President, this is all thanks to your efforts." Of course, SU affirmed, feeling quite pleased with their achievements. With the first installment of Fate Stay Night complete, it was time to strategize for the sequel. Seizing the moment while the iron is hot is indeed the mark of a wise individual. Chapter 13. The one day of the academic prodigy. Does one truly require a reason to love something? Or must one possess a justification to take action? Many would provide varied responses to this inquiry. For the individual known as my Harakumi, the answer is that affection does not necessitate rationale. Wherever my sword may reach, that is the place I shall protect. The aspirations of the past and the goals of the present shall be declared by this sword. I shall demonstrate my strength. Within the Academy's library, the renowned figure known for her exceptional grades, athletic prowess, and striking appearance, my Harakumi, was engrossed in a game on her handheld simulator. Should others catch sight of this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. People often harbor expectations of others, as such expectations offer a form of psychological solace and stability, allowing them to affirm their perspectives through the efforts of others. If that individual fails to meet such expectations, they're often met with disdain, ridicule, and unfounded scorn. A radiant star shines brightly on the surface, yet the arduous struggles hidden behind them remain unknown to the average person. The burdens imposed by these challenges are the destiny of the exceptional. Fate, it seems, has long been predetermined by a divine being, rendering the current path potentially unchangeable, a set course. Even if dreams require a left turn to be realized, should destiny dictate a right turn, there exists no means to reverse it. On the path ahead, one must bear misfortunes, expectations, and opinions from various quarters, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Despite feeling immensely heavy, one cannot utter a cry for help. They must silently endure. This is the path chosen by the individual, as well as the one prescribed by the divine. To resist it, one might proclaim, seize the sword, shatter the enemy's shield, sever the foe's spear, strive for victory. Within the simulation on the device held by Kumi Mahara, a golden-haired knight maiden brandishes a sword that heralds triumph, cleaving through the surrounding darkness and the bodies of adversaries. Witnessing this scene, Kumi's clear eyes gleam with envy and astonishment. The envy stems from the bravery and fearlessness of this knightly figure, bold enough to challenge her own fate, seeking to exchange victory for a chance to alter the past. The astonishment arises from the knight's unwavering resolve in the face of destiny, displaying both decisiveness and certainty. Such feats are beyond Kumi's reach. She lacks even the courage to oppose fate, finding solace only within the confines of this text-based adventure game. Currently, she is playing a demo version of a game titled Fate Stay Night. While the plot may seem somewhat rudimentary, its underlying philosophy and spirit, coupled with its eye-catching premise, captivated Kumi's attention. She was not originally a gamer. Her interest was piqued merely by a promotional advertisement for a gaming competition she stumbled upon while researching. This game, hosted by the game development company Type Moon, won the grand prize at the gaming competition, swiftly becoming a hot topic within the gaming community. Initially indifferent to such matters, Kumi found herself intrigued upon encountering the word fate. Fate, life, path. These concepts rendered her unable to simply click away. Thus, she engaged in an online trial, and unexpectedly, the once studious girl became enraptured by the game. By immersing herself in the gaming world and making choices, she unveiled different narratives and destinies before her eyes. The adventures experienced and battles fought were vividly etched in her mind through mere text and imagery. This three-dimensional imagination facilitated a deeper gaming experience, and Kumi held a certain confidence in her imaginative capabilities, having mentally rehearsed the plot-s events. Their battles, their conversations, and a conveyed aura of nobility and defiance against fate all left an indelible impression on her. Once one develops a fondness for something, they may find themselves transformed in ways they had not anticipated. The inescapable fate and the means to alter such circumstances may lie within one's grasp. Thus, Kumi became a fervent fan of Fate Stay Night. Beyond purchasing a legitimate copy of the game online, she established a forum. Adopting the pseudonym Horizon, Kumi naturally became the forum's moderator. Within a single night, the Fate Night forum garnered an overwhelming influx of membership applications, exceeding 100,000 almost instantaneously. While maintaining the forum's decorum, Kumi also engaged in discussions and debates, finding these activities quite enjoyable. An exhilarating sensation flooded her being, as if her previously constrained existence was now liberated, akin to swimming freely in the ocean. However, this is a secret known only to the studious girl, for should others discover that the top student indulges in a text-based adventure game, it might tarnish her reputation and yield negative consequences. Her father, a board member of a prominent company, does not tolerate the existence of failures. Only victors capture his attention, while everything else is disregarded. Consequently, Kumi was raised in such an environment, striving for her father's expectations and studying according to his plans, harboring dreams that felt indistinguishable from a lack thereof. While playing the game, Kumi recalled her earlier thoughts. During a battle, a man's silhouette appeared in the transitional scenes, clad in the familiar red suit she had seen on previous occasions. He possessed a tall stature, and his movements and expressions were etched in her memory. Behind him lay a backdrop of a grand bridge and riverside, along with a cluster of residential houses, indicating that this man, Tosaka Tokiomi, was in close proximity to Saber, ready to strike at any moment. Henceforth, the plot would likely revolve around these characters. Kyumi had a penchant for deduction, which was another of her secrets. Due to her personality and interests, she often scoured the internet for missing persons notices and detective puzzles, analyzing the provided information to deduce the final outcome. Through regular practice, her acuity had sharpened significantly. Faced with a version of herself that diverged from the norm, would she be accepted by others? The individuals admired by her classmates were immensely popular, regarded as stars within the school. Kyumi, seen by her peers as a princess, was not the same girl who played games and reveled in deduction. Lifting her gaze, Kyumi observed the azure sky outside from her seat. It was Saturday, and she arrived at the academy not for academic pursuits, but for voice acting training and library organization. Unlike other institutions, the vast library occupying the eastern playground of TK was open to the public, necessitating her presence as a library assistant, even during holidays. The clock read 12, and her voice acting practice was scheduled for 2 o'clock, granting her approximately 4 hours to replay the game. The lingering sensation and excitement within her remained unresolved. Upon concluding the game, she carefully stowed the console in her bag, ensuring it remained unseen, before commencing the organization of the books before her. How she longed to meet the creators of the game. The voice of the studious girl, Kyumi, was instantly engulfed by the cacophony of cicadas, reminiscent of crashing waves. Chapter 14. The Forum's Turbulent Discourse. Where there is fortune, misfortune is sure to follow. If one's life were perpetually smooth sailing, that would indeed be the most abnormal of circumstances. However, before confronting such a situation at the family diner near the academy, the trio from the Gaming Enthusiast Club gathered around a round table, enjoying their lunch, each having ordered different sets. Sayu opted for duck fried rice, while Kaisei chose a pizza, intending to consume it all by himself. Lin Xian, in contrast, settled for a small hamburger and a glass of orange juice. The three had come here to dine, not only due to the time gap before the sale, but also because Sayu intended to discuss future plans with the others. Fate Stay Night is indeed experiencing tremendous success, yet if a sequel fails to match the excellence of its predecessor, it could lead not only to a decline in popularity, but also adversely affect future developments. With the momentum of a willow tree bending in the wind, we can overcome anything, Kaisei remarked, fiddling with his computer as he shared his thoughts, believing that with effort, anything is achievable. For instance, one could strive valiantly to defeat the local delinquents and ascend to the status of their boss. Do not treat the culture of gaming as mere mockery. President, in truth, my eyes possess the ability to perceive the essence of death, receiving this intangible concept through visual stimuli. As for the mystic eyes of death perception, they would not manifest in someone like you. Speaking of which, I have a fondness for that game. I downloaded it back when I was purchasing a computer. Haiqing pressed the enter key and began debugging the search software he had crafted. Although he appeared to be a rather dashing delinquent, he possessed remarkable insights and skills when it came to computers. For instance, he was responsible for programming and creating the event triggers and animated sequences in Fate Stay Night. Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Xian, who had been tidying her hair that had been tousled by the wind, joined in. With a childlike enthusiasm, she clapped her hands on the table and adopted a slightly more cheerful tone. I too have heard of the mystic eyes of death perception. I recall it as the ability of the protagonist, Shiki Tano, from Tsukihime. It is considered one of the 3 great marvels of the Japanese doujin game scene, alongside Toho Project and Higurashi When They Cry. In this world, some renowned elements are absent, while others exist. Through my investigations over the past few years, it has become evident that in the parallel world I inhabit, certain aspects are limited to merely 1/3 of what they were in the original world. This implies that Sayu possesses the capability to create the remaining 2/3 of miracles. Thus far, Haiqing and Lin Xian have undergone a sort of brainwashing by Sayu, not only acquiring a wealth of relevant knowledge, but also embracing a considerable amount of otaku culture. They bore no disdain for it. In fact, they once attended a cinema screening of Spirited Away together, shedding tears in unison. Understanding otaku culture is not an overnight endeavor. In this current era, otaku are largely misunderstood, even in a country where such culture is most vibrant and robust. After the waiter brought their orders to the table, Sayu resumed the conversation initiated by Lin Xian. Tsukihime has garnered attention for its unique worldview and intricate narrative, becoming the masterpiece of Type Moon. the organizer of our game competition. The story's convoluted beginnings, combined with a plethora of charming female characters, complex and poignant interpersonal relationships, and a distinctive perspective on love and sexuality, allows players to indulge in a rich tapestry of fantasy, mystery, combat, and romance. It is indeed remarkable how a club brimming with talent distinguishes itself. While they may excel, we must not falter, and the reason for the president summoning us together this time is surely to discuss matters concerning a sequel to Fate's Stay Night. This revelation momentarily stunned the two. As Lin Xian picked up her hamburger, she inquired, "So soon? If the sequel is produced too hastily, might it not compromise the quality of the work? We are but 3, and already it is quite exhausting." While her concerns were valid, this endeavor was not about creating a visual novel, but rather a fighting game. A fighting game? Upon hearing this, Haiqing immediately styled his bangs upwards, adopting a fierce demeanor. Like the king of fighters 97, an arcade brawler? FTG. Indeed, it can also be played on PS2 or PSP platforms. As for the name, I have already decided. What remains is the programming and planning, step by step. Truly impressive, President. Haiqing expressed his admiration earnestly. Suddenly, Lin Xian clapped her hands and pointed at Sayu, exclaiming, "Fate's Stay Night offers a plethora of engaging and intriguing elements. Setting aside how Sayu managed to create it, I find myself utterly perplexed by the singing performance from last time. Do you harbor any secrets from us? Do not judge me by my appearance. I am quite the diligent learner," Sayu retorted playfully. "You're merely a mediocre student." Being chastised by 2 aspiring scholars was indeed somewhat disheartening. "No way, no way, no way." The inner self mimicked a Tsundere warrior's tone, exclaiming in exasperation, as Sayu decided to address Lin Xian's inquiry. "As long as there is sincerity, even a lie can suffice, correct? Before my traversal, I had read numerous novels, yet none presented such a scene. The friends of the protagonist often questioned how he suddenly became so astute and accomplished. What could be the reason, the rationale, and the intentions behind it? In that moment, an answer dawned upon Sayu. "Actually, I come from the future. Haiqing, could you spare me a slice of pizza? You little rascal. Hand over your hamburger. You devour it in one bite. You foolish delinquent. Do not ignore me." Sayu's call was met with 2 incredulous stares, as if to say, "Are you being serious?" "Forget it." Lin Xian waved her hand dismissively. "This is of little importance. What truly matters is what lies ahead. Our game is on the verge of a genuine release. Regarding the very first figurine we crafted, who shall be the fortunate recipient? It's a matter of luck," Sayu replied, devouring a piece of duck breast. At that moment, Haiqing suddenly halted his hand mid-reach for the pizza, his brow furrowing deeply. "What is it, Haiqing?" Hearing the calls from both sides, he swallowed the pizza slice he had just picked up. "Earlier, while idly browsing a newly established forum called Fate Night, I encountered some troublesome news." "What news?" Sayu inquired. "Our game has been reported as a case of plagiarism." "How could this be?" Sayu mused. "I conducted thorough research prior to the development. Fate's Stay Night does not even exist in this world. Why would it be labeled as a copy? If my suspicions are correct, this wave of criticism is likely the handiwork of someone with ulterior motives." Chapter 15. The Forum Battle. In this world, there exists war, murder, destruction, hatred, ugliness, theft, assault, lies, deceit, and a myriad of negative elements, and debate is among them. Divergent perspectives on a single issue lead to misunderstandings, creating conflicts that escalate into contentious discussions. Much like the reception of a highly regarded anime, if one fails to grasp its significance or harbors a distaste for its content, it is only natural to feel aversion and disdain, making it impossible to appreciate what is hailed as a masterpiece. However, for those who cherish that work and dedicate considerable time to it, it becomes a masterpiece, an opus that propels them forward. An animation, a game, a song. A novel need not possess profound meaning or philosophical depth. They simply must avoid banality. To put it plainly, if it is mundane, you have already lost. Consider Fate's Stay Night. Its narrative does not merely aim to showcase the thrill of combat, nor does it rely on poignant dialogue between characters. Instead, it elucidates the reversible nature of fate through the tales of magicians. Just as its title, Fate's Stay Night, suggests, even the most dismal fate can transform overnight, leading to a renewed existence. Their battles are not solely about vanquishing others for the glory of victory. More profoundly, They seek to alter their past destinies and seize new futures. Therefore, Fate's Day Night is anything but trivial. Those who comprehend it may find themselves immersed in such a world, reminiscing and seeking their own holy grail in the realm of reality. However, it is somewhat surprising that such a work has been labeled as plagiarism. Zhuyu indeed drew upon knowledge of this game from another realm. However, in this world, the game Fate's Day Night does not exist. Thus, theoretically, it cannot be considered plagiarism. Resting his chin on the back of his hand in contemplation, Zhuyu shifted his body next to Haicheng. This was a four-person dining table, so by merely moving to the right, he could position himself directly opposite Lin Xian, beside Haicheng. Fixating his gaze on his laptop, the forum for Fate's Day Night had suddenly become a frenzy after the plagiarism post was published. The poster's ID was Drave, which, when transliterated, resembled the word devil. The content of Drave, this post was a critique of the supposed plagiarism of Fate's Day Night. Fate's Day Night is undoubtedly plagiarized. Its plot and certain character designs have directly borrowed from the role-playing game Epic of Fate, released in 1990, which also unfold from the perspective of King Arthur, featuring battles with various heroes, including Alexander and Gilgamesh. This assertion about the so-called Epic of Fate was something Zhuyu had never heard of, confirming that it was indeed a game from this world. It was a miscalculation. Zhuyu believed that being a transmigrator granted him the freedom to exploit the system. Yet the reality of rising to prominence after crossing over was no simple endeavor. This world undeniably lacked the legendary masterpieces, acclaimed films, and anime known in his original world. However, it was plausible that similar plots existed within certain anime and games. If that were the case, the accusation of plagiarism would be somewhat understandable. This was the drawback of transmigration, an unsolvable dilemma. Each act of creation could potentially overlap with something from this world. Upon encountering this post, the three members of the Gaming Enthusiast Club could not conceive a solution, especially since the opposing party had presented evidence that was irrefutable. It was imperative to address the issue. If left unresolved, it would undoubtedly impact the upcoming game's sales. As long as the product had not been shipped, there was a possibility for cancellations, and even if the goods were received, cancellations could still occur. The demo version contained only 2 plots and the main storyline, while the full version encompassed all main plots and choices, making its allure and popularity unlikely to suffer too greatly. Nonetheless, a decline was inevitable. Public opinion could elevate a name or render it obscure. Had Zhuyu devised a plan? If things continued as they were, the number of pre-orders might begin to dwindle, especially with skeptics in the mix. Indeed, Lin Xian was correct. Did the president have any strategies? I am not invincible, after all. While consuming fried rice, Zhuyu absent-mindedly tugged at his hair with his free hand. Perhaps the academic achiever system could be of assistance at this juncture, he thought, just as he heard a startled exclamation from Haicheng. He set down his pizza and pointed at the forum displayed on his laptop, saying, "Someone has retaliated." Retaliated? Upon hearing this, Zhuyu expressed his curiosity and leaned closer alongside Lin Xian. In addition to the plagiarism post by Drave, another member had published a counterpost. Upon seeing the ID, Zhuyu felt a sense of familiarity. It dawned on him that it belonged to the forum's administrator and founder, Horizon. Without a doubt, Horizon, as the forum's moderator, was launching a counterattack through his post. This member likely held a profound admiration for Fate's Day Night. Otherwise, he would not have established a forum dedicated to it. Drave's post was titled Analysis of the Plagiarism of Fate's Day Night, while Horizon's was named The Excellence of Fate's Day Night. With nearly 300,000 members in the forum, the responses to both posts rapidly surpassed 100, nearing 1,000. Compared to Drave, Horizon's post evidently garnered far greater popularity, not only due to his status as the moderator, but also because of the compelling arguments he presented. While Fate's Day Night may have indeed borrowed some elements from predecessors, it exhibited significant distinctions. This was not merely a comparison between visual novels and role-playing games, but rather differences in narrative and thematic content. Fate's Day Night possessed greater inspiration and innovation, introducing a new Holy Grail concept, a fresh master-servant dynamic, the inescapable fate intertwined with ancient spirits, and the aspirations of great heroes and mages seeking their ultimate ends. Regardless of the content, it was evidently more intriguing and meaningful than Epic of Fate. Our Fate's Day Night may have emerged from the foundations laid by predecessors, yet it cannot obscure its authentic brilliance. Do not we all have our own holy grail to pursue? This declaration had a decisive impact, prompting numerous members to respond in agreement. According to subsequent replies, many who initially had no intention of purchasing began to consider placing pre-orders. The battle on the forum ended without conflict, concluding simply with the supporters of Fate Stay Night emerging victorious. Observing this outcome, the three members of the Gaming Enthusiast Club felt a considerable sense of relief. Their efforts were not merely their passion, but also their debut work. After finishing lunch, Zuyu wiped his mouth with a napkin, still not fully recovered from the recent turmoil of public opinion. He was not concerned about the impending situation. Rather, he had suddenly developed an interest in the administrator who had established the Fate Stay Night Forum. Chapter 16. Resolving issues and deciding on the signing event. Has the game sale been halted? This was the conversations you had with Nasu Takashi, the representative of Type Moon, on the other end of the line after lunch. Walking along the street towards the station under the scorching sun, his tone seemed to radiate more enthusiasm than the blazing heat. Based on the earlier phone conversation, Zuyu felt some dissatisfaction with Type Moon's abrupt change of plans. After all, the revenue from Fate Stay Night would constitute his first pot of gold, and if it were to be abruptly cancelled, it would disrupt all subsequent schedules. Thus, Zuyu was not inclined to easily acquiesce to their decision. Dodging the crowd. As it was a holiday, numerous students were loitering about, a group of boys and girls laughing and chatting as they passed by. Were they about to commence their post-holiday tea time? Unless it involved 5 young ladies, Zuyu found little interest. Holding the phone, he approached the platform and glanced at the bus schedule beside him. The journey from Kitazawa Station to Kizuki Station took approximately 5 minutes. Being a national highway, it might even be quicker. This road led directly out of the city, passing through beaches and tunnels en route to Okinawa. While waiting on the platform, Zuyu responded to Nasu Takashi on the other end. Mr. Nasu, are you jesting? Since a contract was signed and a sales timeline established, altering plans at the last minute would not only inconvenience the purchasing players, but also create significant complications for logistics. What do you intend to do about those orders? Refund them all? Taking a firm stance, Zuyu was determined not to be belittled. The final confirmed pre-order quantity for Fate Stay Night was 280,000 copies. After accounting for unforeseen circumstances, approximately 25,000 copies remained, a figure that would undoubtedly secure the top spot within the year. The current Japanese doujin game market finds itself in a state of stagnation. Aside from Type Moon's past masterpiece Tsukihime, few noteworthy works have emerged, resulting in a decline in the industry. The distinction between game production and light novel adaptations lies perhaps in the way reputation influences performance. If a game garners a poor reputation, subsequent products are likely to suffer. However, if an anime adaptation of a light novel lacks popularity, it can still recover through voice actors and future releases, making it somewhat easier than in the gaming domain. Even if Sayu does not fully comprehend the subtle differences between the two, he grasps the general concepts. Regardless, he firmly believes that today must witness the sale of the game, embedding Fate Stay Night in the hearts of the audience to elevate its popularity. Harnessing this popularity, he aims to produce a sequel, a combat game, thus establishing a foundation for new sales. However, Sayu's ambitions extend beyond merely securing a foothold in the gaming industry. He intends to gradually infiltrate and navigate his desired path. Having arrived in this world, it is time for a transformation in the anime industry. Glancing at the bus schedule, he calculates that the next bus will arrive in 3 minutes, and he plans to take this opportunity to rest briefly. Please do not worry. We have a new project, and I sincerely apologize, but we will have to terminate this sales meeting. Is this a unilateral decision? As the contracting parties, we both hold a voice regarding Fate Stay Night, do we not? Indeed, but the sales are our responsibility. Your input is limited to opinions. Furthermore, please allow me to finish. The voice of Nasu Takahiro on the other end appeared to be searching for a retort, falling silent for approximately 5 seconds. Just as Sayu thought the call might be disconnected, he heard Nasu speak again. Have you seen a post in the forum called Fate Night? Regarding that, I indeed came across it. Then that simplifies matters. Nasu's tone noticeably elevated. No, his volume did not change. It was merely that Sayu perceived an increase, likely due to recognizing the validity of Nasu's statement. Many subconsciously notice that when there is a leader in the general populace, the body instinctively expresses agreement with the leader's decisions and words, a reflex rooted in humanity's subconscious acknowledgement of correctness. It is through this reflex that Sayu distinctly hears Nasu's words. In that forum, someone mentioned that your work, Fate Stay Night, is a derivative work. Our company has conducted an investigation and reached a conclusion that there are indeed some similarities. Do you also consider it plagiarism? If so, there is no need to continue this discussion. It seems you misunderstand. Nasu's voice on the other end genuinely increased in volume, causing a slight pain in Sayu's eardrum from the intensity. We greatly admire your work. Thus, terminating the contract is out of the question. Following that incident of alleged plagiarism, our pre-orders surged past the 300,000 mark, rising again to previous levels. The quantity has increased, so it seems public opinion has indeed played a role in this. Should I feel pleased? Of course. Nasu's voice softened considerably. Sayu's earlier suspicions were confirmed. Once the plagiarism issue is perfectly resolved and does not escalate, it will merely enhance the notoriety of Fate Stay Night. Thanks to the administrator, Horizon's support for Fate Stay Night, many players and ordinary members have developed an interest in exploring other storylines rather than just a mere demo. Thus, is it not rather foolish to cancel the sales? I would like to reiterate, why cancel the sales? It is quite simple. Due to the overwhelming number of sales, apart from a portion that will be distributed, all others will be canceled. The actual date will be moved to the day after tomorrow at noon. Oh, the day after tomorrow at noon? Indeed, the day after tomorrow at noon. Did I not just mention the substantial quantity? For this game, we intend to provide full support, so on that day, we will respond to the players' calls and hold a live signing event. A live signing event? You mean you'll go on site to sign and sell? Yes. I hope you will definitely attend. It would also allow us to meet Mr. Sayu. The tone of the speaker left no room for refusal while subtly implying a request. To hold a signing event so soon after debuting seems rather hasty. And according to Nasu, it is at the player's request? Is the popularity truly that high? Holding his phone, Sayu noticed the bus he was to board arriving, yet he chose not to get on. Initially intending to confront them directly, he did not anticipate the situation evolving into a signing event. Watching the exhaust fumes from the distant bus, Sayu rubbed his head after hanging up, deciding not to contemplate other matters. Since a decision had been made, he would attend the signing event. Chapter 17. The Signing Event Experience of the Disguised Academic Overachiever. A signing event is an activity where celebrities, authors, or notable figures sign their works, music albums, books, or other creations, for supporters in public settings, as per Wikipedia. However, even without consulting Wikipedia, one understands what a signing event entails, having studied various subjects and acquired diverse knowledge. Of course, for Mahara Kokomi personally, the signing event itself is not of paramount importance. What truly matters are the prominent figures present at the event. The scriptwriter and planner of Fate Stay Night, a game that has recently captivated countless players, will be in attendance for the signing activity. As one of the game's fans and the founder and administrator of the Fate Night Forum, Mahara Kokomi intends to personally attend and request a signature from the mysterious scriptwriter. However, this must be kept secret from her father and other family members, for which she has long prepared an escape route and a disguise. Standing before the dressing mirror, Mahara Kokomi changed out of her accustomed school sailor uniform, donning a beige long skirt and a white sun hat purchased by her mother, along with a pair of stylish sunglasses. After styling her hair up and removing her clothes, she was left in a pure white outfit adorned with lace, revealing a tall and somewhat bashful beauty among girls. Her long eyelashes framed sparkling large eyes, complemented by elegantly proportioned long arms and a delicately sculpted collarbone, all on display. Her fair skin appeared as if sculpted from cream, soft yet resilient. Her cherry red lips were slightly pursed, with the upward tilt of her eyes hinting at her pride. Gazing at her reflection, Mahara Kokomi let out a sigh, uncertain of the reason. Despite appearing flawless in the eyes of others, she knew that no amount of praise could genuinely bring her happiness. The burdens she carried and the distant dreams, now out of reach, made it challenging to breathe. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, she held the beige long skirt against herself, relieved to find it still fitting. Dressed in a flowing long skirt, with the zipper fastened, Kanzia Mohara let her hair cascade down, donning sunglasses and a sun hat, thus rendering herself unrecognizable. As she twirled, the skirt danced whimsically around her, and the cold facade she wore at school had seemingly shattered without her noticing. Stopping her slightly foolish antics, Kanzuya felt a twinge of embarrassment even in solitude. Had a servant witnessed her earlier behavior, She might have been mortified enough to hide in the restroom. Collecting her playful thoughts, Kazuya quietly opened her window. Outside, a rope was securely tied, reminiscent of those fashioned from bed sheets and films. Yet Kazuya had infused it with her own ingenuity. Once on the ground, she could simply tug on another rope to retrieve both, thereby concealing her escape. With both hands gripping the rope, she slowly descended, feeling a sense of relief wash over her only when her feet finally touched the ground. Exhausted, despite her robust stamina and the mere 6-meter drop. This was her first attempt, and the tension had morphed into a wearisome pressure. After descending, Kazuya promptly fled through the back door, hailing a taxi to KNG. This was the northern district of the city, and the ride would take approximately 5 minutes. The scenery outside grew increasingly unfamiliar, despite having some wealth at home. Kazuya seldom ventured out, constrained not only by her father's strict regulations, but also by other factors. However, that other factor had become insignificant in her current context. "Here we are, miss," the driver announced. "Thank you," Kazuya replied politely, paying and stepping out, inhaling the cool air. The square before her was teeming with people, akin to a queen bee urging her worker bees to gather for a meeting. The crowd was bustling and raucous, leaving Kazuya feeling slightly dizzy. As she leaned to the left, she was abruptly caught off guard. "Are you all right?" A stranger, a young man, had caught her, prompting Kazuya to apologize immediately. "I'm so sorry for the trouble. No witties, no witties. Hey, Lin Xian, wait for me. Hurry up, you fool, Haicheng." "Lin Xian? Haicheng?" Kazuya raised her head and recognized familiar faces. They were friends of the academic underperformer she despised, members of the gaming enthusiast club. Though reluctant, she did not display any disdain towards Haicheng, who had come to her aid. "Be careful. Summer heat can be taxing. It's best to keep something cool nearby. By the way, I know a great CAF. Would you like to join us afterwards?" "Ow, that hurt. Let us hurry before we're late." "Yes, yes." While Lin Xian waved goodbye, she dragged Kazuya along, leaving her at a loss for words. She had a few close friends, yet their conversations revolved around studies, black tea, flower arranging, and tea ceremonies, with no other commonalities. They neither joked nor engaged in playful banter, communicating solely with the utmost respect for one another. What was wrong with this? What was erroneous? Kazuya couldn't articulate what that error was. She was taught to greet friends, refrain from excessive actions, avoid profanity, speak softly, refrain from frivolous spending, harbor no hatred, and never intentionally lose, among other principles. Reflecting on these tenets, Kazuya entered the square. Facing the throng of thousands, she felt utterly helpless. A bespectacled young man handed her a sign reading, "End of the line," which she grasped tightly as she followed the queue. With only a minute until the signing event commenced, she was relieved not to wait long. Though the lengthy line made her fear there might not be any games left by the time it was her turn. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Her father, Kazuya Hiroto. Why was her ever-busy father, one of the executive vice presidents at Sony, standing in line behind her? Could it be that he, too, was a gaming enthusiast? No, she dismissed that notion. She was certain he cared only about company matters, indifferent to everything else. Her 10th birthday had passed with a mere happy birthday, devoid of any celebration. As an executive vice president, Kazuya Hiroto commanded immense respect for his contributions to the company, regarded as one of its most dynamic and influential leaders. Even in summer, he donned a suit and tie, appearing as though he were discussing business with another executive. What should she do? Should she return now? Kazuya pondered ways to evade her father's notice, ultimately concluding that the simplest solution was to remain concealed within the crowd and exit after the signing concluded. As she stood ahead of him, she could easily slip away. Yet, Kazuya couldn't shake the question of why her stern and serious father would attend a game launch event. Did he genuinely appreciate gaming? The likelihood was negligible. Beyond that, she could conceive of no other reason. Was he perhaps acting as a corporate investigator? Even if that were the case, the company would likely send ordinary employees to conduct such inquiries in summer, not a high-ranking executive like her father. After discarding all conceivable explanations, Kazuya realized she was left with none. The father she had always watched from afar, the one whose shadow she had chased, now stood just a few meters behind her. Life was indeed filled with myriad miracles, and her encounter with the game fate stay night, sneaking out of the house to attend a signing event, and unexpectedly running into her father were all part of a remarkable confluence of events. The once conservative Kazuya, who detested insincere individuals and harbored a hint of arrogance, had undergone significant transformation. Contemplating these changes, she noticed the Q had progressed closer to the author, indicating her imminent meeting with him. What would he be like? A portly middle-aged man? A bespectacled otaku? Or perhaps a young woman? As she speculated, Kazuya observed the line moving again. The bespectacled otaku ahead was shaking hands and conversing with the author, purchasing a game and receiving an autograph. After another handshake, he departed, and Kazuya stepped forward with a flutter of anticipation, fixing her gaze on the individual behind the table. Wait, huh? The sound of upbeat rock music erupted, freezing Kazuya's expression in disbelief. Miracles do exist in this world. Regardless of how improbable they may be, their occurrence is undeniable, and humanity's yearning for miracles is never misplaced. Just as believers seek redemption and students aspire for high scores, it is inevitable for ordinary individuals to hope for miracles, akin to an irresistible force. At times, even Kazuya found herself wishing upon a star. Despite knowing that shooting stars were merely meteors passing through the Earth's atmosphere, devoid of any genuine power to grant wishes, she still made her wishes. Just as she entrusted her hopes to that star, Kazuya would clasp her hands together, praying for her future to change. However, the anticipated miracle did not manifest. Instead, another unexpected and rather unpleasant miracle appeared. This was the first time that Meo Harakumi encountered such a miracle. Why? The question echoed in her mind. Why? Why was a slacker here? Chapter 18. The President's Unexpected Words. The Slacker's Idleness. Would you believe that a young man who maintained his virginity until the age of 20 could become an apprentice mage, and by 30, transform into a full-fledged sorcerer? Regrettably, I must inform you that I do not share such beliefs. After all, at the age of 20, I had no magical abilities whatsoever, and even as I approached 30, there was no sign of magical prowess. Zayu pondered trivial matters to alleviate his stress. Even after being reborn, he found himself slightly anxious in the face of hundreds of people. Since noon, he had been shaking hands and signing autographs, and now he felt his body growing numb. Many people were astonished to meet him, as they could not comprehend how someone so young could achieve such feats in gaming. However, as the adage goes, seeing is believing. After expressing their gratitude, they purchased signed copies of the game. The line was nearing its end, with over 900 copies sold, indicating that the signing event was about to conclude, allowing Zayu to finally rest. Meanwhile, Haiching and Linxian were assisting other staff members with the final preparations for the signing event. Thus, only Zayu and Nasu Takahiro remained at the signing table. Nasu had an air of an artistic scholar, yet when provoked, he displayed an uncanny ability to create remarkable disturbances, leaving many aspects of his character enigmatic. When they first met, Nasu, like other players, expressed surprise and admiration for the youthful Zayu. After exchanging a flurry of social niceties, they finally settled in to manage the signing event. However, Nasu had to step away to take a phone call, leaving Zayu alone to continue the signing. After bidding farewell to a bespectacled otaku, a young girl in a beige dress approached Zayu. She extended her hand, and Zayu, realizing it was not for a handshake, awkwardly withdrew his own. This action, however, did not deter her, and she exclaimed, what had transpired? Zayu cast a questioning glance at the girl, but her sunglasses and sun hat obscured her features. After a moment of deep breaths and a 30-second pause, she posed her question. Are you the scriptwriter and planner for Fate's Day Night? Yes, I am. What's the matter? How is that possible? She stammered. No, it's nothing. Noticing her fluster, Zayu smiled knowingly and signed the game box before handing it to her. You came here to buy this, right? Yes, she replied, seemingly acclimatizing to the situation as she accepted the game box with her fair hands. Seeing her relax, Zayu inquired, have we met before? Everyone says my face is quite ordinary, she replied dismissively. Zayu perceived her response as somewhat perfunctory, suspecting that her hidden beauty beneath the sun hat was quite charming, her delicate skin reinforcing this theory. Initially, her tone was somewhat peculiar, but after a brief conversation, it returned to a more standard, coherent manner, reminiscent of a top student at Donggao, who had momentarily switched personalities yet retained her knowledge. However, that top student would never engage in such amicable conversation, as she would likely glare at him upon first meeting. To such an exemplary student, A slacker who makes no effort must be infuriating, as they seem to undermine the diligent efforts of those who strive for success. The paths of such individuals would remain parallel, destined never to intersect. Yet, as a reincarnated individual, Zayu was not without his own capabilities. He now possessed the potential to surpass that top student. Fundamentally, Zayu considered himself a good person and refrained from extreme actions. He merely wished to experience the life he once missed and enjoy the delights that anime and games had to offer. After finishing the signing session and exchanging thanks with the girl, Zayu continued his work. However, this task was cut short. The fourth person to approach him was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his chiseled features framed by strands of gray hair. His serious gaze and imposing height of over 6 feet, instilling a sense of pressure upon Zayu. Could this man be a fan of his game? Initially, Zayu speculated, yet it became apparent that the man had little interest in the surrounding games, instead fixating his stare on Zayu. It is essential to clarify that Zayu had no inclination towards any romantic inclinations, particularly towards a middle-aged gentleman. Setting aside these thoughts, Zayu brightly took up the game box, signed it, and handed it over. To his surprise, the man accepted it with a light demeanor and expressed his gratitude. "What a nice fellow. May I make a request?" At that moment, Zayu heard the deep, resonant voice of the middle-aged man. If he were an ordinary girl, she might find such a man intriguing. Unfortunately, Zayu was a perfectly normal person. "What is it? May I have a hug?" This was unexpected. Feeling a sense of unease, Zayu thought perhaps he should have gathered 7 wet orbs to summon a sticky dragon and wish for something more inappropriate. Compared to the likes of Mr. Hijikata, who defeated Frisia to cultivate tobacco on Namek, Zayu felt utterly inadequate. As the host, fulfilling a guest's request was paramount, yet a voice echoed in his mind, Nasu's words. If it were a girl, it would be no issue, but given the request came from a middle-aged man, Zayu felt a measure of resistance. Ultimately, Zayu chose to acquiesce, viewing it as a gesture of gratitude towards a supporter. He leaned in for the embrace, and the man reciprocated. Then, in Zayu's ear, the man's deep voice resonated. "Kid, as a genius gamer, how does it feel to have crossed over?" "Huh, you mean a reincarnator? What are you talking about?" The man released his grip, frowning slightly as he faced Zayu. As a newcomer who had burst onto the scene with a single game, was it not akin to the reincarnators depicted in contemporary novels? That last comment, "Kid, as a genius gamer, what does it feel to have crossed over?" It turned out the man did not know Zayu's true identity, but was merely using an alternative phrasing. Given his doubts about Zayu's abilities, perhaps this middle-aged gentleman was akin to Urubura, hailing from another world. After expressing his thanks once more, the man departed briskly, leaving Zayu in a state of daze. Calming himself, Zayu recognized that panic was unwarranted. As long as he did not court disaster, he would be fine. Now was not the time for recklessness. He still had the chance to investigate further. Seated at the table once more, Zayu resumed signing, though his thoughts had already drifted far from the event. Chapter 19. Her Absolute Territory. The signing event concluded around 6 in the evening, and it was only after all tasks were completed that Zayu had the opportunity to leave the venue. Due to familial circumstances, Haicheng departed ahead of time. Left behind, Lin Xian had to rush back to school before Zayu completed his work, leaving Zayu alone at the scene. Approximately 1,000 copies were signed at the event, and all remaining games were sold out under the pretext of temporary sales. Combined with online orders, the total exceeded 250,000 copies. The initial funding was organized by Nasu Takahiro, while Zayu merely needed to prepare his bank card to receive the funds. The remarkable popularity of the Dojin game is likely to provoke significant reactions within the current gaming world. Perhaps this competition will rejuvenate the languishing Dojin production circles, inspiring them to continue creating outstanding works. Standing backstage, Zayu, after discussing certain matters regarding the signing event with Nasu Takahiro, let out a weary yawn. Citing discomfort, he decided to leave the venue, as it was uncertain what further demands might be placed upon him. Exiting backstage led him to a slope that descended toward a park. As dusk approached, the number of passers-by had not diminished. Rather, it had increased. The city, known as Yaima County, nestled close to Okinawa, boasted a pleasant climate and picturesque scenery. As an island city, it is quite common in Japan, yet for Zayu, who had previously lived inland, it was a refreshing experience. Many are drawn to new and fresh experiences, much like children who delight in exploring the unfamiliar. Zayu found himself enamored with this coastal city. While his own country has its share of wonderful locales, he mused that perhaps the ocean was the essence he truly sought, in contrast to the inland. The game Fate Stay Night had concluded production, and its sequel would gradually be released. It was time to embark on other endeavors. Descending the slope, Zayu recalled that this path would lead him through the park and eventually to the former station. Although he was generally content with his circumstances since arriving in this world, he harbored some concerns regarding recent events. Unlike other protagonists from novels, he encountered what might be another traveler from a different world. This introduced heightened competitive pressures, potentially leading to accusations of plagiarism, resulting in mutual ruin. In Zayu's view, having only one traveler was sufficient. True success lay in dominating other travelers. However, he deemed such scenarios unlikely. Despite sensing an intimidating aura from a certain older man, he did not perceive him as a fellow traveler. Their prior conversation indicated that the man's remarks stemmed from Zayu's actions, which resembled those of a traveler from another world, an adjective, not a noun. Furthermore, with the existence of multiple world lines, the likelihood of two individuals traversing to the same world was negligible. Nevertheless, the path ahead was evidently fraught with challenges. A life devoid of obstacles would undoubtedly be excessively dull. Zayu yearned for an equal with whom he could compete, envisioning the exhilaration of overcoming them. With that thought, he tilted his head upwards, gazing at the sky painted red by the setting sun. Was it possible to vanquish all other travelers besides himself? This too could serve as a solution to his current predicament. Life would not be devoid of hurdles, and Zayu would not anticipate a smooth journey. Retracting his gaze from the sky, Zayu focused on the path ahead, which led to a park. However, perhaps due to renovations, the park was sparsely populated, save for a group of rowdy youths. Suddenly, amidst the commotion, he spotted a familiar girl he had encountered before. He recalled her from the signing event. Clad in a beige dress and wearing a sun hat, three young men, appearing to be delinquents, were tugging at her right arm, loudly declaring, "Come play with us, classmate. Isn't it boring to be alone? We can go to fun places." It seemed she was enduring a rather tiresome advance. The girl wore a look of disdain, attempting to free herself, but her lack of strength hindered her efforts. Although Zayu typically abhorred trouble, he could not stand idly by in the face of injustice. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, approached the group of delinquents, and raised the device to his ear, speaking at a loud volume. "Hello, is this the police? It seems something is happening here. Yes, at Kogane Park, just below the three slopes. You bothersome little punk." Upon witnessing Zayu's call to the authorities, the three delinquents scowled and made their exit. Once their figures vanished around the corner, Zayu approached the girl, who was nearly kneeling on the ground, and extended his right hand, inquiring, "Can you stand?" "Thank you for your trouble." She hesitated slightly, but ultimately grasped Zayu's hand to rise. She gently dusted off her dress and expressed her gratitude. Concerned that the delinquents might return, Zayu asked, "Aren't you the person from today's signing event? Where are you headed now?" "To Kogane Station." "Me too. How about we go together? It will be more convenient for you." "Is that so?" The girl, Kawaii Kimi, seemed somewhat puzzled by Zayu's actions. Did he not realize she was Kawaii Kimi? After all, despite changing her attire, her tone and voice remained unchanged. Yet, upon reflection, she deemed his assumption reasonable. Their conversations at school had been limited, and most had involved Kimi disparaging Zayu, who would respond with a subdued smile and quiet retorts. The peculiar sight of two individuals who should not interact now walking home together was indeed strange. "Do you enjoy Fate Stay Night?" "Yes," Kawaii Kimi replied candidly. Her disdain was directed at Zayu, not the game itself. While this was not entirely forthright, it was certainly preferable to silence. Hearing her affirmation, Zayu felt a slight sense of superiority. It was a joy when someone appreciated what he loved. As they walked along the street, Zayu spoke softly. "The creation of this game wasn't solely my effort. Two others provided significant assistance as well. When it comes to dreams, the more people who work together, the happier it becomes, right? Is that so?" "I can't comprehend." Kawaii Kimi had always been alone. After her mother's passing, her father, who had not remarried, devoted all his energy to work, showing little concern for anything beyond it. She recognized that such an approach was, in fact, correct. A passion for one's work held no wrong connotation. However, if taken too far, it could transform into a failure. At home, everything had to adhere to strict rules. Meals and rest were governed by distinct regulations. Her father was correct yet stern, leaving no room for rebellion. Thus, Kawaii Kumi found herself unable to voice her desires, relegating them to mere fantasies. What is it that you appreciate about Fate's Stay Night? Why should I tell you? True, but as one of the creators, I am eager to hear players' perspectives and what Fate's Stay Night has imparted to them. Hope. Zaya was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Kawaii Kumi's mention of hope, which was neither a wish nor a longing, but rather hope itself. I am unlike you. You can freely pursue your dreams, and that is something I deeply envy. Isn't that attainable for everyone? Zaya merely wishes to express his profound affection for something. This is not a miraculous premise nor a fervent narrative. Zaya simply desires to act upon his inclinations. Yet, you are mistaken. It is precisely because you perch from a lofty vantage that you perceive your actions as utterly commonplace. Upon hearing the girl's vehement outburst, Zaya found himself at a loss for words. As he reflected, perhaps he truly did reside in an elevated position. Just as an emperor might regard gourmet delicacies as mere staples, Zaya considered his endeavors as entirely ordinary. In doing so, he overlooked those who are unfortunate, disregarding those who are unable to progress, obsessively crafting a realm of his own ideals. Would Haiching genuinely wish to assist him? Did Lin Xian harbor resentment towards him once more? Zaya realized that since his arrival in this world, he had forgotten many things, blinded by the system, perpetually believing himself to be a transmigrator or a success. In truth, this was the most abysmal mindset of all. He excelled in certain areas while failing in others, living a carefree existence. And it was this very demeanor that rendered him unlikable. Me? The girl's voice jolted Zaya from his reverie. Yes, you, Zaya. Do not continuously impose your ideals onto others. Do not presume that your thoughts mirror those of others. Some individuals bear burdens you could never fathom. As the wind picked up, her sun hat was whisked away, her long hair swirling and her skirt fluttering. The familiar visage and somewhat recognizable voice caused Zaya to widen his eyes. Mahara Kumi? The girl continued, because of me, aside from hating you, I am incapable of doing anything else. Chapter 20. The Life Investigation Plan and Akihabara. That is the gist of it. What do you think? Are you a gentleman? Are you a pervert? Are you a gentleman pervert? Don't say them all at once. On the train, the trio from the gamer club sat near the front with Haicheng, having put away his laptop, and the solemn Lin Xian casting incredulous looks at Zaya, clearly displaying expressions of disbelief. Although Zaya attempted to don the expression of the emotionless Rei Ayanami, he ultimately chose to relent, succumbing to a slight melancholy. Throughout the journey, Zaya recounted his encounter and conversation with the academic prodigy Mahara Kumi, and upon hearing his tale, both Haiching and Lin Xian expressed their unified discontent with his actions. The reason being, after that day when Mahara Kumi spoke those words to Zaya, she ran away with a defiant yet sorrowful expression. And he did not pursue her or call out to her. He opted instead to pause and reflect. Having lived several decades in his previous life, it seemed he still could not grasp the complexities of human nature, as they were rife with myriad emotions and thoughts, rendering them inscrutable. To Zaya's left, Haiching stroked his chin, vigorously tapping Zaya on the shoulder. You truly are a fool, President. The game's flag has already been raised, yet you have done nothing. At this juncture, what awaits you is undoubtedly a bad ending, much like Say's. How terrifying. Are you cursing me, you little brat? Besides, the flag has not been raised. My encounter with her was merely a serendipitous coincidence. The inevitable intertwining of fate and chance, two parallel lines seemingly connected by the influence of a game. Rather than dwell on this, Zaya contemplated visiting the shrine to pray for good fortune, wishing to rid himself of any misfortune, lest he find himself in a situation akin to Say's. However, Zaya harbored no perverse inclinations. Even if he wished for a harem scenario, it was improbable. Are you not planning to do anything? I am a girl too, and I somewhat understand Mahara's perspective. She likely harbors unfulfilled desires. Even if you say that, I know what I should do. Besides, that girl has already made it clear. She detests me. Doesn't that statement imply I can do nothing but hate you? It suggests that Mahara understands you, which is why she harbors animosity. Understanding leads to hatred? What a peculiar sentiment. If there is something to be said, it would be better to have a direct and honest dialogue. I do not wish to be perpetually viewed as an object of resentment. Zayu's previous life could hardly be described as blissful. The monotony of daily labor rendered him both mentally and physically weary. Only in his leisure time, while indulging in anime, could he find solace. The fervor of pirates, the passion of ninjas, the exhilaration of Shinigami. Yet alas, none of these could be found here. Not merely confined to anime, Zayu also delved into light novels. Whether it was the once popular Suzumiya Hirai or the still thriving A Certain Magical Index, these were among Zayu's readings. Some experiences can only be grasped within the realms of anime and novels. In the eyes of many, otaku are synonymous with obesity and social ineptitude, labels for those who are ensnared by the virtual world. Yet such notions are steeped in prejudice. The emotions, thrills, and profound philosophies that anime offers are immensely significant and fascinating, and only by immersing oneself can one truly appreciate their allure. For instance, one of Zayu's favored light novels, The Wild Boar Transformation, may not pique anyone's interest today. Its title is peculiar and seems uninviting, yet it is in fact quite engaging. This book, The Wild Boar Transformation, won the 41st Japan Literature Award for New Writers and was nominated for the prestigious 132nd Akutagawa Prize. As previously mentioned, those living in a restless society will not find peace without witnessing the bizarre. People crave the extraordinary, and readers yearn for stimulation. These are immutable truths. Thus, otaku may resemble the nearsighted, unable to perceive the distant, yet they strive to comprehend their surroundings and understand them. Some may argue that the consequence of nearsightedness is an inability to see beyond the immediate, leaving one lost in confusion. However, Zayu leans toward the former perspective. To cherish something is neither good nor bad. It ultimately depends on whether the admirer engages in righteous actions. Zayu remains perplexed as to what the academic prodigy wishes to convey to him. The only thing he comprehends is that Mihara Kumi both detests and understands him. I recall that Mihara's family background is somewhat different. Her mother passed away during her childhood, and her father is perpetually preoccupied with work. Though she shows no outward signs, many teachers quietly express concern for her. Is that so? She appears entirely unfazed, always presenting herself with an air of superiority. Perhaps that is a facade to conceal her true feelings. She likely does not wish anyone to witness her vulnerability, hence the mask of indifference. Given that, Haiching threw an arm around Zayu's shoulders. Isn't that academic prodigy a fan of yours? She is a fan of my game. That's not the crux of the matter. As long as she is a fan, that suffices. A little seasoning, a dash of affection, and some playful flirtation wouldn't hurt. In the end, you are the real pervert. The female form is the most delectable of delicacies, and by the way, my favorite flavor is chocolate. Such a food actually exists. A dish resembling a girl. How utterly bizarre. If the president were to indulge in a visual novel featuring beautiful girls, he would surely understand. I shall refrain from studying Drucker's management theories, but it will be wise to limit my time spent on visual novels. Regardless, what we need to do is embark on a life investigation plan for the academic prodigy. It feels akin to an existential discussion with an unappealing younger sister. On the other side, Lin Xian, who had remained indifferent to the conversation between the two, finally spoke up. Is this truly the brutal battlefield of my best buddy and the academic elite? Who would engage in such antics? Huh? Haicheng, taken aback, started to refute while cradling his laptop. Isn't it currently fashionable for the female protagonist to be pregnant, with scenes of previous heroines giving birth? So as long as there's love, indulging in such behavior isn't an issue, right? Enough already. Pushing aside Haicheng's playful embrace, Lin Xian delivered a light chop to him, while Zhuyu sighed. The train halted at the platform, and the trio descended, making their way onto the bustling street ahead. Before them lay a vibrant metropolis, enveloped by a forest of steel. Maidens distributing flyers, charming girls adorned with cat ears, an array of delightful merchandise, coupled with a lively atmosphere. This was a city overtaken by the two-dimensional, a world painted by ACG culture, the epicenter of otaku culture, Akihabara. Adjusting his prepared non-prescription glasses, Zhuyu nodded at the two behind him. Let us set forth and pursue our dreams. President, we're merely going shopping, right? Zhuyu was aware of the actual destination. Noticing the two's rather indifferent demeanor, he pointed to the road on the right and said, It's right there. Where exactly? You're all so foolish. That is undoubtedly the maid CAF. The shopping adventure in Akihabara was about to commence in earnest. Chapter 21. An office towering over Akihabara. For Zuiyu, what captivated him most in Akihabara was not the overwhelming array of light novels or the plethora of anime merchandise, but rather the two types of CAF South nestled in street corners or the Golden Guy District. The first, the quintessential maid CAF. The maid outfits donned by the girls were best characterized as simple and unadorned, primarily featuring white aprons embellished with frills paired with plain long dresses. The ensemble was completed with a maid headscarf. Aside from the frills and the bow tied at the back of the apron, along with a ribbon bow at the collar, there were no other decorations, devoid of any vibrant colors. Such maids epitomized the perfect ideal. Even the addition of cat ears and tails could not surpass this pure beauty. The second, the manga CAF. Compared to maid CAFS, it leaned more toward allowing patrons to leisurely read manga and watch DVDs in private rooms. While one could hire maidens to accompany them in reading, solitude in a room remained the most comfortable experience. Surrounded by shelves filled with manga and Blu-rays, alongside beloved borrowed reads, it provided a delightful reprieve from the bustling city. As the trio ambled down the streets of Akihabara, their spirits soared amidst the vibrant scenery infused with ACG culture. As the leader, Zuiyu sought out a CAF that caught his fancy. Just as he was about to take a step, Haiching seized him. "President, we still have matters to attend to. Even if we're heading to a CAF to meet girls, we should complete our tasks first." "What are you talking about, Haiching?" "This is precisely the time to seize the opportunity." Maid CAFs typically opened between 8 and 9, with some starting at noon. Both times coincided with peak hours in Akihabara, so any delay might result in a lack of available seats. However, the trio had not come to Akihabara for leisure. They were there for work. It had been previously mentioned that a sequel to Fate Stay Night was in the works, but unlike its predecessor, this sequel would be presented as a fighting game. Despite Haiching's high skill level, a lack of understanding would only diminish the quality of the resulting game. Originally, the true sequel to Fate Stay Night was not a fighting game, but rather another visual novel. Yet, Zuiyu chose to incorporate a fighting game to showcase the intrigue of the Fate series through stark contrasts. After sharing this proposal with Nasu Takashi, Zuiyu, having received no objections, intended to visit the renowned game company recommended by Type Moon, Capcom. Many would surely be familiar with Capcom. Capcom Go, a Japanese video game software company and publisher, was established in 1979. Initially named IRM, it began as an electronics retailer. In 1983, it rebranded to Capcom and shifted its focus to software sales. The name Capcom is a blend of the words capsule and computers. Through iconic franchises such as Street Fighter, Devil May Cry, Mega Man, Resident Evil, and Onimusha, the company has secured a significant position within the gaming industry, expanding across various platforms including arcade, FC, Super Nintendo, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, Game Boy Advance, and Xbox. Unfortunately, Zuiyu had learned from Haiching during their research that Capcom currently had only 2 flagship games, the fighting game Street Fighter and the shooting adventure Resident Evil. Despite this, their quality remains indisputable. Thus, to acquire knowledge about game development, Zuiyu accompanied Haiching to Capcom's office in Akihabara. Upon hearing Haiching's suggestion, Zuiyu recognized the necessity of focusing on their objectives, rather than wasting time over frivolous pursuits. Drawing out a hand-drawn map, he noted that the route involved going straight and turning left at the third bend, where they would spot the office's nameplate. Confirming the route, Zuiyu began to lead the way. Lin Xian walked to the left, having declined an invitation to dine from a girl with animal ears, and she leaned closer to Zuiyu, feeling somewhat out of her element. Lin Xian was not inherently shy, yet she possessed a particular trait, an inability to refuse others. Consequently, after attempting to decline, she often felt awkward, retreating to the side. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous sales pitches from both the cat-eared girl and the maid. Yet she did not find them irksome. The allure of Akihabara likely stemmed from the pervasive ACG culture, where many engaged in cosplay, and even the most eccentric attire became a common sight within the district. Crossing the street and following the directions, the trio arrived at the office building. Climbing the staircase through the corridor, they entered the cool sanctuary of the building, a welcome relief from the sweltering summer heat outside. The air conditioners on either side regulated the indoor temperature to a comfortable 20 degrees, as anything colder might lead to colds and discomfort. Soon, it would be Haiching's turn to take center stage. Zuiyu and Lin Xian were still novices in many aspects regarding the game content. He could only provide character designs and some original dialogue, while Lin Xian would handle the voice acting. Understood, President. By the way, why establish the office in such a location? An Akihabara gaming office seems rather peculiar. What's wrong with this location? After work, one can easily visit a CAF or purchase desired merchandise. It's akin to the World Tree S droplets, although each person can only carry one bottle. President, do you think this is Monster Hunter? Moreover, those items restore everyone's health, not just individually. With a playful retort, Haiqing maneuvered past Zuiyu and reached the true entrance of the office first. The frosted glass door allows a blurred glimpse inside, hinting at the presence of numerous individuals bustling about. Even Capcom's subsidiary office must be home to many employees. For a prominent and large gaming company such as this, it is implausible that only a handful of people are at work. Like the production of visual novels, fighting games possess their intricate and challenging aspects. The refinement of gameplay and the quality of combat visuals will ultimately determine a fighting game's success. After all, before this, the gaming industry had its forerunners, notably Konami, one of Japan's most influential game developers, which has tirelessly pursued game updates and creative endeavors. Yet in this realm, it is surprising to find so few pillars among the two major gaming companies. Upon ringing the doorbell, the glass door swung open with a melodic chime. Immediately, the cacophony of voices and the rhythmic clatter of keyboards filled the air. A young man clutching files and an office lady burdened with stacks of documents paused momentarily upon spotting the three newcomers. Eventually, a few women stepped forward as representatives. I am Hinamori Asuka. You must be the individuals recommended by Mr. Nasu. Who is the scriptwriter for that award-winning game? Our president? That person standing there. Appearing utterly unremarkable, replied Haichung, winking mischievously at Sai. Upon meeting the gaze of the woman identifying herself as Asuka, Sai nodded in acknowledgement, only to be tackled unexpectedly. Wow, I can't believe you're so young, exclaimed one of the girls. Indeed, even my sister finds it quite impressive. Sayu found herself intimately acquainted with the floor, pinned down by two girls, one with golden locks and the other with silver strands, suggesting that the blonde girl was the elder sister. Each girl clung tightly to one of Sayu's arms, embedding their limbs against her bosom. Feeling that softness, Sayu's attempts to escape were effortlessly thwarted. Hey, genius brother, please help me write a script. Not just for my sister, I wanted to. Faced with the requests of the two enchanting maidens, Sayu yearned only to extricate himself from their close embrace. Chapter 22. Shopping with the enthusiastic sisters when one thinks of shopping. The typical scene conjured is that of strolling through a supermarket with a basket, selecting desired items, and proceeding to the checkout. However, for Sayu, such mundane occurrences felt merely like narratives from fiction. After the Game Enthusiast Club arrived at Capcom's office, Haiching remained behind to observe and learn, while Lin Xian was drawn aside by Asuka, who inquired about her genuine interest in voice acting. Their conversation revealed that the office seemed particularly intrigued by Lin Xian, a student from the voice acting department, especially after experiencing the allure of the character she voiced in the game Fate Stay Night. However, it would be inaccurate to assert that Fate Stay Night featured extensive voice acting, as most scenes are accompanied only by background sounds, with the narrative conveyed through text to evoke a unique atmosphere. As for the future of the Fate Stay Night fighting game sequel, or perhaps a new installment altogether, Sayu contemplated the earlier title, Fate Unlimited Codes. The game's storyline, based on Fate Stay Night, revolved around the Fifth Holy Grail War, allowing players to control their chosen characters as they navigate challenges to obtain the Holy Grail, culminating in endings that diverge from those in Fate Stay Night. The mere variation in endings serves as a compelling promotional hook. Reflecting on future endeavors, Sayu entered a convenience store, instantly becoming encumbered. Tasked with procuring breakfast for everyone at the office, he found it difficult to refuse since they relied on him. After departing from the office, he chose the nearest convenience store for his shopping. Of course, one person could hardly carry dozens of bento boxes, so the two enthusiastic sisters he encountered earlier accompanied him. The silver-haired younger sister, Aika, stood on Sayu's left, while the golden-haired elder sister, Ado, positioned herself on his right, clinging to his arms as if to prevent his escape. To an outsider, this might appear as a charming harem, yet for Sayu, it felt rather awkward. Their inquiries were not about the game Fate Stay Night, but rather about future scriptwriting. These sisters were newcomers at Capcom, eager to prove their capabilities to the higher-ups. which explained their flattering demeanor towards Sayu. An astute observer, Sayu, discerned their intentions. He had witnessed various individuals' communication styles and gestures, each action potentially revealing their innermost thoughts. In moments of tension, one might instinctively reach for a nearby drink, touch their nose, or allow their gaze to wander in evasion. These techniques fall under the umbrella of cold reading. Thus, even if one is unfamiliar with a person, an experienced cold reader can glean substantial information from body language, attire, hairstyle, gender, religious beliefs, skin tone, educational background, grammatical habits, and origins through careful analysis. The sisters, Aika and Ado, were not merely curious. They were keen to ingratiate themselves with Sayu. You are Sayu, correct? An exchange student from China? How do you understand our culture so well? It's not so much understanding as it is research, Sayu replied. Is that so? My sister and I have read your scripts, and we find the content rich and engaging. A successful game indeed requires an excellent script. Aika, the younger sister, chimed in, leaning closer to Sayu with a few beef bento boxes in hand. So, could you do us a favor? If you could write the script, we would only need to focus on the visuals, and it would surely sell like hotcakes. It was clear what their ultimate aim was. As newcomers, they could not expect immediate recognition, nor could they guarantee that their scripts would pass muster. However, if they could present a script penned by the writer of the highly successful Fate Stay Night, their chances of success would soar. Undoubtedly, a stellar game script holds immense significance. The groundwork laid in preparation and subsequent production are all vital components of success. Sayu understood their fervor for achievement, yet he was no fool, crafting an exceptional script for newly acquainted individuals, thereby enhancing their popularity, would only serve as a stumbling block for his own aspirations. Sayu was determined to reach the pinnacle, unwilling to allow the presence of others to impede his path. First, let's gather what we need to buy. We wouldn't want missed breakfast. That's fine. About the script, please do consider our request. Aika smiled at Sayu, her dimples accentuating the youthful charm that radiated from her. Ultimately, the decision regarding the shopping items was not made by Sayu, as his hands were tightly embraced by his enthusiastic sisters. Instead, it was Aisha on his left and Adong on his right who determined the selections. Occasionally, his elbows brushed against soft surfaces, an intoxicating sensation that nearly clouded his consciousness. Sayu had never had a girlfriend, only a childhood friend who had found a boyfriend. In a narrative context, this might have blossomed into a romantic tale. However, in reality, Sayu harbored no such feelings for his childhood companion, merely wishing for her happiness. The two had parted ways after high school graduation, and although he was unaware of her current circumstances, Sayu felt he lacked the leisure to ponder it. Traversing into this parallel world signified a realm of possibilities. Unlike other travelers who yearned to return to their original world, Sayu found solace in wishing to remain in this vibrant reality. With anime, manga, and novels to indulge in, what more could one desire? People often fall prey to insatiable greed, leading to their downfall, yet Sayu was different. Even with this scholar's assistance system at his disposal, he remained grounded. While the system's power was significant, he could not afford to forget his original intentions and aspirations. Hearing the laughter of his sisters, Sayu sighed. Why do you wish for me to write a script? His sister's words were somewhat roundabout, so she stated directly, for us, Mr. Sayu, your strength is the driving force that propels us forward. It could even be considered hope. Adong expressed this without a hint of concealment, placing a ready-made bento into the basket while glancing at her sister, who was looking downcast. We are neither geniuses nor titans of the gaming world. Even with effort, recognition is not guaranteed. Creating an exceptional game is our dream. After all, we have been saved by games before. Having difficulty socializing with outsiders, the sisters often felt ostracized. Finding solace in the virtual realms of gaming, where they could forget their pain, mistakes, and even their very identities, Sayu could only sympathize with their plight. He then withdrew his arms from theirs and furrowed his brow slightly. This is precisely why personal effort is essential. Relying solely on others will inevitably lead to stagnation, and such a life bears no significance. The sisters fell silent, and Sayu braced himself for rebuttal. However, what is this? Sister, this person is so cute, exclaimed one sister. Indeed, sister, he is handsome enough to score a perfect 10. The sisters beamed at Sayu once more, playfully tackling him, pressing their bodies against him. It's coming out. It's coming out. That's not allowed. Oh no. What? MMMWA. The bento has spilled everywhere. With one final lament, Zayu relinquished his resistance upon the convenience store floor. Should the new game be titled Infinite Strategies? Chapter 23. Light novel call for submissions. Seeking recommendations and collections. Donations would be even more splendid. That woman possesses considerable talent. Were you suddenly saying, Haicheng? After leaving the Akihabara office, as per their previous agreement, Zayu and the other two members of the gaming club ventured to a made CAF in Akihabara. This CAF was situated on a bustling main street, in close proximity to shopping malls and electronic stores, resulting in a high volume of foot traffic. The sign at the entrance not only displayed the CAF's name, Rabbit House, but also featured a group photo of the serving maids, with their alluring black and white attire being the primary attraction. As the vanguard, Zayu pushed open the door, the chime of the bell catching the attention of the staff. Upon seeing customers enter, the maids collectively bowed and greeted, "Welcome back, master." Faced with such charm, anyone would find their spirits lifted. Haicheng and Lin Xian quickly followed suit, although they seemed somewhat out of place. Having only recently delved into the vast realm of otaku culture, unlike Zayu, whether influenced by Zayu or the allure of anime, the duo had absorbed a wealth of knowledge over the months, leading to their frequent playful banter. Recalling a particular anime associated with the CAF's name, Zayu prioritized locating a seat before anything else. "Good day." Just as the trio entered, a long-haired maid approached, dressed in a simple yet elegant maid outfit. With a large pink bow adorning the left side of her hair and a matching black and white bow at the back, she appeared quite adorable. With a notepad in her left hand and a pen in her right, she courteously inquired, "What would you like to order today?" "At least call me Rabbit," Zayu retorted reflexively. The maid tilted her head with a smile, quickly altering her tone. "What would you like to order today, Missles?" "Please don't equate arms dealing with a menu item," he exclaimed, amused. "One interesting guest. Right this way, we have a few seats left. Would you prefer one by the window?" "That would be perfect." The window side seat was Zayu's favorite, reminiscent of his frequent choices at a CAF near the academy's entrance. This preference stemmed not from habit, but rather an instinctual desire to feel connected to the outside world. Sitting by the window allowed him to gaze upon the bustling streets, bright car lights, the heat of summer, and the endless expanse of blue sky. In the midst of this chaotic urban landscape, savoring a cup of coffee while admiring the azure sky proved to be a delightful experience. After being guided to their seats, the maid promptly departed to prepare their orders. Zayu opted for a pure coffee, while the others chose a chocolate milkshake and a large pudding, respectively. As Haicheng set up his laptop on the table, he began typing energetically. Seemingly at leisure, he seized the moment to inquire about Zayu's earlier comments. "Isn't the president averse to pure coffee? You've previously rejected it numerous times, citing it as bitter and tasteless, affecting sleep. Occasionally trying new things is valuable. Life needs challenges." Zayu fabricated a reason, though he truly ordered the coffee to invigorate himself for the busy days ahead. After adjusting his laptop, Haicheng glanced out the window, observing the vibrant midday bustle of Akihabara. "By the way, what did you discuss with Miss Chinzi?" Upon hearing Zayu's question, both Haicheng and Lin Xian turned their attention to her. Nonchalantly, Lin Xian shrugged. Her pink lips slightly pouted as she recounted her conversation with Himeji Chinzi. The content was not confidential. It merely involved Chunzi expressing her desire for Lin Xian to join Capcom as a voice actress post-graduation, a rather bold recruitment initiative. Upon hearing this explanation, Zayu merely scoffed. "Who would allow our ACE voice actress to leave? Lin Xian, you should stick with me. The benefits will undoubtedly surpass those offered by that company. I would never align myself with someone whose grades are the lowest in the school. If you wish for me to stay, you must become the top student first." "How delightfully tsundere, Miss Lin Xian." "Certainly, the composition consists of 1% arrogance, 1% tsundere, with the remaining 98% being iron and steel." Lin Xian seems to have begun to refer to herself as a steel woman. Upon overhearing their conversation, Haicheng sighed. "Surely, the voice actor for the companion I trust would not come to disturb me just because of the president's tsundere attitude. Your reference is rather lengthy." Lin Xian and Zuiyu retorted together. Indeed, Haicheng sincerely recognized his mistake. After all, this reference originated from the NTR game, where the protagonist's girlfriend becomes infatuated with a rural uncle's twisted education and even sends a video of her rolling her eyes, a rather inappropriate theme for children. However, Hai Chung cleared his throat. Your banter just now was quite in sync. Aren't you two getting along well? Lin Xian had done the same previously, mocking him alongside the president. Don't worry, it's all good. After quoting a famous line from the 3DS action game God of All, Lin Xian donned sunglasses and brandished a metal rod. With a mere flash, everyone would forget everything. Do you think we are filming Men in Black 4? Zuiyu took a deep breath, but before he could speak, Hai Chung interrupted. He pushed his laptop toward the three of them, pointing at the web page displayed on the screen. I've discovered something intriguing. In a week, the Katakawa Bunko, Fujimi Bunko, and Dengeki Bunko will jointly host the Generational Light Novel Writing Contest. The submission period is 3 months, followed by a month for review, totaling 4 months for the competition. Since the president writes scripts so well, why not try your hand at writing a light novel? That might be somewhat challenging, Zuiyu replied. Not to mention the grammatical issues. Such large-scale light novel competitions usually attract many experts. Even with system assistance, an incomplete novel cannot achieve victory. Spending those months writing a light novel will be better spent on game and anime production. Are you not planning to participate, Zuiyu? Lin Xian added. Shouldn't you consider it? Hai Chung and I are not particularly skilled at writing, so it's only you who can do it. Once you gain fame, your influence will undoubtedly grow. That is indeed true. Moreover, I will support you when the time comes. Lin Xian stuttered slightly, moving to the side to create distance from the two. A light novel contest, huh? Zuiyu pondered, feeling a slight interest ignited alongside the support of his two friends. Why not give it a try? Currently, Zuiyu felt he could still battle for another 50 years, a phrase borrowed from the character Mark Bay in Mobile Suit Gundam. Coach, I want to write a novel. Don't worry. You only need a finger to download the visual materials for writing novels. Extending a finger, Hai Chung quoted the OP lyrics of the famous anime Fist of the North Star, then immediately pressed the enter key. In actuality, he wasn't downloading materials for writing novels, but rather retrieving all the details and regulations for the upcoming Generational Light Novel Writing Contest, which he would likely print out for Zuiyu to review closely. The three spent a considerable amount of time together, embodying the quintessential childhood trio. Thus, if one of them required assistance, the others would not hesitate to help. In this instance, both Hai Chung and Lin Xian supported Zuiyu's participation in this year's light novel contest, possibly due to Zuiyu's previous work on the script for Fate Stay Night. The narrative and characters were vividly depicted, but Zuiyu didn't consider this praise as most of it was crafted by others. He merely refined it with his own abilities. As to why Zuiyu did not feel ashamed of borrowing ideas, it was because this was not merely plagiarism. Even if his name was attached, many elements remained unchanged. The spirit of the King of Knights, the strength of the King of Heroes, the diverse desires of different heroic spirits, and the intertwined lives and experiences would all be meticulously presented before the audience. When something one loves is appreciated by others, humans tend to react in one of two ways. The first is an instinctual aversion to others discussing what they cherish. The second is joy, as it is gratifying to know that others can also recognize its allure. Zuiyu belonged to the latter category, rather than feeling resentment. He experienced happiness and excitement when his beloved interests were embraced by the world. Sharing one's gains with others is a joyous endeavor, and if one cannot accept this, it can be deemed a failure in being an ordinary person. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, when a novel faces 10 readers, each will likely have different perspectives and opinions, showcasing the diversity inherent in humanity. Every individual in society possesses the potential to spark miracles. Perhaps that miracle is minuscule, or perhaps it lacks grandeur, but it holds immense significance for certain individuals, given that what one can obtain is limited. The primary action now is to protect what one currently possesses. For Zuiyu, this encompasses his present daily life, his two teammates, and his current existence. Having reincarnated here, he harbored no thoughts of returning. Rather, this was the true world for him. Yes, life is a game, and a mundane, tedious daily existence only serves to dull one's senses. It is only natural that most individuals seek thrills in novels and films, and this majority certainly includes Zuiyu. In truth, he does not consider himself an artistic individual. However, beyond anime and manga, he also enjoys reading the Lord of the Rings series. Living and experiencing the fantastical world depicted by the author must be rather blissful. Seated in a CAF, the server who had just departed returned with the coffee, chocolate milkshake, and pudding ordered by the three. Glancing at the sugar packets beside the coffee cup, So you contemplated for a moment before tearing one open and tossing it into his coffee cup. Pure coffee could wait until he grew older. Speaking of which, this might seem a bit abrupt, but what if we enter a novel of the genre into the contest? Are you an idiot? Lin Xian responded to Hai Cheng's comment with what seemed to be her recently adopted catchphrase. As she gently scooped up a portion of the milkshake with a silver spoon, half-topped with sliced strawberries, the vibrant red was particularly striking. Enjoying the sweet combination of ice cream and strawberry, Lin Xian pointed her spoon at Hai Cheng. If we were to submit a Chinese novel for the contest, it would likely appear rather odd, wouldn't it? A story where the protagonist is invincible seems rather uninteresting. Who says so? That is the quintessence of novels. Effortlessly defeating enemies and vanquishing bosses is hardly a flaw. I prefer to rely on friendship, love, passion, and familial bonds to overcome adversaries. That's just how girls are, rather than resolving issues through violence. They often prefer to touch hearts and conquer foes through emotions, a narrative that can certainly be classified as a heroic tale. Most Chinese novels revolve around saving someone, seeking revenge, or reincarnation, pushing the story forward with exhilarating plots. Meanwhile, many Japanese novels focus on love and individual heroism, with protagonists frequently saving the world. In addition, even the Demon King works part-time in light novels, and the hero has become a waiter, while dragons have transformed into adorable girls. This indicates that the villains and heroes in China are still more dedicated to their roles. However, on the other hand, Lin Xian, possessing a competitive spirit, felt somewhat dissatisfied with Hai Cheng's rebuttal and took another sip of her milkshake, this time savoring the citrus on top. After a brief chew, before Zhuo Yu could raise his coffee to drink, Lin Xian once again countered, setting aside the content. Even if we consider the likes of Dragon Aotion, isn't the name itself a concern? Titles such as Judgment and Battle Through the Heavens, can they genuinely be submitted for competition? Isn't that a problem, President? Who do you really support? Zhuo Yu. Both of them pointed at Zhuo Yu, who paused his coffee drinking momentarily and waved his right index finger. The gesture was meant to dismiss their claims, so you believe they should not dwell on this issue. It is rather straightforward. If one wishes to submit a so-called masterpiece, one merely needs to alter the background and name. Take Battle Through the Heavens, for instance. After glancing outside to confirm the time was still early, Zhuo Yu continued the conversation. The actual topic of discussion should not be here, but rather the foundational elements of the novel itself. For example, if one wanted to enter a competition with Battle Through the Heavens, it could easily be rebranded as the inferior student of the Dueling Arts Academy, and simply change the ranks of fighters to levels of mages. The setting could be adjusted to reflect a different academy environment. And with the addition of scenes, such as a protagonist breaking off an engagement or glimpsing a girl in the bath, it could easily morph into a light novel. Oh my gosh. Both were utterly astonished, yet it was indeed the case. With just a slight change of name, it felt much lighter. Thus, Hai Cheng closed his computer, then, President, could Battle Through the Heavens be altered to my continent cannot possess dueling arts? That sounds absurd. Zhuo Yu chimed in, if Hai Cheng's suggestion doesn't work. How about changing it to even without dueling arts? As long as there is love, everything is fine, right? What are you two talking about? You're about to ruin the original work. Yet, Zhuo Yu found it amusing. Altering the title of a so-called masterpiece turned out to be unexpectedly entertaining. Chapter 25. Competition and Fu Chasing the Sun is also a light novel. Youth is a lie, a manifestation of evil. Those who celebrate youth continuously deceive themselves and those around them, always maintaining a positive attitude towards their environment, even in the face of fatal failures. They are hailed as symbols of youth, cherished memories from the past. For instance, they might partake in crimes like theft and reckless driving, labeling their actions as youthful exuberance. If they fail an exam, they merely state that school is not solely a place for learning. In the presence of their concept of youth, any conventional understanding or societal norm can be twisted to suit their narrative. For them, lies, secrets, and failures are merely spices of youth. Thus, one could argue this constitutes deception. Lies, deceit, secrets, and fraud are all treated with such disparity. They embody evil. In conclusion, those who do not extol youth represent true justice. My conclusion is, let the social butterflies explode. Excerpt from Hachiman Hikagaya's Reminiscence of High School Life in Class 2F. Youth cannot be considered a beautiful existence within the class society of campus life. Youth is nothing more than a venomous beast, roaring forth to devour the lonely human experience, only to mock in return. To describe it simply, youth is a formidable obstacle in life, always eager to emerge from the shadows, flaunting its might while deriding the tragedies of the non-social butterflies. Thus, it becomes evident that campus life is merely a microcosm of adult society, with different groups existing in various locales. If one transitions from middle school to high school, or even university, one will find that this situation remains unchanged. The existence of such groups resembles crickets confined within cages. The transition from middle school to university is merely a change in the size of the cage, with the systems, regulations, and even the number of groups remaining relatively constant. This epitomizes youth, hidden within the darkness beneath the sun. Every group has its own rules and regulations. Outsiders wishing to join must exhibit unreciprocated efforts with an audacious demeanor. Yet sometimes, such endeavors may prove futile. The mask of a smile worn on one's face will eventually succumb to the torture and shatter. Therefore, rather than feigning smiles to appease others, it may be preferable to embrace solitude, crafting a rose-colored life through the grayness of high school. Do not expect to be a chosen child of destiny, an entity favored by the divine, a being who emerges from the cracks of the world's burdens, the one who extracts the holy sword from the tree of origin, the sole survivor in a world of blackness, the unique challenger of fate throughout eternity, the man who rewrites the truths of the world. Do not harbor hopes of attaining even one of these ideals, for true success does not hinge upon such fantastical settings. However, certain aspects remain immutable. Just as those who glorify youth look down upon outsiders from the pinnacle of life, even without any background, their notion of youth can create miracles for them. Do you yearn for a rose-colored life? No, let me rephrase that. Do you desire a life filled with various intriguing experiences? Those who fully embrace youth may very well be living in excitement, yet most of it is devoid of any significance. Do not indulge in extravagant hopes or ponder too deeply. Youth can lead one to moral decay and cowardice far more than friendships. Perhaps the only course of action now is to echo the previous sentiment. Let the social butterflies explode. It was not immediately apparent, but you indeed possess quite a twisted perspective. After finishing the prologue of this novel, Hai Chung and Lin Xian, as the initial readers, shared their reflections. However, this was less about opinions and more about heartfelt emotions. With such content, they found themselves intrigued not only by the work itself, but also by the author. Thus, the two found themselves in a state of considerable interest towards Zuiyu, the creator of this prologue. In their eyes, Zuiyu had perhaps devolved into the introverted type of boy, which left him somewhat displeased. He had previously requested they refrain from such tacit understanding in specific areas. This was merely a novel. Living in this context, he had merely borrowed the background and names, which provided a greater sense of relatability compared to using a more obscure title. After all, many foreign writers exist, authors who write from their homelands and disseminate culture, often facing a mix of praise and criticism. Yet, truth be told, Zuiyu does not consider himself a writer. The opening section of this prologue directly borrows from my teen romantic comedy snafu. Nonetheless, it is crucial to emphasize that the subsequent theories regarding youth originated solely from Zuiyu's imagination. If one were to reflect on his high school experience, Zuiyu would deem it relatively interesting. During that time, he was somewhat adversarial due to his disinterest in socializing. Yet he easily dealt with those who acted excessively against him, as he had taken up Taekwondo specifically for self-defense, although he has since forgotten most of it. Setting aside idle chatter, Zuiyu snatched the manuscript from the hands of the two and tucked them away in his low table's drawer. In this one LDK room, the three of them gathered around a low table, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Yet this was of little consequence. Zuiyu activated the electric fan, setting the speed to its lowest to conserve energy, and then poured forth all the words he wished to convey. Was this not your request? To let me pen something for the competition, thus giving rise to the opening of this novel. This, of course, we are all aware of. In a casual tone, Hai Chung slapped his hands down on the table. What I wish to inquire is why this particular theme was chosen, and is youth truly such a lamentable affair? Teacher da. Do not call me teacher da. My life is resplendent with rosy hues. Zuiyu pushed away the encroaching Hai Chung, placing his hand before his mouth to feign a cough, merely for appearance's sake. But hasn't this theme become rather commonplace of late? In the realm of Japanese light novels, the significance of prose is on par with that of innovation. The essence lies primarily in its lightness. In truth, I find it rather commendable. As the last to speak among the trio, Lin Xian seized the fan from Zhu's grasp, wielding it with her right hand. As she fanned herself, her flowing long hair danced wildly, animated by the dual breezes of the fan and the electric current. Lin Xian succinctly articulated her perspective, deeming it commendable. Rather than perusing the familiar celebration of youth genre, why not explore the disdain for youth narratives instead? So, Teacher Da, have you settled on a title? I have already told you not to call me Teacher Da. I yearn for a rosy youth, sprinting beneath the sun toward the distant glow of twilight. When parched, I will pause for water, resuming my ode to youth. Is that not akin to the tale of Quafu chasing the sun? Speaking of which, Quafu's Pursuit is also a light novel, an image of a muscular man sweating profusely in pursuit of an elusive dream. Truly the attack on Quafu. What do you perceive our ancient culture to be? Yet in truth, the Japanese also relish such cultural references, particularly in their playful renditions of Nobunaga. Back to the matter at hand. What shall the title be? If we are to enter the competition, let us provisionally title it, My Youthful Romantic Misadventures Are Indeed Problematic. This encapsulates both the commencement and conclusion of youth. Chapter 26. Fate's Night Animation. As summer unfolds, everything becomes imbued with a refreshing vitality. As the clock strikes 3, I beseech your support through collections and recommendations, and thank you all for your unwavering encouragement. Henceforth, let us endeavor to save the world. The events transpired on the afternoon of the third day following the decision to enter the light novel competition. Just as youth is replete with lies and deceit, life too is laden with the unexpected. Before narrating this tale, or rather, recounting this experience, Zhuyu pondered a question. Has anyone heard of the logical principle known as Occam's razor? Proposed by the 14th century logician and Franciscan friar William of Ockham, this principle states, entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity, or the principle of simplicity, as he articulated in his commentary on the Proverbs. One should not expend excessive resources when fewer will suffice to achieve the same ends. In essence, it can be summarized in 16 characters. Avoid the heavy and pursue the light. Eschew complexity in favor of simplicity. Manage complexity with simplicity. Avoid the illusory and embrace the tangible. Why simplify the complex? Because complexity can lead to confusion. Only through simplification can understanding and action be facilitated. When faced with two hypotheses regarding the same phenomenon, we ought to adopt the simpler one. Yet, many tend to complicate matters, diversifying them unnecessarily and consequently losing their way within their own theories. For instance, if a young girl were to declare, "I dislike you," what thoughts would the recipient entertain? Would they seek reasons for her disdain? Reflect on their missteps? Recollect shared moments? Attempt to alter the situation? No, none of these actions are appropriate. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The aforementioned approaches merely convolute a straightforward matter, twisting a direct path to the destination into a labyrinth, thereby prolonging the journey. Hence, the truly correct response is not to engage in trivial pursuits, but rather to address the girl's aversion in the simplest manner possible. Thus, one should endeavor to win her favor. That is the simplest answer. This principle resembles a mental exercise. If 12, 24, 36, what does 4 equal? A mathematically astute individual might assert, according to this theory, 4 must equal 8. While 8 is not an erroneous conclusion, those who arrive at it have undoubtedly complicated the issue. They likely perceive the former numbers as natural numbers and the latter as those numbers multiplied by 2. In reality, the problem possesses a more straightforward solution. If we have 24, then 4 must equal 2. This is not a mathematical conundrum nor a riddle. Yet discerning whether the answer is 8 or may second reveal whether an individual's thought process leans toward complexity or simplicity. It is crucial to clarify that simplicity here does not imply a lack of intelligence, but rather a simplification of thought. In summary, akin to the theory that youth is a facade, Zhuyu tends to approach matters with simplicity rather than complexity. He is not some fragile maiden, hesitant to voice her thoughts, pretending to dwell in the realm of some enchanting manga. Thus, Zhuyu expresses his astonishment, dissent, anger, and surprise with unreserved clarity. Based on what you just shared, I am genuinely taken aback. Frankly, I am quite pleased. However, is such rapidity truly feasible? This is indeed one of the most crucial aspects of our preparation. Strike while the iron is hot, a phrase you are likely familiar with. In times of great popularity in the gaming sphere, further development and innovation should ensue, capitalizing on the current momentum to attract more players and viewers. Naturally, profit is an essential consideration. I am aware of this. Yet might such haste incite dissatisfaction? What trajectory will the animation's production follow? If it becomes too absurd, it may yield counterproductive results. From Zhuiyu's recollection, the storyline of the Fate Stay Night anime primarily follows the Fate route while interspersing elements from the other two routes. However, the majority remains focused on the Fate line. Should alterations be made to develop the other routes, it would be rather far-fetched. After all, for many, the Fate route represents the quintessential conclusion. At this juncture, Zhuiyu realized his newfound fondness for the term quintessential, perhaps due to its inherent correctness. On the other end of the line, Type Moon's head, Nasu Takashi, concurred with Zhuiyu's sentiments. Zhuiyu was confident that the other party had made thorough preparations. Yet he harbored a modicum of concern. Joyous as he was, the simplicity of thought provided Zhuiyu with a candid and accurate explanation. Can your company truly execute this well? Your skepticism is entirely reasonable. However, there is no need for concern. We possess ample talent, and surely you will not abandon us. Will you? I merely hope for a fruitful collaboration. Assistance will also be offered from our end. Hai-chung will manage the imagery, and, concerning voice acting, even if not in a leading role, I hope Lin Xian can seize the opportunity to hone her skills. I find Mr. Zhuiyu remarkably humble. Having achieved such remarkable success, yet displaying no trace of pride or arrogance. Upon hearing this, Zhuiyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Am I truly devoid of pride? Though my creations are built upon the foundations of others' achievements, a marvel viewed from the shoulders of giants, within this world, all of it belongs to me. Borrowing, plagiarizing, mimicking, regardless. From an outcome-oriented perspective, Zhuiyu is, indeed, a creator. This assertion may seem somewhat extreme, yet there exists a kernel of truth within it. Indeed, akin to the narratives found in cultivation novels, the protagonist acquires the powers of a failed cultivator, thereby soaring from the status of a mere individual to that of a revered master, attaining the highest accolades. Should one not rejoice in such occurrences? Thus, Zhuiyu respects the original works, while yearning to once again depict the splendor of those narratives with his own hands in this realm. As for the animation adaptation of Fate Stay Night, it has indeed been approved, and I shall convey the information to the official website. At that point, you and others will need to commence the scriptwriting process. Is there a timeline for this endeavor? The specific schedule remains to be discussed, as some scriptwriters may become unavailable due to other commitments, much like the busy voice actors. Consequently, many voice actors often find themselves recording alone in the studio after receiving assignments, ultimately entrusting the synthesized voiceover to software engineers and post-production staff. Each individual possesses their own life and way of working, and Zhuiyu is no exception. When it comes to creation, he prefers to seclude himself in his room, indulging in soft music to inspire his writing. The system is not infallible. Its assistance constitutes merely a fraction of what is required, with the remainder relying on Zhuiyu's own efforts. In simpler terms, unlike those golden fingers akin to caretakers, his own system necessitates his support. I shall seek an opportunity to observe the process on site, at which point I will trouble Mr. Nasu. No, it is I who should reach out to you once there is progress. Very well. As he hung up the phone, Zhuiyu gazed at the streets stretching beneath him in the twilight. The animation of Fate Stay Night, alongside the participation in the novel competition this month, signifies a busy period ahead. Chapter 27, Fans and the Academic Girl, Part 1, recalling the events of the previous afternoon. A weary Zhuiyu managed to muster some energy. Remaining composed upon learning that his game was to be animated was no easy feat after confirming the decision regarding the adaptation. He swiftly returned to his rented room to plan his future steps, drafting the script for each episode, detailing character designs, crafting engaging plots, and meticulously delineating the overarching narrative structure. Furthermore, his initial payment from Type Moon had yet to be received. However, the sales figures for Fate Stay Night had already surpassed several 100,000 copies, promising considerable revenue. Based on the contract previously put forth by Nasu Takashi, the profit distribution appeared quite humane, with substantial royalties involved. While the original game, scripts, and character illustrations were provided by Zhuiyu's side, the counterpart also contributed a wealth of promotional materials and strategies, making the effort mutual. Zhuiyu contemplated using the forthcoming funds to purchase an apartment by the sea. Though he recognized that the profits would not be solely his, he would also share some with Lin Xian and Haicheng. As a collaborative game, profit sharing was essential. However, as the president, Zhao would naturally retain a larger share, given that he was responsible for the script and planning, and even friendship would not warrant concessions. At this juncture, Zhao reminisced about the light novel competition they had discussed previously. While they encouraged him to participate, Zhao was genuinely eager to enter, for as a traveler, dominating all aspects was the most logical course of action. Having acquired such a splendid opportunity, he would be a fool to continue living in restraint. Moreover, this light novel competition would serve as a bridge to realms beyond gaming, extending into literature. The anime industry can be viewed as an intricate chain, where novels and games evolve into manga and subsequently into animated series, contributing to the vibrant world of two-dimensional art. Zhao had no intention of returning to his previous world after arriving here. Much like the siblings in an alternate realm who adore gaming, the original world felt increasingly intolerable. Thus, in addition to venturing into the gaming industry, Zhao would gradually explore the realms of animation and literature. Although currently an underachiever, he would not remain one indefinitely. Even if he could not transform his academic status, he would strive to excel in other domains. Yawning, Zhao glanced back, noting that Lin Xian was absent, likely indulging in a late slumber like Haicheng. His fatigue, yet determination to rise early, was a habit ingrained from his previous work at the company, where he routinely began his day at 6 in the morning and concluded at 10 in the evening. Approaching a vending machine, he inserted a coin and pressed the button for vanilla coffee. The button illuminated, and with a chime, the beverage dropped into the collection slot. As he bent down to retrieve the coffee, a voice interrupted him from behind. "Excuse me, are you Zhao?" "Yes, that's me." Turning around, he encountered a girl with a bob haircut, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. She seemed to be holding a box that appeared quite familiar. "I'm a fan of your game, and if possible, I would love to have your autograph." The girl extended the box toward him, and Zhao, taken aback by her enthusiasm, accepted the request. A female fan? He had not anticipated Fate Stay Night to be so popular. He assumed that male players would dominate the demographic, with female players being scarce. Yet, this was not the case. The narrative of Fate Stay Night could be appreciated from both Shiro's and Saber's perspectives. Taking the game box from the girl, Zhao retrieved a marker from his backpack and inscribed his name upon it. "What is it about this game that you enjoy?" How should I put it? It's just so interesting. ISNT it, and I admire that spirit, despite the battles and darker themes woven within the story. The girl had chosen to appreciate the deeper messages conveyed by Fate Stay Night. She appeared somewhat reserved, likely struggling to interact with others in daily life. Yet her courage to approach him stemmed from her love for the game. It felt reminiscent of a scene from a novel or anime, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, offering transformative experiences and even altering lives. As the girl expressed her gratitude, Zhao watched her retreating figure, only to be approached by several male and female classmates who shared a common motive. They had missed the last signing event and sought an autograph. Zhao graciously obliged. He was not a legendary author or scriptwriter, merely a person of modest renown. The revolution continues, and comrades must persevere. Before entering the school gates, Zhao expertly discarded the empty coffee can into the trash and adjusted his backpack, proceeding toward his classroom. On the way, he noticed his classmates whispering among themselves, many casting seemingly casual glances in his direction. They had likely watched the recording of the signing event, igniting their interest in him. After traversing the playground and ascending the staircase to the classroom, Zhao felt an unusual atmosphere upon opening the door. What could be amiss? His gaze swept across the empty seats of Lin Xian and Haicheng before landing on a girl occupying the front row of his group. The top student of the entire grade, possessing immense popularity and exceptional athletic prowess, exhibited a rather peculiar appearance today. She turned her face to one side, gazing out at the sky, yet this action did not prevent Zhao from noticing the bandage affixed to her left cheek. It was not an accessory nor a prank, as the silence among their classmates attested. Was she injured? Approaching with curiosity, Zhao disregarded the current atmosphere in the classroom. As he passed directly in front of the top student's desk, he moved his lips. What happened? Was she hurt? This question hardly stemmed from concern. Rather, it was predominantly driven by interest. Zhao did not particularly like the top student, Mahawara Kumi, as she was even more arrogant than Lin Xian and harbored a strong disdain for those who performed poorly without effort. The disparity between them was stark. Perhaps their chance encounter due to a game that day was a miracle in itself. Furthermore, Mahawara had expressed her dislike for him on that day. Shaking his head to cast aside those memories, Zaoyu paused for a moment, waiting for Mahawara's response, but regrettably, she seemed oblivious to his presence. This was neither a romantic comedy nor a passionate tale. As an ordinary person, or rather, as a time traveler, Zao, you could not pry into Mahawara's heart. Although he yearned to emulate the male protagonists in anime who extend a helping hand and shout, "You can do it! Come with me!" He felt a sense of reluctance. He was not a hot-blooded youth, but merely an anime enthusiast. Since he could not compel an answer, Zaoyu shrugged and quickened his pace, hastily escaping from the vicinity of the top student. Thus, the morning passed in this strange atmosphere until the noon break. When the break commenced, aside from Mahawara's conspicuous absence, Lin Xian and Haicheng had also vanished, which struck Zaoyu as somewhat odd. The trio often dined together. Haicheng had once suggested they try eating in a restroom to experience the life of ostracized students. However, both Zaoyu and Lin Xian had dismissed his proposal, reasoning that if they became unpopular, it would be Haicheng's fault. Still, the notion of eating lunch in the restroom piqued Zaoyu's curiosity, though he had no desire to experience it firsthand. Suddenly, a faint ringing drew Zaoyu's attention. With his phone vibrating in his pocket, he retrieved it. It was a common smartphone, equipped with a sliding unlock feature. Upon unlocking, he saw a text from Haicheng. "We're eating lunch on the rooftop. You have 3 minutes to get here or else." What on earth did he intend to imply? With such doubts and concerns, Zaoyu prepared for a high-impact comeback and left the classroom, sprinting toward the rooftop. After 2 minutes, he arrived at his destination, reassessing his physical capabilities. He pushed open the rooftop door, which was fitted with a protective railing, and after catching his breath, he called out, "Why did you leave me alone? Did my childhood friend disappear?" As Zaoyu's gaze fell straight ahead, he halted. The figure beside the railing was neither Lin Xian nor Haicheng, but another girl, one who had once cried before him and despised him. Mahawara? Upon seeing Zaoyu, Mahawara Kumi was equally astonished, and the two exchanged bewildered glances. That scoundrel! Zaoyu realized it was Haicheng's trap. He likely intended to witness Zaoyu's embarrassment. Haicheng had a penchant for mischief, but when the situation called for seriousness, he was always earnest. His only flaw was his lack of social intelligence, rendering him utterly foolish. The silent exchange between the slacker and the top student stretched on. "Mr. Lu Sun once stated, in silence, one either erupts or perishes, and it was clear that Zaoyu was of the former." He did not turn to leave immediately. Instead, he closed the door and fixed his gaze on Mahawara Kumi. Zaoyu was not a fool. Unlike other time travelers, he understood that the creation of anime, the drawing of comics, and the writing of novels all stemmed from specific motivations. It was not simply about following trends. Mindless imitation would only lead to tedium. Shaking his head, Zaoyu lifted his chin and regarded Mahawara. "Let us play a game of truth or dare. Are you out of your mind? I have no interest in playing these games. Move aside, I'm leaving. Playing a little 1T hurt you, or are you afraid of losing to me, top student? Don't call me that, and I 1T lose to you." She fell for it so easily. The top student was too naive, innocent enough to provoke a bit of mischief. First, Zaoyu extended his right index finger. Mahawara was surely familiar with the game of truth or dare. By the way, the victor would dictate whether it would be dare or truth. If I win, I shall propose a particularly challenging dare. As long as I win, I have no doubt I 1T lose to someone like you, even if it's just by luck. Her confidence was remarkable. Let us begin, then. A decisive match. Of course, they drew closer, and together, Zaoyu and Mahawara shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." Mahawara chose scissors, while Zaoyu selected rock, claiming victory. Just as expected, a psychological study revealed that 70% of women tend to choose scissors. Shaking his fist, Zaoyu cleared his throat. "Then, I shall choose truth." "What? Didn't you say you have me? Then take off your skirt." "Pervert." She could simply refuse, yet Mahawara's face turned crimson. Zaoyu, unfazed by her indignation, observed her injured left cheek and smiled, not in mockery, but rather in delight at his own advantage. The top student's naivety was apparent. Zao, you could easily discern this trait. Now that he had achieved victory, it was only fair to impose a punishment on the loser. However, this hardly constituted a punishment. It was merely a matter of choosing truth, so he requested she disclose the circumstances of her injury. Why suggest such a thing? Then take off your skirt. I accept the wager. Fine, I'll tell you. Zaoyu initially thought Mahawara would retract her statement, but surprisingly, she consented. Perhaps she did not wish to hide it, but rather lacked someone to confide in. Zaoyu learned about Mahawara's family situation, her unfulfilled wishes, and the sorrow of a preordained life. The top student's story had reached its conclusion, yet simultaneously, it had reopened anew. Interlude. The train of youthful stories. 3 updates in succession? Perhaps one might say so. This piece is my own fan fiction. If it does not resonate well, I ask for the reader's understanding. After all, creating art is no simple profession. Additionally, I humbly request recommendations, clicks, collections, and rewards. Thank you immensely. The tale of youth is woven from regret and unforeseen events. After school, one could always find a solitary figure in the service department, diligently seated, perusing an unnamed volume, leading one to believe she was perhaps the department's workaholic. Even the police from the Wulong Academy exhibit less dedication. Perhaps it is time to request the mayor of Chiba Prefecture to bestow upon her a certificate of good citizenship. It is likely that the esteemed mayor would simply disregard such a request. Standing at the doorway, I politely rap my knuckles against it, producing a series of knocks. Upon hearing the sound, she paused her reading, lifting her gaze to meet mine. Her fair cheeks and expression, rather subdued, were complemented by gem-like pupils that projected an oppressive stare. At this moment, should I not raise my hands and shout transform, followed by retaliating with a laser beam? Alas, I am devoid of any lingering aspirations to save the world. Perhaps some classmates harbor such heroic fantasies, gathering together to stave off loneliness, discussing topics of little interest, and laughing at matters that hardly amuse. Their fragmented conversations flow effortlessly, showcasing the boundless potential of humanity. Indeed, much like my classmate Ayaka, who embodies infinite possibilities. As I concluded my knocking, a wave of post-school lethargy began to envelop me. If only I could gather 7 Dragon Balls, I might wish for the world's destruction. This institutionalized assembly of students undoubtedly represents one of society's greatest ills, though I jest. Casting a glance to my left at the girl, Yukino Shida, I noticed she was nearing the last page of her book. "What novel are you reading, Yukino Shida?" I inquired. "Oh, you can see it too?" she replied, her expression reflecting surprise. After tidying her hair, she lifted the book resting on her lap. It is said that fools cannot perceive such things. The fact that Byaku can see it truly astonishes me. Wow. Yukino Shida emitted a sound of irritation. Who is Byaku? Is he a specialty of Chiba Prefecture? It seems to be a product of the land of fools. A land of fools, you say? Perhaps it is a grand nation. After all, if all its inhabitants are fools, there would be no incidents of bullying or harassment, and certainly no groups of those living in the moment. Wouldn't that be splendid? Fools possess their own joy. It is the one who calls others pigs that is truly a fool, for pigs are anything but foolish. The summer's lingering rays poured in through the window, while the distant sounds of the baseball club's practice echoed, accompanied by the encouraging shouts from various sports teams. The students of this school truly toil hard. Rather than squandering time on such endeavors, they might as well pursue high-level dragons in Monster Hunter. At that moment, Yukino Shida closed her book, and I distinctly saw the cover. Night on the Galactic Railroad, a tale by the esteemed author Kenji Miyazawa. It narrates the fantastical journey of Giovanni and his friend Campanella aboard a galactic train, encountering extraordinary characters and events imbued with beauty and sorrow. I, too, have read this story and retain vivid memories, especially of the moment when Giovanni's friend Campanella meets his tragic fate. The untimely departure of that admirable youth evokes profound sadness and melancholy. While I am not particularly sentimental, this scene has left an impression on me. "Do you enjoy Night on the Galactic Railroad?" I asked. "Why do you ask? Isn't it because you like it that you read it?" Such reasoning is fundamentally flawed. One cannot ascertain their preferences without first-hand experience. This young lady exhibits strictness. If she were my younger sister, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "I don't understand." Little Kamachi would certainly struggle to grasp what I, as her brother, comprehend. Perhaps intrigued by my topic, Yukino Shida did not let the discussion fade, instead countering with, "Do you like Night on the Galactic Railroad?" I cannot say I like it, yet I do not dislike it either. This ambiguous statement is a tactic I employ frequently. Much like navigating school life, one must learn to adapt in social situations. Even if ignored by a girl, one should dismiss it with a casual, "Ah." Here I go talking to myself again. This is advice rooted in the experiences of others, and it is essential to remember it well. Yukino Shida, visibly displeased with my response, momentarily transformed from Yukino Shida into arrogant Yukino Shida. Henceforth, I shall refer to her in my mind as arrogant Yukino Shida. You're contemplating some rather rude thoughts, are you not? Do not pry into the thoughts of others, Yukino Shida. Your somewhat unfortunate expression has laid bare your inner turmoil. That is rather impolite. My apologies. Your expression is merely slightly unfortunate. That makes no difference. Do not think that merely altering the degree of a word can deceive me. Once again, my apologies. To call your expression unfortunate is a disservice to the term unfortunate. Ah, so you're apologizing for that. At the very least, you should have said it to me first. Yet, such is arrogant Yukino Shida. Once one becomes accustomed to her demeanor, it is best to disregard her. Having learned to ignore others through mimicry, I find the skill now stifled by arrogant Yukino Shida. She stowed her book in her bag and glanced out the window. It is getting late. Regarding your earlier question, do you not find Giovanni's train rather enviable? Giovanni's train? The one filled with diverse individuals and experiences, brimming with novelty? Perhaps it is indeed enviable. We are perpetually confined within a minuscule society. Even Yukino Shida must find the outside world more vibrant. Yet even so, the determination to take that first step is not easily achieved. Giovanni's train exists solely within the realm of fairy tales. Yet the other elements it introduces profoundly resonate with readers. In this light, perhaps I too yearn for that train, though my wish is simply to see it whisk away those living in the moment. Youth is hardly captivating. Rather, it represents the poison of life, its existence epitomizing all the malevolence in the world. And so, interrupting my thoughts, Yukino Shida now stood at the door of the service club. Uehama mentioned she would be heading to the mall to purchase items needed for the clubroom. Would you like to join? Arrogant Yukino Shida is asking me. Has she evolved into delicate Yukino Shida? Just as I was about to respond, Yukino Shida flashed a smile. She tilted her head slightly, pulling the door closed while saying, "Of course, I was joking. Enjoy your single nobleman life, Byaku." Wait. Bang. The clubroom door was shut. Ignoring the moniker Byaku, I found myself quite displeased at having been played. No, this is merely jesting. Youth is but gray. There is no such thing as rosy youth. Thus, Yukino Shida remains Yukino Shida, and I remain myself. There is no romantic comedy, nor any youthful tale. Such a narrative shall surely continue. Chapter 29. Escape and the Beating of the President. Part 1. Secrets that must be told, secrets that cannot be revealed. Secrets that are difficult to unravel. Each individual harbors their own mysteries. Some wish to share, while others desire to keep them concealed for a lifetime. But is it truly feasible to never disclose a secret? Such a feat may prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the very moment it is spoken, it ceases to be one's own secret. Just as the unique cultural expression of classical Chinese literature conveys profound meanings through simple phrases. Even a single character can encapsulate a person's overwhelming yearning. Each individual's secret is laden with a myriad of emotions, ranging from joy to sorrowful misfortune. Upon discovering the secret of the academically gifted Miss Mayo Harakumi, Zayu's initial curiosity morphed into sympathy. It is likely that the strong yet fragile Miss Mayohara would not appreciate such a sentiment, and would surely reject the condescending help from Zayu. Thus, Zayu resolved to reframe his approach. This was not about aiding Mayo Harakumi or rescuing her. Rather, it was a means of providing himself with a reason to move forward. In the past, Zayu regarded himself as insignificant, merely an ordinary employee with mediocre performance at his company. He was neither a distinguished senior manager nor a prestigious president. His life held no allure, and his experiences were utterly devoid of interest, rendering him an inconspicuous figure in the crowd. Like many daydreamers craving excitement, Zayu yearned for extraordinary powers, wishing to be regarded as a master by enchanting heroines, aspiring to become a hero himself. Thus, with a resolute decision made, he embraced his final choice. This was not a tale in the traditional sense, nor did it possess the elements of a novel. It was simply the modest existence of a traveler. Effort, sorrow, growth, and setbacks all contributed to the tapestry of success. Dressed appropriately, Zayu gathered his tools, donned his hat, and, once fully prepared, stepped out of his room. He resided in a quaint two-story apartment named Hedian's Wang, occupying the innermost room on the second floor. Unfortunately, there were no subterranean dwellers, no magical girls, nor was it a three-tatami room besieged by invaders. Being the innermost room, it was also the farthest from the iron staircase, allowing him to glimpse the flower beds cultivated by the youthful landlord from the corridor. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the fragrant aroma of flowers intertwined with the scent of grass, invigorating his weary spirit. Gazing at the moon above, its silvery light draping the path ahead in a gossamer veil, the distant road appeared particularly vivid. At that moment, Zayu intended to emulate a somewhat melodramatic protagonist, attempting to pursue his desires. He had just called Haiqing and Lin Xian, informing them that if he did not attend school the following day, it would signify his failure to save the world. However, if the sun rose as usual, it might indicate success. Though a jest, it was in truth a request for Lin Xian to excuse him from school, while enlisting Haicheng to infiltrate the school's network to retrieve Meo Harakumi's information. Gender: female, age, 16, measurements, 85-58-83. Height: 165 centimeters. Family situation: single-parent household with a father. Academic performance: excellent. Health status: good. Home address: 103 Higashimaki Street, Yazaki Prefecture. Contact number: 0081XXXXX1427. Zayu refrained from having Haicheng delve deeper. These details sufficed, particularly the address. Despite Haicheng's inquiries regarding the rationale behind the investigation, Zayu cleverly sidestepped the questions and ultimately ended the call. With the address etched in his mind, Zayu commenced his endeavor. He first traveled to Kitazawa Station, then transferred at Kegawa Station, heading east along the National Highway. Having resigned from his evening job that day, Zayu found himself with the leisure to stand there. Setting aside thoughts of novels and the adaptation of Fate Stay Night, he leaned towards appreciating the majestic ocean before him. The night coastline possessed a beauty distinctly different from that of the daytime. The daytime sea appeared resplendent and welcoming, while the night enveloped it in a shroud of mystery. The symphony of sea winds and waves instilled a sense of tranquility. As he listened to this melodious composition, Zayu unconsciously quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Was there someone else who shared similar thoughts? Running along the nocturnal shore, racing as if pursued, or perhaps chasing something elusive, he soon found himself breathless. Panting heavily, Zayu paused beside a house marked with the name Mayohara. Supporting himself on his knees, he gradually lifted his head. From this vantage point, he beheld white window frames and beige curtains, faint light illuminating the silhouette of a young girl within. As silence enveloped him, Zayu strained to discern if anyone else passed by. In such a lavish residence, there must be several servants. He had just seen the sprawling 30-meter-high mansion with its central courtyard featuring a grand sculptural fountain, surrounded by meticulously groomed lawns and flower beds. The pristine white tiles and opulent decor underscored the material wealth of the house's owner. Merely traversing from the entrance to the front door would likely consume several minutes. Luckily, as they resided behind the premises, he could circumvent the house. Picking up a small stone from the ground and retrieving a rope from his backpack, Zayu hurled the stone against the window. The collision of stone and glass produced a crisp sound. He noticed a shadow within stir slightly, yet there was no further reaction. Was one attempt insufficient? It felt reminiscent of a cinematic scene. With a self-deprecating smile, Zayu picked up a larger stone, one that would not shatter the glass, and raised his right hand to strike again. The distance was short and the height manageable, ensuring that even someone as unathletic as Zayu could hit the target. Bang! The second sound seemed to rouse the shadow within, which gradually enlarged until, with a rustling sound, the curtain was drawn back, revealing the girl clad in pajamas etched into Zayu's memory. Chapter 30. Escape and Assaulting the President. Part 2. Dressed in a pink floral pajama set and holding a book in her right hand, her long hair, fashioned in a casual manner due to being home, glimmered under the interplay of light and moonlight. This young girl was none other than Meo Harakumi. She first glanced to the left, and right before her gaze settled on Zayu, who stood in the grass. Initially silent, she swiftly drew the curtains shut. Why? Zayu once again picked up a stone and struck the glass. This time, it easily succeeded. What exactly do you intend to do? Have you lost your mind? Observing Meo Harakumi donning a coat outside, Zayu realized she had been shy, likely not wishing to be seen in her pajamas by a boy. However, regrettably, Zayu had no intentions of discussing anything inappropriate with a high school girl at this moment. Do you trust me? Huh? What a follow-up. Without waiting for Meo Harakumi's definitive answer, Zayu tossed the rope towards her. He signaled for her to tie it to the windowsill and then slide down. However, she evidently would not comply. What exactly are you doing here? It's late, and you have classes tomorrow. People like you should be getting to bed early. What a pity. I generally sleep late and rise late. Just like before. Do you believe me? I don't. How straightforward. Zayu felt exasperated by the rapid-fire exchange with the academically gifted Miss Mayohara. Removing his hat, Zayu raised his gaze to the young woman above. That day on the rooftop of the school building, you shared your aspirations and the dreams you wished to realize. She aspired to become a detective novelist. A dream that might not seem particularly grandiose. Perhaps anyone could take that first step. However, for Mai Harakumi, it was a different story. With her exceptional academic performance, her father had placed high expectations upon her, leaving her no choice but to inherit the family business shares. Kumi excelled in everything she did, so when she faltered, punishment was swift. That day, having fled from home, she was struck by her father for the first time. His erratic and unreasonable reprimands could stem from the most bizarre of reasons, all culminating in a form of punishment. In essence, Kumi had no future of her own design. She was bound to a path meticulously laid out by her father. Thus, I arrived to listen to your story, a person here to instigate change, so you ought to be grateful. I was unsure of your words that day, merely expressing myself without an audience, which lacked any real significance. Then why did you confide in me, even when you detested me? That was simply my own initiation. Seo stood rooted, gazing up at the high-achieving girl. I harbor the same disdain for you. With outstanding grades, striking looks, and a life filled with admiration, individuals like her often cursed to just explode. Seo felt similarly. He could not foster any affection for someone like Kumi. However, there was a peculiar similarity, a shared essence, perhaps. That essence, imbued with fervent desires and hopes, compel me to leap down and bestow upon you what you seek. Do not jest. Kumi set her book aside, casting a disdainful glance around. Do not presume to understand the feelings of others. It is precisely because you reside in such heights that you are blind to what lies beneath. Is that not true of you now? Seo retorted promptly, inhaling deeply, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout towards Kumi and the mansion ahead. I wish to become a detective novelist. You. Kumi's face flushed crimson as she glared angrily at Seo. Ignoring her piercing gaze, Seo prepared to shout again, only to witness Kumi toss aside her coat and swiftly descend the rope to the first floor. She approached Seo and landed a punch on his abdomen. Ouch, that hurt. Seo staggered back, yet Kumi, still brimming with indignation, readied herself for a second assault. But who goes there? A voice echoed from the Maihara residence, as a servant hurried from the main hall. Let's go. Seo grasped Kumi's hand, initiating their escape. He directed her to climb onto his shoulders as they attempted to traverse the family's storage area, intending to pass through the house. Just then, a calm voice called out, "Where do you think you're going, Kumi?" A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and exuding an air of authority, stepped out the door. Seo looked over and recognized him as Kumi's father. What a dreadful combination indeed. You wish to run away from home? I have told you before, do not engage in unnecessary actions. All you need to do is obey and study. Father, Enough, Seo interjected, confronting the man who had instilled fear within him. Have you heard what Kumi has expressed? And you are? The little brat from that day? The middle-aged man, Maihara Hiroto, furrowed his brow at Seo. What brings you here? What do you intend to take Kumi? That is a question I should be directing at you. What do you wish for Kumi to do? I have provided her with a clear path, one that does not include the unrealistic fantasies she harbors. Nothing more. Is that merely your unilateral perspective? Has Kumi ever consented to this? This prompted Hiroto to glance at his daughter, who, unable to face him, hid behind Seo. Kumi, come here. I can easily accuse him of trespassing. But father, do you hear me? His voice quaked Kumi, causing her to shudder as Seo firmly held her. He focused on Hiroto, standing at the mansion's entrance. 1 week will suffice. What do you mean? Let us wager. A week to determine whether Kumi's dreams are mere delusions. Do not speak nonsense. As a student, it is entirely feasible. Seo grinned, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In a week, Kumi's name will echo far and wide, using your foolish dreams to obliterate your unrealistic assumptions. Do not become overly smug. That is precisely why I propose this condition. Old man. Gripping Kumi's hand, Seo leapt down from the storage area, initiating their underdog comeback plan, commencing tonight. Chapter 31. The underdogs counterattack the day following the incident. 4 individuals, including the high-achieving girl, gathered at Rin's house. Initially, Seo intended for Kumi to rest at his rented apartment, but considering their gender differences and the timing, he brought Kumi to Rin's residence instead. Rin's home often stood empty, as her parents frequently traveled across Japan for work. Consequently, she often resided alone, occasionally visiting Seo to rouse him from slumber. Though she initially hesitated to accommodate Seo's rude and peculiar request, the time of day led Rin to reluctantly agree to his proposal to stay over. Naturally, she did not forget to inquire why Seo was with Kumi, to which he promised an explanation by noon the following day. Now, Rin's home lay approximately a 10-minute walk from Seo's apartment, nestled against a hillside, with fresh air surrounding it. The 2-story apartment housed several rooms. Aside from one designated as storage, 5 rooms remained available for use. Even if Rin's parents returned, there would be ample space for Kumi. At present, the 4 of them sat together in a bedroom on the 2nd floor, near the staircase. The red tea before them steamed, freshly brewed. As the host, Rin posed her earlier question once more. What was the reason for Seo bringing Kumi out of her home? Now, it seems appropriate to explain, but Kumi interrupted Seo, her hands raised, clad in Rin's oversized coat that felt constricting. Kumi did not wish for Seo to continue. For her, having others speak of such matters felt inappropriate. Grateful for Rin's assistance, she intended to recount the entire truth to both Rin and Hai-san. Noting the time, which had already passed 12:30, Kumi realized that all 4 had taken leave from school. A day away would not pose a problem. In this moment, Kumi recognized it was her first time requesting a leave of absence. This must be my defiance. My father always considers my best interests, yet I disregard his intentions to chase after things he cannot perceive. If there is blame, it largely falls upon me. She expressed the events of the previous night and her thoughts, her voice slightly trembling, yet devoid of any deceit. Mao Yuan Jiushi harbored a desire to become a detective novelist, a confession that brought her a tinge of shyness, yet it was the truth. Like many others with aspirations, she found immense joy in the pursuit of truth amidst conundrums. Humanity is perpetually ensnared by countless mysteries and dilemmas, and detectives may well be pivotal in unraveling these quandaries. It is not due to their grandeur or exceptional intellect, but rather their intrinsic elements and abilities in the quest for truth. The thrill of piecing together fragmented clues to uncover the ultimate adversary or culprit, and deriving conclusions substantial enough to alter the status quo, invigorated Mao Yuan Jiushi. The title of a great detective is perhaps the utmost honor for one in that profession. Thus, her infatuation with the art of deduction flourished. She yearned to be a detective novelist, yet the reality of her dreams remained elusive. Her father's meticulously crafted future dictated the path she ought to tread. To deviate from this course required not only courage, but also the strength to gain her father's approval. It became apparent that our president meddles excessively, absurdly whisking away an unfamiliar female classmate under the cover of night. Is there any other service required? Perhaps, and as well as. Today, Hai Chung refrained from opening her laptop, instead articulating the harshness of reality with a hint of sarcasm. Meddling, indeed, perhaps that is the truth. However, Zuyu could not have acted without reason. Did Mao Yuan Jiushi hear what the foolish Zuyu had to say? Don't call me a fool. In response to Zuyu's retort, Mao Yuan Jiushi's voice rang, slightly louder. She glanced between Hai Chung and Lin Xian, recounting the events of that fateful night. Summarizing Zuyu's words. In just a week, she could attain results that would astonish her father. President, aren't you overstepping? This is deceit. Both Hai Chung and I will visit you at the labor education camp. Do you prefer breadcrumbs or breadcrumbs? Don't base your assumptions on my arrest. And besides, the consolation prize was nothing but breadcrumbs. Zuyu placed her hands on the low table, yet the black tea remained undisturbed. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Mao Yuan Jiushi's father, Mao Yuan Guangrun, had neither sent anyone to investigate nor reported her disappearance to the authorities, perhaps due to his own identity permitting such oversights. According to Mao Yuan Jiushi, her father was a near perfectionist, which propelled her to excel in academics and athletics, earning accolades across various fields. Although she secretly indulged in detective novels, being discovered would result in immediate repercussions. Mao Yuan Guang Rin did not wish for his daughter to embark on uncertain paths, leading to his excessive doting. Zui Yu's rapidly worrying mind reached a conclusion, or rather, reaffirmed a pre-existing understanding. Setting aside other matters, it became evident that Mao Yuan Jiushi did not merely aspire to be a detective novelist. She desired to be a detective who solves cases. The yearning to unravel puzzles and derive accurate conclusions may very well be what she sought. Hearing Zui Yu's interpretation, Mao Yuan Jiushi tilted her head slightly, uncertain if she agreed or disagreed. However, she chose to acquiesce for the moment, as she genuinely relished the sensation of pursuing the unfathomable, embracing the elusive truths. Mao Yuan, can you draw? Perhaps create comics? What do you mean? I mean, draw detective-themed comics. Mao Yuan Jiushi hesitantly nodded. I have indeed studied drawing. Creating comics should pose no issue. Then how about I write a script, and you illustrate a comic based on it? Me? Even if I manage to draw it, many aspects would remain unverified. One thing can be confirmed. Zui took a sip of her black tea. The comic shall be titled Detective Conan. What do you think? The first chapter would be submitted to Weekly Sh Jump, published by Shueisha, which currently holds the title of Japan's highest circulating serialized manga magazine, leading the trio of major Weekly Sh magazines. Weekly Sh Jump, Weekly Sh Magazine, and Weekly Sh Sunday. Established in July 1968 as a bi-weekly publication, it transitioned to a weekly format in 1969, with weekly releases. By 1993, each issue surpassed 6 million copies. The magazine primarily featured action-adventure titles, often infused with fantastical elements, deliberately showcasing individuality and pursuing intricate plot twists, filled with a diverse array of outstanding manga. Occasionally, it also included works from romance, sports, and historical genres. Most characters are aesthetically appealing, thus attracting a substantial female readership, making it the leader among Japan's most beloved manga magazines. Originally, Detective Conan was serialized in Weekly Sh Sunday. But given the popularity of Weekly Sh Jump among the three major Sh magazines, Zui deemed it more fitting to serialize it there. The impetus for creating Detective Conan stemmed from the detective manga craze ignited by Kendaichi case files, which began serialization in Weekly Sh magazine in 1992. Consequently, its original author, Aoyama Sensei, conceptualized Detective Conan just 4 weeks following the conclusion of his previous work, Legend of the Sword Hero. His popular drawing style, the romantic entanglements among multiple characters, and the character designs, such as Idagawa Conan, received widespread acclaim from readers. The animated adaptation has maintained high popularity since its debut, with annual theatrical releases consistently ranking among the top at the box office. Thus, despite being serialized for over 20 years, the work remains timeless, a remarkable phenomenon within Japan's anime industry. However, in this world, it is indeed unfortunate that such a popular work, rich in detective narratives, has yet to materialize. Yet, Kendaichi Case Files continues to be serialized in Weekly Sh magazine, meaning that for Detective Conan to gain traction, it must find a way to surpass the long-standing Kendaichi Case Files. It is no easy feat for a newcomer to attain fame. Even exceptional works submitted today may be overlooked by editors, resulting in swift rejection after a mere glance. Thus, it becomes imperative to create a buzz. Currently, Zui is a scriptwriter for the popular fan game Fate Stay Night, while Mao Yuan Jiushi can leverage her identity as the daughter of the CEO of Sony Corporation to submit her comic. Even as a transmigrator, Zui understands that making a name in this alternate world requires more than mere imitation. It necessitates thoughtful consideration and negotiation. Blindly copying to garner popularity is utterly futile. No, while that approach may hold some merit, it lacks the essence of intriguing content. Zui intends to stir the anime industry in this world, not solely relying on the system, but rather combining her own prowess with the advantages she has inherited to forge a distinctive future. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a cold sensation on her left cheek. Zui opened her eyes to find Lin Xian placing an ice pack on her face, realizing she had inadvertently dozed off during her contemplation. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in the familiar room, in a familiar spot. Not her own room, but Lin Xian's. Zui, while you were asleep just now, Hai Chung and I made a slight modification to your body. Just utter transform, and you can change. Is it true? Transformation. With a playful flourish of his hands, a radiant light envelopes the surroundings, and an array of armor and weapons materializes from the void, adorning Zayu. An infrared detection device flits about, while the steel armor bestows formidable combat prowess upon him. Yet, of course, this is mere illusion. This is neither a tokusatsu film nor a fantastical tale, but simply a mundane moment. Upon witnessing Zayu's antics, Lin Xian bursts into laughter. What an age to still exclaim transformation. I was only jesting. I'm not a confused butler, and I'm certainly not feeble. Engrossed in conversation with Lin Xian, he completely forgot his earlier thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers dancing upon the keyboard comes from Hai Cheng, who has settled himself at the corner of Lin Xian's room, conveniently located near the air conditioning. President, I just checked the recent sales of Fate Stay Night. It appears that aside from the initial sales, the highest figures are steadily declining, yet the weekly sales remain significant. Additionally, I've completed part of the game's programming. It seems we will need to transfer funds for the sales revenue of Fate Stay Night. Nasu Takashi had previously discussed with Zayu the prospect of adapting Fate Stay Night into an animation. Therefore, as collaborative partners, Zayu might also consider contributing financially to the necessary funds for the adaptation. Speaking of the game, with a unit price of 2,000 yen and a total of 400,000 copies sold. If we calculate 2,000 multiplied by 500,000 multiplied by 10 royalty fee, it amounts to several tens of millions of yen in revenue. However, despite the daunting figures, the actual income does not reach such heights. Meanwhile, the diligent girl, Maihara Kumi, sits properly at a low table, her brush gliding across the flower-patterned paper, creating new anime characters. Not wanting to disrupt her earnestness, Zayu refrains from interrupting. Previously, he had shown some character sketches to Maihara, who expressed bewilderment at his actions, as it would no longer be her creation, but rather his. Ultimately, Zayu allowed her creative freedom, encouraging her to illustrate characters from Detective Conan and develop the settings as well as the first draft. Besides occasionally assisting with the illustrations, Zayu primarily provided the comic script, which Maihara was eager to follow, as she greatly enjoyed the storylines he devised. In truth, this was all made possible with the support of the scholar system. When Zayu decided to assist Maihara in bringing Detective Conan to life, the system activated, sharing all character designs with him while only providing half of the plot, leaving the remainder for him to develop independently. The manuscript for the comic is relatively straightforward. After outlining the framework, it involves depicting the interactions between characters, a process that does not require overly detailed descriptions. Following this, the editing phase begins, correcting any flaws and shading certain areas in black, thus transforming it into a comic manuscript. The coloring responsibility falls upon Zayu and Lin Xian, while Hai Cheng, who works on the computer, along with the two of them, completes the first draft of Detective Conan, the roller coaster murder case, by the afternoon. As Maihara nervously glanced at Zayu, she secured the manuscript in a bag. All right, it's time to go. Zayu opened the door, marking the beginning of the submission for Detective Conan. A significant first step for Maihara in realizing her dream of debuting as a manga artist. Chapter 2. Awarded the sweltering summer heat is unbearable, especially in a room lacking air conditioning. Thus, within the corridor of a small apartment building, the room at the far end bearing the nameplate, Zu, reverberates with the sounds of objects colliding. Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Counter Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Electromagnetic cannon. Counter electromagnetic cannon. Damn it, President. That's cheating. Within this modest 1 LDK room, two individuals are embroiled in a dispute. The all-white electric fan, recently purchased with Zayu's hard-earned money, stands as a testament to their struggle. Meanwhile, the profits from Fate Stay Night are still being calculated by Nasu Takashi, rendering immediate payment impossible. Initially, they had planned to spend the scorching summer at Lin Xian's residence. However, due to her forgetting the keys and Hai Cheng's air conditioning being broken, the four were reluctantly forced to gather at Zayu's home. Since the day she left with Zayu, Maihara had not returned home. Relying on Lin Xian's assistance for clothing and accommodation during these past few days, which has rapidly strengthened their bond. Yet, Zayu is acutely aware that this situation cannot continue. As previously speculated, Maihara's father has not sought her return, likely due to pride, not wanting others to know his daughter was taken away by an outsider. Engaged in a fierce contest for the sole electric fan, Zayu struggles against Hai Cheng, who possesses the trait of delinquency, granting him high STR values. thus easily overpowering Zayu. Like an RPG character suffering from excessive blood loss, Zayu lies on the floor, gasping for breath. On the other hand, the two girls remain uninvolved in the altercation as they luxuriate in a small inflatable pool set up behind the curtains. The pool, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length and width, is a tight fit for the 1 LDK room. But why did you bring a small inflatable pool to my house? Zayu exclaims. You're so stingy, Zai. What is wrong with using some water? And don't draw back the curtains. Despite wearing swimsuits, they wish to avoid being seen by the two men, showcasing their strong sense of modesty. Lying on the floor and gazing at the ceiling, Zayu notices the wooden ceiling's patterns, which seem to feature a variety of designs. By chance, Zayu nudges Hai-chung, who is clutching the fan he purchased. Hai-chung, have you finished handling the character portrayals and combat system for Fate Unlimited Codes? Almost. I discussed some matters with Miss Chunzi online earlier, and there are a few things that need to be communicated in person, such as the assessment of damage values during battles. Is that so? Of course, and it must be in a CAF. Surely, Miss Chunzi isn't interested in me, is she? She did ask if I wanted to intern with her. The head of the Capcom subsidiary, Himejima Chunzi, is the Miss Chunzi Hai-chung refers to. Zayu certainly does not believe that the office lady type would have any affection for Hai-chung, who seems to be more focused on casual flings, which poses a significant flaw in his character. Perhaps some girls might find such a delinquent appealing, like that girl with glasses whose name escapes him. If that were the case, a comic titled Delinquent and Glasses Girl could be created, even though such a concept already exists in the original world. President, I want air conditioning. Call someone to fix the air conditioning at your place. President, I'm thirsty. It's right next to you. President, I want to play basketball. Who cares about you? You're so annoying. Zayu retrieves his phone from his pocket, and amidst the chorus of summer cicadas, the ringtone set for noon resonates throughout the room. It is a song by a renowned diva from this world, though Zayu has yet to remember her name. Listening to the melodious sound of the bell, Hai-chung, seated in a corner against the wall, set aside the electric fan and subsequently removed his shirt. President, I'm about to undress, he declared. Do not do so in my house, and besides, have you not already undressed? Zayu switched off the ringing sound. The splashing water from the other side of the curtain evoked envy in the two members present. President, shall we leap over? One teased. You're finally evolving into a pervert. Notorious pervert can be succinctly referred to as notorious. Shaking his head and clicking his tongue, he continued, peeping is, after all, a man's romance. Are you not aware of the countless individuals who have profited through such acts? For instance, Bill Gates. You truly are a fool. When the topic of peeping arose, Zayu was reminded of a theory. Yes, a theory regarding girls' underwear. In truth, for boys, the real treasure does not lie in merely seeing a girl's underwear, but rather in the fleeting glimpse that occurs when a girl walks past, and the wind lifts her skirt just enough for a tantalizing view. The thrill of seeing, yet not seeing, that exhilarating sense of urgency, is the true allure. Thus, rather than directly sneaking a peek, the notion of almost seeing is the most potent form of stimulation. Therefore, it is not merely the underwear itself that captivates men, but rather the sight of the girl when her underwear is obscured. Clearing his throat, Zayu coughed, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away. Rising from the floor, he rushed to the window to bask in the summer breeze and posed a question to the two girls on the other side of the curtain. How are you enjoying yourselves? Not too bad, though perhaps if Zayu were to stop breathing, it might be even more enjoyable. Do you wish for me to take my own life, you fool Lin Xian? I believe. Interjecting, Meo Harakumi seemed to scoop water with her hand and pour it into the basin. I believe this lifestyle is rather pleasant. I, who am always immersed in my studies, am experiencing something different. I must thank you, Zai. Oh my, how flattering. As the three conversed, Hai-chung, with his mouth agape toward the fan, rapidly typed on his computer. Finally, upon confirming the information on the web page, his previously lackluster demeanor transformed instantly. It worked. What? In response to Zayu's inquiry, Hai-chung turned the laptop around. Mayuhara's manga has secured the top spot for newcomer popularity in Weekly Shonen Jump and has garnered numerous endorsements from prominent editors. Even though it is merely a single chapter, the exquisite plot and character development have received remarkable acclaim. This marks the first step toward success. Chapter 3. The manuscripts of Haramono and discussion following the joyous announcement. Hai-chung and Lin Xian departed from Zayu's room to procure lunch for the four of them from a nearby convenience store. The reason being that Meo Harakumi needed to dedicate her time to drawing the manga manuscript, while Zayu similarly required time to compose his novel. The studious young lady submitted her manga manuscript to Weekly Shonen Jump, whereas Zayu, a less academically inclined individual, submitted his manuscript to a light novel competition organized by the three major publishing houses. After the lively atmosphere brought by the comedic Lin Xian and Haiqing faded, Zayu's room fell into a tranquil silence. Dressed in Lin Xian's clothes, Meo Harakumi diligently sketched the protagonist's features and form with remarkable speed, exhibiting no signs of distortion in her artistry. In this serene ambience, the only sound was the gentle chime of the wind chime hanging by the window, brought back by Zayu. With only one electric fan available, Zayu adjusted it to rotate mode, ensuring everyone received a meager breeze. A sheen of perspiration surfaced on his skin as Zayu caught sight of the glistening sweat near Meo Harakumi's collarbone, the droplets cascading down to her chest. Absorbed by her clothing, the fair expanse of her chest was laid bare due to the open neckline of her shirt, and with her leaning over to draw, Zayu had an unobstructed view. The young girl, still in her prime, was developing impressively, which took him by surprise. Stealing a glance, Zayu quickly diverted his gaze. This was not the time for idleness. Surely, he had been exceptionally busy lately. Beyond assisting the studious young lady with her manga, he was also engaged with the animation of Fate Stay Night, the production of the game Fate Unlimited Codes, and the manuscript for my teen romantic comedy Snafu. Of course, among these endeavors, the production of Fate Unlimited Codes could be postponed, but the other three tasks were time-sensitive. Having provided Meo Harakumi with an opening, he felt compelled to ensure she had a perfect conclusion. Perhaps with his assistance, she would take that crucial step forward, allowing her to continue on her own path even without his support. Yet, she was still at the beginning, unable to accomplish everything alone. Zayu had drafted some of the script content for Detective Conan, handing over the original drafts to Meo Harakumi for her to illustrate, refine, and create based on her vision. Currently, the goal was to establish a name for themselves, so Zayu would not allow Meo Harakumi to struggle alone until they achieved recognition. However, once they attained a certain status, Meo Harakumi could unleash her creativity and craft her own narratives. Adjusting the fans' intensity, Zayu glanced at the 2,000 words of manuscript he had written since morning, nodding in satisfaction. My teen romantic comedy Snafu is a coming-of-age novel, yet diverges from the norm. Its allure does not stem from the romantic interactions between characters, but rather from the intertwining and overlapping stories of individuals. Each character's thoughts, desires, and objectives intertwine, reflecting the essence of youth. Youth, akin to the spotlight on a stage, shines solely on the protagonists, fleetingly illuminating the rest with no lingering attachment. Yet even so, youth holds a certain value. Even if the male protagonist, Hikigaya Hachiman, despises youth and cannot appreciate those who embody it, he secretly empathizes with those pursuing youth. Youth is indeed a formidable adversary, a great demon of high combat prowess, but such an existence, such youth, possesses an undeniable charm. The characters within the narrative each exhibit distinct traits, holding varying perspectives on youth. Regardless of how one interprets it, all have boarded the vessel named youth, and when they choose to disembark is a matter of personal decision. Regret-free youth is a myth. Thus, many linger aboard the ship a little longer, engaging with others a bit more. In this world, where different stories weave together like stars scattered across the night sky, the fusion of youth, romance, and narrative creates a wondrous chemical reaction. Youth fraught with problems is the true essence of youth. Zayu was quite satisfied with both the author-s and his own theories, believing that even amidst a fragmented existence, the myriad stories are filled with the bittersweet essence of life, compelling narratives. Youth is the path, love is justice. Is that not right? This question formed automatically in Zayu's mind, prompting him to glance up at Meo Harakumi, who sat across from him at the low table. A man and a woman sharing a room, both clad in revealing summer attire. Was it not a disservice to oneself to remain passive? Rising from the low table, Zayu placed his hands on its surface, drawing Meo Harakumi's attention. She set down her brush, placing the manuscript and ink aside before speaking. I find your manga script to be utterly perfect. I adore those plot lines. Surely, my father will recognize my talent now, but what? Are you writing a light novel? Planning to submit that content? Roughly speaking, yes. Zayu spoke thus, and after regaining his composure, he returned to his original position. I understand that novels and comics, much like the musings of their authors, often reflect a sense of melancholy. Your words are rather hurtful. Do not reduce the authors of novels and comics to mere recluses, hermits who confine themselves to their homes, engaging in self-dialogue day after day. However, your narrative possesses a certain uniqueness. I have glimpsed a portion of her manuscript while you were writing. Zayu was taken aback, realizing that someone had observed him during his creative process. Yet, this revelation was not entirely unexpected, for Zayu himself could easily engage in the simple act of reading text. Thus, I wish to inquire, does the protagonist you depict truly intend to navigate life with such a temperament and worldview? This lifestyle? Are you referring to the perspective on youth? Indeed, I find it rather extreme. The character known as Hikigaya Hachiman possesses an excessively narrow viewpoint, which likely explains his lack of friends. It seems that Kawaharu Kumi shares certain similarities with Yukino Shida, Yukino from a narrative. The theories of the esteemed teacher were swiftly dismissed, prompting Zayu to counter with vigor. That is merely your opinion. Youth is not inherently constricted. Just as a school serves as a microcosm of society, it embodies various groups, hierarchies, and dynamics of strength and weakness. Such elements are essential if one wishes to engage meaningfully with others and cultivate relationships, even with individuals deemed popular. One must muster the courage to initiate conversation. That is the true path, esteemed teacher. You shall not refer to me in such a manner. The only title permitted is Hikigaya. No, Soli Hikigaya. Zayu chose to disregard Kawaharu Kumi and immersed himself in the creation of the next chapter of his manuscript. Chapter 4. The Underachiever, the Overachiever. In the unforeseen circumstances, Hai Chung and Lin Xian retrieved their bento boxes and immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere. The overachiever diligently sketched, while the underachiever swiftly typed, as though in a silent competition, disregarding the surrounding environment entirely. The two spectators remained silent, placing their purchased celery and pork bento on the table, crouching beside it, observing Hai Chung's computer screen. They had no intention of interrupting Kawaharu Kumi and Zayu's work, understanding when it was appropriate to jest and when to adopt a more serious demeanor. Following the successful submission of Kawaharu Kumi's comic Detective Conan, the second chapter must be prepared promptly, ideally within this week. Creating a comic manuscript is not particularly arduous. After all, one merely needs to illustrate the characters and delegate the coloring and background work to assistants. However, at this moment, all these tasks were being solely undertaken by Kawaharu Kumi, resulting in a rather substantial workload. Although Zayu could assist with the latter two processes, he was pressed for time as he needed to focus on completing the manuscript for my teen romantic comedy Snafu, making it impossible for him to divert his attention elsewhere. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper became the only music within the space, while the summer heat intruded into the unair-conditioned room as usual. The electric fan stirred the air, yet the breeze it produced still bore warmth. After downing the water from the table, Zayu slapped his cheeks, striving to invigorate himself. Summer afternoons often induce lethargy. The cacophonous chirping of cicadas felt akin to a lullaby, sapping the last remnants of his enthusiasm. Pausing his writing, Zayu glanced at his phone to check the time. After finishing their bento, it would be time to depart. Is it to meet with Mr. Nasu Takahiro? Beside him, Lin Xian crouched next to Hai Chung, fanned his head with a handheld fan, gazing at Zayu. Nodding, Zayu approached the water cooler to refill his cup, casting his gaze out at the grass and the rows of street trees. Tomorrow marks the day before the animation adaptation of Fate Stay Night is set to commence. I have been summoned to discuss the arrangements for announcing the TV adaptation. There's a possibility we may all participate, perhaps even attend a meet and greet with voice actors. Oh, a voice actor meet and greet? Will we have the chance to meet those esteemed seniors? It is likely, though there may also be some novice voice actors trained by their agencies. Nevertheless, Zayu eagerly anticipates meeting veterans like Kawasumi Ayako and Sugiyama Noriaki. As for Lin Xian, she might as well join to snag a role. Setting his water cup aside, Zayu sat down and opened his bento, also offering the other bento to Kawaharu Kumi. Let's take a moment to pause. Since your submission was successful, an editor will be assigned to you and deadlines will be established. There is no need to rush. I understand that. I merely wish to illustrate certain elements, especially since I have already completed a portion. The final culprit must be revealed, and only by reaching the conclusion can I relax. It appears that this overachiever possesses a strong thirst for knowledge. She will not easily relinquish her quest until she uncovers the ending. While the content is based on the script provided by Zayu, the artistry is entirely Kawahara Kumi's, with character and scene depictions crafted by her hand. The material Zayu offered was merely a fragment of Detective Conan. Thus her path ahead remains lengthy. She must forge the subsequent narrative herself. As for the allure of the new Conan, its nature remains uncertain. Once Kawahara Kumi completes her illustrations, Zayu plans to dine with her before they venture out together. Hai Chung and Lin Xian, however, opted to remain languidly in Zayu's home to escape the heat, unwilling to venture outside. Upon entering the room, everyone immediately relaxed, which is a perfectly natural occurrence. Unable to change this, Zayu bid farewell to the two before departing with Kawahara Kumi. Zayu was to consult with Nasu Takuro regarding the animation of Fate Stay Night, while Kawahara Kumi intended to visit the Yaima branch of Weekly Shonen Jump to discuss matters related to her comic serialization. Zayu harbored no concerns regarding Kawahara Kumi's social skills. He believed she could adeptly navigate interactions with others. However, one point of apprehension lingered. When you meet them, please refrain from being overly forthright. What do you mean? Kawahara Kumi, now adorned with a sun hat, tilted her head, almost causing the wide brim to collide with her shoulder. This overachiever remained oblivious to the directness of her speech. While she struggled to communicate effectively with her father, she could articulate her observations without restraint when facing strangers. If the editor at Weekly Shonen Jump suggests modifications, Kawahara Kumi might very well respond with, "What peculiar suggestions are you making?" The storyline here is impeccable. I refuse to alter it. Her tendency to be excessively candid around others, coupled with her lack of guile, rendered her an easy target for Zayu to identify her vulnerabilities. The game you developed, is it indeed the animation of Fate Stay Night? Approximately so. I received a notification just recently. Quite impressive, congratulations. Huh, why the surprise? No, I simply did not expect the overachiever to say congratulations to me. Do not refer to me in that manner. I merely speak the truth. You excel in many respects, and the path you have chosen for your future appears far more intriguing and meaningful than mine. Academic performance does not encompass everything. I am well aware of that. Listening to Kawahara Kumi's words, Zayu recognized the immense pressure she faced due to the high expectations of others, which often stifled her ability to express her own wishes and dreams. Teachers undoubtedly held expectations for her, as did her family, and at times, even Zayu found himself harboring expectations for her. It is no simple task for an ordinary girl to respond to such anticipations. Zayu understood this to be a daunting, if not impossible, feat. Thus, Zayu acted, taking her away from that home and her father, offering her assistance. At that moment, the system assessed judgment. Judgment, host, left and right. Target, Mao Yuan Jiu. Current occupation, academic overachiever, manga artist. Current situation solution, embrace the other person and dodge to the left, then accelerate to evade the oncoming truck, avoiding this accident. With the intensity of the action reliant on personal capability. What does this mean? Moreover, the target was unexpectedly Mao Yuan Jiu. Without further contemplation, Zayu embraced Mao Yuan Jiu and, following the guidance, dodged to the left. With his right foot firmly on the ground, he exerted all his strength, the pain from his twisting legs granting them remarkable speed. The two tumbled to the left, and in the next moment, an out-of-control truck rolled over the spot they had just vacated, which they narrowly escaped. That was close. Zayu glanced at the vehicle, then at the safely cradled Mao Yuan Jiu and sighed in relief. Then he heard her voice. "Thank you for saving me. You must be all right. But I must ask, how did you know that truck was going to crash into us?" The academic overachiever was not only calm, but also remarkably perceptive. Chapter 5. Mao Yuan Jiu's Doubts and the Pseudo-Truth. Zayu, as the owner of the academic assistant system, found it rather perplexing. After all, it was quite commonplace for modern transmigrators to possess a golden finger, much like ordinary individuals in another world who typically assumed the roles of heroes or villains. Having auxiliary tools was inevitable. While some might detest such arrangements and resent the existence of these game-like systems, the reality is that possessing such a system does not equate to invincibility. For instance, even if one has an enhancement system that fortifies one's body to an impenetrable state, there could still exist attacks with destructive force surpassing that defense. The world is rife with possibilities and lurking dangers. If one were to naively believe that a system could solve all problems, they might as well shout, "Let me explode." Even those who are not socially adept would face similar explosions, for many remain oblivious to the struggles of possessing a system. Zhuyu considered himself fortunate to have acquired the academic assistant system. Yet amidst this fortune, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Transmigrating into a parallel world with a desire to create things he cherished was indeed delightful, but if much of it relied on the system's assistance, it diminished its value significantly. Zhuyu adored many anime and cherished numerous novels, but if almost all the information stemmed from the overachiever system, he sensed his enthusiasm waning. Perhaps, while imitation and inspiration are commonplace, the distinction between proactive and reactive endeavors is stark. Thus, a transcendent individual, both fortunate and unfortunate, saved the academic girl only to be met with suspicion and doubt, compelling him to provide an explanation. Not wishing to be entangled in the incident, the two rose from the ground. With only minor abrasions, Zhuyu called the police to report the incident and checked on the driver, who merely fainted. They swiftly departed the scene. The road leading away from Zhuyu's apartment was a broad thoroughfare, surrounded by residences that painted a vibrant and bustling picture. Many households cultivated trees within their walled gardens, and the fragrance of greenery was a commonplace delight in the area. This aspect starkly contrasted with other places, Japanese homes, constructed primarily from lightweight materials and wood, often feature gardens, particularly evident in urban settings. After all, this nation boasts a forest coverage rate of 67, making not only cherry blossoms the national flower, widely adored, but also a diverse array of other plants. Looking ahead, Zhuyu pointed to a resting chair beside a vending machine, where the branches of an apple tree formed a natural canopy. "Let's take a brief respite," he suggested. Mao Yuan Jiushi sat to his left as Zhuyu rose to procure 2 bottles of orange juice, a flavor seemingly favored by both genders. "Regarding your earlier question," Zhuyu began without waiting for Mao Yuan Jiushi to mention it. "Do you know why people often say hello repeatedly on the phone? It's actually a negotiation tactic. Establishing control by vocalizing first. Most people are drawn in, and once engaged, they subconsciously listen to what the other party has to say. Thus, a fundamental principle of conversational art is to seize the initiative in language. Zhuyu despised being led by the nose, which is why he employed this method to draw Mao Yuan Jiushi into his sphere of influence. If others were to discover his academic system, Zhuyu would undoubtedly face scorn and disdain in this world. It was a secret he must safeguard. While Zhuyu did not harbor ill feelings toward Mao Yuan Jiushi, revealing his true identity was out of the question. Nor would he do so with Lin Xian and Hai Cheng. "Do you believe in tarot cards, Mao Yuan?" "Tarot cards? I recall they are ancient divination tools. Popular in Europe since the Middle Ages, correct?" As expected, the academic girl was well informed, even about tarot. However, like Mao Yuan Jiushi, Zhuyu also considered himself a polymath. He had a penchant for all things unique, much like the diverse wonders presented by anime. Tarot cards serve as tools for analysis, prediction, and advice regarding people, events, and objects. They can be utilized for various needs, such as love, interpersonal relationships, and work. Particularly when one is uncertain about their next steps, they serve as excellent guiding markers, imbued with psychological suggestion and veiled in mystery, falling within the realm of the occult. Zhuyu's mention of tarot was merely to lend a name to his actions. If tarot belongs to mysticism, then his movements were not unlike the mystical as well. Generally speaking, ordinary individuals might struggle to grasp the significance of tarot cards unless they delve into serious study. Indeed, they are largely incomprehensible, as I do not believe one can predict their fate. Is that so? It is wiser to believe in the possible than to dismiss the uncertain. Consider it a lesson. If I must say, my recent actions were akin to a tarot prediction. What? Mao Yuan Jiushi displayed a look of understanding. Zhuyu initially thought this naive academic girl had fallen for his ruse, but then she remarked, "Zhuyu, are you not a bit too reclusive?" It is as if a child lost from home has forgotten the reason to return, finally losing their grip on reality due to societal exclusion. Hey, that's a bit extreme, don't you think? You cannot feign ignorance. You are quite famous at school, you know. Mao Yuan Jiushi took a sip of her orange juice, fanning herself with her hand. Aside from gaming, you only converse with Hai Cheng and Lin Xian, leading many to perceive you as a solitary figure. engaging in games merely to stave off boredom, considering your limited circle of friends, only two, in fact. Moreover, Mao Yuan Jiushi articulated the crux of the matter. They are both high achievers, while you languish at the bottom. Does this disparity breed cynicism within you? I am a man indifferent to grades. The difference in scores is merely superficial. Such a statement echoed the sentiment of the fault lies not with me, but with the world, did it not? Dear teacher, I've told you not to call me that. So you exclaimed. My high school life is, or perhaps was, filled with rose-tinted moments. Is that so? Mao Yuan Jiushi stood and began to walk ahead, hesitating slightly as she said, then let us consider what just occurred as a mere accident, an unexpected awareness of danger, followed by an unanticipated evasion. Let be as it is. Thus, Mahara Kumi gazed at Sayu and implored her not to engage in any more perilous actions. This is a point she should firmly remember. Her concern bore semblance to anger, rendering the temperament of the academically gifted young lady somewhat inscrutable. Chapter 6. Is this a voice actor? A pseudo-loli is still a loli. This fact cannot be denied. Perhaps achieving success is not a trivial endeavor, yet failure is by no means a light burden. Whose adage is this, after all? Fragments of memory began to surface, evoking nostalgia for days gone by, though one cannot claim to have cherished them greatly. Failure and success are not vastly different. Both exist within the tapestry of life and are sought after by certain individuals. Mahara Kumi is, of course, not one who pursues failure. She is a dreamer and a seeker of success. It is precisely the expectations she bears that compel her to strive, yet this is not entirely erroneous, for it grants her a certain motivation to forge ahead. Observing the back of the scholarly maiden, Sayu arrived at these conclusions through contemplation. Had she shared the same familial background, her path would likely have diverged significantly. The predetermined course of life is immutable, thus one must proceed at their own pace. The other did not turn back, nor did Sayu bid her farewell, allowing her to depart in solitude. Their time together was brief. Upon reaching the station, Kumi boarded her train first due to differing schedules. She was en route to meet with an editor from the Weekly Shonen Jump, a meeting that would determine the future serialization of her manga. Even the academically inclined Kumi should grasp the essence of self-discipline. Casting aside her concerns for Kumi, Sayu glanced at her phone, which displayed the time as 2 o'clock in the afternoon, still resonating with the echoes of waiting. Here, taxis charge by distance, akin to a metered fare. Some drivers may intentionally prolong the journey to inflate profits. Thus, taking the bus is the most economical choice, although she was soon to receive revenue from game sales. Sayu had no intention of squandering her funds, having never been adept at wastefulness. Indeed, it is not frugality, but rather an inability to indulge. At times, while anime figurines can be exorbitant, they are far more economical compared to spending on singing and drinking. However, perspectives differ, leading to varied conclusions. After a 20-minute bus ride, Sayu arrived at the designated location with Nasu, Takahiro. Before her lay a bustling street filled with throngs of people. Advancing forward, she beheld a commercial building towering approximately 20 stories high, with foot traffic near the entrance far exceeding that of the street. The revolving doors spun incessantly. Adjusting her attire, Sayu wore a slightly blue-tinged short-sleeve shirt with the words "Useless Heart" emblazoned on the back, a gift from Lin Xian, while her pants bore the phrase "useless," which was decidedly better than those from Haiqing. Following a crowd of office workers, Sayu's casual attire drew numerous glances. Yet amidst the throng, a tall gentleman approached her upon recognition. "Good afternoon, Sayu-san. Since you have arrived, let us proceed to the 5th floor. Has Nasu-san been here long?" "One could say so. I needed to reserve some rooms here for work. Once everything is finalized, we will commence production in the prepared studio." Feeling the cool air of the building, Sayu and Nasu entered the elevator. With a slight jolt, the elevator halted at the 5th floor and the doors opened. Today is the voice actor selection. We have pre-identified some suitable candidates, and I hope Sayu-san can lend an ear to their voices. By the way, is your script ready? The first episode is prepared, featuring over 10 characters. That is indeed a considerable number. We shall use them for evaluation. Stepping out of the elevator, they found themselves in a long corridor, with doors every 10 meters or so, occasionally punctuated by the sound of knocks. As this was a commercial building, many spaces were leased. However, this floor was frequently utilized, boasting excellent soundproofing and pristine equipment, effectively becoming their designated area. Reservations were made for workrooms on other floors, as numerous decisions remained unmade, precluding immediate work in their own workshop. At the end of the corridor, a sign hung on the left door reading, "Ordinary humans have no interest in this room. If there are aliens, time travelers, individuals from other worlds, or superhumans among you, feel free to enter." What is this? Is this a line from a disappearing heroine? With a swift motion, Nasu slapped it away and tore it down with remarkable speed. "Please, come in." He disregarded it entirely. "Very well." Sayu remained silent, quickly entering the room. The interior was not as brightly lit as the corridor. Rather, it possessed a certain dimness, with the brightest area likely being the voiceover booth behind a glass partition. The overhead lights were intentionally dimmed, and thick soundproof wallpaper adorned the walls. Further inside, there is a sofa and table for staff relaxation, strewn with documents, beverages, and snacks. A few technicians adjusted audio equipment while wearing headphones, fine-tuning the necessary sound apparatus for the upcoming tasks. Suddenly, disaster struck. As Sayu stepped forward, a girl collided with her, causing Sayu to bash her head against the wall with a resounding thud. "What are you doing, Kawasumi-san?" Kawasumi-san, rubbing her sore spot. Sayu opened her eyes to scrutinize the girl who had crashed into her. A petite figure, clad in an oversized dress, adorned with a frilly hairpin and a silent lamb plush hanging from her chest. No matter how one looked at it, she resembled a little sister rather than a young lady. After a brief silence, the girl exclaimed, "Who is this?" That remark is rather rude. A swift punch from the girl, dubbed Kawasumi-san, landed on Sayu's chin. Though her small fist did not inflict pain, the suddenness caused Sayu to bite her tongue. "Ouch! You are the scriptwriter for Fate Stay Night, aren't you?" "Yes, that is correct. May I ask who you are?" "I am Kawasumi Ayako, the voice actress for the Night King. It is a pleasure to meet you." "No way. This is absurd. You mean to say a child?" Thwack! A left hook struck, and Sayu pondered if this girl practiced taekwondo. Though different, her precision was remarkable. "What were you about to say?" "I am already 20 years old. Such a child. That was an accident." This time, a right hook landed, but was easily blocked by Sayu. Defeating a pseudo-loli was truly effortless. A moment later, she suffered a blow between her legs. An exquisite sensation that was, in fact, a painful descent into hell. Is this person truly a voice actor? Chapter 7. Participating in an online broadcast program. My computer is broken and under repair. I apologize for the delay in posting this chapter. Voice actors breathe life into the characters of animation, providing dialogue and internal monologue. While witnessing animated figures come alive, one must not forget the creators who lie behind them. A proficient voice actor can fully immerse their emotions into the character they portray, even when merely lending their voice. They must master a rich variety of tonal inflections to achieve the optimal state. Unlike the voice actors in other regions, Japanese voice actors tend to lean towards an idol-like persona, akin to emerging stars. In addition to voice acting, they often engage in various activities such as singing, dancing, and film, thereby broadening their horizons after embarking on their voice acting careers. However, what truly concerns Sayu is whether this seemingly lowly lady can genuinely voice Saber. Judging by her name, she might be the same voice actress from a past life, but after her body has shrunk, could her vocal tone remain unchanged? The uncertainties abound, leading Sayu to cast a questioning glance at Nasu Takahiro. Nonetheless, the latter appeared unfazed. After receiving the script Sayu had brought, he handed them to Kawasumi Ayako. "Is this the script you wrote? Quite impressive, young man. The game you created will keep me occupied for quite some time." "Really? Is that so? The remuneration for voice actors isn't low, is it? Do you assume being a voice actor is an exceedingly easy profession?" Kawasumi, for the moment referred to as such, puffed out her modestly ample chest and pointed to herself, saying, "The average salary for a working-class individual is approximately 3 million yen per year. However, even renowned voice actors earn below that threshold. This implies that if one solely relies on voice acting for income, they may struggle to meet even basic living standards. It seems that being a voice actor is indeed a challenging endeavor, as behind the glamorous facade lies a considerable amount of sweat and effort." Following this, Sayu listened to Kawasumi's analysis. Among the over 10,000 voice actors in Japan, only 300 can sustain themselves solely through voice acting. The remaining 10,000 cannot make a living from this profession, according to the standards of the Japanese Actors Union. The fee for a 30-minute episode of animation is roughly 18,000 yen. This is the salary of voice actors. Since an animated series typically airs only 4 episodes a month, even if they are fortunate enough to land a lead role, their income will still fall far short of what can be earned for part-time jobs. An average voice actor may earn around 3,000 RMB monthly, while a renowned voice actor might exceed 5,000, with a few exceptional cases surpassing 10,000. Listening to this impassioned speech from the lady, Sayu could only nod in agreement, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the industry. However, Sayu interrupted Kawasumi. Is it really appropriate to speak this way in front of the employer? Mr. Nasu has offered a decent price, but the specifics are confidential. Kawasumi playfully stuck out her tongue and dashed towards the recording studio with the script in hand. Wearing a somewhat exasperated expression, Nasu Takahiro guided Sayu towards the lounge area, observing the busy staff around them. As Kawasumi had mentioned, each industry harbors its own challenges and hardships. They would wait here for a moment until everything was ready. Other voice actors had yet to arrive, so it was evident that Kawasumi was merely testing the waters. Time passed swiftly as Sayu listened to Kawasumi voicing Saber outside. The sound engineer had prepared various necessary props in advance, allowing Kawasumi to stand in front of the microphone, and the recording device was activated. Occasionally, voice recordings undergo post-processing, not to alter the pitch, but to eliminate background noise and discordant sounds. The staff wearing headphones were utterly focused, transforming the entire studio into a battleground where everyone exerted their utmost effort towards their surroundings. With voices oscillating between high and low tones, they perfectly captured the essence of a knight king seeking victory and striving to protect others. Although the visuals were merely captured and processed from the game, they aligned remarkably well with the character. As for the other voice actors, there seemed to be little cause for concern. Upon uttering the final word, the voice acting concluded, and a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the room. Placing the script beside her, Kawasumi took a deep breath behind the transparent glass, shifting her demeanor from work mode to normalcy. She nodded in gratitude to everyone in the recording studio, and, as she emerged with the script in hand, her face flushed with satisfaction. How was it? Not bad, right? Indeed, it was quite excellent, far surpassing my expectations. Personally, Sayu felt that Kawasumi's portrayal of Saber bore a striking resemblance to his mental image of the character. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were identical. Even with her body having shrunk, she managed to accomplish such a feat effortlessly. On the other side, seeing the original creator and scriptwriter, Sayu, so pleased. Nasu Takahiro smiled as he brought over some tea. To an outsider, it appeared as though an elder was serving tea to a junior. Yet Sayu felt no sense of incongruity, for his spiritual age was quite advanced. Once again seated on the sofa, Sayu savored the tea, taking only a sip. So, what will the next task be? Once you commence the official production of the TV animation, I simply need to provide the script, correct? Yes, however, I have a proposition at this juncture. Nasu Takahiro smirked mischievously. He glanced between the two and then at the staff members still engaged in their work. The teaser for the TV adaptation has already been sent out, and the PV for Fate Stay Night has been completed. However, we require an official announcement, so I hope you both can conduct a live broadcast together. A live stream featuring the original game creator and the lead voice actor. We already have a network channel for broadcasting. This feels a bit hasty, and I've never participated in such a broadcast before. All right. I didn't expect the pseudo-lowly to agree so readily. What a surprise. Excellent. I will have someone prepare immediately. We'll push back the previous program and slot your live broadcast into our game channel. 3 minutes for topic arrangement will suffice. The sudden decision left Sayu with little room to react. Observing Kawasumi's amused expression, he sighed, questioning whether this was truly acceptable. I really have no prior experience with such things. No worries, just follow my lead. Live broadcasting is an incredibly enjoyable experience. You merely wish to have some fun, don't you? Absolutely not. To his surprise, he had hit the nail on the head. However, Sayu reconsidered. Collaborating with Kawasumi on the broadcast might turn out to be unexpectedly delightful. Thus, he resolved to give it his all. Chapter 8. The Birth of the Broadcast and the Great Teacher, Part 1. I apologize for the sudden change in programming. This afternoon's game broadcast, The Rules of the Game, will feature a special episode, and it will be a live broadcast. I am your host for this episode, Kawasumi Ayako, and our special guest is none other than the esteemed scriptwriter of the wildly popular visual novel, Fate Stay Night. Yes, The very same Sayu sensei you've recently become acquainted with. Within a broadcasting studio affiliated with Type Moon, two individuals sat face-to-face across a table, one of whom was Sayu, donning headphones and speaking according to the instructions provided. Although it was a live broadcast, certain planning was necessary. After all, only after articulating the main content would they be allowed to engage in free discussion. In addition to the over-ear headphones, a microphone was positioned near Sayu's mouth via a support stand, facilitating dialogue and transmitting their voices. Sitting upright in his chair, Sayu intended to take a sip from the glass of water placed to his left on the table, only to immediately notice this gesture from the staff outside the glass, indicating that drinking water was prohibited during the broadcast. Forget it, I'm not particularly thirsty anyway. Sayu glanced once more at his script. The primary content of this live broadcast revolved around the television preview of Fate Stay Night and the promotional efforts of Type Moon, the studio responsible for the animation. As a special guest here, Sayu, please extend a greeting to everyone. Hello everyone, I am Sayu. Oh, Sayu, you could be a bit more enthusiastic. Perhaps there are tens of thousands listening. So many. Of course, I'm just teasing you. But the more, the merrier. You are quite Navi, Sayu. Ms. Kawasumi made a playful face at Sayu and swiftly changed the subject, having not referred to the script. This broadcast is sponsored by Type Moon, the developers of the Fate Stay Night game and its animation, for which we are immensely grateful. If anyone has good games, feel free to submit them at any time. We welcome all submissions. Starting with an advertisement certainly gives a professional impression. However, regarding the animation adaptation of Fate Stay Night, Nasu Takashi mentioned that he had previously posted an announcement on Type Moon's homepage, which received quite a fervent response. This is merely the second round of promotion, aimed at broadening the announcement's reach. Naturally, this opportunity should not be easily overlooked, as it could further elevate the popularity of Fate Stay Night, allowing more people to discover both the game and the animation. At that moment, Sayu noticed the staff outside waving their hands, and Ms. Kawasumi, who had received the same notification, promptly steered the conversation. I believe everyone knows that Fate Stay Night is set to be animated soon. It should be meeting you all shortly. I am Ayako Kawasumi, the voice actress for the main character, Saber. I hope to receive your support. By the way, Sayu, how do you feel about your game being adapted into an animation? Actually, you don't need to call me teacher. I'm not quite used to it. Regarding the adaptation, I'm still very happy. It feels a bit surreal. This is reality, Sayu. If possible, could you share the inspiration behind creating this game? Inspiration and reason? It wouldn't be plausible to say I chose to create it simply because I liked the game in the past. While that is a reason, it is not one I can disclose at this moment. It is a personal reason. The faux-loli Ms. Kawasumi seemed quite intrigued by this topic, gazing at Sayu with keen interest. As the voice of Saber, she must have played Fate Stay Night herself, thus familiar with its various plots and content, enabling her to embody the character effectively. However, in truth, Fate Stay Night underwent modifications under Sayu's guidance, as it originally existed as an adult game. Under Sayu's influence, many explicit scenes were removed, adjusting the content to nearly a 16 rating with very few intimate scenes. Consequently, the majority of Fate Stay Night focuses on the experiences and encounters of its characters, with some attention devoted to depicting battle scenes. Thus, this iteration of Fate Stay Night can be regarded as a purer version compared to its original, with Sayu enriching the content significantly. Notably, Sayu vividly illustrated the everyday life of Shiro and Saber, portraying their battles against other mages and the conflicts with heroic spirits through a gradually crumbling narrative style. Therefore, if asked about inspiration, Sayu could think of only one thing. Perhaps it is the fate expressed within the game. Life's ups and downs, gains and losses, are all part of fate. To alter it, one must fight and strive with their own hands. Oh, that sounds quite profound. Which character do you favor most in the game? My favorite character? I certainly adore Saber, the King of Knights, but aside from her, I am also quite fond of the heroic king. That figure clad in golden armor, embodying true strength. He exemplifies royalty. The heroic king Gilgamesh, I see. He is often referred to as the Golden Flash. But why do you favor him? Is it simply because of his striking appearance? Sayu has developed an affinity for the men he has created. Please refrain from using such peculiar expressions. My apologies, the heroic king is an attacker. And as a fellow attacker, Sayu would surely find that unacceptable. Can we avoid such suggestive implications? Sayu exhaled, inhaling deeply to regain composure. The admiration for the heroic king likely stems from his unwavering resolve. Regardless of the adversary or the battle at hand, Gilgamesh has never entertained the notion of defeat. That is true strength and absolute confidence. In today's world, who possesses such steadfastness? Chapter 9, The Broadcast and the Birth of the Great Teacher, Part 2. The heroic king's conviction remains unshaken. He firmly believes in his victory without a hint of doubt. Some individuals, in the pursuit of their aspirations, may falter in the face of obstacles, but for the heroic king, no hindrance can impede his progress. The brilliance of his golden armor reflects not only his exterior, but also his proud heart that never bows. Indeed, upon reflection, the heroic king is remarkably formidable. The notion that he could fail is rather intriguing. Yes, however, in the context of the Holy Grail War, it could be argued that the heroic king does not experience failure. Rather, he achieves success through his failures. The king of knights and the heroic king, their aspirations can, in certain circumstances, be seen as conflicting. Fate's Stay Night is a splendid yet twisted tale, woven from the conflicts of numerous characters, creating a marvelous world where even those long departed hold the right to fulfill their wishes. With a clap of her hands, Ms. Kawasumi leaned forward slightly. Thank you, Zayo, for sharing such a captivating discussion. Dear listeners, please send in your questions and letters. Electronic submissions are also welcome. We will print them immediately. Those with inquiries about the animation of Fate's Stay Night and Zayo should seize this opportunity. Next up, we have approximately 10 minutes of advertisements and music dedicated to you, our live audience. The live broadcast was far from over. They were merely a halftime. Zayo tiredly removed his headphones, and this time, he was not stopped by the staff as he lifted his water cup to drink. Ms. Kawasumi, on the other hand, appeared utterly unfazed. She swung her legs in place, seemingly bored, gazing at the ceiling while occasionally reviewing her script. Unlike Zayo, she exuded the essence of a professional voice actor. After setting down his cup, the door to the broadcast room opened, and staff members entered, each carrying a set of documents, distributing one to each of them. Thank you for your hard work, Zayo. The broadcasting staff member, wearing a name tag that read Yamada, greeted Zayo, who promptly responded, You too. Thank you for your efforts. The exchange of questions and answers made Zayu feel somewhat elated, akin to having transformed into a celebrity. To be respected by others is a delightful sensation, unexpectedly refreshing. As he perused the script and upcoming content, Zuyu's gaze met that of Miss Kawasumi in the air. Is everything all right, Zuyu-sensei? Miss Kawasumi inquired. Aren't you feeling nervous? This is a live broadcast, after all. I've grown accustomed to it. One must be prepared for various unforeseen events in this line of work. After all, one occasionally faces dissatisfied complaints, so mental fortitude is essential. Indeed, the profession of voice acting is far from simple. The brief intermission concluded swiftly, and through their conversations over the past few minutes, Zuyu gained a deeper understanding of the seemingly youthful Miss Kawasumi. She bore a striking resemblance to her counterpart from his previous world, albeit excluding physical attributes such as size and height. It turned out she had voiced numerous prominent anime characters and had made a name for herself in the voice acting community. Each endeavor proved to be more complex than anticipated. Beneath the seemingly tranquil exterior of society lies a turbulent undercurrent that compels one to strive relentlessly. Zuyu donned his headphones as the producer outside the glass window gestured an OK and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The music and advertisements concluded, and with a cheerful tone, Ms. Kawasumi donned a bright smile. Welcome back, everyone. This is a special live broadcast of the rules of gaming, featuring our esteemed guest, Zuyu-sensei. Where did this may come from? No. Zuyu-sensei, you cannot stretch your legs out from underneath the table. Don't hiss the air. I exhale, please. Are you suggesting I shouldn't breathe? You can create oxygen through the absorption of carbon dioxide, you know? Is my worth only at the level of a plant? My apologies for interrupting your photosynthetic process, Zuyu-sensei. At least call it photosynthesis. With that, Ms. Kawasumi playfully stuck out her tongue, displaying an endearing expression. I didn't expect Zuyu-sensei's retorts to be so sharp. You must be quite practiced. I believe that the sharpness of one's retorts has little to do with practice, just as popularity bears no correlation to skill. Zuyu cleared his throat. Do not oversimplify matters. If you find yourself ignored at school, you must introspect to discover where you may have erred, what might have caused others' aversion, and then take action to amend it. However, youth is not always as simple and beautiful as one might hope. It can be as tragic as waving back at a girl only to realize she was greeting the handsome fellow behind you. In such instances, one must simply continue to wave and sway to diffuse the awkwardness. Furthermore, should you wish to borrow something from a girl and be ignored, do not panic. You can continue speaking until others believe you're talking to yourself, thereby alleviating the embarrassment. Zuiyu-sensei, what? Your topic seems to have deviated somewhat. But that's all right. At least we now have insight into your student life, which would be described as a rather gray youth. Ah, that doesn't count. Zuiyu immediately refuted. In truth, he had encountered a similar situation earlier, merely using a phrase from Hikiya Hachiman, only to inadvertently reveal too much about himself. No need to deny it. Your lack of a romantic life only enhances your relatability. Now, let's turn our attention to the audience's letters. The first comes from a listener using the pen name Silkworm Bean. Their inquiry is, what should I do if I accidentally stripped in front of the girl I like? Can I call the police? Of course, the simplest solution would be to strip in front of a girl you dislike as well, making the girl you like think you are a handsome fellow who frequently disrobes. However, I still suggest calling the police. Moving on to the next letter. From a listener named 3 Spoons of Sugar. Their question is, what is the correct way to approach the library committee member? This one's quite ordinary. Simply find an obscure and challenging book and act profound. But this listener has a follow-up. Actually, that's my moody girlfriend. What a ridiculous question. You insufferable charmer. Why is it that all the letters pertain to romance? Next. Miss Kawasumi appeared to revel in the exchange. The next letter comes from a listener named Pulu, who asks, will the great teacher only continue to create games and engage in life discussions? Who is this great teacher? And such a lewd name. Calm down, Zuiyu-sensei. This is a serious matter. I suppose games will continue to be made, but I have never engaged in life discussions. I see. Then this episode's segment on life discussions concludes here. Until next time, and thus, the gaming broadcast program welcomed a new figure capable of discussing life's myriad topics. Dubbed the Great Teacher. Chapter 10. The Great Teacher's Views on Love. Love is the poison of youth. Marriage is the grave of life. All is correct. I am destined to be a house husband. At this moment, the boy bearing the title of Great Teacher braved the scorching sun in his daily battles. After alighting from the vehicle, Zuiyu proceeded along the road ahead, distinctly different from the aimless seekers of life's path. He, the Great Teacher, tentative, possessed a definitive goal. Thus, rather than embracing the trivialities of youth, Zuiyu harbored a deeper disdain for the burdens of existence. Life demands too much to bear. Just as that esteemed academic girl shoulders her expectations, a person's life, succinctly termed existence, must also bear an equally heavy load. It is crucial to emphasize that when confronted with the realities of life, whether one is an exceptional scholar or a notorious slacker, all are rendered equal. Neither divine favor nor celestial contemplation will be bestowed. All must be achieved through one's own efforts. Through this series of reflections, Zuiyu arrived at his initial conclusion. Love is the poison of youth. Marriage is the grave of life. All is correct. I am destined to be a house husband. Zuiyu indeed yearned for a vibrant youth, for the allure of a harem of 3,000. Yet these desires were merely primal wants, not wishes. To this end, Zuiyu slightly adjusted his mindset. He had not joined the service club. Thus it was only natural that he would not accept any requests. Moreover, he despised those energy-draining endeavors. To borrow a phrase from a classic detective youth, if it can be avoided, do not do it. If it must be done, keep it simple. Thus, Zuiyu stood resolutely, adopting a military stance, and saluted the group of youthful runners across the riverbank. He extended his highest respect to those young men and women who squandered their time in the exuberance of youth. Upon concluding this slightly melodramatic act, Zuiyu yawned and suddenly noticed his phone ringing. While he was reluctant to bring up the matter, it was unavoidable. Ever since that broadcast, Legends of the Great Teacher, Zuiyu had begun circulating on the Fate Stay Night forum. Not only was he a game creator, but he was also purportedly capable of life discussions. Consequently, Zuiyu's inbox received sporadic emails. If a charming, tsundere girl were to seek him out for a life discussion, it would be perfectly fine. The addition of the angelic IAs would only heighten his joy. Yet, who could tell if the sender was merely a reclusive uncle? Upon reflection, Zuiyu realized that many of those who write or draw often lead solitary lives at home, regardless of whether they are young women or uncles. They coexist with their computers and slippers, suggesting that the professions of writing and illustrating are not easy paths to tread. After a brief glance at the email, Zuyu swiftly composed a response, employing a sharp and incisive style. The content of the email, however, shall remain unmentioned for now. Once he had finished his reply, Zuyu turned off his phone and quickened his pace, soon arriving at his destination. The building before him stood at the top of a steep slope, just beyond the riverbank he had recently passed. Its exterior was adorned with tiles, and a large sign graced the entrance. Upon seeing Zuyu, a young receptionist hurried over to guide him inside. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by a refreshing atmosphere, a stark contrast to the heat outside. As he stood at the elevator on the first floor, waiting, Zuyu noticed the young woman leading him had been staring at him intently. "Is there something on my face?" he inquired. Sorry, nothing at all. It's just that," she stammered, a hint of shyness creeping in. To his surprise, she remarked on his youth, "You must still be in high school, right? By the way, I heard the announcement the other day. Please do forget about it." "No, I recorded it. I listen to it every day." Zuyu pondered whether he should invade her home to steal that tape, but decided to leave it to the academic overlord system. The young woman chuckled shyly as she pressed the button for the first-floor elevator and coughed softly a few times while waiting. Zuyu understood that she was trying to draw his attention, creating an opportunity for conversation. However, feeling weary and disinterested, he chose to ignore her. Cough, cough, oh no. Blood, blood. I apologize, Zuyu-sensei, but as I lie here at death's door, may I ask you a question? Who would dare to refuse such a request? By the way, why does your blood smell like ketchup? Zuyu sighed and nodded, gesturing for her to continue. I'm sorry to trouble you, but please don't call me that. The thing is, I have someone I like, but I'm unsure of his feelings for me. By the way, we both graduated from the same university. A discussion of love? Upon mentioning romance, Zuyu furrowed his brow. No, this was not an indication that he wished to confess his feelings to a girl. Rather, it was a reaction to being misunderstood as a homosexual. Miss, while this may pertain to love, is what you feel truly love? What do you mean, esteemed teacher? It seemed Xianti grasped her own previous words. Zuyu coughed in response, but this time he refrained from using ketchup as a ruse. Like youth, love is a complex and peculiar matter. How to articulate this? Firstly, is love indeed a wonderful thing? No, that is a fallacy. It is misleading and cannot be definitively affirmed. People often use love as a justification for their lack of effort, attributing their declining studies to romantic entanglements. They squander time in pursuit of another's happiness, using it as an excuse for failure. They enjoy framing their experiences this way and emphasize the significance of love, yet it serves merely as an outlet for self-satisfaction. However, I shall not vocally oppose it, for it is a right that belongs to everyone and something anyone can engage in. In truth, love can be succinctly defined as a feeling of affection towards others, but upon closer inspection, this definition seems somewhat lacking. Is infatuation truly love? Such an assertion is overly absolute, akin to claiming that the world exists solely because of love. Is love paramount? This notion is unfathomable. Of course, Zuyu is not advocating for the sentiment of may all lovers become siblings, but rather expresses a distaste for love. Love is detrimental, much like friendship. Having too many friends can render one weak, causing one to lose the inherent strength they were born with. Thus, love is prohibited. It weakens individuals and hinders personal growth. A veritable societal blight. Love is akin to a formidable demon of youth, and we should, Zuyu exclaimed, inadvertently vocalizing his thoughts. It appeared that the earlier act of writing had consumed both his mind and spirit. He grasped the young woman's shoulders firmly and declared, "Forget what I just said. Go confess your feelings." Wow, how direct. Humanity thrives on the courage to forge ahead, dear classmate. I understand now, esteemed teacher. With that, the young woman turned and dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, Zuyu exhaled in relief, nodding with satisfaction. Yes, pursue a vibrant life filled with romance. That is the essence of being truly human. Yet, before he could reflect further, Zuyu sprinted after the young woman. Wait, at least tell me which floor the studio is on. Chapter 11. The commencement of animation production and falling ill having sealed away the thoughts of esteemed teacher and concluded his disdain for youth and love. Zuyu ultimately located the studio on the 6th floor, as indicated by Nasu Takahiro. As for how he found it, he had meticulously checked each floor until he spotted the appropriate door on the 6th level. The purpose of the other floors remained unclear, but this particular one was designated for voice acting and script revisions, thus the signage was quite prominent. However, Despite being labeled a studio, it resembled a typical office space. Within, aside from a voice recording room at the back, the rest of the area was filled with desks, each laden with various documents and materials. To the left, an artist was diligently sketching characters for the TV animation, who, once drawn, would also need to be colored to provide a perfect reference image. On the opposite side, staff members were compiling the drawings and animating them via computer, as the original sketches were similar and required rapid page flipping to create the illusion of movement. The first episode seemed to be completed, and next came the voice acting. The studio buzzed with activity, many staff members engrossed in their respective tasks, clutching a multitude of incomprehensible materials. The person who greeted Zuoyu was still Nasu Takahiro. Although he had other responsibilities, he was currently focused entirely on this project. The news of the adaptation of Fate Stay Night had circulated for quite some time, and even a preview was released on the official website the previous night. Hence, the timeline was tight, as they aimed to air it in the next season of new anime. After taking a seat at a table, a female staff member brought over 2 cups of tea before diving straight into her work. Zuoyu glanced back toward the voice recording room, where Ms. Kawasumi and other voice actors were energetically providing voices for their characters, their expressions vivid. Zuoyu had previously invited Lin Xian to join him, but regrettably, she prioritized her scheduled training over accepting work. If she took a leave, it would undoubtedly affect her subsequent practice. Therefore, Lin Xian hopes Zuoyu could secure her a minor role for practical experience, without the need for a significant character. Zuoyu did not refuse her request. Although she was his little companion, he preferred the original voice cast of Fate Stay Night. Across from him, Nasu Takahiro laid several documents on the table before Zuoyu. This is the script you prepared, esteemed teacher. The other voice actors found no issues with it. The arrangement for the first episode appears quite flawless. Thank you. Zuoyu picked up the polished script before him and swiftly skimmed through it. The first chapter depicted Rin Tosaka summoning the archer-class servant, introducing him to her school friends and family. This summoning heralded the onset of the Fifth Holy Grail War. The archer summoned is, unbeknownst to both Shiro and Rin, the future manifestation of Shiro, Amiya, as a heroic spirit. Zuoyu had not only completed the script for the first chapter, but had also finished scripts for the subsequent 10 chapters. However, as these were hastily prepared overnight, it consumed a considerable amount of time that could have been devoted to writing the manuscript for spring. Nonetheless, Zuoyu understood that in the production of an animation, it is not mandatory for a single screenwriter to oversee the entire project. Thus, several other screenwriters were aiding him. After retrieving the scripts for the previous 10 chapters from his belongings, Zuoyu drained his cup of tea, the bitter taste invigorating his senses. This is the script for the later chapters. I know there are others working on scripts as well, but I hope you can ensure they share their drafts with me. For certain aspects could become rather troublesome if not handled properly. That is certainly manageable, but Zuoyu-sensei, can your health withstand this workload? At the very least, I can endure for a few more days. Having traversed into this world, Zuoyu had neglected a profoundly simple truth, and he was now paying the price for his oversight. It was evident that regardless of one's prowess or the excellence of the systems in place, one remains an ordinary individual. Mentally and physically, limits would be reached. Zuoyu, who had been tirelessly writing manuscripts and scripts for days on end, seemed to be nearing his breaking point. Assisting Maharakumi with the manga for Detective Conan, scripting for the Fate Stay Night animation, drafting manuscripts for a light novel competition he was participating in, along with negotiating details for the fighting game sequel Fate Unlimited Code with Capcom, left Zuoyu utterly overwhelmed. His mental limits were approaching, and he was in dire need of rest. Please, Nasu Takahiro, pour me another cup of tea, Zuoyu requested, and after downing it once more, he rubbed his temples. Mr. Nasu, has the profit sharing for Fate Stay Night been calculated yet? No, the earnings have already been compiled, and the profits have been transferred to your bank account, Zuoyu-sensei. The first month's revenue is approximately 5 million. Oh, 5 million? That equates to over 300,000 yuan, doesn't it? That is certainly a substantial sum for Zuoyu. However, Zuoyu believed that the revenue was far greater than that. Yet even if he had been shortchanged, he had no intention of confronting the matter directly. At this juncture, the money was of little consequence. What truly mattered was his fame and recognition. Nevertheless, with the first influx of funds, he could at least purchase a decent apartment. Given that it was summer, Zuoyu planned to buy a modest, ready-to-occupy apartment by the seaside, along with an air conditioner and a computer to elevate his living standards. As previously mentioned, even with newfound wealth, Zayu did not intend to abandon his part-time work, akin to certain millionaires who relish queuing for buns. Zayu did not wish for his work to intrude upon his daily life. Zayu-sensei, you seem a bit unwell. Let us take care of the work from here. I will have someone escort you home. No need, I can return on my own. What will you all be doing next? It is best to arrange the plot in advance, as the only uncertainty lies in the quality of the animation production. Rest assured, we have enlisted Studio Dean for the production. They have prior experience in animating, and their completion rate is quite high. For the TV animation, to better showcase the thrilling narrative of Fate's Stay Night, the main route will focus on Fate, but the other two routes will also be included, which may leave some viewers feeling dissatisfied. The plot is somewhat convoluted and requires meticulous management. With their conversation concluded, Zayu stood and made his way towards the door. I shall take my leave now. As he was departing, Zayu was suddenly halted mid-step, leaning against the table. The cold floor greeted him as he felt his consciousness beginning to fade. Chapter 12. The Concerned Forum of the Great Teacher to illustrate. If there were a traitor among us, that traitor would certainly pose a threat to the Great Teacher. No, prior to that, the phrase "we have a traitor among us" from this user is quite clever and amusing. Altering punctuation in different places can yield strange results. However, the reason the Great Teacher is ill must surely be due to overexertion, as I have heard that the Fate Stay Night animation is in splendid progress. The Great Teacher's tasks must be increasing. Regardless, let's all pray together. I have prepared a prayer garden at home, complete with a portrait of the Great Teacher's game and white candles. We have discovered a traitor upstairs. This accursed one. Upon awakening, Zayu realized that his previously worn shirt had been replaced with a white hospital gown. The room was infused with the scent of disinfectant, and to his right, an open window allowed a breeze to flutter the curtains, the bright sunlight outside glaringly illuminating the space. The greenery appeared to Zayu as waves of vibrant emerald. Typically, such a situation heralds an extraordinary event or perhaps a visit from many admirers. However, Zayu did not anticipate such absurdities occurring. This was the real world, differing only in the absence of certain renowned novels and animated games. Apart from that, it was indistinguishable from his own world. While he might have wished to make some flamboyant declaration akin to that of a harem protagonist, Zayu deemed it overly juvenile and found no suitable audience for such sentiments. Perhaps there might be one, though. For instance, if he were married, he might choose Lin Xian, but his girlfriend would undoubtedly be Maharakumi, although had already been designated as the pseudo-lowly Miss Kawasumi. However, if one were to inquire with whom he would choose to meet his demise, it would, of course, be you, Tsukamori Tsukiko-sensei. See, such declarations are still within reach, yet should outsiders overhear them, they would likely be misconstrued as. Glancing at the 4-drip attached to his right arm, Zayu raised his left hand to touch his forehead. His temperature was not excessively high. Based on the label on the 4-bag, he merely required rest and nutritional replenishment. While he was not particularly fond of the disinfectant smell, Zayu found solace in the tranquility of the hospital room. Outside lay a spacious courtyard where patients engaged in activities under the sun, accompanied by nurses. The harmonious symphony of cicadas and birdsong created a soothing atmosphere, transforming the summer heat into a fervent passion for life. On the golden earth, Zayu felt he should be treading his own path. Half reclining on his bed, he stifled a yawn, and as he pulled back the covers, he suddenly noticed someone sleeping beside his bed. Regrettably, it was not a young lady, but that diligent overachiever, Haichung. He had rather carelessly left his laptop on, allowing Zayu to glimpse the webpage currently displayed. It was a forum for Fate Stay Night, created by Horizon, and, from the content, it seemed that news of his illness had spread. This was likely due to someone at Nasu Takehiro's studio being a fan of his game, thus disseminating the information online. This cannot be. Falling ill just as everything is beginning? Zayu did not come to this world to squander time. However, the previously mentioned text was indeed seen on this webpage, and the forum administrator, Horizon, seems to be quite concerned about this information. Upon refreshing the page, Zayu noticed that Horizon had posted a thread in the forum titled Zayu's Blessing Thread, which essentially expressed a wish for personal safety. It appears that this administrator is indeed a fan, becoming quite anxious over what may seem trivial. From Horizon, as previous comments, Zayu observed no signs of hostility. Regardless of the issue, Horizon consistently opted for rational discourse rather than resorting to verbal aggression. In today's digital society, Many ill-mannered netizens resort to insults and provocations at the slightest inconvenience, a rather foolish behavior. Yet, Horizon stand apart, embodying the civility of the modern online community. Refraining from outbursts despite provocations and remaining open-minded in the face of errors, which is commendable. Some speculate that many individuals behave differently online compared to real life. Thus, it raises the question, could Horizon be a nefarious character in reality? Regardless, Zayu is greatly intrigued by this individual. Horizon has developed a fondness for the game they have represented, appreciating its characters and narrative and cherishing the insights and excitement it brings. Some might deem it foolish to invest such emotional energy into a game, yet is far from that. Often, human language and rhetoric fail to resonate with certain individuals, necessitating diverse means of communication. Some grasp political concepts yet disdain animation, while others revel in animation but reject politics. People possess varied responses, and animation and games serve as one of these transformative outlets. Humanity does not create without reason. Each creation is birthed not only for entertainment, but also to convey deeper messages. Zayu's past existence has been devoid of peaks and passions, and regrettably, the future appears similarly bleak. He perceives himself merely as a transporter or perhaps a mimicry innovator, thus feeling no grandiosity, only a sense of competence. The ability to present something flawlessly to the public and to analyze its conveyed messages is Zayu's responsibility. Regardless of others' opinions or alterations, he remains steadfast in his identity, a fact that will not waver. Today, I had intended to seek guidance from the esteemed teacher regarding life matters, but it seems I will have to wait for another fortnight. I hope Zayu recovers swiftly. By the way, why is he referred to as the esteemed teacher? Do you not have that Deus radio drama? The esteemed teacher thoroughly analyzed life. He is on a higher pedestal than a mere teacher, hence the title. Moreover, a sequel to Fate Stay Night is set to be released soon. What? So soon? Naturally, yet I hear the sequel is a fighting game, which is rather unappealing to me as a girl. Is Fate Unlimited Codes truly about to be released? Why so soon? And I haven't heard anything from Haichun. You're awake. Oh, did you see? Yes, Fate Unlimited Codes is indeed about to be released. How could this be? Haichun gently patted Zayu's shoulder. We cannot remain stagnant while witnessing your progress. It dawned on Zayu that Haichun and Lin Xian were unwilling to merely watch his back. They too were taking action. For themselves, for Zayu, and for a shared ambition. Chapter 13. The fighting game's success and new abode Fate Unlimited Codes is akin to a fighting game, with its unique selling point being its backdrop of the Fate Stay Night universe, allowing players to experience varied endings through character confrontations. Utilizing different characters alters the trajectory of the game, which is its inherent allure. In the original visual novel, players had merely 3 storylines to choose from. However, this fighting game offers considerably more options, enhancing the gaming experience. Furthermore, the sequel's release amidst the original's commercial success serves as a potential factor for its anticipated popularity. In his room, Zayu reflected on the challenges and crises he had encountered, which, once resolved, brought him to this juncture. According to Haichun, Fate Unlimited Codes was scheduled for pre-order by noon today, and within an hour, its reception would become apparent. Thus far, events had unfolded smoothly, providing Zayu with a sense of reassurance. Everything he had experienced since his discharge could be deemed fortuitous. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed out at the expansive beach and the azure sea, where sunbathers lounged, and the sound of waves crashing against the reefs resonated clearly, with golden waves mingling with the salty sea breeze as they surged toward the shore. Zayu currently resided in a modest single apartment near the coastline, priced around 3 million yen. Its affordability stemmed from its proximity to a foreboding forest, which rendered the area dark and silent by night, deterring potential tenants. Nevertheless, Zayu, undeterred by the eerie woods, boldly purchased the space. The furnishings appeared relatively new, likely left behind by a previous owner who, upon completion of the apartment, had fled in fear. Although some corners bore signs of dampness, a simple cleaning revealed it to be a decent dwelling. Unfortunately, there was no neighboring new apartment or charming girl named Taiga. The apartment spanned 2 floors. The first contained a living room, dining area, kitchen, and bathroom, while the second housed 2 bedrooms and a storage room, complemented by a rooftop. Such luxurious amenities at this price were indeed a gift from the ominous forest nearby. With his hands resting on the balcony, Zayu savored the sea breeze while sipping water. The apartment boasted excellent electrical and plumbing systems, and due to its proximity to the chilling forest, remained quite cool. Zayu chose this coastal apartment not solely for its affordability and comfort, but primarily for its closeness to the ocean. Having lived inland, his greatest encounter with water was merely the river known as Mother River, and he had only passed by the sea once during a business trip. Yet, that single encounter captivated him. Zayu's affection for the sea was not rooted in any poetic sensibility or noble temperament. Rather, it was an inexplicable, thoughtless fondness. Perhaps he sensed that the ocean, vast and boundless, could embrace all, enveloping everything within its depths. A comforting notion for anyone. Rising from the balcony, Zayu re-entered the room, breaking the previous silence with a greeting. Indeed, aside from Zayu, the remaining two members of the Game Enthusiast Club and the academically gifted young lady were present. Perhaps having heard of Zayu's apartment purchase, the trio had come together to inspect his new abode. The house has already been purchased, and any objections raised now would be futile. However, Zayu believes that gathering together at this moment is quite pleasant, especially since he has scarcely met anyone during his hospitalization. This feeling of fatigue and exhaustion is a result of his arrival in this world. No matter how simple the creation process may seem, it cannot be accomplished without significant effort. Even with the assistance of the system, vast amounts of energy and endurance are required. I never anticipated that you, President, would spend all the salary on buying a house. That is indeed our hard-earned money. Enough of this chatter. Did I not provide your share? Purchasing this apartment required a considerable sum, so we must save a little for the future, relying on the income from convenience store jobs to get by. Are we to eat those 3-minute convenience meals again? Those instant noodles, often dubbed miraculous, are not so bad, are they? Zayu reclined on a sofa, with Haiching on his left and the two young ladies, Lin Xian and Meo Harakumi, on his right. After arriving, these two young ladies had promptly explored various rooms before finally joining him in the living room. What were they so concerned about? Haiching continued to fiddle with his beloved laptop, the return key producing a sharp "pa" sound. He pointed at Zayu and declared, "All right, let's name this apartment Adventure Lodge. Are you suggesting I break your flag? No, perhaps I should rather break your neck. Although the name Adventure Lodge is rather appealing, this is Zayu's personal apartment, not a dormitory for everyone to use. Don't be so formal, President. This will be the designated gathering place for the club in the future. Stop making arbitrary rules. If I were to break his neck, surely all problems would be resolved." Zayu opposed while pushing Haiching away. Is Zayu genuinely considering residing here? Indeed, what could possibly be wrong with it? In truth, there is nothing particularly amiss. It was not Lin Xian who continued the conversation, but rather Meo Harakumi. She glanced at the ceiling above her, then at the staircase leading to the second floor, slightly furrowing her brow. I can't shake the feeling that there's a lot of humidity here, which isn't good for our health. It may not be apparent during the day, but it becomes quite noticeable at night. There's no need to worry, Meo Hara. We can simply purchase some desiccants, and besides, this place is very affordable. It would be a waste to abandon it so easily. An absolute waste. The two young ladies exchanged glances, conceding to Zayu's decision. All right, Haichung interjected. The pre-order numbers for Fate Unlimited codes that were released at noon are in. Although they don't match the previous work Fate Stay Night, they're nearing 50,000 copies. Are we approaching 50,000 already? You don't believe me, do you, President? Indeed, the fighting game genre has a limited audience. Achieving 50,000 sales is already quite impressive. Undoubtedly, this can be deemed a great success. Chapter 14. Submission and faux lowly writing a novel is no simple task, especially when it necessitates depicting a protagonist with peculiar thoughts, demanding even more from the author. Unlike Hachiman, who remains secluded in his room, crafting his manuscript, Zayu yearns for a rose-tinted youth, a harem filled with beautiful maidens. Although he does not wish to sweat through the trials of youth, he at least desires to savor the essence of youth and experience genuine student life. However, after prolonged interactions with the esteemed teacher, Zayu occasionally finds himself pondering similar thoughts. Social interactions can be perceived as a game, one that will inevitably conclude. When a moment arrives to press the GME OVR button, what sentiments will arise? Will he feel melancholic due to the end of relationships? Will the departure of others bring him sorrow? Or will he remain indifferent, devoid of any emotion? If one were to insist, Zayu might belong to the first category, the type that feels a tinge of sadness. After all, The conclusion of established connections is something that, regardless of the individual, can be difficult to accept. The esteemed teacher has always been solitary, which is precisely why he sought connections with others, embodying both solitude and popularity. Those who despise youth often harbor an aversion to love, as the two concepts are inextricably linked. Love can illustrate the excitement of youth, while youth can signify the potential for romance. However, for Zayu, youth is acceptable, while love is met with some resistance. Yes, Zayu, the man who longs to be the king of harems, is somewhat sensitive regarding the subject of love. Just as the esteemed teacher's memories of youth are buried deep, Zayu too has buried memories related to love, for his first confession came from a handsome boy. How outrageous! Confessed by a boy. Does true pure love truly exist in this world? 10 men and women laughing together. 2 pairs of Yuri and 3 pairs of Yaoi. This is the true reflection of reality, leading to the conclusion that love should simply explode. For now, let's categorize this as Zayu's theory of love. With fervent keystrokes, Zayu extended his hand toward the tea placed on his left. However, as he reached out, his fingers grasped something soft, small, flat, and yielding. Could this be a bosom, judging by the mindset of a romantic comedy? Of course. A perfectly executed right hook struck Zayu's left cheek, the impact propelling him from a kneeling position onto the floor, his shoulder hitting first, followed by his back and elbow, leaving him sprawled on the cold ground, gazing up at the ceiling. Shaking his head, Zayu shifted his gaze to the source of the softness. No, rather to the place where he had just been attacked. A girl dressed in a black and red Gothic-style long dress, resembling a doll from some obscure collection, glared at him furiously, clutching a bag. No, it was a faux loli, glaring at him with indignation. The scrutiny of others is always disconcerting. Perhaps being stared at by an innocent-looking cat elicits a similar feeling. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures, filled with a plethora of intriguing experiences. Zayu attempted to glimpse beneath the faux loli's skirt as a form of retaliation, but through the phone resting beneath her skirt, he noticed she was wearing anti-wolf attire, a woman with a heightened sense of vigilance. Fortunately, this lady posed no threat, as she neither emitted electricity nor had a mobile sister. Thus her combat prowess was negligible. I can't believe you made such a foolish move upon arrival. I'm calling the PDA to report you for harassment. Isn't that the Parent-Teacher Association? Were you a primary school student? I'm just an ordinary little girl trying to save the small black cat that was about to be hit. Stop pretending to be a magical girl. Madoka could never be this lowly. Not necessarily. Perhaps she truly is this lowly. However, Zayu now understood that typical voice actors possess extensive knowledge of anime, as they embody various characters. Even if they don't wish to remember, they inevitably do, to portray a character effectively. Voice actors often read the original work multiple times to grasp the character's definition and personality. Zayu sat up from the floor, directing his gaze toward the bag held by the faux loli. What brings Miss Kawasumi here? Because Mr. Nasu is busy with work. I was tasked with delivering scripts from other teachers for you to review. Is that so? But doesn't Miss Kawasumi have voice work to do? Well, Miss Kawasumi swiftly downed the tea Zayu had just sipped. To her, this young man was merely a child. Voice actors need to rest too. After all, I just completed 5 episodes of a TV series yesterday and earned a break. Upon hearing that you purchased a house, I decided to stop by. Zayu had shared his address with Nasu Takahiro to facilitate better continuity, leading to Miss Kawasumi's visit. From her expression, it seemed she was utterly indifferent to the ominous woods outside, a quality that could indeed be commended in this faux loli. After receiving the script manuscript from Miss Kawasumi, Zayu set it aside and dashed toward the kitchen. Since she was here, it would be nice to take a break. What kind of beverage did Miss Kawasumi prefer? Would coffee suffice? Unfortunately, the orange juice here was consumed before her arrival, so my hospitality might seem lacking. I detest coffee. Just give me a glass of milk. So, she favored milk, did she? What an unfortunate look you have. I only drink milk because it is nutritious. Generally, it only grows larger after a good squeeze. Pervert. Zayu caught the candy thrown her way, unwrapped it, and bit into it. Pouring a glass of milk for Ms. Kawasumi, Zayu then opened a can of iced coffee, as the tea was already gone, leaving only coffee and milk. While typing on a laptop purchased by Haiching, intending to prepare an electronic manuscript for submission, Zayu suddenly heard Ms. Kawasumi's voice beside her. Can squeezing really make it grow? Coffee spewed out in a spray, but thankfully it did not reach the laptop. So all was well. Sayu wiped the spilled milk from the cup with a towel and furrowed her brow in contemplation. Deceit is an undesirable trait, especially when it involves deceiving an innocent faux lowly like her. As a person of principles, Sayu considered himself quite ordinary. Thus, in the end, after pressing the submit button for spring things, he gave Ms. Kawasumi a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile. Chapter 15, Master Not Allowed. Once certain words are uttered, they cannot be retracted. Humans are creatures that value their dignity, or rather, they must maintain their pride to survive in society. Having proposed the idea that squeezing makes it grow, Sayu found himself compelled to put this theory into action. However, he felt something was amiss. Seated at his living room table, opposite him was Miss Kawasumi, dressed in a Gothic-style outfit, her long, silky hair cascading over her shoulders, fidgeting like a nervous schoolgirl. Yet, Sayu was not an old man, nor was he a lowly enthusiast. He had some immunity to such situations. If anything, he might resemble the uncle from Usagi Drop in the early stages, viewing the opposite sex as children, though that perspective might change over time. With utmost seriousness, Sayu gazed at the faux lowly before him and inquired, "Are you truly ready for this?" "Absolutely," with a firm pat on her chest. Miss Kawasumi seemed to have made a resolute decision, responding with conviction. Now that he had her consent, Sayu did not intend to be timid. After all, this was an action agreed upon. Perhaps out of nervousness, Sayu cleared his throat, causing a slight tremor that spilled some tea from the cup on the glass table. Fortunately, a towel was nearby, and Miss Kawasumi took it to wipe the table clean. After a few swift motions, they resumed their seated positions, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Although he had jokingly mentioned that squeezing would make it grow, he never anticipated it would be taken seriously. It was merely a jest. Yet declaring a joke now would likely lead to a severe reprimand, a situation Sayu sought to avoid. Moreover, he did not wish to shatter Ms. Kawasumi's aspirations. After all, everyone desires growth in some form. However, if their interaction were to be discovered, it could quickly escalate into a scandal involving a genius scriptwriter's lewd incident with a voice actress faux lowly, rendering all their efforts futile. Thus, Sayu resolved to check for any lurking paparazzi or suspicious figures nearby. "What are you doing? Do you plan to do it outside, Teacher Sayu?" "Only someone with a problem would consider such a thing outside. I was merely checking for any unfamiliar faces wandering about. There might be some, after all. I am somewhat well known as a voice actress. Doesn't that make you feel embarrassed to say that?" Upon hearing Sayu's comment, Miss Kawasumi finally caught on. Yet, as a voice actress, she responded in a slightly endearing tone. "That's right. There's no issue with that." Since she had said so, it would be regrettable if no suspicious figures or ardent fans were around, only a few couples hurrying past the woods. Had he known, he would have dug a pit in the walkway instead. After drawing the curtains and locking the door, Sayu declared with gravity, "Let's begin. How does Miss Kawasumi wish to proceed? Do we need a bit of foreplay?" "Foreplay?" After all, such intensity at once would be overwhelming. Unlike a sudden appearance of a colossal giant, this required a more gradual approach. Though Sayu had never been on a date, he was aware of the necessary steps, planning where to dine, where to enjoy activities, and where to rest. These must be arranged beforehand to ensure a pleasant outing. Every endeavor requires a method. Acting without a plan only complicates matters. Regardless, Sayu understood that Miss Kawasumi was a girl, and to charge in immediately would be rather impolite. No, the act of rushing in was inherently discourteous. Yet, certain truths must be articulated in a society rife with perversion. If one does not engage in deviant actions to resolve desires, would they resort to robbing banks, causing greater chaos? Such actions would only exacerbate societal turmoil. Thus, the deviant's actions are their means of survival. Well, deviants will always be deviants. After a period of waiting, Sayu stood up from his seat. "Do not worry. I believe Miss Kawasumi is simply too shy to take the initiative, so it falls upon me, as the man, to take charge." Taking a few steps, he sat beside Miss Kawasumi, observing her furrowed brow. "Teacher Sayu, what are we to do next? Is it not obvious? We are to commence the squeeze and grow as previously mentioned." "Oh, that? Then let us begin." With this, Miss Kawasumi raised her hands, causing Sayu to momentarily pause. Why was she lifting her hands? Surely it was to facilitate better contact, for despite her seemingly shy demeanor, she was quite enthusiastic. Nodding to himself, Sayu extended his hands, forming claws, and met Miss Kawasumi's gaze. Well then, let us start. Understood, Teacher Sayu. Closing her eyes, Sayu let out a soft sound as his hands reached towards her chest. Puff! His hands rested on her chest, specifically at the ribbon of her lowly attire, where he could feel the silk's smoothness and the fabric's refreshing breathability. Simultaneously, he grasped the small, flat, yet soft form, releasing a sigh. However, her complexion began to flush, akin to a heating metal, as the once calm Miss Kawasumi's face gradually turned a deep crimson, her tightly shut lips parting and closing, unable to utter a single word. Sayu was bewildered by the unfolding events. His hands rested upon his chest, trembling slightly at Miss Kawasumi's expression, prompting him to apply a bit more pressure. This subtle change caused tears to well up in the silent Miss Kawasumi's eyes, which appeared quite adorable. No, that was incorrect. The situation was far from normal. Although Miss Kawasumi seemed silent, her feelings spoke volumes. Accompanied by a sudden slap from her right hand, she exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Pervert." It turned out that from the very beginning, the two had been discussing entirely different topics. Chapter 16. Friends and Temporary Dual Opening. So it is a symbol of your honor, is it? Who would consider a slap mark as a symbol of honor? It is rather common to adopt something negative as a symbol. Isn't it? For instance, some young people today believe that smoking and drinking are impressive. In reality, such notions are utterly foolish. Those habits are detrimental to one's health. Where did this uncle come from? As Sayu rubbed the imprint left on his left cheek by Miss Kawasumi's slap, he organized his manuscript. Hai-chung had no intention of assisting. Instead, he was leisurely sipping on the cola he had purchased, his left hand dancing gracefully across the keyboard. This character, who appeared to be a delinquent, was, in fact, a non-smoker, non-drinker, and a diligent student lacking common sense. Such a persona ought to be quite popular in novels and animations. However, if this were Gal Game, Sayu mused that Hai-chung would likely take on the role of the supportive friend who sets up the protagonist with girls, rather than being the protagonist himself. He picked up a manuscript, which contained the second chapter of the first volume of Spring Things, a tale centered around a steadfast young girl. At this juncture, as the one who brought the story to life, Sayu found himself perplexed. As previously stated, Sayu did not dislike youth. Despite being given the title of Great Teacher, he was distinctly different from the Great Teacher himself. The Great Teacher despised youth, but did not harbor resentment towards love. Sayu, on the other hand, cherished youth while opposing love, establishing a clear dichotomy between the two. Why does Hikigaya detest youth? And why does Sayu abhor love? Their differing perspectives naturally led to this disparity in class. For Sayu, who found himself in a parallel world with the opportunity to relive his youth, it was a divine chance. Everything seemed splendid except for love, which was the life Sayu had longed for. If the Great Teacher were to traverse into this world, would he still maintain his perspective? Perhaps so, just as the Sayu who crossed over still detested love, but loved youth. The Great Teacher would likely uphold his opposition to youth as well. After placing the manuscript into a folder and tidying up, Sayu stood and made his way to the kitchen. Hai-chung, what brings you here at such a late hour? Generally, you would be with Lin Xian, wouldn't you? I made a call before arriving, but it seems she is busy with night classes. After all, Lin Xian is far more diligent and hardworking than I am, striving to be a voice actress while maintaining good grades. That sounds exhausting. By the way, I only have instant noodles tonight, so don't expect me to cook anything for you. Sayu clarified, as he had been too busy during the day to shop for groceries and intended to survive on the instant noodles for the night. Writing was a tedious task. Even when inspiration struck, it did not guarantee that he could translate those thoughts onto the page. Only after becoming a true writer, a scribe, did one come to understand the agony of coding and the exhaustion of being urged to submit work. He turned on the induction cooker to boil water while opening the instant noodles and placing the seasoning packet aside. Perhaps one bowl would suffice, but he could always eat some fruit they delivered later. After preparing everything, Sayu left the kitchen, apple in hand, and approached Hai-chung, who was seated on the living room sofa. Upon hearing Zayu's voice, Hai-chung caught the apple Sayu tossed, and upon tasting the bright red fruit, he found it surprisingly sweet. This apple is delicious, but I'm not here to mooch off you. Even if the president's meals are delectable, I have no appetite. What happened? Sayu asked symbolically as he settled onto the sofa beside Hai-chung. Hai-chung was someone who preferred to resolve his own matters. Although he sometimes dragged Zayu into minor troubles, those were trivial. Whenever something significant arose, Zayu knew Haiching would shoulder the burden himself, as that was his nature. He believed that his life should remain undisturbed by others, perhaps a personal creed of his, always basing his views on his own judgment, unaffected by external influences. Such a mindset could lead one astray at times, yet it also commanded admiration. Simple, straightforward, and possessing a tenacious spirit, Zayu held a great appreciation for individuals like Haiching. As he munched on the apple, his laptop lay shut aside. Unsure whether to speak up, Haiching appeared to be hesitating. Taking a bite from his halved apple, Zayu dashed back to the induction cooker to turn it off, pouring boiling water into the noodle bowl and covering it. At that moment, he heard footsteps and noticed Haiching had dashed to the balcony. Zayu, holding the uncooked noodles, followed him outside to gaze at the distant sea. You mustn't tell Lin Xian about this. She would undoubtedly laugh at me. What? Are you secretly Superman? Don't joke around, President. Haiching devoured the apple in a few bites, coughing slightly as he likely choked from eating too quickly. Zayu, with one hand holding the noodles, patted Haiching's back until he recovered. It's troublesome. Being home alone makes me feel suffocated, so I came here. I have so much bottled up inside. I will not accept your confession. I haven't said I liked you, you jerk. Haiching tossed the remaining apple core into a nearby trash bin and gazed at the starry sky, saying, I had a quarrel with my family. About what? They want me to return home and take over my father's company, but I have no intention of doing so. I refuse to let others dictate my life. I want to make my own choices. But isn't being predetermined better? At least it's less troublesome. You could follow a single path to the end. That is indeed appealing, Haiching conceded, but he quickly added, however, a life that is too smooth lacks excitement. Isn't that belittling me? Are you a masochist? A smooth life can be quite wonderful. Not at all. By the way, President, will you use that drawing board on your desk for? I've prepared a laptop for you, and the internet is connected. Do you want me to set up a drawing tablet for you? It will be nice for drawing. As for that drawing board, yes, it is indeed for drawing. What are you drawing? Tentatively titled Pirate King. What a strange title. It does sound odd at present, Haiching remarked, adding, but dual openings must be quite troublesome. You still have to write the original draft. Not at all. I was once a man who juggled 4 things at once. Zayu chuckled, as the noodles were now ready. He lifted the lid and used his chopsticks to begin eating. Regardless of whether it was another S-tail or his own, it seemed to be quite a hassle. Zayu's sigh vanished amidst the sounds of his slurping noodles. Chapter 17. The Manga Artist and the Assistant, Part 1. Hello everyone. This is the JUMP interview team. Today's live broadcast features a live interview with a recently emerging genius manga artist, Horizon. Thank you all for tuning in. The detective manga Detective Conan made its debut in Weekly Shonen Jump, captivating readers with its intricate plotting and masterful character interweaving. The series' compelling narratives garnered recognition from numerous editors at Weekly Shonen Jump, leading to its announcement for stable serialization. Today, the promising new author, who has achieved remarkable success following recommendations, will be interviewed. This is the title of the program and the central theme of this interview. According to Maihara Komi, prior to this interview, only her female editor was aware of her true identity, leaving even higher-ups in the dark, rendering her a figure of intrigue within Weekly Shonen Jump. This raises a perplexing question for Seo. If she intends to keep her identity concealed, why agree to this live interview? Such exposure would inevitably reveal her identity not only to readers, but also to classmates and fellow creators. While Seo may not fully grasp the conventions of the manga industry, he recognizes that most manga artists prefer to focus on their craft, rarely engaging in public appearances. When they do, it's typically at events hosted by the authors of immensely popular works, making media appearances feel quite rare. Seo wishes to inquire about Maihara Komi's intentions. But before he can voice his thoughts, she turns the question back on him. Are you curious why I wish to reveal my identity? Can you truly not fathom it by now? Standing at the threshold of her home, Seo finds himself momentarily taken aback by her response. What has he yet to discover or comprehend? Although Maihara is temporarily residing at Lin Xian's house, it cannot serve as the venue for this interview. Consequently, after deliberation, they settled on Seo's single apartment as the meeting place, which explains their current wait for the interview team. However, Seo's thoughts are consumed by the significance of what Maihara wishes him to understand, specifically the connection between them. The only relevant events that come to mind are the game and the incident that transpired that day. Yes, Seo recalls his efforts to rescue Maihara, forcibly removing her from her home in search of a way for her to earn her father's approval. Thus, is her desire to reveal herself to society a means to showcase her accomplishments to her father? Undeterred by the impending pressure and public scrutiny, Maihara resolutely chooses this path. Standing beside her, Seo suddenly feels diminutive in comparison, lacking the strength that this young girl possesses. With a sigh, he hears the sound of brakes and retreats into the room. I'll go to the second floor and hide. This room is entirely yours now, Teacher Horizon. Horizon is the pseudonym Maihara Kumi uses for her serialization of Detective Conan in Weekly Shonen Jump. This name evokes thoughts of the administrator from the Fate Stay Night forum. Is it merely a coincidence that they share the same moniker? Seo recalls their encounter at the game event, and with her current pseudonym, he begins to suspect that the Horizon from the forum and Maihara Kumi might be one and the same. Convinced that his deduction is 90% accurate, Seo is abruptly halted mid-thought when he feels someone tugging at his sleeve, nearly causing him to stumble. What's wrong? Don't suddenly pull on my clothes, he protests. Why are you leaving? Maihara, casually brushing her hair aside, replies with a calm demeanor. Why? Isn't it obvious? They are here to interview you, so as an outsider, I should leave. Besides, it wouldn't look good for a boy and girl to be in the same room, would it? It's fine, she insists. I believe it matters greatly. You are quite stubborn about peculiar things. Perhaps that's why you were able to write that game script? Seo muses. Regardless, stay here. Because Maihara takes a deep breath, not out of nervousness, but to bolster her resolve. Fixating on Seo's face, she continues. Because you're the one who dispelled the fog for me. So from now on, let's be together. Huh? Together? Of course, to accept the interview. Releasing her grip on Seo's clothing, they hear footsteps approaching from outside. The sound is minimal, likely just two individuals. They pause at the door, ringing the bell, prompting a woman's voice to call out, "Excuse us, we are from the JUMP interview team, here to interview Teacher Horizon." The two inside exchange glances as Seo exhales deeply and nods. Maihara opens the door to find a woman in a tailored skirt suit and a slightly overweight man carrying a camera greeting her. "Hello, we're here to interview Teacher Horizon. May I ask?" "Ah, is that young lady Teacher Horizon? Come in quickly." Focus the camera on Teacher Horizon's lower half. The camera is aimed incorrectly. Seo interjects, lifting the camera's lens and stepping beside Maihara. He points at her. "You've made a mistake. She is Teacher Horizon." "Really? Is this young lady Teacher Horizon? So, does that mean you, young man, are her boyfriend? Don't call me lower half. By the way, can you even host like this?" "What are you talking about? I earned this position through excellent performance." Even while emphasizing that, "You're out of the picture," who refers to someone as lower half and upper half. Interjecting with calmness, Maihara gestures for the two to enter the room. "Please come this way." The lower half is not an outsider. He is my assistant, so it's perfectly fine. Who exactly is the lower half? With that serious quip, Seo follows Maihara into the living room, taking a seat on the sofa beside her. "Am I really the assistant?" He glances at Maihara, chuckling resignedly. It seems he cannot escape this interview. Chapter 18. The Manga Artist and the Assistant. Part 2. Thanks to who's for the evaluation votes and tips, and to Mr. Yunchi for the support. Typically, such small interviews require minimal staff. Just one photographer and one host would suffice, making the process straightforward and efficient. However, Seo finds his schedule ample today, allowing him to spend time with Maihara during the interview. Having already made public appearances online, his exposure now feels rather unremarkable. From the initial signing event for Fate Stay Night to the most recent live broadcast, many are likely familiar with Seo, the man often referred to as Teacher. In truth, Seo feels his aspirations diverge significantly from theirs. He is not here to lament the frustrations of youth or discuss the pitfalls of being a socialite, but rather to create a miracle. Now, as he prepares to join Maihara in the interview, he anticipates that he will be labeled not only as a game scriptwriter and the great teacher of youth, but also as a manga assistant. Regrettably, the reality here diverges significantly from that portrayed in anime. The manga artist is a woman, and there is nothing lamentable about it. Naturally, Seo cannot fathom being overpowered by kawaii Kumi, as that would undoubtedly be quite terrifying. To illustrate, it would be akin to Maeda being toppled by an adorable girl wielding a knife, which would undoubtedly signify his demise. Instead of pondering inappropriate inquiries, allow me to direct a question to Teacher Horizon. To my surprise, she appears to be a rather youthful high school student. Before that, Could we refrain from using the previous episode's catchphrase? Such a gentlemanly reference to lower half is exceedingly peculiar. Seo's serious rebuttal raised questions in the mind of the host, who identified herself as Koharu, her wine-red bob swaying with her movements. Might I inquire if this assistant's surname is Shida? The name lower half is quite odd, indeed. The host seems to have posed a rather nonsensical question. Hence, I implored you to avoid that catchphrase. My name is Seo. Seo, lower half. What sort of slightly risque implication is that? Please do not liken me to a character named Mori Kagoro. Indeed, Kawaii Kumi nodded in agreement. That is the name of my manga character. Please refrain from using it in a derogatory manner. The focal point is not here. As the two conversed, host Koharu received a whisper from the photographer behind her. Upon hearing it, her eyes widened, and she nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling like those of a child. Finally, the host presented the spare microphone to the two, exclaiming loudly, based on the information collected earlier, Mr. Seo is the original scriptwriter for the recently popular game Fate Stay Night, which has reportedly surpassed 300,000 pre-orders online. Such popularity. As a scriptwriter, may I ask why you are collaborating with manga artist teacher Horizon in the same room as her assistant? Are you two in a romantic relationship? I must clarify that a romantic relationship with Kawaii is unequivocally impossible. Oh, the third party entering the conversation is undoubtedly Kawaii Kumi. Upon hearing Seo's resolute tone, she emitted a slight huff, raising her voice with a hint of incredulity to capture Seo's attention. I had prepared 4 cups of tea in this living room, but due to the photographer's presence, 1 cup was placed out of view of the camera. Kawaii Kumi lifted a cup of tea. From this angle, Seo observed the tea leaves standing upright within, pondering if this signified good fortune. As Kawaii Kumi set down her cup, she coolly continued, You just denied any romantic involvement with me, didn't you, Seo? Isn't that obvious? Very well, but I find your last statement utterly unacceptable. Are you belittling me by claiming you would never date me in front of this camera? Are you some kind of celebrity? Seo thought to seize upon this topic and immediately retorted, This is not belittling you. It is merely a fact. We are not in a relationship, are we? Indeed, Seo, your lack of romantic involvement with others must stem from personal reasons, perhaps something of that nature. What do you mean by that? Clarify. What a hentai. Forcing a girl to discuss such matters on live television. However, since you, Seo, have brought it up in your peculiar manner, I cannot decline. This is your last request based on social standing. Do not say that. Be quiet, and do not set up any more death flags. Seo desperately attempted to halt the conversation, feeling that this academic overachiever had been antagonistic from the outset. No, in truth, she had never held any favorable opinion of him. Why, then, was she suddenly escalating her hostility, especially on camera? Could it be that his declaration of absolutely impossible had provoked a strong aversion? If that were the case, it might explain why this overachiever felt deeply dissatisfied, drawing upon years of analytical experience acquired through gaming perspectives. One could deduce that Kawaii Kumi harbored a keen interest in him. Indeed, it seemed this overachiever might have become infatuated with him, which presented a rather troublesome predicament. Seo and Daisher were fundamentally different. He relished youth yet despised romance, thus remaining indifferent to such matters of love. However, it would be erroneous to claim that Seo harbored no interest in the female form. To suggest he was akin to night shift nurses would be truly absurd. Now, that was true perversion. Regardless, Seo had an affinity for women but loathed the concept of romance. Though seemingly contradictory, these feelings did not conflict. It was essential to clarify that liking women and disliking romance are entirely distinct matters. Seo bore the scars of a painful memory. The experience of being confessed to by an overbearing boy could not be erased. It remained a significant blemish on his life. However, now that the topic had arisen, Seo felt compelled to voice his perspective. Though it had been mentioned that he despised this academic overachiever, her brilliance and excellence had led to his own failures. Yet, her remarkable qualities could not be overlooked. Thus, Seo admitted to feeling envious. Even now, with the so-called academic overachiever system at his disposal, he could not shake his jealousy towards Kawaii Kumi. Coming from a wealthy family, boasting excellent grades and striking beauty, she seemed to have received every blessing from the heavens, with only her familial relationships lacking in comparison. Consequently, Seo compared himself to her, confirming their respective strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 19. The Manga Artist and the Assistant. Part 2, To the Heavens, the Hentai Lord. Seo is neither a genius nor an exceptional scriptwriter. All of this could be deemed plagiarism, akin to theft. Yet, Seo's actions vividly reflect his passion for certain endeavors. Being referred to as daisure and perceived as childish is of little consequence. If one can sincerely embrace a passion, it is a profoundly beautiful thing. Had he not sought to rescue Kawaii Kumi, what might she be doing now? Crying? Mourning? Resisting alone in a corner? Such speculations are utterly meaningless. The past is irretrievable. Seo's rebirth does not signify a return, but rather a new beginning. After all, this is not the world he once knew, but a new realm, brimming with fresh possibilities and divergent paths. Thus, Seo approached his actions with confidence, embodying the essence of Zweig's famous quote, "The gambler who stakes his life on chance." Daring to act recklessly, is confident in his strength and believes that bold ventures are the sole form of existence. Humanity is replete with miracles. Each individual is a part of that wonder, and Seo, like Kawaii Kumi, harbors hopes for something greater, perhaps to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward. The female host chuckled and posed the first question to Kawaii Kumi. "You seem to have a wonderful relationship. So, teacher, Horizon, what inspired you to create Detective Conan?" Seeing my assistant tirelessly search for a 10-year-old illustration, I thought, "Are you a perverted detective?" And thus felt compelled to create a detective manga. How casual. Not merely casual, but the character Kawaii Kumi has, from this moment forward, become utterly distorted. Furthermore, it must be stated that Seo himself has never sought out that 10-year-old illustration. I can only imagine how terrible the art style was back then, so please refrain. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Seo deemed it unnecessary to interject, as the current moment belonged to Kawaii Kumi. She aimed to leverage this interview to elevate her profile, willing to endure exposure if necessary. All of this is aimed at demonstrating to her father that she possesses remarkable abilities, rather than merely being an outstanding voice-acting student and an academic achiever. This could be described as stubbornness, or perhaps as tenacity, yet SY finds merit in this approach. Rather than remaining idle, striving with all one's might is the appropriate course of action. Stagnation will only lead to a gradual loss of courage. However, SY perceives that the current Kei Harakumi has transitioned into a different state, no longer resembling the academically inclined Kei Harakumi he once knew. Is this change? Regarding this situation, SY remains uncertain. Now for the next question, which character does Horizon Sensei favor the most in the manga? Aside from the protagonist, it should be the mysterious figures in black that appear in each chapter, right? What is that? There always a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness? Surely, Horizon Sensei is referring to a criminal. Isn't that your signature style? Rendering the villain in black so that their appearance remains concealed, thereby adding to the intrigue of the deduction, correct? I seem to have forgotten. How amusing, Horizon Sensei. The female host appears ill-suited for conversing with the super-evolved Kei Harakumi of the present. She embodies the royal type Kei Harakumi from the realm of elite scholars. Horizon Sensei, how do you and your assistant divide your duties while creating art? I draft the original sketches, and he stands by, serving tea and doing handstands, perhaps? Who would do that? SY slammed the book he was holding onto the table, executing a classic gesture. What assistant would neglect their duties to merely serve tea? And performing handstands is outright criminal. Criminal, you say? Miss K, you may as well call the police. Please listen to me. Kei Hara-san, don't make it seem as though I've truly committed a crime. By the way, those who take on the role of the comic relief often end up hoarse. Not yet finished. Are you a captain? Don't wear sunglasses during the interview. Whether it's a coincidence or not, Kei Harakumi, while donning sunglasses, uttered this line reminiscent of Captain Quattro from Gundam. Surely, this is merely my imagination. Setting the sunglasses aside, the interview continues. This time, host K asked a rather tricky question. There are still a few questions remaining. May I inquire, Horizon Sensei, why did you choose the pen name Horizon for your manga? Much like a certain Oda, who is said to have previously used the pen Name Moon Waterfire with Gold Earth. Isn't that delightfully ostentatious? Upon hearing the host's inquiry, Kei Harakumi appeared to pause in contemplation. SY remained silent, also curious about why Kei Harakumi adopted the pen name Horizon, as it bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the founder of the Fate Stay Night forum. This is speculation, or rather a fairly confident supposition. SY believes Kei Harakumi is indeed that Horizon and also the current Horizon. She is fond of Fate Stay Night, and the name Horizon literally means the horizon, perhaps signifying her desire to explore the vistas that lie beyond the horizon's edge. As for the pen name, Horizon, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. It just came to me in a moment of inspiration. Does one truly need an array of reasons to undertake an endeavor? Horizon Sensei is quite humorous. However, that is the truth. It doesn't necessarily require understanding. So, Horizon Sensei, do you feel satisfied with your manga? In terms of results, it's quite good. But this is not solely due to my efforts. I am also grateful for my assistant as support. As she spoke, SY noticed Kei Harakumi gazing at him. In that moment, her demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. What a curious woman she is. My assistant, though rather foolish and lacking in achievements, can hardly be said to possess any notable skills, only able to manage a few culinary tasks. Hey, Iwishto Rabut. Yet SY's words were immediately interrupted. However, there are many tasks that one cannot accomplish alone, and my assistant has alleviated that burden for me, for which I am immensely thankful. Kei Harakumi bowed her head in gratitude, and SY was at a loss for words. Those previous remarks were merely preambles to a thank you. It seems that this scholarly young lady is indeed somewhat inscrutable. Nevertheless, the experience of being thanked is not unpleasant for SY. In the future, perhaps he will lend her a hand. Chapter 20. Serialization is set to begin. Haramono has been submitted to the judging committee of the Generation Light Novel Contest, jointly hosted by the three major publishing houses, leaving only the anticipation of the final evaluation results. Although there is some anxiety regarding the outcome, SY does not believe that Haramono will be dismissed in the preliminary review, as this novel occupies a position of innovation within the current light novel market. Upon reflection, there is a common factor among novels and manga adapted into anime in Japan, as well as games: innovation. Even if some archetypal plots remain unchanged and the Crystal Palace setting has seen better days, there are significant differences in many aspects, distinguishing them from previous works. This contrasts sharply with the literary landscape of the Great Kingdom, where innovation is often the domain of esteemed authors. The creative endeavors of ordinary writers frequently culminate in premature endings or failure, with only a rare few achieving fame. However, even among the esteemed, those accustomed to a particular narrative style need not innovate further. They merely need to adjust some plots and names to attract a multitude of readers, which is indeed a favorable aspect of the Great Kingdom. There is no compulsion for writers to innovate. They simply need to craft their own worlds at their own pace. Cultural differences between nations naturally lead to a wide variety of novel genres. Both the common tropes of the Great Kingdom and the innovative philosophies of Japan have their respective merits, and there is no superior or inferior. Those who insist on ranking one above the other merely view things through the lens of societal norms. After all, preferences vary from person to person, and what seems like trash to one may be treasure to another. Sitting alone in the living room, SY organized the conclusions of his earlier theories in his mind. Ultimately, it is clear that innovation is essential for his journey here. Beyond Haramono, what else must he undertake? The answer may already be quite evident. Taking a sip of the invigorating coffee purchased just 10 minutes away, SY placed his pen on the digital tablet, gazing at the display of his laptop. Currently, SY is merely practicing drawing. The knowledge acquired through the system has endowed him with the talent to create manga. While his body has memorized this talent, it cannot instantly overcome the dissonance, hence the need for continuous practice. Once he's honed his skills, SY intends to apply himself earnestly to the original manuscript paper. With each stroke he makes, the silhouette of the straw hat-wearing boy becomes increasingly distinct. His outline, shape, and features gradually take on a recognizable form. The manga titled One Piece has birthed its first electronic manuscript at this moment. Some may argue that One Piece, as a labor-intensive manga, lacks interest, yet it is precisely such labor-intensive works that render anime captivating. Prolonged serialization may induce a sense of fatigue, but what it brings forth is not weariness, but rather an enduring passion and excitement. Each adventure within this manga is imbued with joy, filled with miracles and touching stories, evoking emotions that are genuinely meaningful. The charm of long-form manga lies not in its unbroken run over the years, but in the emotions interwoven between the author and the readers. Regardless of how the story unfolds, there will inevitably come a day of conclusion. Yet before that day arrives, those who have grown alongside this manga will invariably reap some rewards. Even if these rewards are not the lofty friendships and dreams that one might expect, they will at least gain a modicum of motivation to strive. The tale of a youth aspiring to become the strongest in the world suggests that if the characters within the manga can achieve such heights, why should one not be able to do the same? In this seemingly mundane world, devoid of oppressive world governments or relentless naval pursuits, there exist numerous miracles waiting to be conjured. It is precisely for this reason that Zuiyu took up his pen to illustrate it all. As Zuiyu completed the drawing of the character's left hand, a gust of sea breeze wafted in through the open living room window. This breeze, imbued with the scent of the ocean and the soft murmur of waves, swept away the summer's heat, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. In truth, the only room in his modest apartment equipped with air conditioning was the living room. However, with the window ajar, it would be wasteful to turn on the air conditioner, so he opted to enjoy the natural breeze instead. One might wonder why he did not install an air conditioner in the bedroom. Apart from the expense, Zuiyu preferred the essence of nature over artificial cooling. Despite the profits generated from the sales of Fate Stay Night and Fate Unlimited codes, which would afford Zuiyu a lavish lifestyle, he was not adept at extravagance, nor did he have the luxury of time to squander. He intended to save his current earnings, biding his time until he could establish a colossal company in Japan that encompasses all aspects of ACG and otaku culture. However, founding a company requires adulthood, sufficient funds, and leadership skills, qualities that Zuiyu currently lacked. Much like leveling up in an RPG, he needed to slay more metaphorical monsters to earn the experience necessary for genuine advancement. After all, Zuiyu had not been a leader in the past, but rather one who followed, rendering him somewhat inexperienced in management. As the saying goes, a ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. There is no need to halt progress in idle speculation about the future. Moreover, he had not worked at the store for quite some time. Since taking on the script for Fate Stay Night, creating the manuscript for Spring, and working on the original art for One Piece. A series of commitments had forced Zuiyu to forego his evening shifts, necessitating time off. Furthermore, he had recently heard that the school had prohibited students from working, necessitating even greater caution. Fortunately, Hai-chung had completed the production of Fate Unlimited codes on his behalf, as he was entirely capable of managing the software side of things. However, had he discussed the situation with his family? He loathed a predestined future, which is why he had agreed to come here to seek his own goals. Now, it appeared that Hai-cheng's family was urging him to inherit the family business, a rather daunting predicament for him. Setting down his pen, Zuiyu took another sip of his coffee, sweetened with 5 sugar cubes, and then glanced at his phone to check the time. Comparing it to the clock on the wall, he realized that his phone was 30 minutes ahead. Was it already 10:30? He had school tomorrow, and it was time to rest. Just as he decided to check his phone, the screen lit up with a call notification from Lin Xian, displaying the contact information for Mao Yuan Jiushi. Pressing the answer button, he heard her voice. "I have something to discuss with you." "Is something wrong?" "By the way, I also have something to share," Zuiyu replied, intending to ask for Mao Yuan Jiushi's recommendation to submit One Piece to Weekly Shonen Jump, given that she was his apprentice. However, her voice immediately interrupted his thoughts. "Can we meet? Now?" "Yes." The studious girl was indeed quite headstrong. "But you're at Lin Xian's house. Isn't that troublesome?" "I've already stopped bothering her and am back at my own home." "Your own home? Have you returned?" "Yes, so can we meet?" "At the riverside from that day." "What's the reason?" "I want to talk to you about my father and what lies ahead." Gazing at the starry sky outside, Zuiyu realized he would have to stay up a bit later tonight. Chapter 21. The academic's youthful romance, unfamiliar streets, strange houses, and an unknown sea. The only familiar aspect was perhaps the vast expanse of stars overhead. Whether through reincarnation or a journey across worlds, the most comforting presence was that eternal and boundless canopy, adorned with countless stars. The moonlight, starlight, and nearby lamplights intertwined like threads from another world, casting peculiar hues upon the ground beneath. Zuiyu, a traveler from another realm, found himself an outsider in this world, devoid of any kindred spirits, only a solitary path to walk. Yet, this condition could be altered. Zuiyu did not wish to return to his original world, so he planned to have this world accept him, a task that required changing the world itself. As he traversed the forest path, Zuiyu held a bag containing his homemade egg pancake, intending to indulge in a simple late-night snack. Raising his head, he felt the wind blowing directly toward him, sending a shiver down his spine. As a member of the otaku community, Zuyu sought the path to becoming a real person, yearning to experience the sensation of being gazed upon with envy, as if to say, "May the real person explode." Just as if to interrupt his daydreams, a gentle breeze slipped into the collar of his shirt, stealing away some warmth and leaving a chill in its wake. This was perhaps pleasant for a summer night, for like the tireless summer cicadas, the summer wind was an unceasing entity, sweeping across the earth, soaring to greater heights and farther destinations. Should it return here again, what changes might he have undergone? This question, Zuyu could not answer. Exiting the wooded area near his apartment, the once ominous shadows of the trees receded behind him, enveloped in darkness and a touch of silvery light. He hailed a passing taxi, and upon reaching his destination, he rolled down the window to observe the scenery receding outside. Everything he had experienced would gradually fade away, just as the present moment slipped further into the past. If he were to glance back, perhaps he would catch a glimpse of a remnant, but certainly not the entirety. That scene would simply serve as a reminder to move forward. Having once lost a life, Zuyu was determined to stir a tempest in this world, one that bore his name. Alighting from the taxi a distance from his intended meeting place, Zuyu paid the fare and headed toward the agreed-upon location with the academic lady. He had forgotten. Glancing at the egg pancake in his hand, he realized he had neglected to consume it during his journey, and now it was too late to eat it, so he resolutely chose to forego it. On his way back, perhaps he should pay a visit to that convenience store manager. He appeared quite healthy and unlikely to fall ill. Navigating through a narrow path, Zuyu ascended a slope, and suddenly a riverbank came into view, bathed in the soft white light of nearby street lamps. The shimmering surface of the river resembled a multitude of fish dancing playfully. The grass on either side bent in the wind, resembling a verdant carpet that had been fluffed by a hairdryer. A fragrant breeze wafted from the riverbank, and the cool air combined with the expansive view created an ideal spot for respite. Occasionally, a passerby would stroll by, though not many. They had likely ventured to a better park upstream. Amidst the twinkling stars and the phosphorescent river, a young girl, adorned with a petite lady's backpack and a red floral ribbon securing her ponytail, donned a light green long dress, resembling a statue that had always belonged to that place, captivating all of Zayu's attention. With her back turned to him, her delicate fingers grasped her phone, seemingly dialing someone. Suddenly, Zayu's primitive, unembellished ringtone echoed through the air. Upon hearing this sound, the girl, Kawaii Kumi, flicked her animal-like ponytail and turned her body towards him. The faint blush on her skin hinted at a recent bath, while the crystal necklace hung gracefully against her creamy complexion, complementing her slightly upturned lips beneath a pronounced nose. "Now that you're here, shouldn't you say something? Are you attempting to ambush me in silence? I am equipped with pepper spray and a stun gun, you know." Zayu shook his head, a wry smile gracing his features as he approached Kawaii Kumi. "Don't proceed. There's a motion trigger trap ahead. You're quite terrifying." Uncertain of its existence, Zayu nonetheless circumvented the potential trap. Upon reaching Kawaii Kumi, he raised a white bag in his hand with a smile. "I brought this. Would you care for some?" "Egg pancake. I shan't be polite." He tossed one wrapped in oil paper to Kawaii Kumi, while he consumed the other himself. Initially intending to keep them all for himself, it unexpectedly turned into a gesture meant for her. Zayu settled down on the grass, awaiting Kawaii Kumi to continue the conversation. "It tastes delightful. However, the saltiness is a tad excessive. Just drink some water. Summer tends to lack salt. So, Miss Academic, do you seek my assistance for something?" "Hold on, I wish to." Having taken only a couple of bites, Kawaii Kumi set her pancake aside and adjusted her skirt to sit beside Zayu. "I spoke with my father. He saw my interview and the comic I illustrated." "And what did he say?" "He didn't express any comments. Merely advised me to be cautious, yet his tone lacked the usual severity. To me, it seemed like he was smiling. Did he acknowledge your efforts?" A smile emerged, perhaps an approval of his daughter's growth. This was not just a positive outcome for Kawaii Kumi, but also for Zayu, as it meant the conclusion of his own undertakings. The next step involved shedding her burdens. However, as Zayu attempted to speak, Kawaii Kumi seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts first. "Everything stemmed from you. That night you took me away, presenting me with a new choice, a new hope. For that, I cannot find you detestable. I did nothing. It was merely your own choices and actions that shaped this. How could you say that, Zayu? Even if your grades are lacking, you possess remarkable talents in other areas. I was foolish to judge others solely by their grades. After receiving your aid, I alter my perspective. Regardless of how weak one may be in one aspect, there is always a strength to be found, both in you and in me. So, Miss Academic, you recall the hand you extended that day, the challenge to your father, the promises made, and the decisions taken. I remember them vividly, and because of that, my view of you has changed. Stop. Zayu placed a finger over Kawai Kumi's lips. I have already stated, my actions were purely driven by curiosity, and I harbor no intention of changing my mind. Your shift in perception is merely a result of your father's approval, leading you to be swept away by emotion. Shaking your head won't change anything. I remain, as always, academically poor, fond of leisure, averse to labor, and not particularly fond of you. Is that so? Kawai Kumi grasped her egg pancake, her expression slightly wan. Zayu rose from the grass, dusting himself off and waving goodbye to Kawai Kumi. Is that all you have to say? Then I shall take my leave. I will rely on you for matters thereafter. And please do not change, Kawai Kumi. The original Miss Academic is the true Miss Academic. The original Kawai Kumi is the genuine Kawai Kumi. Is that not so? Chapter 22. The recommendation of the academic Miss reflecting on his conversation with the academic Miss from the previous night. Zayu found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate his current emotions, akin to grappling with a perplexing mathematical dilemma that yielded no satisfactory answer despite his utmost efforts. Perhaps this was a fundamental struggle of being academically challenged. That night, Zayu had a vague sense of what Kawai Kumi wished to convey. After all, although her academic performance was impeccable and her appearance striking, it did not imply proficiency in concealing her feelings and thoughts. It was precisely because Kawai Kumi was so adept in numerous aspects that Zayu could easily discern her innermost thoughts. Such individuals often exhibited a directness and simplicity, embodying a certain innocence. Initially, their relationship was devoid of connection, characterized merely by the academic disdain of the top student towards the underachiever, lacking any other emotional undertones. However, following the events that transpired, this dynamic shifted. Zayu had taken Kawai Kumi away, offering her a new path and a fresh choice, prompting her to reassess her self-perception. Yet Zayu was acutely aware that Kawai Kumi mistakenly believed he was aiding her. In reality, his actions were motivated by self-interest, solely based on his curiosity. He sought to explore Kawai Kumi's potential, wishing to demonstrate that circumstances were not immutable and that change hinged upon one's own volition. In essence, he viewed Kawai Kumi as a subject to validate his theories and affirm his beliefs, thereby solidifying his convictions. Zayu considered his youth in this world to be somewhat exemplary. Although he remained single thus far, he was confident that fame would attract a multitude of female admirers. Even though he detested romantic entanglements, he still cherished social interactions. While pondering and reaching his conclusions, Zayu felt that his actions thus far had not deviated significantly from the norm. Everything had unfolded in an orderly manner, progressing gradually. The manuscript for spring material had been submitted, leaving only the scripts for One Piece and Fate Stay Night for review and production. The former was no longer a concern, while the latter could be temporarily set aside. His immediate focus lay on the animation progress of Fate Stay Night. However, this matter was also on the verge of resolution, as the person seated across from him was none other than Ms. Kawasumi, the voice actress for Saber, the protagonist of Fate Stay Night. Today, she wore a long dress tinged with red, complemented by black thigh-high stockings, the alluring expanse of skin between them creating an enticing allure. Her silky black hair, cascading to her shoulders, appeared remarkably beautiful. However, Zayu's attention was not captured by these attributes, but rather by the inquiry. Did you bring the script today as well? The earlier episodes have been completed as expected, correct? Certainly. Here are the scripts and some planning documents entrusted to me by Mr. Nasu. As a devoted star of the bazaar, you should express your gratitude for my efforts in bringing these to you from afar. Kneeling in reverence is also acceptable. Who are you referring to as a bazaar star? Ah, Ms. Kawasumi is still fixated on that incident from the other day. I certainly do not care about your teasing. Oh dear, what are you even teasing about? If you don't say it outright, I won't know what it is. Of course it's, what exactly do you want me to say? Tilting her head to dodge the empty water bottle thrown by Ms. Kawasumi, Sayu cast a glance at her slightly flushed face before opening the folder containing the script. Sayu was responsible for the script of the first 10 episodes, while the subsequent scripts were handled by others. Thus, Sayu merely acted as a supervisor, ensuring that the later scripts aligned with the unfolding narrative. The reason they acquiesced to Sayu's proposed modifications was that she was the creator and original scriptwriter of Fate Stay Night, and they aimed to accommodate her requests. However, Sayu did not suggest any excessive alterations, merely some subtle adjustments. The production of an anime is divided into numerous stages, all of which revolve around the script. If the backbone of the animation, the script, were to collapse, the entire production would suffer immensely, leading to a decline in overall quality. Fate Stay Night is an exceptional game, and thus its anime adaptation must not be treated with carelessness. This is Sayu's belief. Holding the scripts for the final 5 or 6 episodes, Sayu observed the battle scenes and character portrayals, finding them to be largely in accordance with her imagination, with no apparent discrepancies. Ms. Kawasumi, how is the animation progressing? Which episode are we on? Generally, the production and airing schedules of new shows differ. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, they prepare the content in advance. However, at times, production occurs just a week before airing, particularly since many voice actors are not limited to a single role in an anime. We reached the 5th episode. Unfortunately, during the group performance, there were some coordination issues in the fight scenes, resulting in a few NGs. Although it has slowed down our progress, we will still air it as scheduled next week. Next week? That's quite soon. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, aren't you, the perverted alien, too busy with work? What about school? Today is a holiday, and I'm not a perverted alien. You're the striped underwear alien. What? Mine is white. White. Only sometimes it's red. Oh no, you made me say something. Are you from the white faction? With nothing else at hand, Ms. Kawasumi lunged at Sayu, but her Fololi attack was negligible in its effect. The last time she had attacked him was merely an accident. After setting the script aside, Sayu raised his right hand to block Ms. Kawasumi's head. Like a small creature thwarted, she waved her hands in futile attempts to strike before pouting in dissatisfaction and ceasing her movements. You cheating scoundrel. Virgin boy, what does that have to do with you? But speaking of work, as Sayu ruffled Ms. Kawasumi's hair, he took out his phone. Since he needed to review the script shortly, he only sent a text to Kawaii Kumi. I will submit my manga to Weekly Shonen Jump for serialization. Could you kindly recommend me? Enlisting the help of the renowned Kawaii Kumi was the most straightforward and simplest approach, and it was acceptable to leverage the prowess of an academic overachiever. A few minutes later, he received a response, with Kawaii Kumi readily agreeing to Sayu's request. All right. Stowing away his phone, Sayu exhaled a sigh of relief. Since the preparatory work was complete, he would now immerse himself in the task at hand. Chapter 23. The voice actress is not quite right. The night at the seaside apartment was remarkably tranquil. The distant sound of waves and the gentle chimes of wind bells on the doors and windows created a soothing ambience, rendering the atmosphere anything but noisy, instead allowing one to find peace of mind. A good living space provides an excellent working environment, and thus Sayu was quite content with his residence. Although the nearest convenience store was about a 10-minute walk away, the brief stroll was not inconvenient at all. Along the way, one could gaze at the sea submerged beyond the boundary and the endless coastal woods, accompanied by a floral fragrance wafting from an unknown source, providing a sense of relaxation for both body and mind. Furthermore, on sunny days one could enjoy the coolness of the nearby woods. On rainy days, one could listen to the sound of raindrops colliding with leaves. After decades of fatigue, Sayu had come to adore this sensation. In his rebirth, it was not only about achieving fame, but also about taking pauses and resting occasionally. Glancing outside at the sky, Sayu checked the time on his phone, which displayed 9:10. The hour was neither too early nor too late. Confirming the time, Sayu shifted his gaze to the side, where Ms. Kawasumi was still present, rehearsing her voice lines. Although memorizing lines was not a necessity, it appeared that she preferred to perform without the script in hand, hence her diligent study and memorization. Having arrived that afternoon, she showed no intention of leaving, and Sayu chose not to send her away. To be honest, after spending the entire afternoon writing scripts, having someone by his side felt rather pleasant. At least it alleviated the boredom. Ms. Kawasumi, what is up? Upon hearing Sayu's voice, she set down her text and turned her attention to him. Sayu had thought she was too engrossed to notice him, but she responded promptly. It's already 10 past 9. Shall we go get a late-night snack? Afterward, I can escort you back as a token of appreciation for delivering the script. Let me think. That sounds unexpectedly good. I'm just a bit hungry, so you're treating me. Agreeing enthusiastically to Sayu's suggestion, Miss Kawasumi stood up and stretched. Perhaps out of goodwill, Sayu offered her his jacket, noticing that she wore only a Gothic-style long dress. The temperature near the sea was not significantly low, but since the city is under the influence of the coastal winds from Naha and Yuruma, it often experiences chilly gusts. Thus, upon seeing Miss Kawasumi in just her dress, Sayu decided to lend her his outerwear. Surprised by Sayu's gesture, she accepted the jacket with a slight smile. Who knew you could be so considerate? You look like a clueless otaku. I only stay home for work. Please refer to me as an otaku. An otaku can indeed dominate the world. It's just that no one has ever united all otakus to fight. In Eden of the East, 2,000 otakus saved the residents of a city. Underestimating otakus could lead to misfortune. Sayu mused as he brushed off Miss Kawasumi's comment and made his way to the entrance. At the entrance, there were a total of 8 pairs of shoes, 5 commonly used and 3 that were seldom used. The 5 everyday shoes belonged to the trio from the gaming club, the academic Overachiever, and Miss Kawasumi, while the 3 were reserved for guests. As he changed into his outdoor shoes, Sayu noticed that Miss Kawasumi wore boots, revealing that despite her faux lowly appearance, she was indeed a mature adult. Upon leaving the room, the temperature outside dropped noticeably, especially in the eerie woods, which heightened the chill in the air. Sayu did not believe in ghosts, but also refrained from disrespecting them, so he was unafraid of any specters that might inhabit the woods. To his surprise, Miss Kawasumi appeared completely unfazed. Has Miss Kawasumi grown accustomed to this forest? It cannot be said to be a habit. It is merely the tranquility of such a serene place that allows one to set their mind at ease. However, I have heard many express their disdain for this location, questioning how one could dare to live here alone. Yet, I have grown accustomed to it. Is that so? With a brief response, Miss Kawasumi quickened her pace, the hem of her long skirt fluttering, bathed in a silvery sheen under the moonlight. Turning around, she placed her right index finger against her chin, slightly furrowing her adorable brows. May I ask you a question? Certainly. I believe I have no secrets to conceal. That, of course, is a deception. If one's secrets were to be revealed, they would undoubtedly lose everything, and thus, SY would not allow such a loss. But as an outsider, a time traveler, is it truly possible to hide one's identity without being discovered? Is it really achievable? Once one's actions are uncovered, the repercussions would not merely be disdain and contempt, but far more terrifying and loathsome consequences. The guilt associated with the desire to reveal what one cherishes is indeed quite distressing. So I inquired, why is it that you, Teacher SY, are so exceptional? Whether in game production, script writing, or on-site direction, you hardly resemble a mere high school student. Instead, you exude the aura of a seasoned adult. Is that so? Indeed, from my perspective, you appear far more mature than I. It is true, Miss Kawasumi's physique is quite immature. SY contemplated, hesitating to speak further. Uncertain of what to say, Miss Kawasumi smiled, revealing a somewhat embarrassed grin. I always strive, yet feel as though I accomplish nothing. Although praised for my voice acting, I still sense a lack of something, an element that effort alone cannot attain. Something unattainable through effort? Perhaps it is talent, Teacher SY. No, Issei, you are an outstanding individual, so you likely do not comprehend this feeling. SY stood still. He was not an excellent person. The accolades and achievements he had garnered did not belong to him. Rather, he felt he was the most inadequate. However, aside from these, he possessed nothing. The notion that hard work invariably yields results is merely a deceitful tactic employed by the successful to mislead the striving. SY would not be so foolish. Thus, he would utilize everything at his disposal. Yet, there's been a slight change. He was neither a genius nor an elite. He stood on the same starting line as Miss Kawasumi. Therefore, SY took a few steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. I might perhaps be quite envious of Miss Kawasumi right now. Huh? What does that mean? Oh, it's nothing. Let us go. I'll treat you tonight. Isn't that only natural? The two traversed the woods, stepping further into the distance. Chapter 24. The Night of the Squeeze, a trilogy of updates, though not particularly sharp. I still seek a bit of recommendation and collection. I believe those who seek authenticity in fictional stories must have some issues. Yet regardless of whether it is Miss Suzumiya or Miss Takanashi, they both possess boundless futures. Stretched before the desk, with a pen pinched between his ears, SY articulated the aforementioned thoughts. Were it to be heard by the original speaker, Akira, he would likely endorse the initial segment on Twitter while promptly dismissing the latter. However, in truth, fictional tales are not devoid of authenticity. As narratives, they undoubtedly contain a semblance of truth, just as fantastical novels often assert. Their fundamental structure is invariably established upon real-world elements. Perhaps one day, a great author chanced upon a worm and, inspired, exclaimed, "Let me compose a tale of a worm transforming into a tentacled being." Thus, a monumental work, the Epic of the Earth Dragon, might be born, sweeping across all rankings. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence seems quite low, for worms bear too close a resemblance to tentacles and would likely be swiftly censored. Consequently, SY merely leveraged his thought of youth is truly beautiful. So let explode. To acquire a novel through the system. After successfully submitting, one could say it went smoothly. Upon concluding the first volume manuscript of my teen romantic comedy Snafu, SY also hurried to finish the manuscript for One Piece, thereby delivering it in a file bag that very afternoon. The review process for Weekly SH Jump is notably lengthy, for as the largest SH manga publisher, countless manga artists aspire to serialize their works within its pages. Thus, internal editors typically review submissions from established manga artists first, followed by their assistants, and only then do they look at the manuscript from newcomers. This order is, of course, correct, as no one would pay heed to a newcomer's submission, focusing instead on the esteemed authors. It is likely that Kawaii Kurumi's previous submission was expedited due to her identity and SY's name. For this occasion, SY utilized his own name once more, as it sounds akin to a pen name, eliminating the need for cumbersome alterations. 3 days had elapsed since the submission, and upon returning home from school, SY remained diligently engaged in illustrating the manga manuscript. However, today was somewhat different. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, 2 familiar guests arrived at SY's apartment. In truth, they could no longer be termed guests. They were quite familiar, having simply not gathered together for some time. A medium-height beauty, clad in shorts, unabashedly lounged on the sofa, munching on potato chips purchased by SY. Typically composed and polite in public, the trio relaxed in each other's company, shedding their formalities. Perhaps this was her only sanctuary for relaxation. SY was aware that Lin Xian behaved quite well at home, excelling in both academics and household chores. It was evident that she often forced herself. Therefore, neither Haicheng nor SY intended to reprimand her for her current state of ease. Meanwhile, Haicheng occupied himself, as usual, with a game console, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. By the way, President, there is a social gathering in class. Would you like to join? A gathering? Were you invited? Of course. This is a grand victory for Haicheng-chan. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm actually quite popular. Don't refer to yourself in that manner. It's rather nauseating. When did you start harboring the delusion that you are charming? After SY's retort, he redirected his focus to the book. However, Lin Xian, who was snacking beside him, chose this moment to interject. She set aside the quarter-eaten chips and wiped her right hand with a tissue. Haha, Haicheng, SY is completely oblivious. I just wasn't paying attention, by the way. How do you know SY? I merely mentioned it casually. Is there anything wrong with that? Casual remarks can be quite terrifying. The two who have become otaku may have surpassed me. SY set down his pen and addressed Haicheng. Haicheng, you can't continue like this. While your grades are commendable, constantly flirting will only lead to being labeled a pervert. What is wrong with being a pervert as a man? Men should be perverted. Are you the protagonist from When They Cry? Forget it, President. Let us make a pact and become magical perverts. Please, let us be a bit more normal. Magical boys would suffice. No, magical boys are far from ideal. After all, there exists a high school student who is both a magical boy and a zombie. Simultaneously, SY held little interest in the gathering mentioned by Haicheng, or rather, he harbored a strange sentiment towards it. Zhuyu believes that those who attend social gatherings are primarily individuals seeking to find romantic partners. However, is it truly beneficial to meet someone special in such an environment? While the notion of love at first sight is quite prevalent, The idea of returning home together or engaging in activities shortly after meeting raises doubts about the purity of one's intentions. Moreover, romance could be an excessive drain on time, leading you to consider alternative pursuits such as forming a band, nurturing a pet turtle, or hosting a tea party after school. Love has the potential to consume the fleeting moments of youth, a truth that ought to be approached with caution. As Yu contemplated the unfolding narrative and cast aside thoughts of the social gathering, he sought tranquility, only to find himself failing in that endeavor. Come on, let us get rid of that adorably mischievous lowly. Suddenly, Hei Cheng's excited interruption disrupted Yu's reverie. My apologies, President. I simply stumbled upon some charming comments from boys on the forum. You're not having any issues with your preferences, are you? Well, due to academic commitments, we VE agreed to resume our love-hate relationship post-graduation. I'll report you right now. Just kidding. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm a perfectly normal person, President. You really underestimate human nature. Zui nodded repeatedly and then turned his attention to the two. So what brings you here? Of course it's about that, Lin Xian replied, placing a poster before Zui. In 1 month, the school festival will commence, and thus the game club must demonstrate some tangible results. When discussing the school festival, one might first think of the associated troubles. Regardless, the preparations for the festival often feel like a waste of time, as Zui struggles to comprehend the enjoyment derived from such events. The Japanese school festival resembles an open day where external guests are welcomed to explore the campus, facilitating interaction through various programs. Consequently, each class must prepare activities and performances to showcase during the festival. Surveys indicate that the most frequently requested projects are typically cafes and haunted houses, though many classes also opt for musical performances. Although Zui is not well-versed in the activities of the East High Light Music Club, he has heard they occasionally host live performances on smaller stages. Yet he remains disinterested. He does not particularly enjoy the school festival, even though it presents an opportunity to exuberantly embrace youth and seek out a vibrant high school experience. Zui simply cannot engage with a joyful spirit. It is not that he finds it overly troublesome. Rather, he feels disconnected from such gatherings. Previously, he merely endured a signing event, as it was a necessary step, and he harbored no complaints. However, if given the choice, Zui would undoubtedly opt out of participation. Hey, President, are you planning to refuse involvement in the festival preparations? Laziness is one thing, but I cannot overlook your disdain for the school festival. Are you not aware that a multitude of beautiful girls will visit? There might even be middle and elementary school girls. The Dongli Flag Voice Acting Training School has previously stated its primary focus is on nurturing voice actors, while a significant portion of students is enrolled in general studies. Those in the voice acting program are the school's primary educational focus. As voice actors step into the limelight and gain increasing popularity among fans, the field continues to expand, heralding the arrival of the idol voice actor era, which signifies the potential for multifaceted development and broader life choices for aspiring voice actors. This has inspired many to pursue careers in voice acting, consequently increasing the number of visitors. However, it is essential to become a qualified and exceptional voice actor. These factors contribute to the influx of visitors during the festival, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, as Zui previously mentioned, he does not favor such an environment. Rather than basking in the public eye, he prefers to operate behind the scenes. Our game club requires a program. Otherwise, the allocated funds for club activities would be squandered. Is it true that you are genuinely uninterested in the festival, President? Indeed, our games are being sold through Type Moon, making it impractical to sell them on campus. We neither possess doujin works like the Manga Research Club, nor the performance tools of the Music Club. The only thing we have left is the extra activity funds. This poses a rather serious dilemma, President. However, this year's festival differs from previous ones. Some changes have been implemented. Changes? Hei Cheng did not elaborate further, but instead directed the conversation toward Lin Xian, who was busy on her phone. Sensing their gaze, Lin Xian sighed, seemingly displeased with Zuyu's nonchalant demeanor. This won't do, Zhuyu. Regarding the changes, the school will enforce a class ranking system during the festival. The class that secures first place will be rewarded with the opportunity to propose a condition, which can be accepted by either the class or the club. Though excessively unreasonable requests will not be entertained. Proposing conditions? Zhuyu pondered the dilapidated ceiling and worn floor of the clubroom. If he could renovate it, it could serve as a proper base. Although Zhuyu had the funds to refurbish the clubroom, as it belonged to the school, he lacked the authority to do so. Thus, winning will be the most effective means to alter the club's circumstances. With this in mind, Zhuyu voiced his concern. How will the rankings be determined? I'm not entirely certain, but I've heard that achieving a top 3 position in specific events arranged by the school will yield corresponding points, with the final ranking based on the total score. I see. This method of competition is quite common. Yet, despite this, Zhuyu feels no motivation. Even if it could improve the club's conditions, he remains unenthusiastic about participating in the festival. Ultimately, the festival holds little significance for Zhuyu. What matters most are the comics and novels he must continue to serialize. Beyond that, nothing else carries weight. These elements do not belong to him, and that is precisely why he persistently seeks to recreate them. It is not merely one's own, but belongs to everyone. It is essential for all to know and see it. Even if it is perceived as plagiarism or theft, these creations must be presented before the public, evoking emotions and rekindling passion. The school festival can be distracting, and thus, Zhuyu decisively chose to forego it. The ranking competition indeed holds merit, yet I find myself lacking interest. If participation is to be under the club's name, the two of you should suffice. The combination of high achievers is somewhat peculiar with Zhuyu, a self-proclaimed underachiever, joining in. Speaking of which, Zhuyu gazed at the sky outside. If you wish to participate, is there not an excellent candidate available? A candidate? Yes, of course, it would be the top student. At that moment, as if summoned by fate, Zhuyu noticed a vibrating phone displaying the contact name, Mawahara Kumi. Upon answering, the girl on the other end fell silent for a moment. Did you see the notification? Notification? The submission selection for the outstanding works of Weekly Shonen Jump. But has there not been no selection recently? This is a monthly new submission evaluation, and your work has garnered first place. Oh, the swiftness of the news was indeed surprising. Listening to Mawahara Kumi discuss matters regarding comic serialization, Zhuyu shrugged after hanging up. It seemed he would have his hands full henceforth. Chapter 26. New Works and the Fluctuating Editor's Tale, Part 1. The conversation from the previous night still echoed in Zhuyu's mind, a discussion with Haicheng and Lin Xian. The school festival would take place in a month, and they intended for the Game Enthusiast Club to host a program there. However, that notion was utterly fantastical. The Game Enthusiast Club had nothing to showcase as a program. Even if they attempted to attract classmates with their game production as a competitive event, Zhuyu doubted it would alter the situation or secure a place for the Game Enthusiast Club in the class rankings. Furthermore, Zhuyu was not adept at such endeavors. His previous performances had merely been forced incidents, as that was the only method available to change the circumstances. Traversing the path through the woods, Zhuyu approached his newly purchased studio apartment, its red wooden roof and azure balcony bathed in the hues of the summer twilight, creating a picturesque scene. Originally, Haicheng and Lin Xian had intended to visit Zhuyu this evening, yet their enthusiasm for the school festival seemed to overshadow everything, and they planned to consult the top student together. Such earnest individuals they were. Zhuyu was not one to embody fervor. He had little interest in a youth filled with challenges. Rather than confrontation and conflict, he preferred the tranquility of daily life and joyous youth. With this in mind, Zhuyu reached into his pocket and retrieved his keys, arriving home early enough to draft some original sketches. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted a girl dressed in a school uniform. A white blouse paired with a light knit sweater, her slightly purplish ponytail swaying in the breeze. She carried a shoulder bag that appeared different from a typical backpack, the contents unknown. Her appearance could be described as elegant and charming, reminiscent of a refined young lady. Distinct from the atmosphere of Mawahara Kumi, and exuding a more tranquil and understated demeanor. Upon noticing Zhuyu emerging from the woods, the girl promptly approached from the entrance. Reflexively stepping back, Zhuyu did not recognize this beautiful girl. He certainly didn't perceive this as a fateful encounter from a novel or manga. Are you Zhuyu-sensei? Yes. And you are? I am Senj Gahara Hitagi, currently serving as your editor. I am here to meet with you today. An editor? A high school student? While the surname triggered thoughts of a certain captivating girl, Zhuyu sensed numerous differences, though he couldn't quite pinpoint them yet. However, he was taken aback that Weekly Shonen Jump had dispatched a high school girl as his editor. Did they think little of him, or was she truly exceptional? Zhuyu-sensei, it is somewhat inconvenient to converse outside, especially in the twilight woods. May we enter? Certainly. This editor girl spoke with such clarity as if everything were anticipated, requiring no unnecessary actions. Yet, Sayu felt that conversing with a stranger inside was more perilous than in the twilight woods. Outside, one could escape or call for help. But within a room, such actions would lose their efficacy. Thus, Sayu couldn't comprehend the girl's sense of danger. Arriving at the door, Sayu unlocked it with his key. After stepping inside, he kicked some litter into the corner to make the floor appear somewhat cleaner. However, just then, he heard a rather peculiar question. Sayu-sensei, do you generally enter a room with your left foot first? Is there anything strange about that? Left foot or right foot, they're the same. I see no difference. Ordinary people might think so, but I believe the order of entry could hold significance. Please consider this, Sayu-sensei. If you're accustomed to using your right hand for chopsticks, would you immediately switch to your left hand? I suppose I wouldn't. It feels challenging to alter the habits of a right-handed person. Precisely. Sengahara gazed at the interior of Sayu's room and its decor. Thus, as habits dictate, the order of entering with the left or right foot may affect subsequent actions and psychological factors. It is akin to suddenly switching from using your right hand for chopsticks to your left. If one were to alternate the order of foot entry daily, one might grow restless and uneasy on that day. To articulate it more accurately, it pertains to human habits. Habits, those actions one has become accustomed to, cultivated over time. The alteration of one's dominant hand can influence the pace of dining. Can a change in one's leading foot also alter one's mood? It feels akin to attempting to kick a ball with an unaccustomed left foot, inevitably leading to a deviation in aim. Humans become entrenched in their habits, unable to change, a direct and simple adaptation method, accepting change through familiarity. This topic concluded once they entered the room, and Sayu led Sengahara to the living room. Sengahara-san, or should I say Sengahara-chan, would you care for something to drink? I prefer the former, and as for a drink, I would like a mixture of 30% milk and 70% coffee, with sugar added. That is quite a precise preference. Precise? I thought Sayu-sensei would call it strange. My seniors at the company often judge me as odd or abnormal. Strange and abnormal? To me, Sengahara-san seems quite ordinary. Thank you for the compliment. Sayu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that calling her ordinary would elicit gratitude, leaving him bewildered regarding her standards of appreciation. However, to be candid, Sayu had not concocted the drink that Sengahara requested. He merely blended milk and coffee together, hoping she would find it satisfactory. Regrettably, that hope was dashed. No, it would be more accurate to say it was exposed. Upon seeing the coffee and milk Sayu served, Sengahara made no move to grasp the cup. The milk is less than 30%. There is too much coffee. How do you know this so precisely? Intuition, I suppose. Moreover, I was merely jesting. I didn't expect Sayu-sensei to actually prepare it with such care, though it still falls short. If you were joking, you shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place. Although Sayo had not meticulously prepared the mixture, she did use a measuring cup to gauge the approximate quantities, which led her to create this optimal blend. Ignoring Sayo's protests, Yazan Shinjun placed her backpack down and gazed into the kitchen, stating, I prefer plain water. Its subtle flavor surpasses the delights of coffee or tea. Is that so? Sayo said as she took the mixed coffee for herself and fetched a cup of cold-boiled water for Ya. In Chapter 27, The New Work and the Swirling Editor's Tale, Part 2, as Sayo resumed her seat, she pondered the reason behind the presence of this high school editor. She had mentioned wanting to meet, but since they had already done so, why did she choose to linger? Was she not concerned about the potential for Sayo to act inappropriately? Moreover, becoming a manga editor at such a young age led Sayo to speculate about her possible impressive background. Do not worry. I shall leave once the matters at hand are concluded. A brief rest is acceptable. Is it? Indeed. I have been waiting here for 3 hours. A break is warranted. 3 hours? Yes. I arrived at 3 in the afternoon, fearing I might miss you since I was unsure of your return time. Did you not have my phone number? I forgot to bring my phone. Her calm demeanor rendered Sayo somewhat unsettled. Ya rummaged through her bag, occasionally producing the sound of metal clinking. Found it. With a relaxed expression, she retrieved the material she needed, but in the process, a metallic object fell from her backpack. It was a brand new wrench, iron and the size of half an arm, which landed on the ground with a sharp clatter. A tool for turning nuts and disassembling. It could inflict significant harm if used against a person. What in the world? Do girls nowadays carry such things in their bags? Sayo exclaimed. A wrench? Is it the kind that can execute a devastating strike with a mere right click? Far more practical than a dagger, provided one has the required currency. However, This was not a game, but reality. Yeah, I nonchalantly picked up the wrench, placing it on the low table, as if it were merely a dropped book. All right, let us continue. Just kidding. Why a wrench? Why does he bring a wrench? Is that strange? How should I put it? Yes, it is indeed peculiar. Ordinary people do not carry wrenches with them. Is it really that odd? As she spoke, Ya produced a collection of small to medium-sized tools. Wrenches, screwdrivers, drill bits, clamps, hammers, and chisels, resembling a carpenter's toolkit. Seo felt a sense of impending danger. Every item before her could become a weapon. May I ask, Ya, why do you carry these tools? I, as a beautiful girl, am often susceptible to the advances of infatuated boys. These are my self-defense tools. She referred to herself as a beautiful girl. However, these were not mere self-defense tools. They were instruments of destruction that would leave any assailant in tears. Moreover, Seo was puzzled as to why one would consider such tools for self-defense, given that they all had inherent limitations. You see, Ya, these tools require a certain amount of strength. As a girl, you might not be suited to wield them. I believe pepper spray or an alarm would serve you better. Is that so? Ya tilted her head, gripping a chisel. I find it quite effective to stab directly. A twist should induce sufficient pain to render someone unconscious. I see. This girl was far more violent than the Ya who used stationery. Not to mention, her role as Seo's editor made her presence here all the more perilous. Seo was unsure of her standards for judgment, fearing what would happen if she were deemed a target. The thought of being stabbed with a chisel, struck with a wrench, or hammered down was truly terrifying. Moreover, there was another reason. Pepper spray was often ineffective, and using knives or similar weapons was too dangerous. One could easily be perceived as a threat by the authorities. However, these tools were different. They were recognized as weapons. Indeed, these tools are not typically subjected to scrutiny, Ya noted. See, the loophole in the law is quite advantageous. Hence the saying, rules are meant to be broken. I believe your perspective is fundamentally flawed. If the majority of people think rules are meant to be broken, the world would indeed be perilous. Yet Ya immediately countered, arguing rules exist to constrain individuals. Only when one is bound can the existence of rules be acknowledged. Without constraints, do rules even exist? That sounds rather idealistic. Idealistic? Seo-sensei, your knowledge is vast. Idealism refers to the notion of I think, therefore I am, but my stance differs somewhat. Ya reiterated that her perspective was distinct from idealism. Idealism involves human judgment of phenomena, while my view is that phenomena judge humanity. Is the correctness of a matter a reflection of humanity? One could argue that. Ya nodded, a faint smile gracing her face. Well then, shall we conclude this topic? What do you think, Seo-sensei? Seo had no intention of prolonging the discussion. So, she asked Ya to tidy away her carpentry tools and shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, which was, in truth, merely a small discussion regarding Seo's serialized manga. They touched upon areas needing modification and how to refine character illustrations. After all, Weekly Shonen Jump is a physical magazine, meaning the manga would be printed on paper, and prior to that, someone would add backgrounds to the artist's drafts. Currently, Seo managed everything herself, but she would likely entrust it to Weekly Shonen Jump in the future. Of course, some manga artists prefer to handle all aspects of their work independently and refuse any alterations. As their conversation concluded, Seo escorted Ya to the door. She let her ponytail loose, her long purple hair shimmering under the light like a radiant summer triangle. Bowing to Seo, she said, "Then I shall take my leave. Thank you for your time." As Seo prepared to close the door, he heard her voice once more. "I had a delightful time today. Rarely does anyone listen to my musings, as they tend to be rather dull. I feel the same. Yet Seo-sensei, you listened, which is significant." So, Ya tossed a white paper ball to Seo. Staring at the paper ball in her hand, Seo was perplexed by its meaning. "I hope to continue troubling you in the future. Inside is my phone number." With that, the spirited girl vanished from view. Seo unfolded the paper, only to reveal a grimace. It was not a phone number, merely a doodle of a ghostly face. Watching Ya disappear, Seo let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps having such an editor was not so bad after all. Chapter 28. Updates on serialization and the school festival. Preliminary thoughts on Heaven's principles. The dilemma of buttocks versus breasts. This age-old question has long perplexed many a man, but today, Seo-sensei shall unravel this mystery. While there exist preferences for breasts and buttocks in the world, the distinction between the two is not substantial, as both seek the ultimate softness and gentle warmth, with little else desired. So why are these two preferences separated? Why does a divergence exist? The reason for their separation likely lies in the differing levels of difficulty involved in achieving them. Take Mr. Yuki from a certain story. For example, after executing the skill tackle and attack the beautiful girl on flat ground, he invariably finds himself touching the chest or thigh, rather than the buttocks. This is because the act of attempting to touch the buttocks is universally regarded as deviant behavior, while inadvertently brushing against the chest may be considered somewhat normal. Using the same rationale for the buttocks seems rather foolish. Moreover, in countless manga, the majority of female protagonists possess ample bosoms, while little attention is paid to depicting the buttocks, save for the occasional mention of undergarments. Of course, this does not entirely fall within Zayu's scope. It is not that he considers anyone over the age of 12 to be an old woman, but rather that the areas of focus have inherently differed. His realm of interest is, oh dear, a sudden blow to the head. In the activity room of the game Enthusiast Club, Zayu, while drawing a comic, is caught in a crosshold by Lin Xian. What on earth are you writing on the cover page of the comic? Such a pervert. I'm gonna die. Cough, cough. Cough. Pause. Stop. Let go. Or I'll touch your chest. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately releases her grip, though Zayu had no genuine intention of touching her chest. Despite her appearance as a delicate lady, her combat prowess is unmatched in the game Enthusiast Club. Typically, only when the club faces a violent crisis does she spring into action. Putting aside her drawing tools, Zayu shrugged. You really don't understand, do you, Lin Xian? Regardless of the situation or content, many people enjoy such topics. Just like how most female characters in anime possess chests larger than D-cup. These slightly risque discussions might unexpectedly garner popularity. Conversely, one might be perceived as a peculiar, perverted uncle for entertaining such thoughts. I have no interest in the things you speak of. In any case, discussing such matters at school is unacceptable. How strict you are, Lin Xian. Would you care for a life discussion? What is that? An opportunity for us to understand one another better. Do I really need to understand you? Ugh. How disgusting. You are rather excessive. The renowned writer W. Somerset Maugham once stated that one could savor the essence of British cuisine only after chewing it 3 times at breakfast, implying that only through careful tasting and deep understanding can one grasp another's inner thoughts. Otherwise, comprehension eludes us. However, this statement could also be interpreted as suggesting that a certain number of repetitions is necessary to understand something, and that spending time to thoroughly study might lead one to miss out on many valuable experiences. Regardless, Zayu had no intention of halting his progress. Even on this day of preparations for the school festival, he continued to work on his comic manuscript. This morning, the class had decided on a project, a CAF. Unfortunately, it was not the idle CAF seen in anime, but rather a standard server CAF. CAFs serve both as spaces for relaxation and dining, while also generating profit and popularity, making them a popular choice for every class. However, the quantity of materials needed is limited, and only those who swiftly apply to the student council can secure the right to host. Despite the festival being several weeks away, time passes quickly, and Zayu, you ought to consider ways to contribute to the class. What can I do? At best, I can only cheer from the sidelines. But I can't engage in anything overly passionate. The scoring criteria designated by the school have yet to be announced, but certain traditional projects are likely to be favored, prompting many classes to take action. After all, first place can secure a chance to have one's wish granted, and everyone wishes to seize that opportunity. Didn't TR class decide to host a CAF? Why not at a typical haunted house or a fried noodle stall? That won't do. While we are doing that, others will be doing the same, which would reduce our customer base. Competition breeds motivation, Miss Lin Xian. I am well aware, but that would hardly ensure a victory. Zayu leaned back in his chair, glancing at the table strewn with notes and expense statistics. Papers brought in by Lin Xian, one of the festival's executive committee members. Lin Xian, why are you working so hard? Is this festival particularly important? Or are you in Haiching planning? Well, it's not anything strange. I've just become more competitive. In that case, you should focus on your manuscript. Disregarding Zayu's question, Lin Xian gathered the scattered papers and began reviewing them. As an executive committee member, she was responsible for managing the class's activities for the festival, submitting project applications, and attending meetings held by the student council. This year's festival is more significant than previous ones, featuring not only class rankings but also many notable alumni and guests returning. Thus, the preparation time is longer and the content richer. Moreover, being a voice acting major, Lin Xian might be called upon to voice characters for the drama club at any moment. Observing the burdens weighing heavily on Lin Xian's shoulders, Zhayu felt a reluctance to intervene, as he typically detests troublesome situations. Unlike Haicheng, Lin Xian's expressive demeanor makes it easy for her to mask her feelings, which is precisely what Zhayu worries about. Her personality is destined to lead her to bear significant stress without anyone to share the load. Helping Lin Xian is feasible, yet Zhayu is more inclined to focus on his manuscript, especially since he must continue serializing in Weekly Shonen Jump. The first chapter had garnered significant attention from numerous editors, but that does not mean he can afford to be complacent. This world differs from the previous one. If he approaches his comic with a half-hearted attitude, even the best works are at risk of being abruptly canceled. The quiet atmosphere enveloped the sounds of summer cicadas, with only the whirring of the electric fan resonating in the clubroom. Zhayu completed a character's action and then lifted his head to gaze forward. He noticed Lin Xian looking at him. Their eyes met briefly before she quickly turned away. What are you so shy about? I'm not shy. It's just rare for us to be alone together. That much is true. In the past, Haicheng or Meiho Natsumi were always present, making their time alone together quite uncommon. However, Zhayu felt somewhat awkward being gazed at shyly by a high school girl. In his view, she resembled a neighbor's little girl, albeit a rather adorable one. You're thinking something strange, aren't you? You look quite lewd. Where's the lewdness? What part is lewd? Regardless, lewd is lewd. The one calling others lewd is the truly lewd one. So even if you think others are lewd, it means you believe yourself to be exceedingly lewd. Then the lewd person would be you, Zhayu. Don't turn my name into a lewd skill name. It felt reminiscent of Hadouken. The lewd festival concluded under the heat-induced parchness, and after exchanging glances, the two walked together to the water cooler. The gaming club's room has taken on a semblance of order after a minor adjustment, yet it remains part of the old school building, giving it a rather dilapidated appearance, as if abandoned by time. It is precisely this atmosphere that inspired Soyo to aspire to attain first place and transform the club's current predicament. Pouring a cup of water, Soyo made his way to the window, where he could glimpse a nearby grove of bamboo, occasionally tended to by members of the gardening club. Though it seemed neglected of late, the sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves appeared warm, presenting a starkly different experience. Having spent some time here, the mundane indeed felt soothing. Soyo responded to Lin Xian, finding the scenery before him compelling enough to induce a tranquil state of mind. Ultimately, the quietude was likely due to the intimate relationship shared between just the two of them. Haicheng, with his boisterous nature, often sought topics of conversation, while Mahowara Kyumi frequently posed bizarre questions, such as whether the protagonist's undergarments should be illustrated. Hence, achieving tranquility was no easy feat yet, in this moment. He could appreciate the verdant bamboo, the gentle breeze, and the warm sunlight, mingled with the refreshing fragrances of grass and earth. The golden rays streamed through the bamboo leaves like a celestial staircase, illuminating the air with particles that shimmered like glowing fireflies. The summer breeze carried a melodic symphony, akin to being enveloped in a classical music hall, where the absence of instruments brought forth an unprecedented experience. The rise and fall of the melodies heralded the arrival of a crescendo, and the sonata in D major added an undeniable beauty to the scenery before him. It was a rhythm, a song, a moment of pure enjoyment. How beautiful! If only I could embrace it, that would be splendid, he mused suddenly. I look forward to it. What are you anticipating? Truly a pervert. I can't help but be exasperated by your desire to embrace me. I was speaking of the scenery outside. Put down that bench first, Miss Lin Xian. In a bid to evade Lin Xian's playful assault, Soyo dashed toward the door, only to find it swung open, revealing Mahowara Kyumi. Yet she was not alone. Haicheng followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the scene in the room, Mahowara alternated her gaze between the two. Soyo, have you committed another offense? Don't speak as if I am a habitual offender. Is this your first offense? Then I shall sentence you to life imprisonment. That is hardly different from a death sentence. Besides, I did nothing. It was Lin Xian who, before he could finish, Lin Xian had silenced him, covering his mouth and pulling him close. With his head resting against her softness, Soyo found little opportunity to savor this treatment, as breathing became increasingly arduous. Nothing has happened, right, Soyo? Ugh. Very good. Lin Xian released him, granting Soyo a moment to catch his breath. Though he contemplated retaliating with a counterattack, he decided against it, recognizing he was no match for her. At that moment, the long-forgotten sound of the system echoed. Judgment. Judgment host Soyo. Subject Soyo. Current occupation, male underachiever, tentative, novelist, tentative, manga artist. Current situation solution. Purchase the book Turtle Shell, Binding the Secrets of High School Girls. From the store. Use nylon rope at 7 p.m. to wait at the station for Lin Xian's return and utilize the rope. The rest is up to you. Setting aside the tentative brackets, the latter content seemed to incite self-criminalization. Nevertheless, this system was rather impressive, capable of predicting when Lin Xian would be at the station due to an event. In a different light, it was a prophetic tool. Now, let us see if you can predict tomorrow's lottery numbers. Judgment host, Soyo. Subject Soyo. Current occupation, male underachiever, tentative, novelist, tentative, manga artist, pervert. Current situation solution. Stroll around wearing women's underwear on your head, deducing the first 6 digits of a lottery based on the time of apprehension, and resolve the last digit yourself. Is there something additional in that occupation line? Moreover, predicting lottery numbers in this manner is utterly absurd. After being caught, purchasing a lottery ticket would be impossible. Indeed, there were times when this golden finger proved to be unreliable. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Soyo turned to the two. Aren't you both supposed to be busy? Haicheng, due to his tall stature and physical prowess, was called upon to assist in moving and assembling the Academy's banners. While Mahorakumi, also an executive committee member like Lin Xian, had gone to apply for a portion of the class projects from Student Council. Their collaboration was intended to enhance efficiency, but as a member of the Student Council, Mahawara's workload was likely heavier. My tasks are complete. It's just that those girls keep pestering me, so I returned. What are you bragging about? They no longer require my assistance over there. So I came to see if Lin Xian needed help. Mahawara exhibited a remarkably composed demeanor. Soyo responded succinctly to both. By the way, how is your manga coming along? You haven't been abruptly cut short, have you? Don't joke. Although it's just begun serialization and lacks readers and popularity, in a few weeks, after a few chapters, it will surely gain immense popularity. Such confidence. Of course, it's destined to be a masterwork. Enough chatter. Let us commence preparations for the school festival. Mahawara decisively interrupted the two, plunging into work. Indeed, the academically gifted young lady was both earnest and serious. As he settled into his seat, listening to the renewed chorus of summer cicadas, accompanied by distant calls from classmates, the bustling summer school festival was fervently underway, with preparations in full swing. Chapter 29. The lowest ranking the school festival was set to commence in 3 weeks, and the time passed swiftly amidst the ordinary, accompanied by the sweltering heat of summer. The vibrant and lively school festival, brimming with various enjoyable activities, unfolded beneath the sun. The opening ceremony took place on the playground in front of the gymnasium, and the proceedings were hardly engaging. After a few words from the teachers, the executive committee took the stage to pledge, officially declaring the commencement of the festival. The sound of fireworks and cheers resonated, elevating the atmosphere of the opening ceremony to a climax. The previously strict school environment relaxed considerably, granting students a reprieve and a moment to unwind. Yet the relentless sun overhead persisted in its toil, seemingly intent on drying the earth, casting a blistering warmth that mixed with the students' fervor, resulting in a remarkable chemical reaction. Although Soyo generally perspired little, beads of sweat now formed on his forehead, and his white shirt became slightly damp, giving him a weary appearance. Standing at the school gate, he held flyers, not those of the gaming club, but for the class's CF. Since you refused to serve, please distribute these flyers. Thus, under the coercive arrangement of their homeroom teacher, Tsukimori Tsukiko, Soyo found himself at the school entrance with a pile of flyers. Various class-run stalls will be ranked based on daily earnings, marking the commencement of the ranking battle from the first day of the festival. Typically, the CAF's earnings were quite promising, given its reasonable prices, delightful flavors, and provision of a resting space, making it immensely popular. During the festival, Zayo suggested that the girls wear maid outfits, but only a handful agreed, likely those who were fans of Zayo's games. The rest vehemently opposed it. Despite the inherent cuteness of the maid outfits, these girls, rooted in reality, hesitated to don them due to shyness. The concept of a school festival made CAF seems to exist solely within the realm of anime. Welcome to our class, CAF. Located on the second floor of the teaching building, Class 2 of Year 1, just a short distance from the entrance. The flavors are quite delightful. As Zhao Yu distributed flyers, he took a moment's respite under the shade of a tree. Lin Xian and Mao Yuanjiu were diligently working together, while Hai Chong had mysteriously vanished, presumably in search of companions to explore the festival. Revitalized, Zhao Yu sipped the chilled tea hanging at his side, observing the ebb and flow of people, and once more inserted flyers into the crowd. Welcome to our class, CAF. Located on the second floor of the teaching building, Class 2 of Year 1. The flavors, what happened? As he prepared to distribute more flyers, a female student from another school gently grasped his arm. Upon noticing Zhao Yu turn around, she quickly released her grip. With long twin tails and an unremarkable chest, she appeared to be around 12 years old, a faint blush adorning her fair complexion. Oh my, is that a walking young girl's body pillow? How may I assist you? The middle school girl pointed to a balloon stuck in a tree, presumably acquired from the committee. Frowning, Zhao Yu set the flyers aside on a nearby chair, securing them with a water bottle as he gazed at the balloon above. Do you want me to help you retrieve it? Yes. No, can't you? Well, I suppose it's not impossible. But why ask me? Zhao Yu's thoughts seemed to be discerned by the middle school girl as she fiddled with her twin tails and replied, because you look the most approachable. Indeed, I'm a good person. Yes, the kind who wouldn't dare approach directly, even in a state of undress. Who taught you that? My father. Bring your father here. Wait, before dealing with this young lady's gentlemanly father, I must retrieve that balloon. Although climbing was an option, Zhao Yu doubted his stamina would suffice to scale the 3-meter-high tree. Youth indeed calls for challenges, but within reason. How about you sit on my shoulders while I stand on a chair for you to reach it? This combination, with the chair, should allow for the requisite height. Of course, it was not Zhao Yu's intention to have his head wedged between the thighs of a middle school girl. Those who entertain such thoughts should report themselves to the authorities. But I'm wearing a skirt. I don't mind. Even if you don't mind? Zhao Yu's retorts echoed the skepticism of a Nietzschean regarding the existence of divinity. Yet he found himself luring the middle school girl with dubious language. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, prompting Zhao Yu to turn, only to receive a kick to his back, causing him to stumble forward. The left foot was merely the precursor. The right foot followed swiftly, landing upon Zhao Yu's back before he fell, launching him into the air. Propelled by his hands, Zhao Yu raised his head. This scene felt as though it belonged in a new anime series, yet Japan surely lacks a railway public security department. Looking upward, he glimpsed a pristine blue sky, adorned with lace-trimmed, bold, white undergarments and garter stockings. But this fleeting view offered no opportunity for a snapshot. A girl clad in a white sailor uniform gracefully descended, handing the balloon to the middle school girl. Wow, amazing. Thank you, big sister and useless older brother. Useless? At least I'm a stepping stone. To disregard the stepping stone was quite rude. Watching the middle school girl depart, Zhao Yu rose from the ground, finally recognizing the girl's visage. Are you Battlefield Original I? Is it appropriate to say it's been a while? Zhao Yu. Who is that? My apologies, I meant Zhao Yu. You've nearly broken me. It is indeed Zhao Yu, the one with the lines from the stage. Who wants to spin 3 times? My name is Zhao Yu. At the very least, remember the name of your author. However, Zhao Yu wishes to use a middle school girl's inner thigh to cradle his head while simultaneously indulging in a lick. Such behavior is not known to me. I feel I've been labeled a pervert more frequently lately. Could this truly become my profession? When discussing Zhao Yu's alleged abduction of children, I am reminded of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, who enchanted children with his flute, while Zhao Yu employs the use of a narcotic. Both the premise and conclusion are erroneous. However, that legend is indeed quite renowned. Many are familiar with it. Yes, the Pied Piper originates from a historical tale, initially popular in Germany, later evolving into a European classic, with many literary works drawing inspiration from this fairy tale. However, the historical truth of the Pied Piper, what became of the 130 children who vanished into the unknown horizon, remains an unresolved mystery to this day. Knowledgeable, Battlefield Original, I gently tugged at her skirt, which had become disheveled from her earlier leap. Your athletic ability is quite impressive. It was merely a fortunate stepping stone, wasn't it, Zhao Yu? I cannot find joy in being referred to as a suitable stepping stone. Gazing at the girl in the white sailor uniform, Zhao Yu reclaimed his flyers. Is this school now adorned with white sailor uniforms? No, it is merely a personal preference. If one were to insist, it might be akin to cosplay. Though that is a stretch, considering such uniforms do exist. I see, and what brings you here? I am, for the time being, also a student. I understand now. Due to the school festival, many institutions have opened their doors for students to participate in Toko Hi's event. It appears this festival is far more vibrant than I had anticipated. Upon hearing Battlefield Original I's remark about being, for the time being, also a student, Zao, you stepped into the shade, surveying the bustling academy. Why refer to yourself as for the time being? These students, from here, appear akin to refuse. Are you a noble from somewhere? Truthfully, I find Zao you to resemble refuse more closely. I apologize for claiming you to be human. Is it acceptable to be so disrespectful toward an author? May I ask why I just said? How convenient to forget. Indeed, Battlefield Original, I displayed a flawless smile, a sight that made Zao you instinctively recoil. In contrast, Zao you preferred the character of Kurogi from the stories, as she exhibited tenderness at times, unlike the current I, who seemed to embody an untouchable aura with her sharp barbs. Zao you glanced at the flyers in his hand. He had already distributed 200 of the 300 he had. Perhaps it was time to venture inside and continue his efforts. Shall I go in, I? Today, I am merely here to observe. I have heard that the voice acting students here are exceptionally talented. I cannot speak to that. As they made their way toward the school, the sight of the girl in the white sailor uniform drew many students' attention. With her tall stature and slender limbs, complemented by the pure white summer sailor outfit, she garnered high praise, even among beauties, making it difficult to go unnoticed. I find it somewhat perplexing. What do you mean? Do you not think many are watching you? Surely they're watching you. No, from the very beginning, the phrase one night, 10,000 yen just once, that was already quite conspicuous. I reached behind me and indeed found a piece of white paper with strange content affixed there. When could this have happened? After reminiscing about today's events, I realized that the only people I had interacted with were Haichung and Lin Xian. Even Meiho did not utter a word today. In other words, after eliminating all impossible factors, any remaining conclusion, no matter how absurd, must be accepted. Classmate Warfield, did you do this? What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher Zwa? The only person who touched my back was you, right when you took the balloon. The tabletop game teacher certainly enjoys joking around. You can hardly articulate your thoughts. Apologies, I bit my tongue. Hey, sorry, I almost bit your tongue. That was terrifying. Although Warfield did not acknowledge being the culprit from the dialogue, so I had already deduced that she was indeed the perpetrator. There must have been some scheme involved in affixing that paper. But what could the reason be? Well, this person is peculiar in whatever she does. That much Zwa can ascertain. I find it hard to understand why teachers and these individuals relish such group activities. Isn't it better to study and perform alone in a room? Humans are inherently social beings. Even if the topic is strange, Zwa continued the conversation. Think about it. If one acts alone, they cannot receive any opinions or feedback. If they err, there is no one to guide them to correct it. Additionally, humans require a sense of superiority. Only through competition can one truly reflect their self-worth. It is impossible to be alone. That is how it is. Teacher Zwa, what is it? Shall we stroll around the school festival? I see, I was just thinking of slacking off. Was the previous topic merely a prelude to this suggestion? Zwa tucked the flyer into his backpack and walked alongside Warfield toward the playground at the gymnasium, where numerous booths and performances awaited. Upon reaching the playground, the previously empty area was now filled with various booths, including a riddle booth, a fried noodle stall, and a goldfish scooping game. What a festive scene. Following Warfield's lead, Zwa approached a fried noodle stall, the aroma wafting through the air like a tempting confection. I believe this smells delightful. Teacher Zwa, why not treat us? Why me? Isn't this a custom for girls when attending a school festival? Paying, paving the way, opening doors, and so on. What do you take boys for? After paying, Zwa and Warfield each bought a serving. So I had anticipated that he would deliberately buy one and then ask to share it. If I did that, I would feed you chili pepper until your eyes watered. How cruel. Thankfully, the earlier choice was indeed the right one, while enjoying the fried noodles. So I thought about the CAF in his class, wondering how business was faring. I think I'll check on the CAF in our class. The CAF? I'm not interested. Thinking it over, Zwa quickly finished his noodles and watched the girl savoring her meal in the shade of a tree. He stretched and pulled a flyer from his backpack, handing it to Warfield. Although you're not interested, you might want to check it out when you have time. Thank you. Well then, goodbye. Parting ways with Warfield, Zwa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon arriving at the class CAF, Zwa noticed there were quite a few customers. The space could accommodate 6 tables, and currently 5 were occupied. Business seemed to be thriving. It's Zwa. Hey, Lin Xian. Lin Xian, dressed in a waitstaff uniform, rushed over with a tray in hand. Business looks good. Did you come to help out because you were too busy? Business is not good at all. But inside, no. So look at the other class. Zwa turned his gaze toward the end of the corridor, where a long queue extended down the stairs. Indeed, business was poor here, reminiscent of a shabby tavern compared to a 5-star hotel. However, the reason for this disparity was, isn't that a beast-eared maid? I'll be right back. Wait. Ugh. Lin Xian, as an executive committee member, frowned in dissatisfaction. Our class's grades are currently at the bottom. It's impossible to turn things around. We can only work harder on the upcoming projects. Their essay drama performance coming up. Can you think of something? How troublesome. However, when it came to drama, so might have a few ideas. I'll go take a look and ask them to give me the script. I'll modify it without disrupting their rehearsal. But first, I need to use the restroom. If you go to the beast-eared maid CAF, I 1T forgive you. So knows nothing. Last place in class. Even we can't ignore that. Originally, it was just a matter of having a maid CAF. In any case, he decided to check on the drama club in his class. Chapter 30, the class comeback battle. Part 1. After bidding farewell to Lin Xian, Zwa took a detour down another staircase. Although he intentionally took a longer route, the desire to catch a glimpse of the beast-eared maids compelled him to waste a bit more time. As a member of the game enthusiast club, Lin Xian was quite striking among the girls. If she donned a qipao, she would be a renowned beauty. In a kimono, she would embody the essence of Yamato Nadeshiko. However, Zwa found himself more inclined towards the allure of beast-eared maids. After all, for a man, beast-eared maids represent a unique romance. The appeal of beast-eared maids is countless. Just the presence of those ears alone surpasses many cute elements, making them the undeniable rulers of the realm. Add in the phrase, "Welcome back, master," and it becomes utterly irresistible. With such thoughts in mind, Zwa blended into the crowd and passed by the entrance of the beast-eared maid CAF. His gaze immediately fixated inside, capturing every moment in his mental camera. In pure white aprons, adorned with black frills and fluffy skirts, complemented by various types of beast ears, they resembled angels descending from another world to grace this school festival. Particularly, the area between the skirt and the garter formed an absolute domain, a new territory that humanity has long sought, the second realm of nature. The inhabitants there must be filled with laughter and joy. I believe the ones living there are merely deviants. Don't suddenly read my mind. As he gazed at the suddenly appearing academic prodigy, Zwa sighed and withdrew his gaze. He quickened his pace, escaping from paradise, and began scanning for the unexpectedly encountered Meiho. Zwa had felt for a long time that this academic prodigy had some unfortunate traits, but now it had solidified into certainty. Meiho, may I ask why you are dressed in a plush costume? The academic prodigy Meiho was clad in a gray panda plush outfit, her considerable figure taking up space in the corridor, forcing Zwa to sidestep and almost collide with the wall. It's part of the executive committee's duties, distributing candy to the elementary school students. This outfit makes it easier to approach them. Isn't it hot? Upon hearing this question, Zwa was met with a look from Meiho that clearly said, "This guy must be an idiot," before she resignedly removed the hat from her head. Certainly, it is hot. However, the internal separator maintains a moderate temperature due to the presence of a slight amount of refrigerant. Nevertheless, work is work. I am headed to the drama club's preparation room in our class. How about you? Surely, you do not wish to venture out and engage in peculiar activities. Absolutely not. I have no desire to encounter a beautiful girl around the corner of the hallway and joyfully stroll through the school festival together. Upon witnessing the silence of Kazuha Mahara, Seo began to ponder why the girls he encountered regarded him in such a manner. Unable to pinpoint the reason, he temporarily attributed it to jealousy from his peers, allowing him to relish the sensation of being a popular individual. Kazuha Mahara likes me, Lin Xian likes me, Shizuku Aya likes me, Miskawa likes me, and Umi likes. The last one was merely a slip of the tongue. After envisioning himself as a winner in life, Seo's spirits lifted considerably. I shall accompany you there. Let's go, Kazuha. The sudden burst of enthusiasm was rather nauseating. Ignoring the sarcasm from the academic overachiever, Seo, as the leader, descended the stairs ahead. He recalled that the drama club's preparation room was located behind the gymnasium, where several vacant rooms were allocated for students to prepare their performances. Typically, a club comprises students from various grades. Thus, the school stipulated that the club president should determine the club's membership. Remarkably, the president of the drama club at Higashi High happened to be Seo from this class. To prevent discord among members, the school also offered rewards to the winning club. Hence, both upper and lower grades exhibited considerable enthusiasm. The gymnasium lay opposite this building, easily visible by crossing the playground through which they had just entered. The drama performance was scheduled for around 2 p.m., allowing ample time for rehearsal. Walking alongside Kazuha Mahara, she occasionally handed balloons to passing children, displaying a smile she had never shown to Seo. However, this was acceptable. Seo preferred not to be seen as someone special by the academic overachiever. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Looking up at the scorching sun, even in a shirt, Seo could distinctly feel the heat. The essence of summer had completely overshadowed the lingering chill of spring. To his right stood a school vending machine, and Seo grasped Kazuha's hand to halt her progress. "What is it?" "Wait a moment. It will be quite hot on the playground. Even if the mascot costume contains refrigerant, it must be taxing." Seo pressed the button for frozen orange juice, purchasing 2 boxes, tossing one to Kazuha. "Here, use this to quench your thirst. Although it is a beverage, it is quite refreshing. Beverages do not quench thirst. You are quite pedantic. Indeed, beverages do not quench thirst." Seo purchased this not only because Kazuha was a girl, but also because he relished the flavor. However, the optimal thirst quencher should be warm water with a hint of salt, beneficial for the body and effective in alleviating thirst. Furrowing his brow, Seo regarded the vending machine. Kazuha, as an executive member, undoubtedly faced more challenges than he did. Was it necessary to procure something refreshing? While contemplating whether to buy her a bottle of soda, Kazuha shook her head after inserting the straw into her orange juice box. "I'm not thirsty right now. We must first check over there to see if there is anything we can assist with." "Thank you." "Indeed, and what did you say just now?" A throng of classmates pushing a pile of fireworks passed by, causing Seo to miss Kazuha's words, prompting his inquiry. Shifting her gaze aside and scoffing, Kazuha began to walk away. "Nothing at all." Upon hearing the enigmatic academic overachiever's dismissal, Seo, unwilling to waste mental energy on further contemplation, resignedly followed her. The school festival was in full swing, filled with the laughter of students. Sipping the tangy orange juice, Seo hastened to catch up with Kazuha. Chapter 31. The Class Counterattack Battle. Part 2. "Kazuha, since you're already a member of the student council, why do you still accept such a role as an executive member? Just one responsibility is already quite demanding, and aren't you supposed to be working on your manuscript?" "Indeed, that is the case. Regarding the manuscript, I have already prepared a month's worth in advance. After all, it is only about 4 or 5 chapters. Already completed?" Seo could not help but admire the efficiency of the academic overachiever. He had merely pointed her in the right direction and devised a preliminary plan, yet she had rapidly developed it into tangible results. Was this the result of excessive effort or exceptional talent? There exists a stark distinction between overachievers and underachievers. Regardless of Seo's efforts, he remained an underachiever in academics, fully aware of his limitations. Yet, he recognized that despite their differences, both stood at the same starting line. It was merely their paths of endeavor that diverged. Truly, the academic overachiever is impressive. Should I refer to you as a genius? Do not label me so. Suddenly adopting a stern demeanor, Kazuha obediently discarded the empty orange juice box into the trash bin. Some individuals consistently believe that those who excel are geniuses, attributing their own failures to a lack of genius. In truth, that mindset is the most foolish of all. Others achieve victory. So why can it not be evaluated as a result of effort? Do you consider me an academic overachiever? Perhaps it is true. I diligently complete all assigned exercises daily, prepare for each subject matter, comprehend the textbooks, and scrutinize the materials. Are you aware of this? I'm already quite aware, Kazuha. As Kazuha had articulated, he might have taken the victory attained by genius for granted, leading him to perceive himself as an underachiever. Even with the assistance of a system, one cannot necessarily acquire everything. This suggests that he simply needed to exert more effort. Behind the dazzling brilliance lies an abundance of darkness. And it is that darkness which serves as the stepping stone to illumination. With Kazuha's serious demeanor, Seo found himself at a loss for words. Subsequently, Kazuha playfully swatted Seo's chest with her paw. If we were to speak of genius, it is you who embodies it. With that, she departed before Seo could respond. Receiving such commendation left Seo with a bittersweet smile. The academic overachiever appeared more candid than before. The two traversed the playground and successfully circled around to the preparation room behind the gymnasium, where various performance groups from different classes were rehearsing and preparing. Spotting the nameplate indicating their class, Year 1, Class 2, Seo pushed the door open first. Everyone, what I need is... Wait, why are there no male classmates here? It is entirely composed of girls. No, it was a room full of girls changing clothes. Various audacious and modest outfits, fair skin, undulating curves, and the flushed faces of young girls in indignation. Oh dear, oh dear. Seo bowed slightly and began to retreat slowly, only to be met with a chorus of shrieks. Pervert! The girls' cries were accompanied by an array of objects hurled at Seo. When he regained consciousness, he found himself encircled by a group of girls, all wearing expressions of concern. When had he become so popular with girls? Could it be possible to achieve marrying a wealthy beauty, becoming a CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of his career? At that moment, a petite girl placed a towel over Seo's head. We truly apologize. We did not recognize you as a senior, which is why we were so startled. It is quite all right, but who is a senior? Call me Zayu. I find teacher that to be remarkable, for he seems to lack interest in girls. Huh, isn't he averse to romance? So it's a matter of no love, no desire. Should I seek a girlfriend? If that novel were to be published, Zayu would likely be immediately labeled as no love, no youth, yes to bromance. Such a scenario is quite terrifying. Feeling a chill in his heart, Zayu decided to change the subject. By the way, aren't you all preparing for performance? What about the boys? They recently went to pick up costumes. And here's the script. At that moment, the girl standing across from Zayu, Kawaii Komi, picked up on his words and tossed the script to him. Upon receiving the script, Zayu discovered it was a renowned play, Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Although the material was well known, the script could be modified to enrich the narrative. Unsure of the script's author, Zayu apologized and began to read, simultaneously making edits. The script itself was mostly sound, but certain plot details were overly vague, failing to convey the emotional entanglements between characters. Sitting in a chair, red pen in hand, Zayu meticulously planned how the actresses should express themselves, what emotions to convey, enhancing the drama. Typically, performances do not necessitate such detailed descriptions, yet in pursuit of perfection, these alterations were essential to render each scene vivid and the drama impeccable. The drama club of Class 1 Year 2 comprised students from 1st to 3rd grade, prompting Zayu to assign them distinct roles. Older students would portray characters of greater age, as it would indeed be peculiar to have a grandmother play Cinderella, though this is merely an example. A rational arrangement is also a crucial aspect of dramatic performance. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Da. Please don't call me that. I've asked several times. Indeed, we should thank Teacher Da, and your explanations are clear and concise. This time, we shall surely succeed. Did you even hear what I just said? Teacher Da, what should we do here? After delivering this line, portray a touch of sadness, allowing your emotions to resonate with the audience. And please, do not call me Teacher Da. Until the performance began, Zayu was surrounded by both boys and girls, offering them guidance for their roles. Having fallen to the last place in sales, achieving victory in this performance was paramount. The class, currently at the bottom, commenced its comeback under under Teacher Da's leadership. Chapter 32. Unexpected events before the play and Romeo. Ideals are lofty, while reality is stark. This vast disparity is something many can comprehend. After all, dreams are possessions everyone can hold, yet realizing those dreams is a challenge few can conquer. To achieve both, one requires both effort and fortune. Humanity is an inherently perfection-seeking species, akin to the Fibonacci sequence. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. These numbers exemplify the pursuit of perfection, symbolizing the journey towards realizing one's dreams. So, where do we currently stand? At 1 or 2, or perhaps even further at 8. Zayu pondered his progress and then pushed open the rooftop door. It was now midday, coinciding with the school festival's lunch break. Students with booths or activities were granted a brief respite to prepare for the afternoon's performances. Initially intending to enjoy a quiet lunch alone, Zayu seized the opportunity to retreat to the rooftop, yet this wish was swiftly dashed. The perfectionist, in pretense, Zayu attempted to close the door, but, considering such an action would be impolite, he chose to relent. After all, the other individual had arrived first. Leaving without acknowledgement would appear exceedingly rude. Though there were no rules dictating that rooftops were first come, first served, Zayu instinctively felt that the early arrival held precedence. Why did this notion arise? Was it a flaw in his character, or merely an influence from societal norms? Ultimately, Zayu dismissed this line of thought, feeling bored instead. He was an unusual individual fond of Chinese martial arts novels and Japanese light novels, leading to inevitable conflicts in contemplation. Comparing Mr. Gulong with Mr. Nizio Isen reveals their utter dissimilarity. One crafts tales of martial arts and tenderness, rich with skilled techniques, while the other narrates modern eccentricities riddled with verbosity. Thus, questioning which is saltier, sugar or vinegar, is entirely devoid of significance. However, speaking of Nizio Isen, Zayu harbored a fondness for the author, despite the incessant banter. He also appreciated the characters and the youthful stories sparked by modern absurdities, despite the persistent ramblings. In essence, Zayu could be described as a blend of the serious and the frivolous. It was within this framework that he encountered the girl on the rooftop. Should we call it a serendipitous meeting? Zayu opened the door, closed his right eye to shield himself from the sun-esque glare, and raised his bento as a makeshift parasol, gazing at the girl before him. Why are you here? How to articulate? Is it because of unpopularity and bullying that you've chosen to eat lunch alone on the rooftop? I never expected to receive sympathy from someone like you. But why seek solitude on the rooftop due to unpopularity? Common narratives depict characters eating in the restroom, don't they? Eating lunch in the restroom? The odor must be overwhelming. That's rather peculiar, and just carrying a bento into the restroom would surely attract attention. So why the restroom? Why indeed? Zayu and the girl opposite tilted their heads in unison, resembling fools. No, anyone discussing such topics is indeed foolish. This conversation, devoid of value and meaning, likely only holds interest due to the unique insights it evokes. With this thought, Zayu couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the era, readers remain a fascinating bunch. After all, the novels and manga they consume are merely authors engaging in soliloquies, self-resolving their musings. As for the reason to dine on the rooftop, perhaps it is to gaze upon those below, those who appear akin to refuse. You are rather dark, Zayu remarked, approaching the roofrop's edge, where the girl sat eating on a chair beside the railing. Judging by the variety in her bento, it was quite lavish, aside from the red sauce meat. The most eye-catching item was the caviar. The red caviar reminded him of sturgeon, the roe of which is worth more than gold. Could she possibly be a wealthy heiress? Please have a seat. All right. Is there something amiss with your bento? Are you perhaps exceedingly wealthy? Sit by the railing. Who would do that? The foolishness of a fool is indeed foolish. It appears I have been mocked, though that is far too dangerous. We are on the 5th floor, and even if Zayu were to fall, he would likely perish instantly. Of course, perishing is not an absolute certainty, but it is indeed perilous. Yet, such emphatic statements seem utterly pointless. Have I begun to ramble as well? Zayu sat opposite her, retrieving fried noodle bread and his customary orange juice from his bag. My family cannot be described as wealthy. In fact, even if we were, it would merely be my parents' wealth, not mine. Is that why you became an editor, to earn your own money? Are you attempting to pry into my measurements? Should I disclose them to you? It seems entirely inappropriate to discuss such matters. From top to bottom, it measures 90. 90? I never expected you to be the type who appears slender in clothing. Can I report this? This is what you said yourself. All you need to do is smile. Who would die smiling at a time like this? Just as Zayu emphatically stated this, he noticed his phone ringing. He stood up and opened his phone, discovering that the caller was Makiwara Kumi. Hello. Is this Zayu? Yes. We have encountered a bit of trouble here. What is it? Isn't there a drama club performance this afternoon? Although we adjusted it according to your script, the student playing Romeo just twisted his ankle due to a stage mishap. So, Zayu furrowed his brow, continuing Makiwara's thought. So he can't go on stage? Yes, even with painkillers, it won't help. It may worsen the injury. Painkillers are ineffective? Generally, there would be understudies arranged, but there aren't many available in the class. Never mind, I'll come right over. After Zayu finished speaking, he hung up the phone and shrugged at the girl before him. I must excuse myself. I don't require your company. May I inquire what transpired? There is a slight issue with the drama rehearsal. Oh, I didn't expect you to be of assistance. What will you be doing? Zaya walked toward the rooftop door, waving at the girl before closing it. Of course, I'm going to check on Romeo. Until next time, War Battlefield student. P.S. This refers to the esteemed Nizio Isen, whose works are numerous and quite intriguing. A reference to the character from Baka to Test to Shukanju. Yuji's gender is Yuji. Indeed, Yuji is Yuji. A quote from Akari Shinji to Rei Ayanami. All you need to do is smile. Get a thumbs up. Chapter 33. Unexpected events. The stage for the drama performance is the gymnasium observed from the rooftop earlier. Due to its proximity to the school gate and playground, it attracts a large crowd, making it an ideal venue for performances. Naturally, the gymnasium stage is not solely reserved for the drama club. It accommodates various other groups, such as the light music club, classical music club, and dance troupe. As a space designed to host a diverse range of performances, it requires extensive preparation. Lighting, instruments, and music are managed not only by teachers, but also by event committee members like Hayashi Kumi, which means that accidents can occur during preparations. Although Zayu wished to explore the school festival, he found the idea of wandering alone rather dull and felt unprepared to seek out company, ultimately choosing to forego the outing. The journey from this building to the gymnasium is not lengthy. The only potential time-wasting aspect is the path lined with various stalls. While passing a shooting booth, Zayu spent 500 yen on a little girl, winning a stuffed toy for her. His motivation was not a penchant for cute girls, but rather a response to the booth operator's cheating, as the toys were affixed to a board and could not be knocked down. Thus, Zayu adjusted his aim using the system's correction and managed to shoot the screw holding the entire toy rack, causing everything to tumble to the ground, thus activating the rule of winning everything that fell. This served as a fitting punishment for the unscrupulous vendor. Due to this diversion, Zayu found himself arriving at the gymnasium 5 minutes late. Approaching the classroom preparation room, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing Zayu enter, Makiwara Kumi, who had been reviewing the script, paused her work and met his gaze. Tanaka's injury would not heal in a short time, and with the performance set to begin in the afternoon, it was uncertain whether they could find a replacement in time. Now that it was midday, with only a little over an hour remaining, it seemed quite challenging. Zayu approached the male, student clad in his costume, squatting down to examine his foot. There was a bruise near the left ankle, and the skin closer to the leg was torn. Judging by his expression, he was likely still in pain. Can you walk? No. Any movement causes pain. It feels like a cramp. I see. That is rather troublesome. However, Tanaka, may I ask you a question? Please do. Zayu inquired in a tone audible only to Tanaka. Did you truly twist your ankle by yourself? Huh. This question evidently surprised Tanaka, who quickly masked his expression with a wry smile. Of course, I twisted it accidentally while practicing alone. My apologies, everyone. I see. However, how did the twist result in torn skin? I fell due to the pain. Given this response, Zayu decided against pressing further, as continued inquiry would yield no clearer answers. Taking a moment to calm his thoughts, Zayu worried that others might stir up conflicts over the actor's predicament, potentially igniting a dramatic showdown akin to a magical girl battle. However, this was merely Zayu's speculation. Tanaka's injury was not an accident, but perhaps caused by someone, whether intentionally or not. After all, this was a ranking competition among clubs, and achieving first place would garner significant points, making it plausible that someone might resort to nefarious actions for the sake of ranking. Yet, Zayu was not a detective and could not deduce the true sequence of events. The only certainty lay with Tanaka, who sat before him, clad in princely attire. He wore a pained expression, resembling a sorrowful nobleman. Indeed, one's appearance does influence perception. I apologize to everyone for the trouble. I initially thought I could perform well, but it's all fallen apart. Tanaka, you're not at fault. In response to the female student, Tanaka could only offer a rueful smile, appearing quite distressed. Zayu furrowed his brow, contemplating what to do next, especially with the club performance competition imminent. Wasting any more time could result in disqualification. Just as one issue seemed to resolve, another emerged as a girl burst in, shouting that, Juliet, no, Lin Xian is also missing. What's going on? Zayu could not help but question. You still don't know? Although Lin Xian is an executive committee member, she's playing Juliet in the drama. Don't let her gender fool you. She is highly responsible and possesses remarkable acting skills. Perhaps her training in voice acting has given her the confidence to perform on stage. Huh. Makiwara, you mean Lin Xian is also part of this play? It seems she didn't T-inform you. Makiwara sighed, setting aside the documents in her hands as she took charge. No, technically, it was Makiwara who was supposed to oversee everything. Zayo merely provided script modifications and some performance steps, contributing little else. While Zayo had been idly passing the time, everyone else was diligently working. Watching Makiwara instruct the other students to search for Lin Xian, Zayu scratched his head in annoyance. You all should stay here. What are you saying? Do you intend to search for Lin Xian alone? In this moment, as preparations for the upcoming performance commence, I shall seek her out, for I already know the conclusion. Is that so? Then, I appreciate your assistance. Mayuhara Kumi ceased her objections and, after altering her instructions, urged her classmates to immerse themselves in the preparations. Seo exited the preparation room and hurried towards her destination. The school festival was hardly captivating, bordering on monotony. Yet, amidst this ennui, countless individuals toiled diligently, stirring within Seo a tinge of shame for her own laziness. Humans are easily influenced, and Seo was no exception. The reasons behind Lin Xian's evasion of Seo remain a mystery, as does her departure. Seo's intention to find Lin Xian was not to offer assistance, but simply to convey a message, to give her a gentle nudge, much like Meo Harakumi had done. Seo did not perceive herself as their savior. Rather, she was a harbinger of the extraordinary. Hence, she began to run, venting her grievances. The world is dull and in need of transformation. Society is tedious and yearns for stimulation. Stories lack excitement and crave miracles. Thus, Seo found herself intrigued, particularly by those she observed. What narrative would unfold this time? Chapter 34. The Grand Teacher's Prince makes an entrance. One should not always anticipate fascinating occurrences in their own life. Seo, who once believed this, found her faith entirely shaken after her journey. Life had previously been too monotonous, while the present metamorphosis and rebirth offered the thrill of novelty, allowing her to witness diverse tales from different individuals. As she dashed along the corridor of the old school building, Seo realized it resembled another world. With only a noisy bamboo grove separating the academy from the ancient structure, it was tranquil here, compelling her to pause, to sit upon the damp, aged floorboards and savor the serenity that solitude brought amidst the summer heat. Truth be told, the literary descriptions in Japanese are far more intricate than those found elsewhere, a delicacy evident in the portrayal of the environment. Seo had grown fond of the ambience here, and her desire to describe it surged forth. The verdant, ancient floor, the ceiling adorned with sparse cobwebs, the corners slightly damp with mildew, and the creaking staircase that echoed beneath her steps. All these elements coalesced into the picturesque scene of an old schoolhouse. The sunlight streaming through the corridor was blinding, and the refreshing breeze from the bamboo grove seemed to rush in, mingling with the chorus of cicadas and bees to create the symphony of summer. The rustling of her garments, her hair dancing in the wind, her breath quickening. Standing before the door, Seo opened it with a flourish. With a rustle, she caught the attention of the princess gazing out at the distant mountaintop. Seo, I knew you would be here. In the clubroom of the old schoolhouse's game club, Seo surmised that Lin Xian would retreat here after her flight. This room felt like a second home to the trio, but for Seo it was a third. As previously mentioned, Seo intended to stir up a storm in this world while simultaneously observing humanity. Their actions, their stories, their lives, each was a part of Seo's exploration. Why undertake such endeavors? Much like the Grand Teacher's reflections on youth, Seo too aspired to glean insights into love through her observations. Lin Xian, Warfield Aya, Meo Harakumi, and Miss Kawasumi were among her subjects, their stories promising to impart change upon Seo. Come, the performance is about to begin, my princess. I am unworthy to participate. Lin Xian, clad in a white gown adorned with flowers, her long black hair intricately styled and embellished, leaned against the wall, fatigue evident as she tugged at her hair. Indeed, there were some feats beyond her reach. Perhaps after experiencing some success alongside Seo, she had grown overconfident, accepting her classmates' invitations and assuming roles without due consideration, only to falter in the end. Was it due to Tanaka? His injury was not merely a sprain, but rather an accident caused by their own actions. Was it not? How did you? Seo had sensed something was amiss from the start. Tanaka had claimed he was injured during solitary practice. Yet at this juncture, solitary practice could hardly yield fruitful results, suggesting he must have been rehearsing with Lin Xian. The best choice is to practice together, like Romeo and Juliet, rather than rehearse alone. Indeed, you cannot hide anything from me, can you? The truth remains that while I memorize the lines, I am still clumsy. Live performance is entirely different from voice acting. It demands facing the audience, bearing the weight of pressure and anxiety. Previously, during a musical performance, Lin Xian had played the piano at the edge of the stage, distinctly apart from Seo, who stood center stage. She feared failure. Or perhaps she was too eager for success, which paralyzed her from attempting what she felt uncertain about. She had lost her confidence in taking on challenges. Lin Xian, do you believe you cannot do it? Indeed, that is true, I am. Are you a fool? No, I phrased that incorrectly. You are indeed a fool. You excel academically and are favored by teachers, yet lack the resolve to challenge yourself. With such an attitude, you shall remain stagnant, and in time, both I and Haichen will abandon you. If you do not wish to be left behind, then stand up. Before you rise, perhaps I can share the burden of your mistakes. In essence, it implied that everyone should strive together. Even in silence, Seo understood the choice Lin Xian had made. Having caused Tanaka's misfortune, Lin Xian resolved to alter the consequences of her actions. Thus, she took her first step. I am not a fervent individual. I have made that clear. Let me state this up front. I do not wish to assist you, Lin Xian. These choices are yours alone, whether in failure or success. They belong to you. I understand. I detest those romantic dramas and comedic friendships, but dislike does not equate to an inability to accept them. I simply do not wish to delve deeper. Just managing my own affairs is already quite the challenge. Seo, do you like me? Not in a negative way. Seo's instantaneous reply elicited a knowing smile from Lin Xian. She dashed ahead, turning at the corridors and to declare, sooner or later, I shall make you regret saying that. Grand teacher, that will only deepen my disdain, so do not call me that. Sprinting to catch up with Lin Xian, they crossed the playground and entered the preparation room. Observing Lin Xian apologized profusely to her classmates, Seo engaged in conversation with Meo Harakumi. You really brought Lin Xian back, didn't you? But what now? That male classmate won't have had time to memorize the lines. This is indeed quite a dilemma. However, you are the one who revised the script. You must have retained many lines, yes? That is true. Wait, are you suggesting I? As I observed Meo Harakumi and her female classmates approaching, I deduced what was about to transpire. Leave it to us, esteemed teacher. Upon uttering this phrase, the girls rushed towards me. I shed my trousers, exchanged them for fitted long pants, secured at the ankles, adorned my waist with a sword, and donned a hat embellished with feathers. Over a white shirt, I wore a vest intricately embroidered with golden threads, complemented by a long coat resembling a trench. Adjusting my collar with a hint of irritation, I found the layers rather stifling in the summer heat. Yet, complaints aside, there was no turning back at this juncture. I gazed at my reflection in the changing room mirror and, to my surprise, found the ensemble rather fitting. As I opened the door, the cacophony of the crowd surged into my ears. Let the show commence, our esteemed prince. Please, refrain from calling me that. I repeated this familiar refrain as I stepped onto the stage. Chapter 35, Masterful Performance. The drama club of Class 1 to 2 was set to present Romeo and Juliet as the third act, leaving us with a bit of time before the performance commenced. At that moment, the Light Music Club was performing live time, and the atmosphere in the venue became exuberant. Students and teachers alike were swept up in the infectious melodies, waving their hands and cheering fervently. This competition was a high-stakes affair, with nearly every club striving to deliver an outstanding performance, resulting in an intense contest. Standing at the edge of the stage, I took a moment to finalize my attire while observing a few female classmates performing on stage. Lin Xian, have you prepared yourself for this? Should you falter once on stage, do not expect any assistance from me. I know, Zayu, you appear so nonchalant. This is my style, I replied, though I felt that my English had been slightly misused. I decided to overlook it. As I shifted my gaze to the audience, I noted that every seat in the gymnasium was filled. It seemed that the competition held here was the most anticipated event. At that moment, I recalled the words of Weritobara Aya, thinking how these people resembled refuse. I lightly tapped my head, attempting to calm the darkening thoughts within me, deciding instead to envision the audience as winter melons and deities. But truly, could winter melons and deities be subjects of discussion? Yet, According to the Japanese belief in 3 million gods, even the deity of winter melons must exist, thereby equating them to the divine. While contemplating these matters, I steadied my emotions. After all, I was merely an ordinary individual, not a performer or singer of renown. I merely wished to fulfill my role in this endeavor. As the music crescendoed and concluded, the light music club exited amidst the cheers of the crowd, and the host took to the stage to deliver an announcement about the next act. All right, the next participant in this comprehensive club competition is the drama club of Higashi High School. It is said that they have invited the renowned teacher from the entire school to revise the script. What tale shall they bring forth? Let us await in anticipation. Listening to this proclamation, my lips twitched slightly. What did that statement imply? How long had I been regarded as the esteemed teacher of the academy? Perhaps only I was unaware of it. Forget about the script for Fate's Stay Night. Even during that live broadcast, your remarks became known throughout the school. Lin Xian remarked while tugging at her skirt. Yes, that's the one. Many peculiar classmates compiled your words, and after printing them, it seems they formed a love denial cult. How unexpected indeed. Unwittingly, aside from becoming the esteemed teacher, I was also the leader of this love denial cult. I began to grasp my newfound notoriety, albeit from an ironic perspective. Once the conversation concluded, the host exited, leaving the stage to us. In our rendition of Romeo and Juliet, there were approximately 20 characters. However, to streamline the cast, I simplified certain plot points to highlight dialogues and conflicts. As I stepped onto the stage, the initial performance concluded and the scene transitioned. A two-story setting was wheeled in, and Lin Xian ascended from back. I initiated the dialogue, Fair maiden, by the silvery moonlight, which paints the tips of these fruit trees. I swear, do not swear by the moon. It is capricious, waxing and waning each month. If you swear by it, perhaps your love shall be as fickle. What then shall I swear by? I inquired, revealing my emotions, extending my hand, and furrowing my brow in confusion. No need for oaths. Unless you wish, then swear by your own exquisite self, for that is the idol I revere, and I shall undoubtedly believe in you. If my heart felt love, taking a few steps forward, my outstretched hand drew nearer to the princess above. Her visage illuminated in the interplay of light and shadow, both mysterious and beautiful. Then, as if in pain, the princess recoiled, responding, all right, no oaths. Though I harbor affection for you, I do not favor tonight as secret. It is too hurried, too reckless, too unexpected, like a flash of lightning vanishing before one can utter a word. Farewell, dear one. This bud of love, caressed by the warm summer breeze, may blossom into radiant flowers by our next encounter. Good night. May peaceful rest descend upon our hearts. You depart thus, leaving me unsatisfied? As we exchanged gazes, just as I was about to deliver my next line, a subtle cracking sound emanated from beneath my feet. This sound, perhaps audible only to me, amplified with each movement. I disregarded my script and shouted to the princess above. Before you ever asked, I had already bestowed my love upon you. Thus, come down. Let us rendezvous in this garden. Clearly puzzled, Lin Xian did not recall such lines. At that moment, the cracking noise intensified, and the floor beneath us gave way. The platform above collapsed. Yet rather than fleeing, I moved toward it. Gasps erupted from the audience, perceiving it as an accident, and indeed it was. However, I caught Lin Xian, who was the first to fall, shielding her in my embrace while turning my back to the descending platform. With a resounding crash, miraculously, we passed through the window of the stage's structure, evading injury. Facing the somewhat bewildered Lin Xian, I continued our dialogue. Behold, my dear maiden, even the very structure compels you to descend. This is the fate ordained by the divine. This evening's events instilled in me a profound understanding of fate's design. Subsequently, we embraced tightly, allowing the drama to unfold. Following Romeo's slaying of Juliet's cousin Tybalt, he subsequently dispatched her fiancé, Count Paris, ultimately rescuing Juliet from her confinement. This was a transformed, beautiful ending, possessing its own allure, distinct from the depiction of their misfortunes. Remarkable, a flawless performance. I relish such conclusions. As the performance drew to a close, the applause from the audience erupted in unprecedented fervor. As we use perspective, a happy conclusion is far more adept at capturing the hearts of the audience. Chapter 36, the second act. The drama Romeo and Juliet, performed by Class 2 of Year 1, has garnered immense popularity, leading to an eagerly anticipated second act following a surge in attendance. This spike in interest can be attributed to students who, after witnessing the initial performance, spread the word about its captivating plot and resolution, inciting a considerable number of classmates to desire a first-hand experience of the show. Thus, under the execution committee's announcement, the decision was made to commence a second performance. If one were to liken this to music, it would be akin to an encore. Undoubtedly, their theatrical presentation achieved overwhelming success, a feat not solely reliant on Zuyu's revisions to the script, but also on the collective dedication and effort of all involved. Every success was earned through the sweat of each participant. Yet, Zuyu was not one to articulate such impassioned sentiments. To him, winning merely constituted the process of attaining a final high score. It was all a mere procedure, lacking significance. What truly mattered was the ultimate conclusion. The second performance would not be included in the competition scores, serving instead as a service to the audience. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained electrified with anticipation for the upcoming act. Seated, Zuyu awaited the afternoon's performance, observing the throngs of spectators gathering outside, while contemplating how to resolve his awkward title of Big Teacher. The girls in his class seemed to perceive him as a straight-laced individual devoid of romantic inclinations or desires, prompting Zuyu to conclude that he ought to seek a girlfriend, more precisely, a female companion capable of liberating him from his virginity. This thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Engaging with underage girls was illegal, leaving him to ponder whether Miss Chuanju would be the only viable option. With this in mind, Zuyu began to thump his head with his hands. Forget it. Before addressing that matter, he ought to focus on the task at hand, especially since both the manuscript and comic draft had already been prepared, alleviating any concerns. It appeared that Lin Xian, who had performed alongside him, had gone to pick flowers, leaving only Romeo and the remaining cast members on stage. To be honest, Zuyu was not particularly inclined to perform as Romeo in such a setting. He believed he had more pressing matters to attend to. However, due to the encouragement from his classmates, he had not hastily given up. A glass of water was placed beside him, droplets forming on its cool surface, some trickling down to the ground, creating tiny splashes. He reached out to take the cold glass, its chill seemingly dissipating the warmth of his palm, offering a refreshing sensation. After drinking, the cold liquid coursed down his throat, invigorating his entire being. Isn't it troublesome? Don't you have other tasks to attend to? Or is there simply nothing left for you to do? That remark sounds rather harsh. While you merely have to memorize your lines, I'm the one who has to tirelessly navigate the academy. Indeed, the diligent student must endure much more hardship than the slacker. Their exchange, laced with barbs, evoked a chuckle from Zuyu. Although their dialogue seemed discordant, he understood that Mayuhara Kumi sought to alleviate her anxiety through this banter. This behavior undoubtedly indicated that this studious girl possessed a sunder disposition. In truth, many young women shared this trait. As long as they weren't Tiandera, it was all well and good. Mayuhara Kumi exhaled deeply, shaking her head as if faced with a stubborn general strategist. You truly are something else. Have you relaxed now? I've always been at ease, Zuyu replied. Believing he had never felt nervous, everything unfolded so naturally. It was not solely because of the system, nor merely due to his rebirth. If he interpreted it that way, wouldn't it be overly arrogant? He pondered that if he continued down this path, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Trouble is unpredictable, offering no reasons to evade it, and it approaches you with simplicity and directness. Therefore, Zuyu chose to focus on a singular endeavor, unwavering despite others' opinions. For those swayed by the values of others ultimately fail to accomplish their own aspirations. After expressing his gratitude to Mayuhara Kumi, Zuyu rose and spotted Lin Xian entering from the entrance, signaling that the performance was about to commence. Positioning himself at the edge of the stage, he parted the curtain slightly and surveyed the auditorium. The seating arrangement only accommodated 500, yet he observed that not only were all seats occupied, but an equal number of classmates and adults stood in attendance. Nearly 1,000, indeed an overwhelming number. Retracting his gaze, Zuyu noticed Lin Xian had approached him. She peered through the gap he had created, her expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Are you all right, Juliet? If you're feeling anxious, perhaps you ought to pick more flowers. I can wait for you. That's nonsense, foolish Romeo. You should be more concerned about yourself, and remember to give it your all. I have no issues as long as I view the audience as mere trash. How rude to the audience. It's merely a metaphor. After all, The audience is our deity. As their conversation concluded, the classmates serving as the MC announced the commencement of the performance, pulling back the curtain to signal the beginning. Zhuyu took his position on the right, while Lin Xian stood on the left. As applause erupted, the two ascended the stage together. Their ornate costumes shimmered under the lights, each step drawing them closer together. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a mesmerizing palette enveloped the stage. The applause did not wane. Rather, it crescendoed, drowning out the summer's heat and the cicadas chorus as the students immersed themselves in the theatrical experience. Advancing forward, they extended their hands, delivered their lines, and transformed their expressions. Every emotion, anguish, joy, excitement, panic, fear, was flawlessly conveyed. The tale of love, the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet, came to life in vivid detail. They flawlessly repeated the entire performance, each movement fluid and devoid of error. The act concluded with an embrace, the lights flickering, the curtain descending, accompanied by the resonant music that marked the end of this narrative. Then it began anew. This was a moment of gratitude towards the audience, as well as a collective appearance of the performers on stage. The audience's cheers and applause ignited a fervent atmosphere throughout the auditorium. The second performance of Class 2 in Year 1 concluded splendidly. Chapter 37. The uninspired Big Teachers Quartet. The school festival was far from over, a fact well understood by all. This moment marked the climax of the class ranking competition, and as members of the Game Enthusiast Club belonging to Class 2 of Year 1, Zhuyu and his peers needed to showcase some tangible accomplishments. However, Zhuyu was acutely aware that their club lacked any noteworthy contributions for evaluation. After all, it was implausible to submit a game to the school for additional points. Furthermore, even if they contemplated publishing a different game guide, Zhuyu deemed it meaningless, as the sales of such guides did not factor into the ranking scores. Yet, if they were to sell anything, the lackadaisical Zhuyu mused that he might encounter Lady Kai Hanshin, dragging his weary self to uncover the secrets of the academy. Regrettably, despite his lack of motivation, Zhuyu was not a youthful detective and thus could not trigger such a storyline. Having traversed into this realm, Zhuyu believed his purpose was to recreate the anime and novels he cherished. Yet this aspiration felt somewhat extravagant, particularly when, during the festival, the charming Haicheng brought forth troublesome news. Let me elaborate. Wasn't it true that the club president had previously safeguarded their club from the principal and secured funding? The principal expressed a desire for us to contribute to our class rather than idly linger in the club. This implies that if we lack accomplishments and involvement, we might face scrutiny from the principal regarding the club's activities. So, I must now rely on you, the club president. This fellow is undeniably a troublemaker. No, let us set aside the notion of Haicheng being a fool. Rather, Zhao Yu is curious about why Haicheng met with the principal. Perhaps sensing Zhao Yu's impending inquiry, Haicheng smiled and began to explain, "It's because I struck up a conversation with the principal's daughter. Although we planned to visit the amusement park together, I was promptly caught by the principal." "You certainly have guts," Zhao Yu remarked. "What do you mean? Cuteness is justice." While the principal had previously been bested by Zhao Yu, he was nonetheless a stern, unforgiving individual, and approaching his daughter was a foolish act. However, the situation was as it was, and Zhao Yu refrained from further comment. Lin Xian interjected, "So, you were subjected to such demands from the principal? Does that mean we must participate in the school festival?" "I apologize, but yes, it's akin to the play you all performed." "Did you see it?" "Yes. I watched it with the principal's daughter while munching on popcorn GUH." In the midst of this conversation, Zhao Yu struck Haicheng with a book, causing him to fall silent. In his hands lay a volume entitled The Complete Guide to GL Games. Many misinterpret the essence of GL games, believing the male protagonist's ideal partner to be those easily wooed female leads, when in fact, it is often the steadfast friend who provides unwavering support and encouragement. If this reality were to be revealed, it is likely that many female fans would shift their focus to GL games, potentially influencing future game development concepts. Having diverged from the topic, Haicheng set the book aside. "President, what should we do?" "Don't suddenly ask me. Since you approached her, keep a low profile. Avoid detection to evade any trouble." Zhao Yu yawned, gazing out at the summer sunlight. His eyes caught sight of several girls with guitars passing by. They must belong to the Light Music Club. The school festival, the Light Music Club, the performances on stage. These thoughts led Zhao Yu to a realization. Since Haicheng had brought this trouble upon us, we must face it head on. Rising from his seat, Zayo slapped his cheeks with both hands. All right, I've made my decision. Let us go. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Maihara Kumi, adorned with the execution committee's badge, who gazed curiously at the three members of the game enthusiast club gathered there. Upon seeing Maihara Kumi, Zayo recalled that she was a versatile beauty, having practiced various instruments due to her affluent background. Approaching her, he grasped her shoulders, still perplexed, and stated with certainty, "It's you, Maihara." "Huh? What is happening?" "Naturally. We're preparing for a performance for the class. This afternoon, right before the closing ceremony, there will be a club exhibition. Let us take advantage of that moment to make a scene." The others were unsure of Zayo's intentions, but he paid them no mind. He turned to Haicheng. "Can you play the drums?" "Drums? I'm quite popular, often being invited by various clubs for assistance. I can manage a little." "And Maihara, can you play the bass?" "I can play most instruments, except for the trumpet." "That's sufficient. A band only requires a drummer, bassist, guitarist, and pianist. The rest is just a vocalist." However, Zayo did not intend to take on the role of the vocalist himself, as he did not consider himself fit for that position. He resolved to support Maihara Kumi instead, remembering that Lin Xian had mentioned her discomfort in crowded situations. Playing a theatrical role had already pushed her limits. After articulating the detailed plan to the three, Maihara Kumi, whom Zayo had unilaterally designated as the vocalist and bassist, wore a distinctly displeased expression. "Do you think you're some sort of commander? Well, I don't dislike what you proposed." "Then why the sour face?" "I simply dislike you." Such directness was refreshing. Once she accepted this arrangement, Zayo felt a sense of relief. Zayo shrugged nonchalantly. He was indifferent to Maihara Kumi's opinion of him, as they were never particularly compatible. Lin Xian might become a target of affection, but his relationship with Maihara Kumi was merely that of top student and underachiever. As for Ms. Kawasumi, Zayo suspected that her interest lay solely in his writing and scripts. Then there was the matter of Ms. Sakai, whose relationship with him was simply one of editor and author, with no further connection beyond that. In this light, Zayo recognized that Lin Xian was the most reliable among them. Shaking his head to set aside these musings, Zayo pointed toward the door. "All right, since we've reached a decision, let us borrow some instruments from the light music club. If that fails, we can request them from a school." Before the others could react, Zayo stepped outside. P.S. The content is derived from Hyoka, where Katanda Eru frequently employs Gias on Hotaru Ariki. I am quite curious. Does it hurt when a loli strikes someone? Cuteness is Justice originates from Strawberry Marshmallow, further popularized by the Legend of Heroes, Trails series. However, I believe Siscon is justice. And higher. Naruko, and Mahiro discuss the universe's criminal organization smuggling elusive ACG cultural products from Earth. Consequently, as a member of the Planetary Protection Agency, Naruko arrives on Earth to eliminate the criminal organization and protect Mahiro. Yet, she disregards her own identity and sacrifices her position, fervently purchasing ACG cultural products. When questioned by Mahiro about the implications of her excessive purchases, she responds with the aforementioned line, "Come and obliterate that adorably fierce loli." In gag manga by Ori, during the first episode of Season 3, Hirata, upon meeting his fictional girlfriend Yoko, finds her character design too bizarre, yet acknowledges that accepting such a design makes her somewhat adorable. It's an overall amusing anime with a captivating art style. Chapter 38, their song All Right, Everyone, How Are We Preparing? The amplifier is ready, President. Zayo, could you please turn on the power to my electronic piano? My status has reached a perfect 5-1, 20. 6-18. Setting aside the former two, the scholarly maiden beside me has indeed proven her intellect, expressing her current state in terms of the golden ratio. Taking a deep breath, a common stress relief technique for Zayo, he found solace in this psychological comfort, which nonetheless provided some degree of tranquility. Standing still, Zayo surveyed the surroundings. This square space, adorned with soft wallpaper, measured approximately 40 square meters. An amplifier and microphone sat before him, with wires sprawled across the floor like a spider's web. The overhead fluorescent lights were on, and the room's temperature was not particularly warm, thanks to a small air conditioner currently operating. This is one of the recording studios arranged by the Academy. Besides providing a space for the orchestra's rehearsals, it also serves as a learning environment for voice acting students, hence the excellent soundproofing and spaciousness. After borrowing instruments from the Light Music Club, The four of them gathered here for a pre-performance rehearsal. Although everyone had a basic understanding of their instruments, it was their first collaboration, leaving them uncertain about their ability to achieve harmonious synergy. Casting a glance around, SY shot a glare at Haicheng, who was still fiddling with his laptop. The ensemble is about to commence, and you're engrossed in your own game of romance? Not at all. But this is incredibly fun. Don't you want to join in, President? I have no interest in games that revolve around role-playing and grinding for affection points. Don't worry. Haicheng raised his laptop. This is merely a conventional visual novel. You like these kinds of games too, don't you? My experience translates to your experience. Quit joking, or I'll make sure to give you a good thrashing after the performance. Not even my mother has ever hit me, Haicheng mused, recalling the frightening moment when he was reprimanded by his father. However, he understood that SY's threat implied a duel in a fighting game. The true way of settling scores among members of the gaming enthusiast club. I get it. Let me atone for the mistakes of my youth. What do you think you're getting this old man vibe from? As their conversation concluded, SY firmly gripped his pick. This was a quartet, and thus each member had their respective roles. SY on guitar, my Harakumi on bass, Lin Xian on piano, and Haicheng on drums. Honestly, SY was surprised by Haicheng's proficiency. He had assumed Haicheng was merely a charming fool with good grades. But it turned out he had some musical talent as well. Tightening the strap of his guitar, SY stood side by side with my Harakumi, finally directing his gaze towards Haicheng. As the drummer, Haicheng was the conductor of the ensemble, responsible for initiating the cue. Raising his drumsticks, he twirled them before preparing to strike. You're trying to cause trouble, aren't you? Come on now, President, don't speak like a child. Patience, patience. With that, Haicheng's drumsticks collided. Each clash served as a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Then SY's fingers, holding the pick between his index finger and thumb, sprang into action. The strings vibrated, and notes floated forth, a flowing melody that was both simple and sincere. Like a rainbow constructed beneath the sky. A solitary figure walked along the road beneath the arch. The entire composition was tranquil, devoid of dramatic peaks, yet it evoked an emotional resonance. The lonely path was traversed by an individual, seeking companionship. The graceful melody and ethereal tune etched the shadows of lost moments deep within everyone's hearts. On the vast earth, the sky was a pristine blue, devoid of clouds. In this seemingly solitary world, a hesitant traveler glanced back. Soon, a slightly somber bass line surged forward, akin to an intruder breaking into a serene realm. SY's guitar was overshadowed, eclipsed by the bass's melody. As if engaged in a contest of consumption, SY quickened his strumming, racing to catch up and blend with the bass. The two contrasting melodies unexpectedly harmonized, maintaining a steady pace throughout the piece. The drumming transformed into raindrops descending from the heavens, intertwining with the crystalline piano notes, forming a tapestry of sound that fused with the guitar and bass. The music journeyed into a realm of tranquility as gray clouds gathered, heralding a silent storm. Their fingers danced upon the instruments, filling the air with the notes they produced. As the melody continued, SY gradually slowed his pace, the frequency of his string plucking diminishing, until the piece began to draw to a close. Finally, amidst the lingering sensation, the silent storm subsided, the splashes dwindled, and the performance concluded. Turning to face his relieved companions, SY gave a thumbs up. It seems everyone is quite familiar with yesterday. Now, let us commence the ascent of the Gaming Enthusiast Club Alliance. The grand finale of the cultural festival was set for the afternoon of the 5th day, following 5 days filled with various enriching activities. Among them, Lin Xian and my Harakumi, members of the voice acting department, participated in a live recording competition, showcasing their improvisational voice acting skills to identify the most adept among them. Additionally, there were music contests judged by external participants, determining champions who would receive accolades along with points to boost their class rankings. SY glanced at the current statistics. Class 1 to 2 was ranked in 3rd place, 15 points behind 2nd and 35 points behind 1st, a gap that felt insurmountable. However, the upcoming club exhibition could significantly alter the standings, as 1st place would earn 100 points, 2nd 50, and 3rd merely 20, enough to bridge the current deficit. As the minutes ticked down to the exhibition competition, SY had previously informed the others to gather before the event. Yet now, with merely 3 minutes remaining, he had yet to see any of them. While Ms. Oshima Yuko from AKB49 once remarked, being headstrong is a girl-s nature, Haiching's absence was particularly perplexing. With his guitar slung over his shoulder, SY searched the crowd backstage for the three of them, but to no avail. Mihara Kumi was unlikely to be late. As she was known for her seriousness and diligence, tardiness was not in her nature. Yet, what could possibly have caused all three to be delayed? Just as SY pondered the reason for their absence, Haiching leaped down from a distant platform, landing gracefully and waving at SY. Hey, President, sorry to keep you waiting. What on earth have you all been doing? And what else with your outfit? As he observed Haiching leading the trio towards him, SY noticed they were all clad in matching yellow and blue uniforms, adorned with a cherry blossom emblem on their chests. This is undoubtedly the competition attire, and we have specially prepared a set for the president as well. Catching the clothing tossed over by Haiching, Zuyu's gaze lingered on the two girls behind him. They too donned the yellow and blue uniforms, with red plaid skirts adorning their lower halves. Mihara Kumi, cradling a bass guitar, let her long hair cascade down, having initially tied it back for convenience. However, with this change in hairstyle, her entire demeanor transformed accordingly. Noticing Zuyu's unwavering stare, Mihara furrowed her brow and pulled out her phone. Yes, officer, this person has been fixated on my chest. Don't call the police all of a sudden. That would escalate things tremendously. Zuyu swiftly halted Mihara's intent to call for help, exchanging a glance with Lin Xian before giving a thumbs up with his right hand, mimicking a gesture from a practice session a few days prior. Not bad, Lin Xian. Even if you praise me, it won't benefit you. At most, it might allow you to revive fully. Are you Sister Chun? I don't need your praise. You probably say that to every other girl. Have you misunderstood something? It seems one must seize the right moment to offer compliments. Subsequently, Zuyu unfurled his clothing, revealing bold lettering that proclaimed, Great Teacher's four-person band Fistlift. Frankly, Zuyu wished to shed the moniker of Great Teacher because if associated with a love denial master, it would irrevocably cast him as a homosexual, an unfortunate misjudgment by society. Indeed, the gravest of tragedies. As he pinched his pick, Zuyu inquired of Haiching, Do you have any messages to convey? The president is terrifying. Just as Zuyu intended to approach Haiching, Lin Xian obstructed him. Step aside. I can't bring myself to harm that guy. Enough with the jokes. We're the second act. Truly, the rogue Haiching provoked a feeling as though eliminating him would lead to an upgrade, perhaps just a figment of his imagination. Contemplating whether to wear the attire inside out, Zuyu ultimately refrained from acting on his thoughts. However, after a moment of silence, Mihara Kumi grasped the clothing in Zuyu's hands. I believe it suits you. I just don't want to be told that by you. With time running short, Zuyu wished to avoid further entanglements, reasoning that he would likely obscure those words during the guitar performance. The four of them gathered beside the stage, where the first act featured a group of bespectacled male students from the Computer Research Club. Their performance consisted of an electronic presentation, akin to the bygone Magnetic Core Wars, showcasing their programmed antivirus software and advanced viruses on a large multimedia screen. Although the act appeared monotonous, it was indeed quite engaging, as each club had its unique expression, a testament to their creative efforts, these innovations laying the foundation for their success. No one felt insignificant, whether through hard work or struggle. The significance contained within was far from worthless. Zuyu held deep admiration for these individuals before him, whose brilliance surpassed his own. Thus, he resolved to give his utmost, even if it meant relying on the system's assistance to exert every effort possible. Making full use of resources was the most prudent approach. If he possessed the talent to recreate such things, yet chose to remain idle, feigning sanctity, it would be nothing short of foolishness. There was no need for self-reproach or arrogance. One merely needed to observe the world ahead and determine their path forward. At this moment, Zuyu felt supported by those around him. Although Mihara Kumi feigned dislike for him, it was not genuine hatred. At least, there was a hint of fondness. As for Haiching and Lin Xian, they stood on the same front as Zuyu, all pursuing and striving to surpass one another, eager to take one step further than anyone else. With the first club's performance concluded, the host settled the atmosphere, leading into the next group, Zuyu's Game Enthusiast Club. You're all my wings. President, how disgusting. Zuyu, how gross. Academic underachiever, how repugnant. I was merely imitating. Who would have thought the harem dialogue would be so irksome? As the host delivered commentary on the previous act, it was time to introduce the Game Enthusiast Club. During the last exchange meeting, Zuiyu and Lin Xian had delivered a classic performance. Today, they plan to neglect their duties and compete in a band format. Are we all excited? Let us cheer for the Game Enthusiast Club, founded by the genius scriptwriter of Donggao. Great teacher. Haichung, move aside. I can't harm that host. Calm down, President. It was just a joke, and your lines are repeating from earlier. Stopped by Haichung, Zuiyu shrugged in resignation. It was merely jest, though he felt a tad displeased. Being labeled as a homosexual was a lifelong shame for any man. What is great teacher? Can it be consumed? Of course not. If it could be, Zuiyu would gladly devour it, thereby obliterating the great teacher moniker. As he pondered, he adjusted his guitar, and with the audience's cheers resounding, the four of them ascended the stage simultaneously. An electronic piano and drum set awaited them, while Zuiyu and Maharakumi brought their own guitar and bass. Gazing at the audience, Zuiyu signaled to Haichung that they could commence at any moment. This performance featured the illustrious waltz, the Blue Danube, composed by the Austrian maestro Johann Strauss II. Its light-hearted and cheerful rhythm was perfectly suited for the occasion. The rhythmic sound of drumsticks echoed, 3 strikes signifying ONETWODHRE. The third strike heralded the commencement of their performance. As the prelude began, the piano gently played a slow melody in A major, akin to dawn's light piercing through the river's mist, awakening the slumbering earth, while the waves of the Danube stirred softly. Against this backdrop, the drums articulated the most essential motif of the piece, seamless, elegant, and buoyant, symbolizing the arrival of dawn. The first section of the melody danced, undulating and building in layers, radiating a cheerful and vibrant ambience. Suddenly, the music transitioned to B-flat major, exuding a beautiful, tender quality that contrasted with the preceding section. The intricately varied second waltz depicted young girls in the Southern Alps, twirling joyfully in their feathered dance dresses, their colorful movements strikingly captivating. Zuiyu's guitar and Mahara's bass began to intertwine, not in rivalry, but to modulate each other's tones through their playing. The light and cheerful sonata heralded the arrival of spring, with the lakeside waters shimmering phosphorescently. The city's sights gradually emerged in harmony with the ensemble. The rooftops by the river, women washing clothes, and the birds singing in the sky, all forming a picturesque scene along the banks of the Danube. As the melody evolved, the originally graceful and dignified notes transformed into fluid motifs, wafting throughout the venue. The audience leaned in attentively, their imaginations painting vivid images in their minds. The harmonious musical ensemble was flawless. The resonance of the 4 instruments melded seamlessly, reflecting the success of their recent practice. In conclusion, they reiterated the main theme, revisiting the primary motifs of the prelude, culminating in a fervent atmosphere akin to a tempestuous celebration. As the performance drew to a close, thunderous applause erupted. As thunderous applause resonated endlessly, many students rose from their seats, expressing their admiration for the musical performance. Once more, they clamored, yearning for Johann Strauss's The Blue Danube. The execution was flawless. How splendid it would be if it were played on the violin. I shall guard the maestro's rear, declared Zuiyu, who rubbed his eyes and patted his ears as if he had not heard the previous remarks. I must emphasize for its importance. I shall reiterate, I will guard the maestro's rear. That scoundrel deserves a reprimand. Zuiyu's tone had noticeably altered. As other clubs awaited their turn to perform, Zuiyu and his companions complied with the arrangements and exited the stage from another side, casting a meaningful glance towards the audience. Suddenly, he spotted a girl at the entrance of the venue, holding a cup of popcorn. It was Aya Shinjigahara. She waved her popcorn at Zuiyu, leaving him uncertain whether it was a greeting or something else entirely. Descending from the stage, Zuiyu and his trio settled in their designated resting area, anticipating the results of the performances. During this period, the 4 remained silent, lost in their individual thoughts. Even the foolish Haichung was contemplating. After a brief intermission, all clubs took to the stage, and naturally, the gaming club claimed victory. First place was secured, propelling their overall ranking above that of the other 3 classes. Although their band had only recently formed, their achievements were commendable, a testament to what an individual could not accomplish alone. As the awards ceremony commenced, Zuiyu felt a nudge from Haichung behind him. You seem to be my club president. I may be the president, but I am certainly not yours. Stepping forward, Zuiyu accepted a small certificate, exhaling a sigh of relief. His gaze shifted to the entrance, where Shinjigahara had already vanished. Yet, Zuyu was not preoccupied with her absence, but rather with another matter. The after-festival celebration was about to commence. The after-festival celebration is a gathering held on the playground after the school festival concludes. According to tradition, those who hold hands and dance around a bonfire will become couple. However, legends are merely legends, and many believing youths will undertake actions deemed cursed tonight, such as inviting their crushes to dance. The existence of popular individuals in this world is undeniable. To become one must first possess a harem, though a solitary harem is also permissible. In summary, this evening marks the birth of many new popular individuals. Who knows if anyone from the FFF group will throw explosives into the bonfire. Standing at the edge of the playground, Zuyu returned the borrowed instrument and arrived at this realization. What was his purpose in being here? Previously labeled as NO Youth, NO Love. Yes, homosexual, due to his association with the maestro and love denial. Zuyu resolved to find an opportunity to shed his virginity. Although he despised romantic relationships, it did not imply he loathed harems and beautiful girls. However, love must be rooted in the premise of marriage, lest it devolve into mere frivolity. Thus, until he contemplated marriage, he would not entertain feelings of love. Could it be that he was rather pure-hearted? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Zuyu tousled his hair, halting this foolish action, and settled onto the grass. A massive bonfire blazed at the center of the playground, illuminating the area as numerous students emerged from various corners, some accompanied by partners, evidently successful in their invitations. Exhaling deeply, Zuyu expelled the negativity from his chest, feeling considerably lighter, and began reclining on the grass. This grassy slope surrounding the playground was quite comfortable. The flames of the bonfire cast a bright glow, with sparks resembling stars falling from the night sky, while the proud moon shone with a meticulous silver light. The after-festival was entirely organized by the students, with the student council serving as the main authority to maintain order. Tonight marked the only occasion at East High when holding hands was permitted, as it was essential for dancing. Feeling the gentle breeze from his right, Zuyu noticed the coolness that had replaced the summer heat. One might ponder, were not those gathered near the bonfire foolish? Lost in thought, Zuyu suddenly heard the faint, slow footsteps carried by the wind. How shallow my thoughts are, he mused. By the way, you haven't left yet, have you? He pondered. My sister is the student council president here, and aren't you supposed to submit your manuscript? Is the original draft satisfactory? I have already exceeded the required amount. I adhere to the principle of if others rush me, I shall complete twice the work. He focused intently on the girl named Shinjigahara, who stood 3 meters away, observing the after-festival festivities. Is this the after-festival? Is it my first time witnessing it? My middle school held one as well, but I missed it due to being locked in a storage box. Bullying? No, it was my sister's prank. As Zuyu sighed, a gust of wind arose, an updraft. Contemplating how boisterous the wind was today, he suddenly noticed something rapidly approaching. It was not Shinjigahara's skirt billowing in the breeze, nor the new world beneath it, but rather her shoes. With a thud, Zuyu found himself in darkness, having been stepped on by the beautiful girl. He promptly shoved her foot away and exclaimed, "What was that for? You almost caught a glimpse beneath my skirt. It was merely a means to obstruct your line of sight. That has nothing to do with me. Who told you to be so careless? Are you playing an RPG battle game? Fear not. I possess healing herbs, so even if your nose is broken, there's no issue. I'm not a hero, nor am I one to battle dragons. Moreover, the pain from my broken nose is quite severe." Rising from the ground, I brushed my cheeks with my hands, removing the stray grass from my hair. The after-festival had only just commenced, and there was still a considerable time before the earth dance concluded. I glanced ahead, then turned to observe the battlefield behind me, where I saw Ya Zanchenjun. "If possible, would you care to join me in a dance? Though I felt somewhat displeased at your invitation, I yearned to experience that which you proposed. Is this not a necessary step for a creator? What exactly do you intend to create? Who knows?" Ya Zanchenjun circumvented me and proceeded forward, prompting me to hastily follow. As I watched her retreating figure, my gaze shifted towards the dancing troupe of the after-festival. Numerous classmates were dancing to the melody of the music, their recent toil forgotten, leaving only relaxation and joy in its wake. Although I had suggested dancing together, I found myself abandoned in place, truly a testament to my cold-hearted editor. The closer I approached the bonfire, the more I felt its warmth. Couples, seemingly in love, filled the air with laughter and mirth. The bonfire crackled like a colossal lantern, sending sparks into the night sky, twinkling like fireflies. Upon arriving near Yazanchunjun, her pristine white sailor uniform drew the attention of many classmates. Shall we begin to dance? Do not inquire of me. As a male, were you not the one who invited me? Must I now take the initiative? Do you wish to tempt fate? Cease your idle curses. Approaching Yazanchunjun, I extended my right hand, intending to grasp hers. However, a loud shout interrupted as Lin Xian, holding several plates of takoyaki, rushed towards me. To prevent the takoyaki from spilling, Lin Xian twisted and collided with me, pinning me to the ground. Thankfully, the takoyaki remained intact. I have worked quite hard for this. As Lin Xian disengaged from atop me, I cast a disinterested glance at her, noticing that trailing behind her were my fellow performers, Jimin Mayohara and Haichung. Upon seeing me beside a beautiful girl, Haichung rushed over. President, have you reeled in another catch? Spare me the trivialities. Introduce her at once. I am Yazanchunjun, a mere slave to the corporeal form of Zayu. I appreciate your kindness. Huh. I suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, my eyes wide with disbelief at Yazanchunjun's words. A slave to the corporeal form. Such a shocking revelation. As I attempted to clarify, my foot was unexpectedly stepped on, and Yazanchunjun approached me closely. I prefer that my occupation remains undisclosed. There was no need for such a declaration. Indeed, Yazanchunjun readily concurred with my sentiment, promptly adding, I apologize. In truth, Zayu is my slave. Who instructed you to alter that? As I observed the astonished expressions of the three, I pondered how to explain the situation. Lin Xian, who had intended to enjoy her takoyaki, halted, her face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at me. She wrapped her takoyaki neatly, rubbing her forehead with her right hand. It seems Zayu has taken an extraordinary leap. Do not wear that hopeless expression. Ya and I are merely acquaintances from outside school. Look, her uniform is not from our institution. From another school, perhaps a love hotel. Despair has overtaken me. I am utterly disillusioned with this bizarre world. So what truly transpired? It appeared Lin Xian was still not entirely convinced by Yazanchunjun's earlier claims. To remedy this, I quickly fabricated an excuse. Ya's sister is the president of the student council at Donggao, and I simply escorted her to the council. Hence we are acquainted. And now we are here to dance? In a sense, yes. Upon hearing my response, Lin Xian retrieved a piece of takoyaki and consumed it. This simply will not do. Why the sudden denial? Because I cannot dance at all. This was indeed true. Consequently, Lin Xian finished the remaining takoyaki, patting my shoulder. Allow me to call you to dance shortly, shall we? If I were to dance with Ya, I would surely step on her toes. That is also valid. Although I entertained the notion of using my lack of dancing skills to retaliate against Yazanchunjun, I anticipated the aftermath would result in sharp-tongued remarks, leading me to forego that plan. However, another figure, Jimin Mayohara, interjected. Zayu, are you truly going to dance? As a gesture of gratitude for our last encounter, allow me to teach you. Lin Xian can take a well-deserved rest. No, I'm not fatigued at all. You must rest. I insist, it is unnecessary. Watching the two suddenly bicker, I felt a strange sense of being popular swell within me. I did not foresee this delightful turn of events. It felt as though I were being contested over, akin to a prized possession. Though many cast envious glances my way, I remained unfazed. Rather, I relished in it. Surely, this was a sensation even the esteemed teacher could not fathom experiencing. Yet perhaps, one day, the teacher might find themselves in such a situation, perhaps in a dream. With this thought, I focused on the people before me. Who would have imagined this group would convene in such a fashion? Members of the game enthusiast club, Lin Xian and Haichung, the academically gifted girl, originally unrelated to me, now connected due to that incident, and Yazanchunjun, whom I had met through comic submissions. The intertwining of lives brings a certain joy, a pleasing sensation. There are countless endeavors impossible to achieve alone, but once surrounded by supportive friends, the world suddenly appears brighter. To advance, to step forward, to reach out for what one desires, these become attainable. Even in failure, there are others who continue to strive for you. This is what friendship embodies. Unlike my former life, this present existence has transformed significantly. Regardless of the circumstances, I find satisfaction in my current life, having yet to uncover any discontent. Creating renowned artworks, crafting illustrious tales, penning compelling scripts. Every action feels immensely purposeful. These three young women may very well represent the first step of that transformation. Whether it be Lin Xian, Jimin Mayohara, or Yazanchunjuan. Perhaps the first two view me as a benefactor, hence their display of fondness towards me, an effect of the suspension bridge phenomenon. As for Yazanchunjuan, she might simply wish to understand me as a creator, thus prompting her actions, an endeavor born of editorial duty. I must say, Zayu, kindly silence yourself. Instantly, I was subdued by the two young women. As I attempted to interject into their conversation, Yazanchunjuan seized my arm. Zayu-sensei, your social connections are quite fascinating. I believe retreating is the wisest course of action. That is true. Yielding to Yazanchunjuan's suggestion, I dashed towards the exit. Ah, he is running. Upon hearing Haiching's exclamation, the two young women regained their composure. Halt! Only a fool would stop simply because you commanded them to. I raced through the school corridors alongside Yazanchunjuan. The life of a single soul in this realm. Now, I am undeniably a person of social standing. In Angel Beats, the character Sheena Engel frequently utters her catchphrase, embodying the charm of a delightful ninja girl. Recently, I found myself enamored with the spectacles, inspired by the new anime Beyond the Boundary. In Cat Planet Overrun, the male protagonist consistently protects Sarazawa Fumino, advising her that if someone strikes her, she should retaliate with double the force. This evolved in my mind to mean that if one were to face death once, the adversary must die twice in return. Over time, this became a habitual phrase. Thus, when I was prompted to write, I produced 2 drafts instead. In games like League of Legends and others, one might jest. Who told you not to ward, meow? Healing items in the herbal game Dragon Quest, I restore 30% of HP, which is quite effective. Similarly, this references the electronic role-playing game series Dragon Quest, developed by Enix, now known as Square Enix. The protagonist, Nozomu Idashiki from Sayonara. Zetsubu-sensei expresses despair over this world filled with adorable creatures. In the 41st chapter, the 2 individuals at the gratitude banquet are revealed. The successful conclusion of the school festival is a collective achievement, where each class gathers at a restaurant after performing the traditional earth wine dance during the night festival. Essentially, it resembles a celebratory gathering. Indeed, both middle and high school students eagerly anticipate socializing, fearing isolation, and wishing to demonstrate their worth through communal gatherings, highlighting their unique traits. In this regard, there is no distinction between middle schoolers and elementary students. They are both capricious and lack firm personal convictions, easily swayed and led astray, potentially descending into darkness. In the past, I believe I would have been overlooked. After all, during my school years, even when gatherings were organized post-activities, no one would contact me. The reason was, of course, that I was without a phone number. Yet I understood that even if someone had called, I likely wouldn't have gone. Humans are inherently social beings, and living in isolation is a challenge. Much like the disdainful teacher who, despite considering aloofness a form of self-admiration, still forges connections with others. Thus, those not invited to gatherings or parties are often the unwelcomed, merely utilized by others. For this reason, I would not foolishly become a source of amusement for the vibrant crowd, becoming a topic of their conversation, a repugnant fate. In such moments, I reflected on my middle school life, not my high school experience. I once naively believed that paying for the gathering would ensure acceptance. In truth, I was easily disregarded the very next day. There were no apologies or acknowledgments, merely a mutual indifference. The urge to engage was stifled within, my heart racing as if it would burst forth, a sensation I would never wish to face again. Happiness is something everyone possesses, while misfortune is a process many must endure. I deem my balance tilts toward the unfortunate side. Yet, if rebirth is a form of happiness, then my current life cannot be deemed unfortunate. Surrounded by Haichin, Lin Xian, Meiho Kanzuya, Ms. Kawasumi, and the passionate Fukagawa sisters I encountered previously. Despite the scant number of characters available for interaction, including my close friend, this current life seems rather pleasant. There are those who reflexively despise individuals who traverse or are reborn, deeming their lives, bolstered by resurrection, to be rife with artifice. This is indeed a reality. I too find many rebirth novels to be ludicrous. However, why not reconsider? If today's celebrated figures originated from other worlds, what rationale might one provide? Even if they are reincarnates, without self-disclosure, no one would suspect, nor would they seek to investigate. Be it talent, art, singing, or dancing, if they're all products of another realm, how would the people confronting this reality respond? This is merely an illustration. In my perspective, Those who adeptly utilize available resources are the wisest. Despite feelings of guilt and unease, these are paths I have chosen. I shan't look back nor seek to reclaim past memories, for my life has only just begun. Being invited is merely a facet of this nascent phase. As a script editor and former leader of the band, I intended to rest, yet I was forcibly drawn to a restaurant named Summer's Day. This establishment, located near the school station, is bustling with patrons due to its popularity. Its architectural style leans toward traditional Japanese rather than modern decor. The entrance sign is a wooden plaque adorned with artistic lettering, and crystal wind chimes emit a melodious sound, with the summer heat mitigated by the restaurant's air conditioning. The venue is modest in size, accommodating around 100 guests. At this moment, my class and 2 others had reserved the entire space. The expenses were shared, with everyone contributing toward the dishes and drinks to enjoy together. Seated at the head of the table, which is traditionally reserved for the most esteemed guests, I was taken aback by this arrangement. Rather than dwell on my own placement, my gaze shifted to the girl beside me, who was dully poking at her lobster with a toothpick. How could she remain so composed in this AA-style dining? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Yamamoto classmate. Yamamoto Aya was not initially from my school, yet she effortlessly found her way to this celebration, causing my curiosity to rise. The other male classmates appeared to accept her presence, likely believing it provided them with an additional opportunity. However, it is unfortunate that Yamamoto Aya is undoubtedly an uncatchable character, possibly akin to a final boss in a dungeon. Although I know little about her, her diverse knowledge suggests that this may be a reason for her becoming my editor. Yet, I also suspect that her desire to be my editor is not merely a matter of chance. Beyond her talent, what could she wish to gain from me? Contemplating this, I drained my slightly sour soda, reflecting on the immense question that society presents upon our arrival. How shall you spend your life? I have never regarded comfort and pleasure as the ultimate goals of existence. Where did this sudden invocation of Einstein's quote arise from? It feels akin to the words of an academic prodigy. Thus, I do not perceive the current situation as a source of joy. Understand, I am here for a reason, compelled by circumstances and accompanied by Hai-Chin and others. In essence, is my presence here a deviation from my original intent due to the influence of others? Not entirely. Although I harbor some disdain for gatherings, I do not despise my classmates' request to the extent of outright refusal. Regardless of whether the request comes from a male or female classmate, I am reluctant to dismiss them firmly, as they likely view my participation in this gathering as the proper course of action. Although misunderstood by the battlefield original Aya as having strayed from his original intent, Seo's true intention was not to refuse gatherings, but rather to feel uneasy in gatherings. While he could interact naturally with Hai-Chin and his companions, he found it challenging to coexist in the same space with others. What could be the reason for this? Seo speculated that it might stem from his discomfort with being viewed as an idol or a master by others. Although maintaining a low profile can be perilous, Seo had no aspirations of becoming a prominent figure. He merely wished to recreate the things he cherished. Even if he were to receive accolades or rewards along the way, he would graciously accept and acknowledge them, even if they were not the fruits of his own creation. Utilizing all available resources was, in his view, the most prudent course of action. Thus, Seo's actions were rooted in his principles, and there was no betrayal of his original intent. Just as he had decided to form a band for a performance, he detested complications and disliked being perceived as a grand teacher. Yet he found himself participating in the performance under that very title, ultimately achieving success. People's thoughts vary widely. What may appear forced to one could very well be a different reality. Why should Aya not simply enjoy the moment? Seo mused, ever the optimist. Here, please indulge in my baked shrimp. Why does that sound oddly suggestive? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Seo set down the shrimp that Aya had speared with a toothpick and placed a chicken leg onto her plate. Please enjoy my chicken leg. Thank you immensely. Here is the braised beef I have selected for you. All right, then I shall offer you this sweet and sour spare ribs. Moreover, this chili is delightful. Please pop it directly into your eyes and then eat it with your mouth. What manner of fiend are you? Observing the dishes before him, Seo adhered to the notion that not consuming the meal is a disrespect to the host, and slowly savored what Aya had placed on his plate. All the while casting glances at her, she unceremoniously lifted the chicken leg with oiled paper and took a delicate bite. The flavor was quite pleasant. No, it was not merely the taste, but perhaps the spices that intrigue him, What were they composed of? Cilantro and perhaps some ginger juice? What is it? You truly are remarkable. Returning to the realization that he had been gazing at Aya, Seo sighed. The banquet was lively, with the popular Haicheng entangled with a few female classmates. Likely to be the subject of ridicule shortly, Lin Xian appeared engrossed in discussion with Mao Yu and Jiu, the two examining a document together, seemingly quite close. They all seemed well suited to the current atmosphere, while Seo felt increasingly restless. A male classmate draped an arm over Seo's shoulder, bringing a beer to his lips. This is a heartfelt thanks to you, Seo. It's impressive how effortlessly you achieved victory. Indeed, indeed. Who would have thought Seo could write the script for that game? Come, let us raise a toast. Seo, do you have any free time later? Perhaps you could teach us a thing or two about writing. Everyone seems quite interested in storytelling. Does the grand teacher have any famous quotes? I am compiling a collection of your sayings. One individual clearly needed to be curtailed. Upon this thought, Seo quickly waved his hand, redirecting the conversation elsewhere. Instead, we should celebrate properly. We can discuss these matters later, right? Let us order another round of vegetable tempura. Redirecting the topic was one of Seo's greatest skills. Whenever conversation stalled, he could deftly shift the focus, a tactic that never failed him. However, one person remained unaffected by Seo's words, the editor beside him. You're quite cunning, resorting to topic changes when cornered, aren't you? Isn't that the more appropriate approach? Indeed, Seo-sensei, may I pose a question? Aya paused. Her chopsticks halted in midair. In truth, she had hardly consumed anything. Seo-sensei, are you satisfied with your life as it stands? I suppose I'm satisfied. This life is rather pleasant. Oh, I had thought Seo-sensei to be a different sort of person. It seems I was mistaken. You are indeed a rather peculiar individual. What does that mean? Please ponder yourself. Yes, yes. Seo stood up, indicating he was headed to the restroom. However, it was merely that he was not adept at continuing the previous conversation with Aya. Am I truly a peculiar person? Seo mused. He did not see himself as such. Whether before or after his rebirth, he considered himself rather ordinary, if anything, exceedingly so. Lacking extraordinary athletic prowess or extensive knowledge, he was merely average, making terms like peculiar or strange ill-fitting descriptors. Upon entering the restroom, he found the tiled floors and walls notably clean, surprisingly devoid of any unpleasant odors. After attending to his needs, he would have to return to that setting, uncertain of what would transpire next. Both Aya and his other classmates bore a certain pressure. Seo gently patted his head to clear his thoughts. Well, he would see what came next when it came. The ship would naturally right itself as it sailed. There was no need to confine his thoughts to the present moment. As Seo stood before the urinal, preparing to relieve himself, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he opened his mouth to speak but quickly shut it. Bam! The wall was struck by a hand as Aya, who had been seated beside him, executed a classic wall slam. Aya, this is the men's restroom. I know. I will only say one thing from now on. What? Seo-sensei, give up on drawing manga. What? Repeating her earlier words, Aya closed her eyes, then opened them again, her expression serious and resolute. She then broke her promise of only speaking once more, adding, because I have begun to envy you, Seo-sensei. Chapter 42. The editor is quite something. I personally enjoy writing stories about the editor. They flow quite smoothly. I hope all readers will support this wholeheartedly. Donations and collections are welcome. Thanks to Yunchi and Twilight for their generous contributions. Let us meticulously summarize the current situation. Initially, after engaging in somewhat unnutritious banter with Aya, Seo departed from the dining table, seeking convenience in the men's restroom. Standing before the urinal, he exhaled in relief. But in that moment of preparation, he was suddenly cornered against the wall by Aya, who had appeared unexpectedly from behind. Gazing at the high-strung and poised editor's face, Seo adjusted his trousers. All right, Seo mentally reaffirmed. This was indeed the men's restroom, as he had confirmed upon entering. He was also set to relieve himself. Yet the latter part of the scenario felt increasingly bizarre. Despite being female, Aya had come into the men's restroom, pushing Seo against the wall. Her previously calm demeanor now revealing a hint of emotional turbulence. Analyzing their earlier conversation, Seo grasped Aya's thoughts, though he understood them only superficially. As she urged him to abandon manga, she provided her rationale, but to Seo, it hardly constituted a valid reason, for Aya's rationale was simply, I have begun to envy you, Sensei. Jealousy, one of the 7 deadly sins, refers to a cold, dismissive, and even hostile mental state that people harbor towards those who possess certain advantages or potential fortune in competition for specific rights. However, Su felt little animosity, believing that Ilya Bakhan was simply rejecting him. To be honest, Su was at a loss regarding the reasons for this rejection and could not comprehend why Ilya would act in such a manner. He perceived Ilya as a principled individual who would only act for the right reasons. Although somewhat disheartened, Su did not abandon his reflections. For this situation inherently required contemplation and resolution. Their gazes met in the air, as Su sought the appropriate words and topics to broach. Before anything else, there was an important factor to consider. They were in a genuine men's restroom. Being pushed against the wall by a beautiful girl in a men's restroom was indeed an absurd scenario, and the proximity was such that he could almost hear her breathing. Looking up, Su noticed that Ilya's face had possibly flushed slightly due to their situation, her pupils radiating a resolute gleam. Her hands were positioned beside Su, effectively limiting his ability to escape or move. Should one commend this brave young girl for her audacity to enter the men's restroom freely? Let it be reiterated. This is indeed a men's restroom, Ilya. Is it strange? Men are merely a variant of the same species, differing by 2 missing attributes and 1 additional trait. There is no need for concern. This assertion might unexpectedly ring true, yet Su had no intention of agreeing. If others were to witness them in this predicament, it would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings, placing both in a precarious situation. Fortunately, Maharakumi and Lin Xian were oblivious to their circumstances, which provided Su with a modicum of relief. No, this was hardly a time for relief. The crisis still loomed large. The scenario of a man and woman alone in a restroom resembled a scene from a certain H game. One could only wonder if some event would be triggered next. Did you just suggest I abandon drawing comics? I cannot acquiesce to that, and, as my editor, such a statement seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I understand this. Of course, yet despite this, I still wish for you to relinquish your comic pursuits. Just like before, I am envious of you, Su Sensei, intensely envious. Why are you envious of me? My actions are undeniably misguided, and I am fully aware of this. However, if I do not act in this manner, I find it increasingly difficult to persist, Su Sensei. I'm not a good person. I'm well aware of that. Is that so? Then, that is reassuring. In truth, I am merely a woman who relishes in jealousy and is resolute in her desires. Would you call me predatory? Predatory? Shaking her head, Ilya's gaze fell upon Su's face. I am not referring to a predatory nature in a sexual context, but rather in the journey of life. The moment I encountered you, Su Sensei, it became increasingly difficult to conceal my feelings. So, why has this evolved into jealousy, prompting me to forsake my comics? Is your reasoning purely based on envy? It is because you, Su Sensei, are the closest and most accessible genius to me. Ilya stated this without a hint of shame, leaving Su utterly astonished. A genius, a remarkable talent, you say? In truth, the label of genius embarrassed Su. For much of what he had achieved was borrowed from others. Even if some were his own creations, over 50% stemmed from the accomplishments of other realms. He was not a genius, but an ordinary individual. Yet, in her eyes, and indeed in many others' perceptions, he radiated brilliance akin to that of a genius. Thus, Su understood that Ilya was concerned about his achievements, but he remained unclear on why she would wish for him to abandon his comics. Was it truly jealousy that compelled Ilya to demand such a sacrifice? Ilya was not a flawless being, nor was she an exceptionally gifted individual. In Su's eyes, while Ilya was indeed astute, she was also an ordinary person, flesh and blood, with emotions. Fundamentally, everyone stood on equal footing. It was merely that Su's starting line was equipped with an accelerator, which rendered him a genius. Very well, Ilya, our conversation is ill-suited for this place. Let us find a more appropriate venue. Then, will you grant me this request? Abandon your comic creation. How obstinate you are. However, regrettably, I shall not relinquish my comics. That is a fundamental certainty. Su wished to speak further, but was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Quickly, rising, he pushed Ilya into a stall and closed the door, seeking silence. Their positions had entirely reversed, and gazing at Ilya, who sat below him, her expression remained largely unchanged. Returning to a calm demeanor, Assuming a proper seated posture, Ilya began to play with her hair, a faint smirk gracing her face. Indeed, SU-sensei desires my body. Does he not? If I were to offer my body, would you comply with my wishes? What nonsense! Who would forsake everything for your body? Such a statement is rather impolite. Can one truly jump to conclusions so swiftly? With that, Ilya wrapped her arms around SU's waist and leaned her face close to his abdomen. What are you doing? I am imparting the allure of femininity to you. SU-sensei. Ilya, do you believe your deception can fool me? How unfortunate. Upon hearing the truth from SU, Ilya released him. I had thought you were interested in the bodies of high school girls, willing to sacrifice everything for their flesh, even to be imprisoned for such desires. You just uttered something quite significant. Ceasing their conversation, Ilya appeared disinclined to be seen by others in such a situation. Outside, two male classmates seemed to have left the dining area for the same purpose as SU. Soon, the sound of running water and conversation reached their ears. The two boys appeared to be from SU's class, as their discussion revolved around their classmates, including Haichin. I say, do you not find SU-sensei a bit pretentious? What nonsense! He is the one who led us to victory. While that is true, can a mere high school student truly be so exceptional? Surely, he must have hired a ghostwriter. He always maintains such a low profile, and despite achieving such remarkable results, he is neither arrogant nor boastful, which makes him seem rather affected. Moreover, he frequently makes excuses to leave conversations. Does he look down on us? That does seem to be the case. It leaves an unpleasant feeling. Indeed, exceptional individuals tend to be solitary. Indeed, as their conversation concluded, accompanied by their departing footsteps, the space fell into silence. Pretentiousness and solitude. You say? SU chuckled wryly. Was this the lament of a successful individual? Or perhaps the burden of public opinion? Regardless, SU understood that he was disliked by a portion of people, and perhaps among them were those he knew. After all, when someone suddenly rises to prominence and distinction, it is not only difficult to accept, but it may also feel as though one's own existence is being diminished. After waiting a moment longer, SU opened the door to survey the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before addressing the silent Ilya behind him. Let's exit. Very well. The two emerged from the men's restroom and, traversing the corridor, arrived at the rooftop of the restaurant. The rooftop featured an open dining area, yet it appeared unoccupied at that moment, rendering it devoid of any patrons. Upon reaching the edge of the rooftop, Soya and Ilya watched the seaside city bathe in the glow of lights and moonlight, a vibrant world reflected in their eyes. Soya cherished this world and his current life, though the pressure he bore was unmistakable. Soya-sensei, please do not pity me, for I shall not pity you either. Such gratitude is truly overwhelming. So let me ask again. Soya-sensei, are you willing to give up drawing manga? This was a step forward for me, one that I would not retreat from. If you wish for me to back down, then at least provide a reason. Ilya continued Soya's thought, leaning against the railing, her posture suggesting she might plummet from the 3-story height at any moment. Though the height was not great, it was still perilous. In that moment, Soya fantasized. If Ilya were to jump, would he reach out to catch her? Their interactions had not been numerous. While Soya held no disdain for Ilya, he did not harbor profound affection either. Thus, the prospect of risking his life to save a free-falling high school girl could incite hesitation. At that moment, Ilya resumed her conversation. Did I not mention before? Soya-sensei, you're the only genius I can approach closely. I have heard of your accomplishments. You penned the script for the immensely popular game Fate's Stay Night, which was also adapted into an anime. Not only did you create a comic that garnered acclaim from both artists and editors, but you also entered a light novel competition. How do you know about the light novel competition? I discovered the manuscript in your room while you were making tea. I searched the entire room and incidentally found 3 books. What were you doing in someone else's home? It became clear to me that Soya-sensei is an extraordinary and exceptional genius, which incited a sense of jealousy within my ordinary self. Ordinary? In Soya's eyes, Ilya was anything but ordinary. She was indeed a remarkable individual. She was normal, yet possessed a unique perspective on matters, unperturbed by others' opinions. These qualities set her apart. Moreover, Ilya exuded a certain charisma, the nature of which Soya could not quite articulate. From their first encounter, Soya recognized that his editor was no simple person. As an editor, one must possess a discerning eye and strong judgment, suggesting that Ilya lacked confidence and was uncertain of her own abilities. Could she truly feel such emotions? Upon reflection, Soya understood that not only had he achieved success in games and gained popularity in animation, but he also had the potential for high praise in both manga and novels. Thus, he wished for Ilya to relinquish her pursuit of manga, as her presence rendered his dreams appear trivial and easily attainable, leaving him to ponder the value of his own efforts. To think he would feel fear. I am merely an ordinary, delicate high school girl, so it is only natural for certain things to evoke fear, and Soya-sensei is among them, a figure so remarkable that it casts doubt on the worth of my own dreams. Delicate? Soya repeated the word, then gazed at the city before him. Ilya, I believe you have misunderstood something. Misunderstood what? Indeed. Soya turned to face Ilya, a smile gracing his lips. You are not afraid, nor are you delicate, and you certainly lack cowardice. You are simply Ilya, and the dream you articulated is undoubtedly of greater value than anyone else's. I merely. Thus, Soya pointed skyward. You have set your sights on me and even higher horizons, which signifies that Ilya possesses a resolve that rivals anyone else's. This is your true sentiment. How truly pedantic of you, Soya-sensei. Ilya gazed at the sky, laughter bubbling forth. She did not agree with Soya's assertions, yet a different emotion emerged. The starry sky tonight was simply beautiful. As I enthusiastically penned, or rather illustrated a fervent tale of pirates, Soya had not taken a break since morning. Now, well into noon. This relentless endeavor stemmed from the notifications he received that morning from Kazuha and Ilya. Kazuha announced she would directly recommend Soya on the front page of her manga, marking a crossover between their works. Meanwhile, Ilya secured promotional permission from the chief editor to release a commercial for Soya's new serialized manga the following morning. This meant that two powerful endorsements necessitated stable updates and captivating plots, propelling Soya to laboriously contemplate how to perfect the narrative, which was only half complete. An auxiliary system, after all, is merely that. Assistance, attaining complete knowledge and wisdom, is unattainable without personal effort. After sketching the characters' movements and adding some simple backgrounds, Soya rose from his seat, retrieving a drink from his desk and consuming it in one go. Since the manuscript was on paper, he had set it aside to prevent spills, but now that it was empty, it posed no concern. Next, he needed to supplement the battle scenes and dialogue, as the 20th chapter was nearing completion. Given that some manga are weekly while others are monthly, Soya's workload was significantly heavier than that of monthly authors. Having already completed 10 chapters, he need not worry about hiatuses or incomplete sections due to other matters. However, Soya was not alone in his home. An unexpected guest lingered. Yes, an unexpected guest, not a visitor. While this person's presence was essential, their arrival was somewhat surprising. After all that transpired the previous night, it was quite remarkable for them to appear unfazed. This individual was none other than Ilya, Soya's current manga editor. What do you think is the better cooking method for meat, stir-frying or boiling? The flavors differ significantly. Do you not agree, Soya-sensei? I prefer solitude. Are you indirectly suggesting you wish to live a life of eternal loneliness? Your resolve is quite admirable. Or should I say, rather lamentable? Who is uttering such nonsense? Soya raised his empty cup towards Ilya, pointing it at her. You should have left with the manuscript by now. Why are you still here? My family is not home today, and my sister, the student council president, seems to be heading to school, even on holidays, leaving me all alone. Had it been any other girl proclaiming, I am home alone, Soya might have felt a surge of delight. However, hearing it from Ilya left him feeling rather unenthused. Moreover, this editor nonchalantly donned a black apron she had purchased, appearing as though she intended to cook. My home lacks any ingredients, so even if you wish to cook, it would be impossible. That is why I brought ingredients with me. You need not worry, Soya-sensei. Even if you do nothing, I will feed you. Oh, I meant to say, I will prepare a meal for you. You just uttered some nonsensical remarks. I am utterly clueless. Does one who is a virgin merely indulge in fantasies? For instance, that child is avoiding my gaze. Surely, they must like me, hence feeling shy. How truly pitiable. However, I'm not hungry at the moment. So you may take your leave. Are you dismissing me? Yazan-Chenjun removed her apron and gathered the ingredients she had brought, proceeding towards the door. I shall not divulge the fact that I was invited by an editor to cook, only to be sent away upon encountering a plethora of H-books. This is sheer defamation. Moreover, what a devilish situation this is. Zayu rubbed his temples, having gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding Zanchenjuan's presence. She had procured her ingredients, her family was absent, and she lingered to collect her manuscript yet refused to depart. Is there some trouble at home? I come from a single-parent household. My father primarily works overseas. Thus I reside with my sister. The reason for my visit today was not solely to prepare lunch for Zaya-sensei. Of course, I did bring dog food along. What do you take me for? Who are you? I am Zayu. Oh dear, who am I? You are, in fact, an imbecile from the stars. Just jesting. The reason I am here is that my stove is out of order, the air conditioning is under repair, and lacking friends, I reluctantly thought of Zaya-sensei. Additionally, I must prepare lunch for my sister. What a sorrowful tale indeed. In essence, you wish to come here to utilize my electricity and water for free, prepare lunch, and incidentally enjoy a meal, correct? Indeed, truly, you are a woman who enjoys beating around the bush, yet is remarkably forthright in other respects. However, although Zayu claimed not to be hungry, he had hardly eaten breakfast. The sole item to fill his stomach was that cup of water from earlier. If this editor were to dine here, it would spare him the trouble of cooking instant noodles or preparing a meal. Merely borrowing the stove would be quite advantageous for Zayu. Once settled in his seat, Zayu chose not to pursue the topic further and waved his hand dismissively. Do as you wish, prepare whatever you desire, but refrain from disturbing me until after the meal. I understand, but why must Zayu-sensei rush to finish the manuscript? I recall that you have exceeded your quota, and the weekly publication does not require so many articles. During events, cannot one opt for an excessive serialization or add an extra chapter to boost popularity? Such practices have occurred. Precisely. Currently, Zayu's manga One Piece lacks notoriety. Thus, substantial accumulation is necessary. If one were to proceed at a regular pace, everything would be significantly delayed. For both manga artists and writers, the speed of creation is of utmost importance. Consequently, Zayu regarded his somewhat peculiar young editor with a slightly serious tone. I hope you will contact the person in charge. I wish to serialize either 3 or 5 chapters directly, thereby capturing more attention. Is it wise to hastily deplete your stock of manuscripts? This is my explosive serialization. Let this serialization and recommendation serve as a means to elevate my reputation. Chapitre 44, Zayu sans cesse, pseudo, bat le grund. I despise meaningless actions. For instance, akin to resolving a battle swiftly yet deliberately spouting a multitude of nonsensical words to prolong the encounter, ultimately leading to being countered by the enemy. A complete fool in Zayu's eyes. My culinary skills are beyond celestial standards. To emphasize this point, Zayu intensified his tone. In truth, this was merely a fade to mask his insecurity. His true culinary prowess may well be limited to preparing instant noodles. Yet, even boiling noodles requires a certain finesse. If the time is too brief, the noodles remain hard, and if overly prolonged, they become mushy. Thus, one must find the appropriate duration and boiling water. Many believe that noodles are ready 3 minutes post-boiling. In reality, the optimal moment to consume them is at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, as the subsequent actions enhance the soaking process. Hence, when truly enjoyed, the 3-minute mark has just passed, resulting in noodles that are tender yet not too soft, fragrant yet not overwhelming. However, such culinary finesse is often overlooked by the majority of girls, particularly the one beside him, this exasperating young lady. Were she a character in a dating simulation game, Zayu mused, he would find himself ensnared in an endless cycle. Although their earlier conversation seemed to have alleviated some of Ya's worries, it appeared she remained unconvinced of his perspective. It was precisely due to jealousy that she was fixated on a higher echelon, and Ya Zanchenjuan was somewhat resistant to such comments. She would only choose to believe in what was within her reach, such as Zayu in the present moment. As he cracked an egg while searching for his next ingredient, Zayu's gaze fell upon the cabinet beneath Ya's form. Had he not just proclaimed his culinary skills were extraordinary? Was he now about to declare that his hentai skills were equally remarkable? By the way, I'm wearing black thigh-high stockings. I did not gaze at your thighs, no. Even if I had, I would find nothing alluring about them. I merely intended to retrieve the spare salt from below. I see, I'm misunderstood. My apologies, Zai-sensei. You are indeed a fan of younger girls. That is the true misunderstanding. Allow me to shatter this fantasy. Zayu crouched down to reach for the salt in the cabinet, causing Ya, standing there, to step back slightly. However, due to the abruptness of the situation, The apron snagged on the edge of the stove, causing Ya to stumble backward. Pausing his actions, upon witnessing the girl about to fall, even the reluctant Zayu sprang into action. Hey, oof! As Zayu had just crouched down, he instinctively lunged forward, becoming a cushion for Ya as she fell. The impact of her descent elicited a muffled grunt from Zai. The pain and pressure on his back eased in the next instant as Ya quickly regained her footing. This was my blunder. Are you all right, Zaya-sensei? Do not worry. I shall inquire with a magical conch immediately. Inquire with a conch for what? It hurts. My apologies. It was merely unexpected. I did not anticipate Zayu-sensei to be so chivalrous. As long as you do not annotate gentlemen with pervert, I will be content. With that thought, Zaya noticed Ya extending her right hand toward him. Can you rise? I am not a child. Zayu grasped Ya's hand and stood up, the latter clapping her hands as if to gather her spirits. Allow me to handle this alone. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving me earlier, Zayu-sensei. Do you prefer soup dishes or stir-fried dishes? Suddenly speaking, so gently feels rather unfamiliar. I shall add some arsenic, so rest assured. Who would feel at ease with that? Please be gentle with me, Miss Ya. Addressed as Miss Ya by Zayu, Ya froze momentarily, her expression shifting from surprise to neutrality, then to bashfulness. Yet, whether this was true shyness, Zayu could not ascertain. In any case, her face was slightly flushed. Is this the sensation of being called by one's name by an outsider? An intriguing experience. How shall I articulate it? Perhaps it is yet another complaint. No, it is not a complaint. Rather, it brings a sense of joy. Does this signify our friendship? Are we friends, Zayu-sensei? Not at all. You do not like me, nor do I harbor affection for you. Indeed, you're still a fan of younger girls. Let's become friends. Zayu found herself contemplating the difficulties that lay ahead as she settled into the living room, listening to the sounds of Ya Zanchenjuan cooking in the kitchen. The ingredients she had brought were of various kinds. Apart from beef, the majority consisted of vegetables, which Zayu did not mind in the least. Observing her silhouette, Zayu realized that Ya appeared quite ordinary, merely a high school girl. Although she harbored envy towards the seemingly accessible genius, this very jealousy served as her motivation, urging her to reach for greater heights and broader horizons. At times, one must be mindful of the ground beneath their feet. However, it is equally valid to gaze into the distance, for in doing so, the value of one's efforts becomes profoundly magnified. The realm of reality is fraught with twists and tribulations. Thus, in addition to the requisite perseverance, following in the footsteps of someone like Ya holds significant merit. And what is Zayu? After being reborn into this world and receiving assistance from a system, she had cultivated her own worth. Yet could this situation truly endure indefinitely? Doubts began to arise, along with thoughts of the hidden dangers posed by the academic excellence assistance system, suggesting that such help could not possibly come without a price. Without investment, there could be no reward. Even if Zayu supplemented what the system failed to provide, it could hardly be deemed a superhuman effort, indicating that the system's assistance would surely require some form of compensation in return. Zayu was not naive enough to believe that a deity facilitating her journey through worlds would bestow such generous benefits for free. Yet now, one might ponder whether it could be said that there is nothing left to fear. A nagging feeling of impending doom lingered in her mind. Thus, the next course of action was to contemplate the matter of serialization. Having previously declared her intent to engage in multi-part serialization, she imagined that if she succeeded, the outcome would likely be favorable. Currently, One Piece lacked notoriety, but she believed that in due time it would gain recognition, regardless of whether through recommendations or promotions. These were the initial steps to fame. The game development aspect could be set aside for the moment. The priority lay with the ongoing serialization. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the front door echoed, and Zayu, weary, dragged herself to the entrance. If it were a door-to-door salesperson, she could simply pretend not to be home. Peering through the peephole, she discerned that no one was visible. A childish prank, perhaps? Just as she pondered this, another knock resounded, seemingly from nowhere. This reminded her of a certain individual. She flung the door open, and indeed, standing there was a Gothic-styled pseudo-loli. Hey, Zayu. Long time no see. Wasn't this Kawasumi? Gah. Are all girls so violent? Zayu clutched her abdomen where Kawasumi had elbowed her, squatting down to catch her breath. I happened to pass by here today and thought I'd drop in. Pass by? This is right by the beach. Are you not planning to go for a swim? To Zayu's surprise, Kawasumi was not the indoor type, but rather an athletic girl fond of the outdoors. Have you not seen the beach exhibition over there? I merely wanted to check out the marine creatures they mentioned, like jellyfish and more jellyfish. Jellyfish mentioned twice. Excuse me. Without awaiting Zayu's consent, Kawasumi, dressed in a white and yellow-trimmed Lolita outfit, dashed into Zayu's room and advanced into the living room. Only then did Zayu notice Ya was still present. Surely, these two would not clash. Women could sometimes be more challenging to navigate than men. Shutting the door, Zayu turned back into the room. Zayu, have you brought another woman home? I cannot agree with that statement. No sooner had she entered than Kawasumi posed this question, prompting Zayu to swiftly deny it. This is my manga editor, Ya Zanchinjuan. She merely came to borrow my kitchen as hers is out of order. Is that so? Nice to meet you. I'm Kawasumi Ayako. Feel free to call me by my name. With that introduction, Ya, upon hearing it, politely nodded. Hello, I am Ya Zanchinjuan. I look forward to working with you. Excellent. This seems quite harmonious, Zayu thought, feeling a sense of relief. She had feared that the sudden presence of these two strangers might lead to discord. Yet their politeness eased her worries. As Zayu stepped into the kitchen, she found Ya simmering beef in a pot. While the other easily cooked vegetables would be added just before mealtime, the enticing aroma drew Kawasumi closer, who rolled up her long-sleeve skirt and seized a nearby knife. I'm hungry too. Let me help out and sneak a meal. Okay, Ya. Dining together is fine, but the cooking shall remain my responsibility. How can that be? I don't want to eat plain rice. This is a perfect opportunity for Zayu to see my mature side, lest he continue viewing me as a child. At the very least, let me grow a bit more before you say that, Zayu thought, discreetly averting her gaze from Kawasumi's rather unfortunate bosom as she settled onto her living room sofa. The two women continued their conversation, and, at this moment, Zayu intended to play the role of an observer. Can y'all manage this alone? Yes, it's fine. It's relatively easy right now, so Kawasumi only needs to wait. I just like being seen as a child. You are a mature individual. Allow us children to handle these trivial matters. Oh, I see. Easily deceived. Zayu mused that this hardly seemed like the behavior of a mature adult. Before Zayu could finish her thoughts, the doorbell rang again. Who could that be? With no inclination to act, Zayu turned her gaze to Kawasumi. Please, as a mature adult, could you answer the door? Well, since you children are incapable, I shall do it. Indeed, mature adults seemed to be Kawasumi's mantra. As the door swung open, Zayu overheard some trivial chatter, and to her astonishment, the figure that emerged from the hallway was Lin Xian. I brought you the tempura my mother made. And who is that little girl at the door? That girl is already an adult. On medication? Seriously, if you don't believe me, just ask her. She's the voice actress for our game as protagonist. Huh? Lin Xian looked back in surprise, spotting Kawasumi approaching briskly, uncertain if she believed it or found it too absurd to contemplate. Lin Xian set down the tempura and prepared to leave. I won't disturb you further. Won't you stay for a moment? No, I have much to attend to and no time to waste here with you. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Ya emerged from the kitchen carrying a hot pot, causing Lin Xian to pivot suddenly. Why is Ya here? Due to certain reasons, we decided to have lunch together. Zayu was reluctant to waste words on explanations, so she quickly summarized. Yes, because I am Zayu Sensei's slave. You've already said that line in previous chapters. My apologies. Actually, Zayu Sensei is my slave. How perplexing. Lin Xian paused, casting Zayu a strange look. I think I'll just rest here for a bit. Why the sudden change? Because I'm not comfortable leaving Ya and Kawasumi in your room. Why does that sound so rude? That is merely your misconception. Well, if that is the case. Thus, the setting that had once been solitary for Zayu transformed into a gathering of four for lunch. Although Lin Xian had already eaten, having walked over, she felt the need for some soup. Gathered around the dining table, Zayu retrieved the drinks she had purchased. After uttering the phrase, I have begun, the four individuals commenced their meal together. Opposite me sat the enigmatic Warfield Ya. To my left was Lin Xian, and to my right was Miss Chuan Cheng. What an extraordinary assembly it was. Midway through the meal, Zayu noticed a grain of rice clinging to Miss Chuan Cheng's face. He promptly reached out, removed it, and placed it in his mouth. At least pay attention to your image while eating, exclaimed a blushing Miss Chuan Cheng. You, did you just treat me like a child? She shouted. Hold on, no violence while dining, Zayu retorted with a huff. Furthermore, he retrieved a napkin from under the table and draped it over Lin Xian's face. Don't purposely stick rice to your face. This is art, Lin Xian replied. Then let it explode. With that loud declaration, Zayu resumed his meal. One amusing lunch, Zayu-sensei. Please enjoy this beef. Thank you, Warfield. For the mere tenth of beef and a disproportionate 9/10 of chili. Zayu, here is this for you. Lin Xian, do you not savor ginger? Kid, I'm just giving this to you. You simply couldn't finish it, could you? Being served by a young lady is indeed delightful. Yet it is undeniably a life reserved for protagonists in novels. Chapter 45. The first volume of One Piece is released. The serialization of the manga is progressing fervently, uninterrupted and without breaks, smoothly advancing the plot. The storyline has evolved from the initial adventures on the island to a confrontation with a buggy pirate crew, reaching the 16th chapter. Consequently, the first volume of One Piece is set to be released. While its current popularity is modest, it holds a commanding position in the newcomer rankings of Weekly Shonen Jump, second only to Detective Conan, which had been serialized for half a month prior. Thus, in light of this new creation, discussions with Ya led the publishers of Weekly Shonen Jump to prepare for the printing of the first volume of One Piece by the end of the month, comprising 8 chapters. The initial print run was set at 30,000 copies. After all, for popular manga, while sales are often proportional to popularity, it is not an absolute correlation. To avoid excessive printing, such a conservative number was adopted. However, many are aware that for a newly serialized manga, a print run of 30,000 copies is quite commendable. As Zayu searched for information, he simultaneously filled in the gaps in Chapter 17 of One Piece, enhancing the narrative's coherence. Yet, Zayu found himself somewhat restless, for his editor, Ya, had arrived at his home once more. Fortunately, this time it was not for the purpose of borrowing a stove or any other item, but rather a genuine and simple manuscript collection. The latest Chapter 17 was not yet complete. It seemed less a collection and more a prompting for submission. Many manga artists typically produce 1 chapter a month, but Zayu manages to create 1 chapter per week, often preparing in advance. However, due to recent distractions, he had squandered some drawing time, leading to this scenario of being urged for submission. With his right hand, he deftly maneuvered the pen across the manuscript, each line imbued with life, transforming the flat world into a vibrant spectacle. Standing nearby, Ya exhibited no peculiar behavior. Upon confirming Zayu was diligently working on the manuscript, she settled by the low table, patiently awaiting his completion. While some individuals prefer company while working, Zayu, in stark contrast, relished solitude. However, dismissing the young female editor who had come to collect his work stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Moreover, Warfield Ya was not the type of woman one could easily send away. The thought of it was rather daunting. As Zayu added simple backgrounds to the manga, he contemplated the forthcoming plot, what manner of actions the characters required, what dialogue was needed, and what battles would ensue. All were essential analyses for an exceptional shonen manga. The summer heat had yet to abate, the air conditioning barely audible. The mildly irritating sounds of cicadas resonated from the forest outside, and the long mist sea breeze swept through the hall, brushing against Zayu's back. He worked at a table in the hall, rather than secluding himself in a room, for that would only diminish his sense of freedom and productivity. However, he found himself lacking in energy, having been thoroughly exhausted by the recent school festival. Even though several days had passed, he had yet to recover from that fatigue. The system continued to provide only half or even less than half of the information, leaving the remainder for Zayu's own contemplation. The actions of Luffy, Nami's true thoughts, and the mutual beliefs that supported them were largely conceived by Zayu himself. Thus far, he had not discovered any side effects from the academic system, which offered him a measure of reassurance. I cannot comprehend. To be more precise, I cannot agree. What is your perspective, Zayu-sensei? What perspective? Do not call me while I am working. Adopting a weary demeanor, Zayu set down his brush and approached Ya. At that moment, she was engrossed in a rather thick volume, delving into a narrative about the coming-of-age stories of 2 young girls and 3 others. Currently, Ya was immersed in a scene where the male protagonist sacrifices his chance for the female lead's happiness. Essentially, it portrayed a willingness to forego one's own desires for another's joy, exemplifying the spirit of self-sacrifice. Surely, Miss Warfield Ya would not endorse such an ideology espoused by the male protagonist. In Zayu's view, this male character was merely a half-hearted individual. What does it mean to prioritize another's happiness? This is merely an excuse for failure, akin to saying, I will do the work tomorrow, serving only to shift the blame for one's shortcomings. Such analysis may seem overly peculiar and direct, while not everyone is exceptionally noble. Sacrificing one's own happiness for others is not inherently foolish or hypocritical, akin to those pioneers of current technology, scientists who risk their lives for the sake of discovery. Inventions and love are two entirely different matters. Ya gently closed the volume and placed it on the low table. The essence of invention addresses the collective of humanity, while love pertains to the individual. Would one dare to declare their affection for every person in the world? That remains an impossibility. Thus, teachers, when engaging in individual actions, the most crucial aspect is one's own thoughts. This is not selfishness. Rather, it is a necessary mindset for progress. In other words, one should not concede defeat from the outset. The battle is not for others, but for oneself. That is the essence of it, yet there are some discrepancies. For instance, I picked up a paperback. When a reader engages with a book, it is a unique experience. Two readers reading the same book, or three readers, will each encounter different circumstances, which simply means a shift in perspective. So, different readers will hold varying interpretations of the same book, which essentially reflects their personal interpretations. A book perceived as excellent can instill confidence in the reader under certain circumstances, while a book deemed detrimental can lead to feelings of despair. Here, interpretation differs from explanation. It is descriptive and reflects a state of being. At this point, I retrieved her phone, a pristine white device adorned with a decorative chain that sparkled in the sunlight. Bringing the phone to her ear, she nodded repeatedly while uttering a few simple lines to Teachers Wa. Teachers Wa, the first volume of One Piece has been printed today. Although we plan to release it at the end of the month, it seems we might be able to launch it alongside Detective Conan. What do you think? No, let us stagger the releases. There must be some pressure from Kahara Kumi as well, especially with the increasing number of serialized comics. Is that so? I understand. I will collect the manuscript tonight. Did you say you would come tonight? Of course, I was merely jesting, Teachers Wa. This editor, as always, was laid back and peculiar. Chapter 46. The scholarly girl's relentless efforts were reclined leisurely in the sun-drenched courtyard, savoring a rare midday meal on campus. Today's lunch was quite simple. Ham and beef sandwiches accompanied by a cup of hot soy milk, and to fend off the heat, she had also purchased a box of mint candies. Rising from her seat, the choice of hot soy milk was due to its superior taste, independent of the season. As she tore open the sandwich wrapper, the enticing aroma of meat wafted out, prompting Zwa to hastily unveil the bread within and take a hearty bite. The flavor of the beef overwhelmed the bread as subtle wheat essence, and she relished this delightful taste while sipping the soy milk through a straw. People here preferred milk over soy milk, yet for Zwa, soy milk and orange juice remained the superior choices. Raising her gaze to the sky, now obscured by dark clouds, the once glaring and scorching sunlight dimmed, as the clear azure expanse was shrouded by the encroaching storm. Would it rain soon? However, since the clouds had only just appeared, there was still time before the rain began. She intended to finish her meal first. Taking another large bite of her sandwich, a piece of beef was pulled out, and sauce dribbled down her hand. She contemplated rinsing her hands at the water station, but was interrupted by a tissue handed over from the side. It was Kumi Kahara. Unlike Zwa, who often bought lunch, Kumi prepared her own. Now, holding her bento box, Kumi's gaze fell on the empty seat beside Zwa. Madi sitere? Of course. Zwa had expected Kumi, a social and academically gifted student, to dine with her peers, but was surprised to find her eating alone. Zwa's solitary lunch was due to Lin Xian being with fellow voice actors, and she felt it would be rude to intrude. While Haicheng was off chasing girls in another class, a pursuit Zwa had no intention of joining. Thus, this was an unusually tranquil and serene afternoon for Zwa. Despite Kumi's presence, Zwa felt no disturbance. Kumi was different from others, lacking a common language with her. Noticing Kumi's bento, which contained simple rice and vegetables, with the only protein being meatballs wrapped in seaweed, Zwa spoke with a slightly muffled voice while continuing to eat her sandwich. Kahara-san, you should eat quickly. It's going to rain soon. Indeed. Aren't you dining with friends today? They all had other commitments, so we decided to eat separately. And here I found the idle student. An idle student can still save the world. Zwa refrained from voicing her thoughts, and instead chose silence, finishing her beef sandwich before turning to the ham one. Similar to the beef sandwich, this too featured ham nestled within the bread. with the only difference being the addition of cilantro and green onions for flavor, which was quite delightful. Enjoying the bread with hot soy milk was indeed a pleasure. Once Swa had completed her meal, she realized Kumi had not touched her food. She had merely opened her bento and was gently stirring its contents. Lack of appetite? I wouldn't say that. I just suddenly found I couldn't eat. That is precisely lack of appetite. But I want to finish this bento. I can battle on an empty stomach. As stubborn as ever, Miss Scholar. Just as Kumi attempted to pick up a seaweed meatball, her right hand faltered and the chopsticks fell to the ground, causing her to lean sideways. Hey! Zwa swiftly caught Kumi's trembling, warm body. The bento in her left hand was about to slip, but Zwa managed to catch it, though the meatball she had just picked up fell to the floor. Although there's a saying about the 3-second rule, this was not the moment to retrieve a fallen meatball. Are you all right? I'm fine. It's going to rain soon, and I still have class. What nonsense are you talking about? Closing the bento box, Zwa hoisted the weak and feeble Kumi onto her back, although she was reluctant to assist this adversarial scholar. Ignoring her was not Zwa's style. Sprinting towards the infirmary with the bento in hand, thunder rumbled, and rain began to pour. Wah! Inwardly fuming, Zwa dashed into the school building, altering her direction and continuing down the corridor toward her destination. The weight of the girl on her back was not heavy, yet even that slight weight signified I am here. Kumi's presence began to expand on Zwa's back. What had happened to this slightly proud, scholarly girl? Along the way, numerous classmates cast astonished glances at Zwa's actions, puzzled by Kumi on her back. The pairing of a scholar and a slacker was notorious within the school, making the situation rather unusual. A slacker racing with a scholar on his back should certainly make for a headline in the school news department. Ignoring the curious stares of teachers and students, Zwa leaped over the fence and entered another corridor. Ascending the stairs, she approached the medical building, where signs reading "Quiet and Safe" corridor adorned the walls. Taking 3 steps at once, Zwa finally brought Kumi to the infirmary, where the nurse was writing a report. Upon seeing Zwa, who was panting heavily with Kumi's flushed face on her back, the nurse quickly stood up to assist Zwa in placing Kumi on the sickbed. First, she removed Kumi's outer uniform to prevent sweat from soaking it, exacerbating her condition. Then, she placed a thermometer in Kumi's mouth to measure her temperature and asked Zwa to fetch a basin of water. Wetting a towel, she began to wipe the sweat from Kumi's forehead and cheeks. Finally, the nurse took out a thermometer, informing Zayu of some simple details before turning to leave the infirmary, claiming she needed to fetch medication from another room. Zayu now understood that after the diagnosis, Jiosher's condition stemmed from fatigue and a chill, which had led to her physical discomfort. Gazing at Jiosher, who lay on the sickbed, Zayu placed the bento on the side table and smiled wryly. Had she overexerted herself? Was that why she found herself in such a predicament? This brilliant young lady surpassed even Zayu's expectations. Chapter 47. Thus, the two of them. Dark clouds obscured the once clear sky, gray layers gradually spreading outward, and crystalline raindrops began to fall, shattering the cicada's song of midsummer. The wind picked up, whisking away the summer heat and calling forth a tempest. The rain descended, alleviating the sweltering temperatures and bringing a refreshing coolness. When the two forces converged, one could hear the sound of raindrops striking the glass window, a rhythmic patter brought about by the wind. The leaves swayed, and within the school, apart from the sound of rain, there was a profound silence, which could perhaps be described as tranquil. Zayu sat by the bedside, wringing out a towel before laying it upon Jiosher's forehead. Her previously rapid breaths had now calmed, and the flush on her cheeks had returned to a healthier hue. Seeing that Jiosher had improved significantly brought a sigh of relief from Zayu. It seemed attending class was no longer an option, besides the torrential downpour. Zayu wished to avoid reprimands from her chemistry teacher. Continuing to observe the scenery outside, the campus, devoid of sunlight, presented a unique charm. The rain appeared to cleanse the world, flowing and washing away dirt and impurities. If only human memories could be so easily erased. Zayu often found herself reflecting on her past, so the idea of memories being washed away by rain felt like a blessing. Yet conversely, it could also be perceived as a misfortune. Casting another glance at Jiosher, who rested peacefully with closed eyes, her chest rising and falling steadily, Zayu removed the towel from her forehead, rinsed it again, wrung it out, and placed it back. The once sweaty visage had returned to its former state. Had she truly overexerted herself? Working harder than Zayu, being stronger than Zayu, yet somehow appearing more foolish. Rising from her seat, Zayu felt somewhat uneasy sharing the room with the girl. As she turned to leave, she halted, not out of her own volition, but because she was tugged back. The hem of her shirt was caught by Jioshi's right hand, and the opposing force compelled Zayu to stop. Turning around, Zayu gently pried Jioshi's hand away, rubbing it in the process. "What is the matter? Miyahara-san, are you hungry? I brought your bento back, albeit a bit disheveled." "I'm not hungry," Jiyoshi firmly denied. Lying on the bed, Zayu had no choice but to sit back down. The bento remained on the table to her left, and Zayu wondered what else Jiyoshi might want besides food. Pondering, Zayu reluctantly inquired, "Do you need to go to the restroom?" "Fool! Don't hit me for no reason." Jiyoshi weakly swatted at Zayu's hand. Although perplexed by Jiyoshi's sudden anger, Zayu picked up the bento. Jiyoshi hadn't eaten during lunch. Even if she claimed not to be hungry, there had to be some emptiness in her stomach. It was advised to avoid tofu when one had a cold. Yet there was none in this bento, so it should be fine. There are still 7 seaweed meatballs left, which, combined with rice, should suffice. "How about eating a little?" Zayu suggested. "I already told you I'm not hungry. Then what reason do I have to stay here?" After a moment of silence, Jiyoshi, her face hidden beneath the covers, shifted her gaze to Zayu. "It's just that I dislike being alone." "I see." Zayu nodded. Disliking solitude and not wanting to be left alone in a place where one could strive independently seemed a curious sentiment. Yet Zayu could somewhat understand. Even the most exceptional individuals cannot tackle everything alone. They too face challenges and fears. What Jiyoshi feared was likely the prospect of being alone in a time of crisis, which was why she had grasped Zayu's hand, seeking companionship and support. With a swift motion, Zayu pulled the covers from Jiyoshi's face, extending her right index finger. "Even if you're unwell, don't swaddle yourself too tightly. Sweating and dampening your clothes will only worsen your cold." "I understand." Surprisingly, Jiyoshi acquiesced easily, and Zayu had expected some protest. With a wry smile, Zayu stroked Jiyoshi's head, only to have it swatted away. Like a porcupine, she bristled defensively at Zu, her beautiful eyes, akin to pearls, seemingly ablaze. "Listen, don't treat me like a child." Yes, I understand." It seemed a commonality among girls to dislike being perceived as children. Retracting her hand, Zayu opened the bento that Jiyoshi had prepared. "Are you really not going to eat?" "I'm not hungry. May I have some?" "Reluctantly, I'll allow it." "Much appreciated." Having expended considerable energy earlier, Zayu was the first to sample a seaweed meatball upon opening the bento. The flavor, reminiscent of rich broth, dissolved upon contact, bringing forth the perfect amalgamation of meat and seaweed. With her taste buds fully awakened, she savored and relished the taste. "How does it taste?" "If I must give my honest opinion, it's not bad." "Not bad?" I feel somewhat belittled. "It's delicious." "Of course it is. I put great effort into making it." Noticing Jiyoshi's unwavering gaze, Zayu waved a meatball in front of her. "Would the esteemed scholar care for a taste?" "Isn't that mine? Now you suddenly want one?" "Open wide." You actually open your mouth. Why, you jerk?" Evading Jiyoshi's playful attack, Zayu shrugged as she brought the seaweed meatball closer to her mouth. "Just kidding, it's quite tasty, you should try it." With a mouthful, Zayu realized this moment resembled that of a couple in a romantic relationship. "Oh dear, are we raising a flag here?" she thought whimsically, just as footsteps echoed from the doorway. The nurse stood there, wearing a knowing smile. "This is youth, you too." "Not at all," they both replied in unison. A perfect harmony of denial. Indeed, it was not youth. It was merely a temporary truce of mutual assistance between the two. Chapter 48, The Newcomer Champion, Tentative. This was a long-awaited return to campus life. Campus life refers to the time spent engaged in learning and participating in club activities within public or private educational institutions. For many, this period is considered a golden era, a beautiful time in life, yet that is true only for some. Absolute equality does not exist in the world. Hence, neither does absolute fair competition nor peaceful coexistence. Each day, each moment, even every second, various forms of conflict, war, brawls, theft, murder, and other heinous acts are unfolding in different corners of the globe, an inevitability that cannot be prevented. Yet, what would happen if such events occurred right beside us? In a moment that hardly exuded fervor, the high school student known as Big Teacher S sprang into action. This transpired as he passed through the school courtyard. where he witnessed a frail classmate being dragged by a group of towering delinquents. Disgusted by such demeaning behavior, S hastened towards the scene, not in a reckless 1v3 charge, but rather while discreetly dialing Haicheng's number. After relaying the situation, he received a prompt assurance of "on my way," which bolstered S's courage as he confronted the trio of bullies in the corner. "Hey, are all of you just a bunch of losers?" he shouted. "What did you say?" One of the imposing figures glared at S, brandishing a knife from his pocket. Faced with this display of weaponry, S could only muster a resigned smile. This was no whimsical quest for a magic conch. Perhaps he should consult the scholar system instead. Judgment, host, subject, S, current occupation, male academic underachiever, big teacher, pervert, possibly, current situation solution, predict attack trajectory, transmit information, remaining tasks of double jump and sonic movement are to be resolved independently. Setting aside the concerning label of pervert, possibly, in his occupation, the notion of double jumps and sonic movements clearly indicated a death flag. At this moment, he could only hope Haicheng would arrive swiftly to resolve the situation like a hero. Just as the towering delinquent lunged towards S, his two underlings clung to one of his legs. Wait, big brother. That guy is big teacher, the leader of the love denial cult. He is our common enemy. I'm not. You're not? Take him down, big brother. I am. Of course I am. Love is the worst. Aha. Big brother, did you hear that? It appeared that the school was filled with foolish monsters akin to those in RPG games. Upon hearing S's words, the delinquent, referred to as Big Brother, sheathed his dagger. He regarded S, furrowing his brow before nodding, seemingly recognizing the voice. Unexpectedly, this classmate was indeed Big Teacher. Big Teacher, how did you find the negotiations I sent you last time? The negotiations you sent me? Yes. The issue regarding the old lady next door whose apple tree encroaches upon the wall. When I pick the apples to eat, is it her property or mine? Why would such a ridiculous question be posed to me? Yet, S refrained from voicing this thought, knowing that inciting the delinquents would lead to trouble. Generally, S received frequent inquiries about romance. Why? Although he was the leader of the love denial cult, he was perceived as an expert in understanding love, which made him quite popular among the girls, and not without male admirers, either. When faced with such inquiries, S typically had two options: to dismiss the question or to provide a response that was also somewhat dismissive. Clearing his throat, S replied with calm composure. It's quite simple. You just need to simplify the question a bit. Oh, first, the apple tree belongs to the old lady, but it exceeds the boundary of your wall. Therefore, when you pick the apples to eat, it signifies you are taking something from your own area, not someone else's. Thus, there should be no issue. I see. My grandmother told me the same. She asked your grandmother, then? Why all this fuss over your own homegrown produce? Do you wish to ponder such trivial matters day and night? Speaking of which, contemplating such things day and night doesn't seem like a bad idea? Shaking his head, S returned to reality to find the three delinquents bowing in farewell. We've learned a lot. Goodbye, Big Teacher. It's not Big Teacher. It's S. As he watched the delinquents depart, he noticed that the bullied student had mysteriously vanished. Regardless, S had no expectation of gratitude. Glancing at his phone, he noted there were 5 minutes until the first class of the day. He deemed it sufficient to reach the main building from his current location. Previously, he had declined to co-release the first volume with Detective Conan, while One Piece had launched its latest volume the previous day. He had yet to receive any sales updates, leaving him in the dark about the numbers. Due to low popularity, only 50,000 copies had been printed initially, which was a substantial figure for a new manga. Each volume was priced around 450 yen, a fairly reasonable rate. Rumor had it that the first volume of Detective Conan had printed 60,000 copies, thus ensuring better sales. Lost in thought, S entered the corridor leading to the teaching building. Ahead, he spotted Haicheng leisurely approaching, seemingly devoid of any intention to assist. Hey, Haicheng, are you uninterested in ordinary males? Ah, President, what are you talking about? It's not a matter of interest. I'm just more intrigued by extraordinary girls. You jerk. Wait, President, look at this. I found this information on the Fate Stay Night forum. The Fate Stay Night forum, established by a user named Horizon, discussed various topics related to Fate Stay Night, among other things. S was nearly certain that Horizon was actually Kyumi, though he had never mentioned it. Upon viewing the pin post, he noticed the July sales survey for new manga. Opening it, he discovered many titles listed, with One Piece leading with sales of 13,000 copies per day, while Detective Conan held second place with around 10,000 copies sold. Although the accuracy of this ranking was uncertain, it was a reason for slight celebration. After all, One Piece was currently the champion among newcomers. Simultaneously, not all manga serialized in weekly Jump can reach a conclusion. Many titles are abruptly discontinued due to popularity issues. After all, weekly Jump adheres to the end rule, meaning that the manga with the lowest popularity votes each issue faces the risk of termination. However, post-2000, discontinued works often receive a few concluding chapters in sister magazines, such as Akimeru Jump or Jump Next, alleviating the problem of unsatisfactory endings. Of course, some manga receive strong recommendations from editors, leading to a perception of higher popularity and better sales, thus securing their continuation. While the editorial department provides a grace period of 1 or 2 months for newcomer manga, many still face cancellation if they fail to garner sufficient support or popularity. Regardless of their quality, whether they are manga artists or novelists, creators must ultimately produce works that resonate with and are embraced by the audience. This is the fundamental element. Consequently, many manga artists invest considerable effort in enriching their plots and characters, hoping to win favor in voting. Currently, weekly Jump sales hover around 4 million copies per issue, a decline compared to past figures, yet remains unchallenged in its status as the leading manga magazine. Each issue's popularity vote not only reflects the manga's appeal, but also allows for character voting, making these the 2 most significant voting options. In a shaded area atop the school building, Essia peruses discussions on the Fate Stay Night forum via his phone. This issue's popularity vote includes not only overall popularity, but also rankings for newcomers and short stories, making it quite diverse. As he observes the frequently updated content, Essia begins to question his own recognition. His name first gained prominence during the production of the Fate Stay Night game, and further expanded through a live broadcast with Ms. Kawasumi, particularly with the recent success of the Fate Stay Night anime, where the original scriptwriter has made Ya's name widely known. Discussing the Fate Stay Night anime, it appears to have amassed hundreds of views on the Nico Nico website, with each episode receiving substantial commentary, making it quite popular on the site. Given Fate Stay Night's current popularity, it is likely that other storylines will also be adapted into films post-broadcast. However, the future remains uncertain. The present is what truly matters. After refreshing the forum once more, Essia notices numerous posts discussing manga, such as One Piece, with the latter garnering the most attention. The forum's registered member count has surpassed 500,000 and continues to grow daily, resulting in a significant volume of posts and replies. As an administrator, Horizon seems to have confirmed a few individuals to assist in managing the forum, indicating a shortage of manpower. Many posts are centered around the author of One Piece. Hasn't the newcomer manga One Piece just released its first volume? It even received recommendations from the author of Detective Conan and support from other editors. With the author credited as Essia, could it truly be our esteemed scriptwriter? Perhaps there are fans of the esteemed writer. After all, didn't we see the author of Conan, Kamahara Kumi, during a live broadcast? At that time, Essia was indeed the assistant to that young female high school teacher. So perhaps he is also drawing manga. If he excels at the pen, that would indeed be impressive. The production of the Fate Stay Night game, along with the anime script, and now he is also serializing manga, I find that hard to believe. Who knows about the cat from Hokkaido? Anything is possible, especially considering the current peculiar position of the esteemed writer. A flying tower in the east? The cat from Hokkaido first created the all-ages game Fate Stay Night, then made A Love Denial in the Fate Stay Night anime preview, and now a passionate manga. So does Essia prefer men or women? A Fujoshi man. The FFF Brigade's warrant officer is likely a woman, right? Essia seems to have mentioned that disliking romance doesn't equate to disliking girls. It seems everyone believes he is indeed the esteemed writer. Essia realizes that his positioning feels somewhat strange. To be honest, while Essia is not particularly interested in romance, he does have a fondness for charming girls. If a beautiful girl were to embrace him, he would undoubtedly welcome it. Although he is surrounded by Lin Xian, Yi, and Kumi, he feels it is unlikely to evolve into such a relationship. No, even if it did, he would probably struggle to adapt. He had previously mentioned wanting to find a girlfriend. It seems he must take action now. Recruiting for Class 2, one's Essia's girlfriend. This will be his banner going forward. Before that, Essia clicked on the forum's member registration, intending to clarify the rumors about his sexual preferences. However, Upon registering as Essia, he discovered that this nickname had already been taken. Alas, with no other option, Essia added a random character, resulting in Isiako. Regardless, although it resembles a feminine name, it matters little since it will only be used once. He sent a post titled, "I am Essia, and I like girls." And after a minute of refreshing, he saw that the post had garnered over 5,000 clicks and more than 1,000 replies, the majority of which were inquiries and jests about his nickname. Replies such as Essia-sensei has turned into a girl. The esteemed writer must take medication. Is this really the person? Were prevalent. Amused, Essia modified the content of his initial post. Esiako is my alias. By the way, I am heterosexual. Moreover, the manga One Piece is indeed my creation, and I hope everyone supports it. The latest chapter will feature a fierce battle between the protagonist and Buggy's pirate crew. Consider this a preview. After shutting down the forum, he was uncertain about what would come next. However, when an hour later Essia checked back with Haiching regarding One Piece's sales, he found that 50,000 copies had sold out completely. Chapter 50. The beginning of a day for Gahara, a day in the life of an editor, quite intriguing to write. Second update, seeking recommendations and collections. Thank you all for your support. Gahara's day typically begins quite early. To be precise, she rises before 6 in the morning, utilizing this early time to complete some work and engage in physical exercise. Thus, as per her usual routine, Iya rises early, pulls back her duvet, and gently combs through her long, silver-gray hair. Though she had contemplated cutting it short, she ultimately felt that doing so might diminish her presence, leading her to abandon the idea. No, it was not a matter of giving up, but rather a decision to suppress such thoughts. Iya considers herself to be quite earnest, which is why she chose to become an editor, meticulously observing and reviewing the works of the authors she is responsible for to ascertain their quality. Naturally, her personal opinion cannot determine everything, so at times she seeks her sister's assistance in co-reviewing. Her sister, the student council president, is academically accomplished, strikingly beautiful, and exceptionally intelligent, enjoying immense popularity. Thus, her opinions are unlikely to be flawed. Nonetheless, it remains Iye's responsibility as an editor. She cannot rely solely on her sister. Upon getting out of bed, Iye notices that all the buttons on her pajamas have slipped off. Could it be that her sister entered her room last night and engaged in some peculiar activities? Though her sister is quite organized in her actions, she harbors strange feelings towards Iye. Due to this reason, Aya deliberately applied to a different high school than her sister. Generally speaking, sisters tend to be protective of their younger brothers, and brothers are often fond of their younger sisters. However, this particular sister, who is the president of the student council, surprisingly exhibits a preference for younger girls, leaving Aya, who has been accustomed to countless stories, somewhat astonished. After discarding her sleepwear, although Aya is not one to sleep in a nude, she always bathes before bed, changes her undergarments, and dons her favorite panda pattern pajamas. The most precarious aspect of this routine is that her sister might unexpectedly barge into the bathroom. Yet, Aya has always managed to anticipate this and swiftly kick her drooling sister out. What would the sister's admirers think if they witnessed such a sight? Aya mused whether she should capture this moment and post it on that underground website for voice actors, but after some serious contemplation, she decided to regard it merely as a jest. Although her sister is rather reckless, she is, overall, an exceptionally capable individual. Drawing the curtains to prevent prying eyes, Aya would immediately resort to using a powerful projectile to fend off any intruder should anyone attempt to spy on her. Securing the door, she removed her sleepwear, revealing her bare form in the dressing mirror. Aya ran her hands over her abdomen and shoulders, tilting her head as her hair cascaded down her milk-smooth skin. She began to ponder whether it was time to shed a few pounds. Next, she approached her wardrobe. The bottom shelf held her underwear, the middle shelf was for bras, and the top housed various accessories. Aya herself was not particularly fond of adornments, yet she felt a twinge of gratitude towards the clothes her sister had purchased from Amazon. The time was approximately 6 o'clock, with an hour until her departure at 7. Thus, she had a spare hour to spare, 20 minutes for jogging, 10 for bathing, 10 for eating, and 10 for preparing for school, leaving an additional 10 minutes as a buffer in case of unforeseen delays. Selecting a pair of string underwear, Aya was not particularly intrigued by such flamboyant attire, so she opted for a pair with black trim instead. For her bra, she chose a matching color, adorned only with lace near the edges and a delicate bow at the clasp. It felt somewhat peculiar. No, not peculiar, but rather quirky. perhaps? Underwear is not meant for display, after all. No matter how beautiful, it serves little purpose. While some shameless women enjoy dressing to allure handsome men, Aya remained indifferent to such matters. It was not that she harbored any disdain for men, but rather she believed that interactions between the sexes should be both normal and respectful. Indeed, she considered herself rather rigid, devoid of fun, as she repeatedly told herself. After donning her shorts and a lightweight athletic top, Aya made her way to the washroom to freshen up. With a small bag containing her water bottle slung over her shoulder, she stepped out for her morning run. The sound of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Neither her mother nor father was present, as they both worked overseas, leaving only her sister behind. Her sister's cooking was delectable, even winning over Aya, who was not particularly fond of meat. It must be noted that Aya was not a vegetarian. Her aversion to meat stemmed from the belief that it could be detrimental to health. However, she recognized this as a bias, and thus consumed some canned meat and fish bones. When it came to vegetables, Aya favored lettuce, celery, and potatoes. These were among her favorites. Entering the kitchen, Aya called out, receiving a familiar response. "I'm going for a morning run. I'll be back in 20 minutes. "Understood. Change that response of yours. There's only one chance." Shaking her head, Aya tied her hair into a ponytail and dashed out the door. Before her lay not the ocean, but an ordinary street, with a mountain standing behind her. Aya's jogging route extended to the end of the road, where she would turn right and run toward the shrine nestled in the mountains, completing her morning worship before returning. The run would only take 7 or 8 minutes, but Aya preferred to jog, as it reduced muscle strain while still providing a workout. However, it should be noted that the true purpose of her morning run was not merely physical exercise. It was, in fact, to observe. As an editor, one required keen observational skills, a self-awareness to discern everything. Hence, Aya viewed the passers-by she encountered during her jog as her sole objective. For instance, she noticed a pedestrian pushing a cart filled with fish, likely just purchased from fishermen early that morning. Yet, his expression revealed no joy. Aya surmised that perhaps prices had risen, diminishing his profit margin and reducing the earnings he could have made from an early fish purchase. Of course, there were myriad reasons, and Aya merely presented one of them. She was not a cold reader or a fortune teller. She was simply an ordinary girl, an average editor. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she looked up at the stone steps leading toward the shrine, which was not far off. Before proceeding, Aya took a sip from her water bottle and pulled out her phone. "Let me make a call," she thought, dialing the number of the author she was responsible for. Without waiting for a response, she immediately stated, "I will arrive at your house around 7:20. Please have the manuscript and tea ready. Goodbye, Teacher Seo." As if it were a routine task, Aya hung up and stepped onto the first stone of the path leading to the shrine, marking the official beginning of her day. Chapter 51. The academically gifted young lady's morning concerns. If something in the world were to vanish, what would people choose to erase? Kuju gazed out at the beautiful morning scenery of the courtyard, pondering this hypothesis. If she could indeed eliminate something from existence according to her will, Kuju would wish for all anxiety in the world to dissipate. This was not an odd desire, nor was it particularly wicked. Rather, it could potentially bring joy to others. However, regrettably, she felt quite selfish for wishing this, as it was fundamentally for her own sake. In other words, she was currently overwhelmed with anxiety. Previously, her strained relationship with her father had caused him to take her away, offering hope, only for her to fall ill while furiously working on her manga at the academy, leading to his intervention. Numerous minor incidents had compounded her feelings, leaving her anxious about him. Mixed in with this was a touch of jealousy. Despite being merely an underachiever, he possessed remarkable achievements and the audacity to take risks, contrasting sharply with her own conservative nature, inciting envy and admiration. Simultaneously, there was another sentiment. Upon seeing him, she felt a surge of anxiety, her heart racing irregularly. Each time she spotted him conversing with another girl, that anxiety would swell to a near demonic level, consuming her composure. Was this love? No, Kuju did not believe so. It was merely anxiety. She wished for him to confront her, to view her as a genuine rival, which would allow her to feel justified. Otherwise, if he were to disregard her, it would render all her efforts seemingly futile. In essence, Kuju longed for him to treat her as a competitor. Unfortunately, he appeared to have no such intention. Not only did he assist her, but he also devised strategies for her to challenge her father. These actions only intensified Kuju's anxiety, rendering her increasingly restless. This tumultuous emotion and the fluttering in her heart left Kuju little focus for her voice, acting practice, and other talents. Why is it so? Despite having saved herself, she subsequently turns a blind eye to her own existence. What does this deliberate act of ignoring play signify? Incidentally, ignoring play is a term I learned from the forum of Fate Stay Night. In summary, Jioshu yearns for her own acknowledgement, not to be disregarded, but rather to be focused upon. Unlike the sentiments associated with love, Jioshu craves the validation of her adversaries, which could be seen as a minor indulgence on her part. This morning, she rose quite early, outside her window. The sounds of summer cicadas and birds filled the air. The towering trees in the courtyard contributed to the refreshing atmosphere, while the azure sky offered a sense of spiritual liberation. Her father must have awakened by now. His work is exceedingly demanding, with numerous documents awaiting his review. Thus, the opportunities for Jioshu to interact with him are limited. Since her mother's passing, this distance has become increasingly palpable. However, following the incident with the pickup, and with her father's assistance, he seems to engage in more frequent communication with her, which is not unwelcome. At this moment, clad in a pure white chiffon nightgown, Jioshu sits quietly before a grand piano in one corner of the living room. A maid, dressed in a maid outfit, has placed a cup of freshly brewed black tea on the adjacent table, steam rising gracefully from the cup as Jioshu bows her head in gratitude. Her delicate fingers rest upon the piano keys. The soundproofing of her father's study is excellent, ensuring she need not worry about disturbing him, while the other servants have mostly risen, allowing her the opportunity to play a little. Jioshu had thoroughly enjoyed the previous orchestral performance. Though the bass section had not been executed flawlessly, her true proficiency lies with the piano. With 52 white keys and 36 black keys, the total of 88 keys can conjure any melody or sound, with a vast range and exquisite tones. Indeed, the instrument she adores most. Taking a deep breath, her slender fingers began to dance across the keys. A beautiful melody emerged, enriching the joyous atmosphere of the morning. The spirited notes resonated, intertwining to create a captivating tapestry of sound. People rowed in small boats, humming gentle tunes as they glided along the Danube River, startling the waterfowl along the banks, which took flight, calling out as they soared towards the river's end, while laughter lingered upon the waters of the Danube. The lively music seemed to excite the animals outside as well. Birds perched on the branches stood still, listening intently to the morning's melody. The steam from the black tea curled upwards like a dragon, only to be dispersed by the notes, merging seamlessly with the air. Aside from her daily piano practice, Jioshu also attends flower arrangement classes at noon, and in the evenings, she dedicates herself to dance practice. Yet, due to her ongoing manga serialization, all her assignments have been halved in duration, leaving her with ample time to work on her illustrations. Despite this, her days remain quite hectic. She meticulously makes the most of every fleeting moment. The serialization has already reached its first climax, with the first volume currently on sale. An initial print run of 60,000 copies was beyond her expectations. The editorial office mentioned that the sales for the 24th issue reached 10,000 copies, a significant figure for Jioshu. Her popularity is gradually rising, but she believes she must work even harder to avoid being outpaced by her own manga. As for Johann Strauss's The Blue Danube, her technique has improved remarkably, although she needs to pay attention to the modulation section in the second movement. Good morning, father. Pausing her performance, Jioshu rises to sip her black tea, allowing the sweet aroma to spread across her palate before bowing to her father. I'll go change my clothes. By the way, a colleague's son is celebrating his birthday today, and he wishes to host a party. Will you accompany me this evening? I understand. I will arrange the formal attire now. Jioshu did not decline. Akin to her father's obligations, she recognized this as a necessary step. Leaving the living room, she ascended to her room on the second floor. She removed her long dress and began donning the undergarments and school uniform prepared by the maids. Once fully attired, she exited her room. Breakfast had been prepared by the head chef, featuring French toast as the main dish. A glass of milk sat beside her, while her father had coffee. Sugar cubes rested atop the plate containing the milk, allowing her to sweeten her drink as desired. I shall begin. Upon finishing her meal, Jioshu made her way to the kitchen. Jioshu, aren't you off to school yet? The driver should have arrived. No, I will go myself. I want to prepare my lunch bento. Do you not require the chef's assistance? Not at all. I wish to do it myself. Very well. With her father's consent, Jiosher, now donned in an apron, commenced the preparation of her lunch. Suddenly, another thought crossed her mind. I shall make a little extra today. This is not an unusual request, merely a way to repay his kindness from that day. A gesture of gratitude, if you will. With this notion, she felt much lighter and immersed herself in her work. It would be inconvenient to present it at school, as it might lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she resolved to visit his apartment in the morning and deliver it personally. Excellent, let it be decided. Chapter 52. The great teacher visits the forum and the morning visitor. Thanks to Xingwen Tianyu for the donation and Yunxi Qinggu for the continued support. Let's keep going. Perhaps to save the world or something. The great teacher's chrysanthemum shall be safeguarded by me. Speaking of which, I register on this forum because of the Fate Stay Night game. Does anyone have any news? Perhaps about a sequel? A sequel is in the works, but it is merely a fighting game. I believe a text-adventure sequel to Fate Stay Night will eventually emerge, especially since it has already been animated. If it gains popularity, it's certainly one Fate away. Regarding the Fate Stay Night animation, I notice some areas are rather chaotic. Indeed, it intertwines narratives from other routes. But don't you find it fascinating? The battles of summoned heroes, the mages who fulfill wishes, and the true conspiracies lurking behind it all. Simply marvelous. Many of the scriptwriters for the animation are also involved with the great teacher's current manga, correct? I heard he is now illustrating a comic? Yes, it's called One Piece. Exceedingly enjoyable. I bought 10 copies of the first volume. But my favorite remains the great teacher's line. Love is the poison of youth. Marriage is the grave of life. Long live singlehood. May the successful in love face my curse and explode. Demon summoning. Long live the FFF group. By the way, the person above seems rather excited. Did you forget to take your medication today? You are merely envious of those in love. We have a traitor among us. Everyone, let us start the hunt. Star. Early in the morning, the Fate Stay Night forum buzzed with energy and enthusiasm. Although the administrator, Horizon, has been less active lately, no significant incidents have transpired, rendering the forum quite peaceful, with discussions flowing normally. With this in mind, Zuyu pondered whether Jiosher had been rather busy lately. Aside from her serialized manga, she must also comply with her father's directives to master various skills. Had it been Zuyu, he would have long since chosen to abandon such burdens. Rather than engage in activities he detests, he would prefer to seek out pursuits that ignite his passion. Life offers no rewind button. Even if it did, it would resemble Zuyu's escape from his original world, descending into a new existence. Zuyu does not harbor dissatisfaction with his current circumstances, but instead reflects from time to remain self-aware. He is a reincarnator, not a native of this world, and thus must navigate his actions with utmost caution. This is the principle guiding Zuyu's endeavors. Even with the advantage of a top scholar system, it does not render him invincible. Zuyu found himself unable to swiftly mend his physical form, nor could he bolster his strength through the consumption of blood. He was merely an ordinary individual with a hint more knowledge. At that moment, after refreshing the page by pressing F5, Zuyu stumbled upon an intriguing piece of information. It announced that next week, a flea market would be held at the plaza east of Kitazawa Station, where attendees could partake in a barter exchange. Zuyu was particularly interested in this event, not only because he seldom ventured out, but also due to the prospect of discovering many delightful items among the second-hand goods, essentially unearthing treasures from the old. However, amidst the subsequent replies, one particular message proved to be even more captivating than the flea market: a doujinshi exhibition at the Yaeyama Sports Hall. Such exhibitions were undoubtedly a beloved event among enthusiasts of the anime culture, and Zuyu yearned for the opportunity to attend. Yet, his intention was not merely for leisure. He sought to comprehend the true nature of the activities at the exhibition. Moreover, he had no intention of witnessing any GOS performances, as he believed that those who pursued the virtual in reality were somewhat misguided. The very notion of bringing two-dimensional characters into the real world defied logic. While opinions varied, Zuyu acknowledged that some individuals relished the act of cosplay. From his previous investigations in the past world, Zuyu knew that doujinshi exhibitions featured a plethora of activities, ranging from autograph sessions with renowned authors to performances by famous cosplayers and vocalists. Thus, it could be said that cosplay at these exhibitions was of paramount importance, a staple activity. After closing the forum webpage and confirming the date of the exhibition, Zuyu shifted his gaze to the wall clock in his room. He noticed discrepancies between its time and that of his computer and mobile phone. After adjusting it to synchronize, Zayu, who was typically meticulous about time, regarding it as the essence of life, the currency of work, the foundation of learning, and the capital for creativity, stepped out of his room. He hurried to the washroom to splash water on his face and lips, then made his way to the kitchen refrigerator, which contained bread and milk, ample sustenance for someone living alone. The previous morning had seen the bustling presence of Haiqing and Lin Xian, but now the atmosphere was considerably quieter. Although instant noodles were stocked, Zayu resolved not to indulge in them that morning. After stretching lazily, he proceeded to the living room, tore open the packaging of the bread, heated the milk, and settled into a chair to relish his simple breakfast. Unlike the foolish, he would not resort to plain water mixed with salt as a morning meal. Nor would he adhere to the notion of eating half a packet of instant noodles each day, believing it would never run out. Just as he raised the bread and milk to begin his meal, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at such an early hour? Perhaps a newspaper delivery? Straightening his somewhat disheveled short sleeves and raking a hand through his unruly hair, Zayu approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found two familiar figures standing there, the white and purple-clad battlefield Zia and the uniformed kawaii Kumi from his own school. What brings you both here? Zayu inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I certainly did not expect to see you two together. It seemed that these two were not entirely compatible, nonetheless. Zayu bolstered his spirits, assuring himself that he had the energy to handle both Aya and Kumi. Was his thought a tad inappropriate? Of course, simply managing them wouldn't suffice. Leading the two girls into the living room, Zayu began tidying up the magazines scattered about while pondering the next course of action. He was still unaware of their reason for visiting, yet he wondered if he ought to procure some instant noodles. First, let me brew 3 cups of tea. In the kitchen, Zayu took out the tea leaves stored beneath the cupboard, remnants from a previous visit by Ms. Kawasumi. He had heard that this particular tea was quite expensive, though Zayu himself had little knowledge of such matters. Despite his self-proclaimed eclectic knowledge, there remained much he did not understand. For instance, the unusual confluence of Aya, who had come to retrieve original manuscripts, and Kumi, who brought a bento, was rather rare. Yet, it wasn't entirely unexpected. If they intended to visit him today, morning would be their likely choice. Given that Aya had classes in the afternoon and Kumi preferred not to communicate with Zayu at school. Thus, the likelihood of their paths crossing increased significantly. Zayu believed they could coexist harmoniously, as they shared some commonalities. Unlike himself, who was male, the bond among females often facilitated understanding, contributing to the prevalence of same-sex relationships. After brewing the tea, Zayu presented 3 cups before Aya, Kumi, and himself in the living room. The two girls sat facing each other, leaving Zayu feeling somewhat awkward, not due to their presence, but rather from a lack of conversational topics. Ordinarily, Zayu's mornings followed a simple routine. Rise, wash up, browse online, and then don his school uniform to venture out for a bowl of noodles, occasionally opting for instant noodles at home. Although he had recently acquired a modest income, he was not fond of takeout, and, being somewhat lethargic, favored the most convenient means of sustenance. Speaking of income, aside from the earnings from the sale of the Fate Stay Night game and the royalties from the first volume of One Piece, the total was no insignificant sum. Zayu refrained from squandering this money, choosing instead to save it for future endeavors, as he envisioned establishing his own company. Initially, Zayu had believed that the academic system would provide him with lottery tips. However, he was met with only the vague message: the winning numbers are 16, 23. Fill in the remaining 5 yourself, which hardly constituted guidance. Even if he managed to match 2 numbers, it would yield a mere 10,000 yen, barely sufficient to make a difference. While contemplating various matters, Zhu, as the host, had not considered potential discussion topics for the 3 of them. Should they talk about manga? Perhaps novels? Or, heaven forbid, a discussion akin to the love talks of school trips? Taking a sip of tea, Zayu decided to break the silence by posing a question to the 2 girls. I assume each of you has your own reasons for being here. Would you kindly let Aya share first? He respectfully encouraged. Prior to speaking, Aya lifted her teacup and delicately licked her tongue against it, a gesture that puzzled Zayu. I have a sensitive tongue, she remarked, seemingly enhancing her attributes. Zayu regarded her with a knowing smile, feeling a pang of discomfort. Could we refrain from discussing that? Setting her teacup down, Aya turned to Zayu and articulated the purpose of her visit. Although they had previously discussed it over the phone with another person present, she reiterated, "I am here to collect the latest manuscript. As we discussed earlier, has teacher Zayu completed it?" "Indeed," he replied, "though I fear it may have some flaws due to my haste. That is of no concern. We can address it ourselves." The original manuscript of the manga begins with a draft description being sent, which is then revised by the current editor using a red pen to modify the dialogue and express their thoughts on the manuscript. Following this communication, the editor prepares the report, refining and proofreading before the printing process commences. A remarkable manga requires not only a talented author, but also the collective effort of others to bring forth an exceptional work. After listening to Ai's words, Zayu hurried to his room to retrieve the manuscript. Although he was pressed for time, he had secretly prepared several drafts to ensure there would be no interruptions or delays. Upon receiving the manuscript, I nodded, checked the number of pages, and then stood up. Having received the original work, I took my leave. "Would you like another cup of tea? Please bring me a glass of milk." Ai's unexpected response left Zayu astonished. He went to the kitchen to fetch a glass of cold milk, aware of Ai's preference for it. Meanwhile, Jumi glanced at the time on her phone. "It's getting late. I brought this for you. Is this a bento? You've only had bread for lunch, so consider this a token of gratitude for your help last time. Don't you want it?" No, it's fine." Zayu, weary of the convenience store bread, will be incredibly grateful for a bento from the top student. "This is a one-time offer, just a final gesture of thanks." "Really? I look forward to you continuing to make bentos." "I will not," Jumi exclaimed, shaking her head. "However, if you could assist me with shading or such." "A manga assistant, then?" "Indeed. Only if I have the time." With an agreement reached, the concern for future lunches seemed to dissipate. Zayu glanced at his phone. It was getting late, and the first class would commence in 30 minutes. "I won't disturb you any longer, teacher Zayu. Let us head to school together." Gathering their belongings, the three of them stepped outside. The weather remained pleasantly mild, with the morning sun casting a gentle glow. A soft breeze rustled through the tranquil forest, and the distant sound of waves could be heard. Zayu walked in the middle, flanked by Jumi on the left and Ai on the right. Yet the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, as none of them seemed inclined to speak. With no conversation topics to draw upon, Zayu pondered the reason for their joint venture. Standing together at the platform, he found himself deep in thought. He recalled the date. The results of a novel competition were soon to be announced. Chapter 54. In the midst of the novel selection. The evaluation of novels typically comprises 3 stages: the preliminary review, the secondary review, and the final assessment. The preliminary review entails a cursory examination of submissions to ensure they meet word count and content requirements, thus filtering out a substantial number of disqualified entries. The secondary review involves a detailed reading to assess innovation, writing style, and various other attributes. The final assessment culminates in the determination of the grand prize winner, though it is not uncommon for certain awards to remain unclaimed in many literary competitions. Consequently, not every accolade in a novel competition will necessarily find a recipient, significantly diminishing the pool of authors who can debut as award winners. Nevertheless, it is this very uncertainty that fosters the emergence of exceptional works amidst fierce competition, a fact that cannot be denied. This time, the joint endeavor of the 3 major literary publishers in hosting the Generational Light Novel Contest has led to a staggering number of submissions. Yet only 5 or 6 individuals will secure accolades. The odds are indeed slim, and the competition is fierce. Regardless, aspiring authors participate with the hope of recognition and the determination to succeed. Mediocrity will yield no rewards, a truth Zayu understands well. During his writing process, he dedicated himself entirely to his craft, weaving together every thought and inspiration provided by the system into a perfect narrative. My teen romantic comedy is wrong, as I expected has only completed its first volume, satisfying the contest's requirements. However, the first volume of spring material fails to encapsulate its true allure, as its remarkable content and charm necessitate reading several volumes to fully appreciate its depth. Thus, the competition posed an inherent disadvantage from the outset. While Zayu remains unaware of the exceptional works among the current submissions, he does not presume that all entries are subpar or ordinary. Undoubtedly, there will be outstanding light novels presented. This implies a formidable challenge ahead. Should he fail to secure any prize this time, it would undoubtedly pose an obstacle for Zayu. While numerous literary critics have advised aspiring authors to persistently aim for the grand prize, irrespective of setbacks, this particular competition is singular. leaving one to wonder if a second opportunity will ever arise. Moreover, the collaboration of the three major publishers in this contest marks an unprecedented occasion, should one emerge victorious. The path ahead may prove considerably smoother. Yet, how events will unfold remains a mystery to Zayu. The system can offer assistance, but it is not omnipotent. Even if Zayu wished to foresee the future, various circumstances would thwart such attempts. Just as predicting the future through performing a handstand while singing the elephant song would be absurd, even if it were possible, Zayu would never resort to such methods. Thus, all that remains is to wait. The scrutiny of novels is exceedingly rigorous, and Zayu harbors no illusions of luck. Regardless of the outcome, he will not allow himself to be disheartened. Success is indeed desirable, but failure does not equate to despair. Even as a reincarnator, should he fall short against emerging novelists, Zayu holds no grievances. The potential for human innovation is boundless, a truth universally acknowledged. Thus, when Zayu employs the results provided by the system, others will simultaneously craft even more remarkable themes and narratives. The heights of creativity are ever evolving, and those who stand at the pinnacle may not always remain the same. Observing the time on his phone, Zayu arrived at the venue on this holiday. The location was a plaza directly across from Kitazawa Station, surrounded by numerous large buildings, marking it as one of the most prosperous areas in the city. A multitude of people formed a long queue at the entrance of a gymnasium, gradually making their way inside as the numbers dwindled. Has it begun? Zayu crossed the street and, after sidestepping a few running youths, joined the end of the line. Initially, he had intended to attend with Lin Xian and Hai Cheng, but it seemed they both had prior commitments, leading Zayu to come alone. He had considered inviting Jumi or I, yet quickly realized the impracticality of such an idea. Setting aside whether the editor would accept the invitation, Zayu found himself at a loss for how to even extend the invitation. He feared that any attempt to speak would be swiftly rebuffed by the editor. Excluding these two, there is also the perennial lowly, Miss Chuan Sumi, but she was reportedly busy voicing characters for Fate's Day Night and would not be able to spare time for Zayu. Consequently, after ruling out all possibilities, Zayu found himself here alone. Today marks the moment when the entries that have passed the review will be partially displayed. Upon entering, one can ascertain whether their submission has indeed succeeded in the review process. While this information is readily available online, Zayoyu's personal presence serves not only to confirm his own status, but also to gauge the atmosphere of public voting on site. Ultimately, the final judgment rests with the esteemed judges, yet the popularity garnered through public voting post-review holds significant weight. It is plausible that judges might alter their perspectives based on such popularity, uncovering the potential of a work and offering commendation. The gathering of enthusiastic readers, along with Zayoyu, likely numbers in the thousands, creating a considerable turnout. Before entering, a nominal fee for admission grants a voting device, enabling attendees to cast votes based on work identification numbers. Upon receiving his voting device, Zayoyu eagerly searched for the name spring. To his delight, it appeared second to last, alongside the title, My Teen Romantic Comedy, Snafu ID 300, indicating a successful review. Without hesitation, he cast a vote for himself, eschewing any pretense. Every vote counts. Among the crowd, there are likely numerous participating authors, some even openly engaging with their peers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Voting time is limited to approximately 30 minutes, shrouded in a lively ambience. The event's organizers maintain order effectively as time progresses. Once the voting concluded, Zayoyu checked the rankings via his device. My Teen Romantic Comedy, Snafu ID 300 garnered 862 votes, matching the count of No Game No Life ID 462. At this revelation, Zayoyu found himself smiling, sensing that both this world and the competition promised to be quite entertaining. Chapter 55. The Journey Home Jimmy Context. Absolute routine, those who dwell in a state of restlessness are often incapable of deriving interest from the mundane. Only the extraordinary can ignite their curiosity and desire for observation. Much like moths are irresistibly drawn to light, humans too gravitate towards the peculiar, yearning for transformation. Yet, this does not imply that the everyday is devoid of significance or remains unaltered. Its value lies in the ordinary, the normal, and the joyful. Such assertions may elicit derision or disdain, yet the worth of the routine is not inherently less than that of the extraordinary. Longing, anticipation, and affection all emerge from the extraordinary thoughts birthed within the realm of the mundane. Thus, it is unwise to impose demands on others. Before one can request change in others, one must first embark on a journey of self-transformation. Zhao Yu embodies this notion. He never intended to disrupt those around him, but merely wished to inspire subtle changes in others while he himself evolved. This transformation is not forced, but rather a seamless and organic shift. Consequently, Zhao Yu perceives himself as an exceedingly ordinary individual. As he exited the sports hall, he strolled through the plaza, making his way toward a nearby outdoor CF. Venturing out alone is rather pleasant, quiet, and uncomplicated, yet one must remain mindful of the surroundings. After all, to act in concert with others necessitates an awareness of their thoughts, understanding their actions, and grasping their considerations, which can detract from the enjoyment of an outing. However, this does not imply that engaging in shared experiences is inherently undesirable. Such concerns are part of the charm of companionship. Regardless, humanity thrives on contemplation, leisurely observing his surroundings. Zhao Yu shielded his eyes from the glaring sun, though the heat remained palpable. The outdoor CAF lay just a minute's walk ahead, boasting a dozen or so tables sparsely occupied by couples. The air buzzed with laughter and conversation beneath the parasols, enveloping the CAF in a vibrant aura of romance. Yet, Zhao Yu remained indifferent to this. It is the duty of the non-romantic to breach the barriers of the romantically inclined. When reflecting on the concept of romantic fulfillment, Zhao Yu considered himself a participant in this realm, having encountered many enchanting young women, albeit devoid of genuine joy. Joy aside, the mere presence of beautiful maidens suffices to classify one as romantic, does it not? At this juncture, Zhao Yu found himself grappling with the very definition of romantic fulfillment. For instance, if a young man were pursued by multiple beautiful women, could he then be deemed romantic? Whether pursued or not, establishing connections with beautiful women defines one as romantic. However, this definition may be flawed. It follows that true romantic fulfillment is not determined by the number of beautiful women surrounding an individual, but rather by the number of women who hold affection for him. Thus, whether one has one or many admirers, possessing even a single individual who cherishes him elevates one to the ranks of the romantically fulfilled. In this light, Zhao Yu contemplated that perhaps, just perhaps, someone harbored feelings for him, thus granting him entry into the esteemed domain of romantic individuals. So tremble, you foolish souls devoid of girlfriends. Yet upon reflection, he realized he too fell into that very category, leading him to conclude that true righteousness lies in being liked by women while remaining without a girlfriend. From this, one might deduce that those with girlfriends are not genuinely romantic. Seated at a table, Zhao Yu perused the menu, which featured an array of exquisite items such as chocolate milkshakes, vanilla pudding, crushed iced cola, cream tarts, red wine cappuccinos, and mocha lattes. With a glance into his wallet revealing several banknotes of considerable value, he felt assured that finances would not be a concern. A young waitress approached, inquiring about his order. Zhao Yu settled on a crushed iced cola and fries, recognizing that such establishments seldom offer beverages alone. In a short while, the waitress returned with his order, and Zhao Yu found himself idly admiring the scenery. Situated near the sidewalk, he observed passers-by, witnessing various individuals and their stories, a family strolling hand in hand, children laughing and running, a delighted child clutching a balloon, and a suited office worker wearing a tense expression. These people exist, much like anyone else, with the sole distinction being their uniquely varied lives. Tension, hardship, joy, these facets comprise the essence of humanity, and Zhao Yu felt an affinity with this sentiment. In truth, he is not extraordinary, with no aspect warranting complacency. This realization underscores the necessity for continual effort. Raising his gaze, he noted the glass facade of a towering building across the street, reflecting fragments of light. Yet due to the tinted glass, only a fraction of the light was mirrored. Beside the edifice, a gathering of individuals engaged in some activity exemplified the world in which he exists, a world ripe for renewal. At that moment, a young man, appearing somewhat older yet still youthful, took a seat across from Zhao Yu. It became apparent that all nearby seats had been filled. He was engrossed in his laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard, his expression neither serious nor entirely relaxed. This man's appearance diverged from the typical Japanese visage, possessing somewhat of a foreign air, short hair, glasses, and an unassuming stature. Apologies for the interruption. It seems there are no available seats nearby, Zayu remarked. No problem at all. What are you working on? Upon hearing Zayu's reflexive inquiry, the man paused to contemplate before closing his laptop. I suppose you could say I'm writing a novel, or rather, seeking inspiration, searching for useful ideas. As they conversed, the man's order of black coffee and Zayu's crushed ice cola arrived. Noticing this, the man extended his right index finger. Let's play a game, shall we? Game? Ah, let us engage in a game, where the loser treats the winner. What do you think? Oh, that proposal is quite delightful. Zayu, feeling rather bored, found the prospect of such an amusing event irresistible. In a game, anyone has the chance of victory, and besides, Zayu had the advantage of a system to assist him. The man produced a die from his pocket and addressed Zayu. Let the game commence. The game between Zayu and the unfamiliar man began. The latter first revealed a die, a gambling cube adorned with 1 to 6 red dots. Holding it in his hand, he adjusted his glasses, displaying an expression of intrigue. The rules were quite simple. Guess the size of the die's outcome. You shall choose first. We will each roll the die, and the first to win 2 out of 3 rounds shall prevail. Is that agreeable? Indeed, guessing the size is easily comprehensible. The loser shall treat the other, correct? Certainly. The loser will buy a meal. Quite straightforward, isn't it? The man held the die firmly, his gaze fixed on Zayu. Then, dear sir, you shall guess first. I will choose the opposite. I understand. May I have a look at the die? Of course. Thank you. Zayu took the die from the man's hand, inspecting it for any hidden mechanisms. After all, some dice are crafted with weighted materials on one side to increase the likelihood of a particular outcome. However, since his opponent allowed him to choose first, it indicated that the die was probably fair. Otherwise, Zayu could have deduced which side was heavier based on the initial roll, thus gaining an advantage. Additionally, it is said that the inventor of dice was the literary figure Chao Ji from the Three Kingdoms period, initially used as a divination tool before evolving into a game for concubines, involving wagers on beverages or silk sachets. The dots on the dice were initially painted black, with red added during the Tang dynasty. Yet, on an archaeological note, the earliest dice were discovered in ancient Egypt, known as astragal, dating back over 2 millennia. However, legends aside, the true importance lies in whether the die permits a fair game. After rolling the die multiple times on the table, Zayu found no discrepancies, and it felt entirely natural in his hand. While there exists a high-tech die made without any materials, Zayu doubted his opponent would use it. After all, this was merely a casual game, devoid of necessity for such elaborate measures. Returning the die to the man, who then picked it up with his thumb and index finger. He presented it to Zayu to demonstrate he had not cheated. All right, what will you choose? Higher or lower? I choose higher. Given that only one die was in play, there were no options for triples or similar outcomes, so Zayu made a random guess. In truth, his choice was not entirely arbitrary. He calculated based on the previous rolls and believed the likelihood of a higher outcome was greater. Yet he understood that such probability theories were not entirely reliable, yet preferable to random guessing. Upon hearing Zayu's choice, the man nodded and prepared to roll the die. Since you chose higher, I shall choose lower. Let the rolling begin. The man tossed the die, which rolled across the table before gradually coming to rest, revealing a 1. Did I lose? Zayu exclaimed, gazing at the die with disappointment. The man picked it up from the table and handed it to Zayu. It appears I have emerged victorious this time. Now it is your turn to roll. What do you guess? This time, you may guess first. Me? Then I shall guess lower, just as before. In that case, I shall guess higher. Zayu, adopting a serious demeanor, threw the die with determination. It rolled across the table, colliding with the man's laptop before finally stopping. The face showing 4 was now facing upward, with 1 to 3 being low and 4 to 6 being high. Zayu claimed victory. Seeing this, the man let out a wistful sigh. It seems fortune favors you this time. Now for the final round. I shall roll, but first, what will you guess? Remember, it's the best of 3, and this is the last round. Well, this time I shall guess lower. I shall guess higher then. Let's commence the final roll. The die, held between his thumb and index finger, glided from his hand, not thrown but rolled forward. The die tumbled towards the edge of Zayu's table. And just as it seemed it would fall off, it came to stop, the red 5 facing upward. Zayu had guessed lower, thus he lost. Oh dear, I have won. How unfortunate for you. The man tucked the die away, then picked up the menu to order 2 drinks and a lunch burger. Zayu retrieved his wallet. realizing he would have to indulge this time. Despite having a steady income, he was not one to squander money, hence he labeled this expenditure as a splurge. Yet, why did he lose? Zayu pondered. The man's expression, though feigned surprise, suggested he had expected to win. He exuded confidence, an assurance of victory in the game. Generally, such a 50-50 game should not be approached so nonchalantly. There ought to be some tension. Zayu, regardless of the stakes, desired to win. Yet he lost, an outcome that felt both direct and inevitable. Unable to discern the reason, he recognized that his skills were insufficient. Meanwhile, having ordered his desired items, the man resumed work on his laptop. He had mentioned he was writing a novel, which piqued Zayu's interest. What are you writing about? Just a draft. Zayu's gaze fell upon the screen, where he saw several lines of text. What has transpired? Stephen inquired of Jepril, standing before the king's chamber door. However, Jepril, shaking his head and sighing, replied, I do not know. I have also been denied entry. It feels like an isolated island cut off from contact. Is your light novel titled No Gammon Life? Ah, so you're familiar with my work? I recall there was a portion of the entries available for participants. Are you perhaps a fellow contestant? It's not a matter of knowing or not. Zayu sighed as he observed the man's fingers dancing across the keyboard. Inomaya-sensei, you didn't cheat during our game, did you? Who knows? May I have a handshake? Of course I did cheat, just kidding. Not responding to Zayu's request for a handshake, Inomaya closed the laptop for the second time. In games, if one goes undetected, it is not considered cheating, and, generally, before a game commences, the outcome is already known, is it not? In any case, let us settle the bill, dear sir. Chapter 57. A lively conversation, do not confuse reality with the virtual, is a widely recognized adage, cautioning individuals against becoming ensnared in the digital realm. Yet, in our increasingly advanced technological society, this statement seems to have lost much of its persuasive power. Virtual reality, abbreviated as VR, was first conceived by Lanier, the founder of the American company VPL, in the early 1980s. It encompasses a sophisticated technology that amalgamates computer graphics systems with various real-world interfaces, creating an interactive three-dimensional environment that offers a sense of immersion. In essence, reality exists within the virtual, and the virtual can indeed transform into reality. Although this nascent technology may not yet possess formidable efficacy, it undeniably carries a glimmer of hope. Presently, this hope has materialized into a new reality, though perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as an evolution rather than a mere realization. If one were to articulate the current experience, Zayu would liken it to traversing a wondrous world. Encased in a device reminiscent of a helmet, he finds himself becoming one of its users. Before him lies a fairy tale realm, reminiscent of a European castle, with countless streets and buildings stretching into the distance. The intricate details, from the corners to the weeds by the roadside, are rendered with remarkable precision. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be the somewhat stilted dynamic effects of the sky above. Conversely, the splashing water from the fountain before him is executed with such finesse that it elicits a sense of wonder. It is perplexing that while the details are meticulously crafted, the sky appears somewhat rudimentary. Could it be the result of excessive demand on virtual memory, leading to a sluggish system response? Zayu did not dwell on this thought for long, as fatigue prompted him to remove the helmet-like device from his head. The attention to detail was impeccable. One could only ponder where teacher Inomaya procured such equipment, as it likely does not exist on the market. I wanted to experience the gaming world myself, and fortunately, I have friends in America who provided me with a set, which I must return later. Is that so? Zayu inquired, taking a seat on the sofa and gazing at the exotic-looking man before him. He had previously heard that teacher Inomaya was of mixed heritage, possessing both Japanese and Brazilian ancestry, which accounted for his European appearance. However, Zayu was more interested in inquiring about the winning strategy that Inomaya had employed during their earlier dice game. They were in Inomaya's temporary studio, where he had brought the VR equipment solely to observe the live competition of a light novel contest. Although they had previously collaborated on a light novel and produced some illustrations, this was Zayu's first true foray into competition. Prior to entering this world, Zayu had perused No Game, No Life. While the concept of another world is commonplace, the intricacies of the rules and the entertainment value of the game itself are undeniably captivating. Undoubtedly, the most enthralling aspect lies in the sibling duo's gameplay. The players are formidable, and the game world brims with infinite possibilities, creating a narrative that, while somewhat dispersed in certain areas, maintains an excellent sense of pacing. Zhao Yu was not critiquing his counterpart, but merely sharing his own unremarkable perspective. It was precisely this curiosity that compelled Zhao Yu to seek insight into Enomiya's dice-rolling tactics. Yet, he was acutely aware that questioning a gambling partner about their cheating methods is highly inappropriate. Nevertheless, he found himself devoid of other conjectures. Even inquiries to the system yielded no answers. In truth, Zhao Yu had gleaned some insights, such as the fact that Enomiya had the first move and secured victory. Initially, Enomiya had shown Zhao Yu that the dice were legitimate, but this could merely have been a diversionary tactic. The key to victory in dice rolling likely did not lie within the dice themselves, but rather in Enomiya's handling of them. What then was the method employed? With his index and thumb gripping the dice, Enomiya had guessed first, subsequently securing his initial victory without question. Zhao Yu found himself baffled by the mechanics at play. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When he rolled the dice and achieved victory, was it purely by chance, or did the laws of causality within the game world facilitate his win? This victory indicated the fairness of the dice game, suggesting it was a 50-50 proposition. Yet, once the dice were in Enomiya's hands, the game transformed into one where his victory was guaranteed. Hence, while Zhao Yu experienced a 50-50 chance, Enomiya wielded absolute certainty in his success. This led Zhao Yu to consider that the means to alter the game's probability must occur during the act of rolling the dice. Thus, Zhao Yu's failure was not due to tampered dice, but rather some hidden intricacy in Enomiya's handling of them. Having participated in the game firsthand, Zhao Yu was aware that he had not observed anything peculiar about either the palm or the back of Enomiya's hand. So where did the secret lie? Zhao Yu realized that his observations had not been thoroughly meticulous. He had merely regarded seeing as a form of observation rather than a detailed examination. The act of seeing inherently emphasizes the mere acknowledgement of objects and individuals, rather than an in-depth scrutiny and elimination of possibilities. It was this oversight that led Zhao Yu to miss the critical detail. No, to be precise, he had been subtly guided by Enomiya's actions, which had diverted his attention away from the key area, the region around the index and thumb gripping the dice. This area, obscured by the fingers, was the very reason he failed to discern the truth. Teacher Enomiya, is your winning strategy in dice due to the relationship between your index and thumb? Indeed, but I am not inclined to disclose the details. Perhaps this is the essence of a gamer's integrity? I shall find a way to uncover it. A mere repeat of the game will suffice. Shall we play again, dear Zhao Yu? Absolutely. Enomiya clapped softly and retrieved a new die from the back. What shall they wager this time? Their game commenced anew within the confines of the studio.